Advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
In Larkspur, it'll be partly cloudy, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. I'm looking at one take Jake on the board. Oh,
I rattled them this morning.
It's going to be a train wreck.
Yeah.
Why'd you rattle them?
Well, I came in like an earthquake. Shout out to the earthquake that happened this morning that I didn't feel, but my iPhone woke me up on.
I didn't feel the last two earthquakes.
Yeah, nor did I. And then I came in like an earthquake and I rattled their cages.
Oh, how'd you do it?
Well, I had them do a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do to surprise you for later.
Oh, you want to surprise me?
Yeah.
It's not my birthday.
I know it's not your birthday, but I want to do something fun.
It's not Christmas.
It's all good.
It's not, not our anniversary.
No, ain't our roast-iversary.
Roast-iversary.
No, it's not. I'll take people behind the scenes here. So Jake's kind of new to the game, right?
He's
the
new.
Industry, right?
It's his second day on the morning roast.
And I could tell when I look into the eyes of a scared soldier right before we're about to go to battle, and I feel like the grizzled vet that survived like the Civil War, and now I'm in the wild, wild west of the frontier, and I'm like, dude, I've been here before. Relax, young man. And Lubman's like, this is how you build a rundown. And I turned to Jake, I go, we don't need no like Doc Brown in Back to the Future, where we're going, we don't need roads.
We don't need roads. That's great. Oh, look at Jake. He's still nervous. He's still shaking a little bit. He's still shaking. All right. Well, he's got the Penn State shirt on. Of course, he wants to stunt with the We Are Penn State. They play Utah in the Rose Bowl, of course.
There's something about a Penn State alum. Fortenbaugh, him.
R.C. Davis.
Oh, is he one as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are. They're a little strange bunch.
I'm glad you got that in there and saved the show.
He got that in there quick. Good morning, everybody out there.
Did you see what I got Lubman for Christmas?
I did not yet.
Okay, so I come in, I got boxes of stuff for everybody, because I knew I was going to forget it. And Thursday, I'm all about Pebble Beach. So I love you guys. I'm not waiting till Thursday.
Hey, we're off Friday, huh?
Yeah, thank God.
I didn't know that.
Should have took the whole week off. But that's neither here nor there.
Listen.
I'm just glad the boss ain't here.
Yeah, the boss is not here. Everybody's running amok. We're all happy. A couple bosses are not here.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody out there getting off the roadways, by the way. Good morning, everybody getting off the graveyard shifts.
Go get your gift.
Lubman will get his gift. I will bring the gifts Thursday.
That's fine.
Good morning, everybody getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to all the strippers who are struggling out there. I heard the economy is really, really bad.
We did hear that. Shout out Norm Dudum.
Shout out. The industry is struggling.
That's
man.
The exclusive content you get when you're holding court in the parking lot of the OC.
And of course, I asked about it. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Good morning to all the truck drivers, UPS drivers, FedEx drivers, California Highway Patrol, police officers, teachers, students, firefighters, engineers, lawyers, longshoremen. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Kids back from college taking over the city.
Wow.
Taking over the city, man.
It feels like old times. So I got Lubman a gift, right?
So Lubman looks rattled this morning.
He's
what the hell
so
is going
rattled.
on? Hey, Lubman, tuck his shirt out, man. What are you doing?
So I go, Lubman, hey, look, I got this off a mannequin, okay? Yeah. So they don't even have the price tag on it. I can return it because I have the receipt and everything. I hope it fits. I looked high and low for a gift for Lubman because he's kind of quirky. Can we agree?
Yeah, I kind of already, I figured him out. I know what he'll be happy with.
So I was really worried because I was like, is this too flashy for him? Like, is this got too much swag for him? This guy, does that fit perfect?
That fits perfect. That may have too much swag for him. But you know what?
What do you think?
He needs swagger. London needs swag.
How good is it?
Hold on. London, tuck the shirt out.
The Letterman
you cannot
fits
tuck the
perfect.
shirt out. Tuck the shirt out. You're bothering me, man.
Let me fix my
bothering
camera.
me. You got to tuck the shirt out, man.
Lubman, so he's wearing if you're all driving around the rig, I got him a Leatherman or a Letterman. What do they call it? Leather or Letterman?
Letterman jacket.
You can't even hear you. It's a Giants coat with white sleeves and it's got patches.
Put your shirt and mic, or get on the mic in a studio. All right.
Does not.
Now we
There we go.
Yeah, I got to turn the mic on.
Yeah, that'll be helpful.
Shout Ray Ratto. I don't want to show it off for the YouTube people.
You look great. Doesn't he look good?
Awesome.
Nobody loves Giant stuff more than him. And I said, this guy goes to like Warrior Games stuff. And he wears the same leather coat. I go,
Not always the same.
He switches it up. He switches it up.
I have like one other jacket in the rotation.
He's got a blazer.
My wife said if you're going to get him something, that you better get him something he can use. And I go, well, he loves to go to Giants games. And I know he likes to sit in the press box, so you probably can't wear that in the press box. But you can definitely wear that in your row 18 seats with your dad.
Do me a favor. Don't wear it out on the date. Don't wear it out on the date.
Why not?
Well, it depends on the date.
Yeah, it could
if
be
she's
like,
a Giants fan, I'm absolutely breaking this out on the date. I'm trying to get lucky.
Gamer babe.
Date 15, it's okay.
Yeah,
date number 1.
If she's a gamer babe, you're right. Date 1, I'm busting this out.
No,
but
don't
again, it depends on the girl.
Don't do that.
Do you like, honestly, do you like that coat?
Oh, I absolutely love this jacket. It's
I
super
love the
warm.
coat is dope. But I'm saying, a girl may see that and say, date 1, Giants fan. Nah, unless you got a nice T-shirt or a nice button up underneath.
Yeah, I got a nice T-shirt.
I think he looks dope.
I got stuff in my closet I can pull out.
The amount of swag that you have, and they match your shoes. Shout out El Sleepy Floyd.
They do, actually.
El Sleepy Floyd.
Look how
El
happy he
Sleepy
is.
Floyd.
Hey, on the real, this guy was so giddy after I gave him that, and then I made him do some work, and he was not giddy because I ruined his entire flow.
It's an incredibly warm jacket. Like I'm standing in front of this AC thing right now. It's blasting cold air on me. I'm not feeling the cold air at all.
Yeah, that's the studio that's broken and makes us
whatever.
sweat.
Forget about what's going on. I just say it's a really warm jacket. I had to take it off in the other room because it's like I'm sweating in it.
Merry Christmas, buddy. You know I love you.
Christmas,
Thank you, man.
love
Merry Christmas too.
You look good. Look at you, man. You look
try to
really
look good, man. Yeah.
He looks great.
He does
He
look
looks
great.
great.
Look at him. Look at the smile.
I know.
Now he's riding. Now he's moving around. Look at this guy, man. This guy, love it.
What do you hear when we cooked up later?
London and One Take Jake, man. I don't know if I'm gonna make it today till 9 in the morning.
You know what the best part is?
What's that?
No boss.
No boss. So we got Baldy.
Oh,
7:30.
yes.
Baldy to break down Niners, Seahawks, and the rest of the NFL.
Okay.
And we'll look ahead to the Commanders, the Washington Commanders, that is. We got Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. He's in New York City as the Warriors get ready for a back-to-back against the Knicks and the Nets.
Welcome to New York City.
Today.
Welcome to New York City. What's your favorite New York City? Even though DPG made fun of them with New York,
I kind of like that one. That was
love
mine.
that one.
was
With
mine.
Snoop kicking it over like he's Godzilla.
New York, big city of dreams.
Yeah.
New York.
Oh, Empire State of Mind.
Yeah, Jay-Z,
This
Alicia
is a good
Keys.
one.
Alicia Keys really rocked it at the end. New York.
Oh, yeah, she kills it.
Cameron, everybody's got a New York gun. Jada Kiss got
Welcome
one.
to Harlem.
What about Jada Kiss? Welcome to New York City.
Yeah, I love Jada.
Jada's sick.
What is your favorite New York? Is it New York? Is it Frank Sinatra?
The Sinatra is special.
Come on.
It is special.
I just hate that the Yankees play it right after a win.
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
yeah, it is
God.
great. It is great.
Oh, God.
Damn, One Take Jake.
He's on fire.
Whoa.
Spadoni might get Wally Pest.
Spadoni.
Jake's in his bag right now. I'm
Hey,
loving it.
hey,
his
Spadoni,
bag.
you may want to stretch that paternity leave out, buddy. we got something.
Wow.
Don't worry
Wow.
about rushing back.
Wow.
Take as much time as you need.
Wow.
Take Jake.
Your eyes lit up.
I can't believe it.
Like a Christmas
I said, this guy. Hey, Craig Mack, you're going to be sleeping in for the next year, buddy. We got our super sub.
Wow. That was
I
incredible.
love it, Craig Mack.
Oh, my God.
Damn.
So who do they play tonight? Is it the Knicks?
They played the New York Knicks. Damn. One Take Jake blowing me away. They played the New York Knicks today, who've won 7 in a row.
Jalen Brunson?
7 in a row. Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle.
Who's the hottest team in the NBA? Is it the Orlando Magic and they're 6 in a row after losing 4 in a row?
You like that Magic team.
I was peeping. Double eye emojis.
They beat Boston on a back-to-back in Boston.
Boston sliding.
Or Brooklyn.
Yeah, Brooklyn's on fire.
Brooklyn's on fire.
10 of 11?
10 of 11.
Yeah.
10 of 11. Kevin Durant's on fire. So this is a nice little 2-game stretch for the Golden State Warriors. And you always got to be wary of the back-to-back. Who's going to be in?
Yeah.
Who's going to be out? Most likely Klay Thompson is going to be out. I want to see Clay against Brooklyn. Don't you?
Against
Who'd
KD?
you rather see if you had a choice? Clay against the Knicks.
I mean, Madison
or the
Square
Nets?
Garden has cachet for these guys.
I know
so
it does.
If I was him, I'd probably play against the Knicks. To me, the Knicks is the more winnable game too.
Yeah, I agree.
Am I tripping?
No. It is the more winnable
I am
game.
interested to see Ben Simmons because we've talked so much about him, and now that he's kind of not that he's righted the ship because it was so wrong for so long. I feel like he's playing really good ball, and no one's talking about it.
Well, he's getting better and better. He's feeling more comfortable. His mentals are getting better, and that's the thing that we underestimate so much is the mentals.
Yeah.
Mentally, he was out. Mentally, he was. I don't know where he was.
Yeah.
So now he's starting to, and he understands that coming off the bench, I'm playing with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. I don't have to worry about scoring 20 a game.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about carrying the offensive load if Joel Embiid is having an off night. I have KD and Kyrie. Then I have TJ Warren coming off the bench. Then I have Joe Harris who could bomb threes. So he's playing a lot better, and they're playing a lot better. So I'm kind of with you here. Maybe bench Clay in the Brooklyn game, and because also Brooklyn, which is a crazy schedule quirk, they're going to be off. They played Sunday. They're not playing until the Warriors come to Barclays.
Really?
Yeah. So
was that
they're going to be
4 full days?
Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. So 2 full days.
Wow.
And the Knicks, they played Saturday. So
wow,
look, man. Yeah, it's a little. Actually, they played Sunday too, so they get a day off.
It does feel, and I know we've had this conversation and we argue a lot about it because we're passionate about it. It does feel like the schedule is coming to a head. I'm seeing a lot of people around the NBA
not happy.
Very for example, Luka Doncic got rested the other day, and Dallas fans, because I follow RJ and Shan, they're losing their minds.
Yeah,
they're like 23-year-old resting on a back-to-back when the team's not good enough, and so it's not a Warrior-related problem. It feels like an NBA-related problem.
It is,
and that's kind of weak.
It is weak. Look, we had this conversation about the consumer and everything,
but from the team perspective, I get it.
And I feel bad for the consumer. This is why I say, man, you got to be careful buying these tickets.
Yeah.
You have to be careful with knowing that, man, that's a back-to-back. Let me try to sell them. That's why if you buy a season ticket package, I would kind of guesstimate when guys are going to freaking sit out and try to swindle somebody up that. Now I'm telling somebody to do somebody bad, but I would try to get off those tickets, really. Like it's bad. Like Brooklyn one day, I saw Nick Friedel tweet this a couple weeks ago. They had the entire top 8 out.
I know.
It was like,
so you're going to go see the Brooklyn G League team, basically, which is totally unfair.
It's very unfair. So.
Well, I find it interesting. So, like a team like Brooklyn, for example, I asked Nick when he came back, "Hey, Nick, do they even have fans like the Nets in New York?"
They really don't.
And he's like, "No, their fan base is in New Jersey."
Yeah,
because that's where they were for so long.
Yep.
I look at them and the Rams, and I'm just very interested when you enter a new market and you have this sexy star-laden team that's everyone says you got to win right away to win over the fan base. Do you?
Well, the Rams didn't have anybody at their championship parade.
That's what I'm saying.
We look back at that championship parade, we're like, what the hell was going on? Like, if the Lakers win a championship, they're going to have over 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people at that parade. Same thing with the LA Dodgers. The Rams literally had nobody. And here's the thing with the Rams. They were in LA before.
I know.
They were in, now I get it. They were gone for 20 years, but they were in LA.
I know.
Brooklyn Nets were always in Jersey.
Yes.
ABA, NBA, always in Jersey. So now they're coming over to Brooklyn, and they build that nice arena. Barclays is nice. And you go right in the downtown, it's like, it's still a Knicks town.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The Garden. And, like, if you go, like, that's why I always thought, Kevin Durant, if we're going to go to New York, side with the Knicks.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought LeBron was going to go there. I thought it had his name written all over it.
Are you surprised, too, that they had that it feels like a casual type of fan base in terms of, like, all these, like, there's going to be a bunch of Warrior fans, for example, at that game.
Well, to me, it's like the celebrity game that you go to, where you can sit for a lot cheaper, closer to the floor. I don't know. It's just the Knicks. To me, I know they've been awful forever, and they're kind of a joke. There's cachet there for me. And now I know a lot of younger fans there probably isn't.
And they haven't won a championship in a long time.
Yeah, but in the 90s, they were awesome.
They were awesome.
And I rooted for Latrell Sprewell when he went there.
And Patrick Ewing and Charles
Allen
Oakley
Houston.
and Anthony Mason. And then they had the Oregon in there.
Yeah. It was amazing.
That court, Spike Lee courtside.
I imagine Peter Vesey, I'm here with NBA on NBC. Like, you know what I mean? Working the sidelines.
Him and Costas.
Yes, exactly. So, I don't know. The Nets thing, I just find it fascinating to see when a team moves into because like I would consider if you were a new expansion team, like when the Titans went to Tennessee, that's really all they had in pro sports at the time. Right now they have the Nashville Predators.
And now they bought all in.
I look at a team like the Rams, they go to LA, it's a very congested market. Then I look at New York, it's a very congested market. And yet the Rams won. And they made that big deal for Stafford. And it was like, well, they got the championship. It was all worth it. Well, from a fan growth perspective, was it? Because you're awful now.
No, and the fans stopped coming.
That's what I'm saying.
The fans are begging. The franchise is begging their fans not to sell their tickets to Bronco fans for the Christmas game.
And I love that they simultaneously breathed life into the Detroit Lions, where they traded the 2 picks. They gave him Jared Goff, and now it feels like they're ascending.
Oh, no doubt.
And the Rams, I don't think they're going to compete for the next 2, 3, 4 years.
What about the Chargers?
Well, that's another one.
They're an afterthought in L.A.
I know.
They
And
play it so. Doesn't it look
point.
different when the Chargers and Rams? When the Rams play at SoFi, it looks like it's popping, right?
Agreed.
It's a concert. And when the Chargers play there, it's like,
Because they're the 9th most important team in that town. That's why I know people are chasing the TV money, right? I get it. Oh, look how many TV eyeballs we can get and being in this market. But my thing is like, all right, Dodgers, and I don't need any order. Dodgers, Lakers, USC. Okay? Now, you say what you want about UCLA's brand. For basketball, it's still there.
It's still there.
I do believe it's still there.
Too.
Okay? Clippers, Anaheim Angels.
The LA Kings was some
LA
championships.
Kings.
They've got some cachet down
now
there.
You have the Anaheim Ducks. Like, it is a very congested market.
And the soccer teams. We saw the LA soccer team in the championship for the MLS Cup, which was really fun.
Did you see
They're
the
really
rumors?
Cool. What's the rumors?
Messi
to Miami.
Yeah,
that's been circulating for a while.
I'm in on that.
Let me ask you this:
pink jersey.
Did the NFL make a mistake by not placing the Raiders in LA instead of the Chargers? And should the Chargers have gone to Vegas?
But I think the Raiders would have usurped the Rams as well.
No doubt.
Okay, I have a theory now. I think back in the day it made a ton of sense to have 2 teams in one market because of the now. I don't get it. I know there are White Sox fans out there. There are Jets fans out there.
Jets Giants are separated, and both fan bases are great.
Yes.
You don't have that issue there.
Very few markets can pull that off.
Right.
And I think LA, because it's so transient in the way that we consume sports now, to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. If I move from the Midwest and I'm a Cardinal fan, I'm not going to be converted to a Dodger fan.
No doubt.
I'm going to stay a Cardinal fan. You know, you see this in Arizona a lot, B. I have a lot of family that moved to Arizona. And Arizona is a very transient area. People move there.
A lot of Cub fans down there.
I mean, they're still Steeler fans. Cubs. Like, name the team. They flock down there. They're not an Arizona Cardinal or Diamondback fan. They don't need to be.
The Bay proved that you could have 2 football teams here.
It
for
did.
a while.
It did. I don't know if that's still the case for baseball because
baseball, I'm not sure because the A's have done their fan base so long. Although I'd be very intrigued if they built a stadium.
I'm with you, but I would say this. My counter to you would be I only think that there can be one dominant and one.
Yeah.
Because, okay, I watched that Willie Mays doc in the 60s. I didn't know. Giants were the #1 gate ticket.
#1 draw.
In baseball for the 60s. The A's moved there in the late 60s, and they become one of the biggest gate draws. Where do you think all those fans came from?
Yeah.
Right? And now we know the A's were dominant in terms of having attendance numbers all the way till AT&T was built.
Right.
And then everybody started going to AT&T, and then they became kind of the lower class.
You still had the first, I want to say the first 5 years of Oracle Park when it was built, AT&T, whatever you want to call it. The A's still were getting $2 million.
No doubt.
But you saw it starting to dwindle.
Yes.
And dwindle. And once they gutted the team, it was like, you don't get that segment of the fan base back.
But if they built a new stadium, and this is something I've thought about along, it would eat into the Giants fan base a lot. The weather's nicer. There's a lot of people that live on that side of the bay that don't want to cross over to the bridge. I do believe it would eat into it.
I think you'd get about 5 million people through the gates if the A's bought a stadium.
Combined?
That's
a lot.
That's a lot. I believe you could get 2.5 with the Giants. Now, they have to be good, right?
Of course.
Giants were bad last year. What was the numbers? 2.4?
Yeah, and it was the lowest they've had.
It was the lowest they've ever had. Yeah, so if they become good, they could get to $3 million. And then if you get the A's built, if they build a stadium and they're competitive in the ALS and they're winning and they got the new shiny stadium and Oakland has their team. Because right now, Oakland has nothing.
I know.
Nothing.
It's
kind of sad. And I believe they could pull in 2 to 2.5. I believe you could get 5 combined million.
So
in this market when it comes to baseball attendance.
I used to believe that, and I no longer. I just don't know if any market.
You have to believe it to see it. You have to see it to believe it.
I just don't think the way the pandemic hit and the exodus out of downtown Oakland, out of downtown San Francisco, and the despair that I see, I don't know if people have the expendable income to support two teams. And that's just my theory. Now, if the A's had built their stadium before, I think the Giants would have been gone. Like, straight up. Like, if they would have beat them to the mark, I don't know if the Giants would be the dominant force that they are. I don't know if the Bay can support two teams. I do think for football, because it's so rabid, that was a unique one. Like in basketball, if a second team came in, I don't think there's room for them.
Yeah, me either. Basketball, no doubt.
You
Can't
know what
have
I mean?
two teams in basketball.
I don't think there's room for
I
them.
don't see that working.
I think it's got to be a very specific region and fan base. And I just look at LA as an example in the New York basketball market. I think it doesn't work.
I think New York may be the only city to pull it off now in America.
But it's humongous. It's like
see,
9 boroughs.
Like Chicago, like people were trying to, well, maybe Chicago gets another football team. That wouldn't work to me.
No.
You're not converting Bear fans into no chance. No chance. Like Philadelphia.
Plus, you have the Packers so close in proximity.
No doubt. You got the Packers so close. You have the Indianapolis Colts close.
Yeah.
You're down the road in Indianapolis. That would not work. New York may be the only city where you could pull it off now.
I know. Well,
LA is proving that. Like they're filling out SoFi for those games. That's because their fans are coming in saying, we could go to LA for the weekend.
Nash, our buddy who used to work at the station, his buddies are all ticket guys for the Rams. They all got these season tickets.
Right.
They sell their tickets every single week to the opposing fan base. Believe me, it sells out.
Oh, no, I believe it. And then you got the Raiders in Vegas where if they're not good,
I know,
that stadium becomes a neutral site for them. So I don't know. I think about the Raiders, and I get it because we had the Mafia breakfast. Ryan Hef Life, Worldwide Hef, we're in the Uber. And the Uber driver, like, what's the fans like out here? He goes, well, the top fan base is the Raiders. There's still a lot more Raider fans than anybody in LA. I
believe that.
Number 2, the Dallas Cowboys.
I hate the Cowboys.
But the Rams are not even top 2 in their own city. Speaking
of the Cowboys, there's some news. If you woke up last night, I took a nap, so I woke up and I saw the group thread about who the Cowboys are playing this week.
Oh. And also 888-957-9570. We're going to have some fun today. What are your top Bay Area sports moments for the year?
Ooh.
Your top moments of the year.
Ooh.
There's been a lot of moments. Top moments, low moments.
I know mine.
Top moments, low moments. Top moments in the Bay Area this year. 888-957-9570. We're going to have some fun here on the Morning Roast on a Tuesday morning. Warriors and Knicks later on today. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, beef ribeye roast bone-in whole, sold in the bag, is just $5.99 a pound. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And that's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 Osh gift card purchase. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire, fit everyone, make terrific stocking stuffers, and look fantastic tucked into trees. Plus, they make great gifts that are perfect to give all year long. So snag this BOGO deal. December 6th through the 24th for a free $10 gift card. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
I had a man. I forget how the lyrics go. This is John Mellencamp.
It is not John Mellencamp.
Oh, this is the boss.
How do you not know the boss?
I'm sorry.
Come on, man. You don't know the boss?
Well, Bonte, did you know who that was?
Yeah.
I thought that might have been John Mellencamp Cougar. I guess I'm wrong.
Bruce Springsteen.
I know a man in a
legend.
Baseball cap and in high school.
And did you know, Lubman? Did you know Bruce Springsteen's not one person?
It's the E Street Band.
It's the E Street Band.
No, Leonard Skinner's not one person.
Yeah, it's a band too.
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen is a person. The E Street Band is something different. And one of the guys from Sopranos was in the E Street Band.
Which one in the Sopranos was from the E Street Band? Was he really?
Yeah, with the hair and everything.
I don't know.
Yeah, right? I think that's right, right? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so Bruce is one person.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
Well, Bruce is one person. Bruce and the E Street Band are the whole group. So, I mean, you're not totally off, but I saw what you're going with.
Can I ask, I may sound ignorant, but he sells out every freaking concert.
Yes.
And people follow him like they do fish.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, Fish is different. Fish is like a hybrid of Grateful Dead, and they do like different. So
they do different shows every time.
Yeah, so you can listen to the same song done a different way at every concert, right? And they do different variations of different songs, and then they have different people that join the group. Like right now, the Grateful Dead have added, come on, what's the guy's name? John Mayer or whatever. He's traveling around with them because most of the guys are passed away.
Right. Like Damon Bruce almost died at a Fish concert.
I mean, that's one of the greatest sentences I've ever heard. How?
So he was at a Fish concert, and he was going crazy.
Popping ecstasy?
Nah, I don't think he does that, man.
He was rolling?
You can't do that after El Stroco Loco.
Oh, good point. Good point. I sound really insensitive. I apologize.
But he just passed out, I think.
Oh, I thought maybe he partied too hard. That's where you were going.
I think he partied. I don't know, but next thing you know, he comes to the studio the next week with a black eye. It's
what?
Like, well, what? Yeah, you don't remember that?
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh,
I must have been living under a rock.
Maybe David tells that story one day, or again. But he had like a black eye from a Fish concert.
Oh.
And Fortenbaugh used to always go to Fish concerts.
Well, I knew that.
And Kolsky used to go to Fish concerts all the time.
All that makes total sense.
I've never listened to one Fish song. What's one popular Fish song?
I couldn't name one. I know Grateful Dead, the Skeletons in the Closet album. You know,
Fish. Like it became like this phenomenon. And like people like literally travel and follow them all over the country
Bill
to see
Walton used to follow Grateful Dead.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, my pops used to see him all the time.
Mully was telling me a story how he took Walton took Bird and McHale to a Grateful Dead show. Like Bill Walton's always there.
You know where
Always.
the lead guy, Jerry Garcia, was born and raised, right?
Right here in San Francisco, baby. Come on.
Can you get a little more specific?
Haight-Ashbury.
Come on, dog. From the Excelsior.
Excelsior, all right.
Come on, man.
Well, we got.
There's a mural
Jerry's.
of him on Mission Street.
Yeah, well, they got murals everywhere.
I think it's Harrington in Mission.
They've got murals of him everywhere in San Francisco.
The legend.
He is a legend. Is he really from the Excelsior?
Yeah.
No, he's from Haight Street.
Nah.
Damn.
And then there's the Jerry Garcia Amphitheater, which is in McLaren Park. Shout out my buddy Tom Murphy, big Grateful Dead fan.
Oh, by the way, last segment was presented by Save Mart in Lucky, California. It also was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Top moments of the year, low moments of the year. Let's start low. It's the lowest moment of the year for the Bay Area sports. For Bay Area sports.
Wow. Lowest moment. It has to be one of these two things. Jimmy going down, Trey going down, or Gabe Kapler getting one-upped by a random bullpen guy that nobody can remember the name of.
Surprised you didn't say NFC Championship game.
I forgot that was in this year. Wow. Yeah, that was pretty low.
Feels like a long time ago, right?
Low. Yeah, that was pretty low. Curry's latest injury.
Trey going down. Yeah, how about the Giants?
Saying they're going to reinvent baseball?
Not signing Aaron Judge.
That was pretty low.
That's a low moment.
Yeah, but they made up
Jordan
for it with
Poole
career.
punch?
Jordan Poole punch. Absolutely. You know what? This kid's on fire. Where's the paperwork? I might have to check some boxes.
Wait, you're not getting paid for this? You're doing all this, you're not getting paid?
I hope so.
Damn. We'll take Jake, man.
The punch is definitely over the Jock Peterson thing.
Oh, the Jock Peterson slapped in the outfield in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Slapped us all at the Giants.
Yeah, he did.
That is top three. That is top three. I couldn't believe that. We're at Bottle Rock that day. It's like, wait, Jock Peterson got slapped. The hell? Fantasy football. That's a lot of low moments.
That's pretty good.
That's a lot of low moments. So,
what would yours be?
Oh, man.
I mean, the Draymond punch, we were on air when the video got leaked, and you were describing it on air.
That was wild.
And we were like, wow.
It was a wild weekend.
It was like 7 o'clock in the morning. Remember that?
It was 6:42. I remember the time. 6:43. We watched the video. You watched it first. And then I'm sitting here with Lubman. I was with Lubman and Spinoni. We're watching it. I said, go, man. And then we came back. It was like, well, Football Friday's canceled.
It was on a Friday.
It was on a Friday.
Was that leading into week 1?
That was leading into maybe week 2 or week 3.
I must say, though, one of forget incidents off the field. and injuries. Let's take those off the board.
Right.
I think the lowest moment of the year was when Jimmy stepped out of bounds and threw the interception.
And threw the pick 8.
I mean, I think the entire soul of the Bay Area
Damn,
was
there's a lot of low
simultaneously.
moments.
Yeah, right?
There's a lot of the Trey Lance moment, though, when he got hurt.
That was brutal.
Because we couldn't enjoy the game.
No.
None of us enjoyed the win.
No, a lot of people didn't.
We came in depressed. We were angry.
I know.
Angry.
I know. That one, that's up there.
That hurt.
Yeah.
Because you saw it coming.
Uh-huh.
Everybody saw it coming. You're still running them up the middle. What the hell?
That was bad.
And you bring up, you tease something about the Cowboys and playing the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well.
And the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe without Jalen Hurts.
That's a big injury.
Right shoulder sprain.
Yeah, and then I'm watching Howard Eskin on social media complain that the Bear guy belly flopped on him. Like, this is what happened. Everyone, look at how they're running Jalen Hurts.
Josh Allen, too.
How you feeling this morning?
Hey, Buffalo, too. Buffalo fans are not happy with the way Josh Allen is getting ran.
Slightly off tackle, and boom, he goes down and gets belly flopped on.
And now he's got a right shoulder sprain. He didn't throw a dime to A.J. Brown with this shoulder sprain, which is incredible.
Yeah, but when you're in the moment, like when you're hurt and the adrenaline's going, you can gut through it.
Right.
It's the next couple days where that thing's going to hurt, man.
Good thing for them. The 1 seed is nearly wrapped up.
Yeah, but their season, I mean, the greatest Eagles season of all time. It's all I kept seeing because I follow some of the guys from Philadelphia. This is the greatest Eagles team ever. It's like,
okay,
cute.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian Dawkins on line 1.
I mean,
come on.
What about your defense in the late 80s? Eric Allen, Jerome Brown, Reggie White. Come on. That was ridiculous defense.
That was a ridiculous
Nick Barnett.
defense.
Was Nick Barnett on that team?
Yeah. Lowest moment, 415. Slapgate. Jock Peterson getting slapped and doing nothing about it. Let me see. We got some other ones here. The A's whole damn season.
Oh.
That's not fair.
I think that 8-game losing streak the Giants had against the Dodgers, not one singular moment, but that was a pretty brutal 2-week stretch, too.
That was rough.
I would definitely nominate.
Of course, love brings in baseball.
I know.
We all forgot about the 8-game losing streak to the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Except for Sam Love.
Except for me, unfortunately.
Except for Sam Love.
Because that's just where I'm at mentally, unfortunately.
That was pretty funny. It was like, damn, we can't even sniff them. Couldn't even get close to the Dodgers.
There was definitely a moment in time when the entire Bay Area collectively said, dang it, and they had to all throw their Yeezys out. That was a low moment.
You know, I wore the Yeezys one day, and I was hoping nobody noticed. I'm afraid to wear those things.
Yeah, what do you do with it? I don't own a pair of Yeezys. They are sweet.
I got them for free.
Yeah.
They were free.
Free, because you're the king, right?
Basically.
Yeah.
They were free, but I don't want to be seen in public with them.
That's what I'm saying. What do you do with them?
Donate them?
I mean, I guess it's a lot of money to be donating.
I didn't pay for them, so I
Yeah,
had
that's
no
true.
problem donating them.
Some people lived in those Yeezys.
Lived in them. Anna loves them.
It was also a status symbol, I felt like.
Maybe you just wear them and you say, hey, I got them before he went crazy.
Or you just like the shoe.
Or you just say, hey, it is what it is, but I pay for them.
Separate the artist from the art.
You can just wear them around your house, I guess, and, safety of your own home. But then when you go out in public, put on acceptable shoes.
We don't wear shoes in my house. Wear house slippers. Don't
Well, then I have no solutions for you then.
This is a great one from the 650 and then the 415. Getting used by Aaron Judge as leverage, that's one. And then the 650, low moment, seeing Dodger gear being sold at AT&T Park.
That's a good one.
I was there for that.
How about the Dodgers? How about the Giants not getting Juan Soto? Was that a low moment for a lot of people?
It was pretty low. Did you know that Machado can opt out, by the way?
After the season?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because they don't have enough money to pay everybody.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that interesting?
Oh, wow. Manny, third base?
Well, Juan Soto's got 2 more years left. So, I don't know. It's just interesting. Just throwing that out there.
The Tortuga 23. The Tortuga 23. The Brandon Belt bunt.
The waving the white flag.
Dwayne Kuiper on that call. Remember that?
I just
and
with 2 strikes.
He bunted. So low moments, high moments, top moments. We'll get to the top moments next segment. 888-957-9570.
The
There's
Jimmy
a lot of
G
moments.
interception in the NFC Championship game when Aaron Donald just bear hugged him. I can't unsee that.
Or the overthrow to George Kittle on the third play from scrimmage for the 49ers offense with the crowd humming.
Yeah, that
and your
hurt.
dad saying, he's got him, he's got him.
He
and
missed
he
him.
airmailed.
You can't miss that throw. That's all he kept saying. You can't miss that throw. He's turning to the Ram fan next to us. You just can't miss that throw.
What a day that was.
Your boy Hef and me almost got into it with one of these like super drunk Rams fan next to us. You know when they've got like the margarita or whatever it is, the drink that's like flavored and colored, and they're like they're lean. Oh, we gotta go to break. I'll tell the story.
Yeah. Tell the story of the insect because Hef has been in a couple. I'll tell you about a story at Chase Center where Hef he loves to chirp a little bit. Why Hef?
There was some shoving going on.
Oh boy, what's coming
on? It was on my behalf. I told the guy, sit down.
Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink, it's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes. They've meticulously designed stylish footwear with all the fits and features you want. They have fits like wide fit, relaxed fit, stretch fit, arch fit, and more. Plus, they have luxurious features including Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's like walking on a cool side of the pillow all day long. And best of all, they find a way to keep them affordable. You simply can't get more comfort and style for your dollar. So if you want the kind of footwear I'd create, get yourself a pair of Skechers. It's comfort with style and more.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, Bonte.
All right,
I got you a
take
gift.
Jake. I don't know what the hell is this.
I don't
man?
know. What is this?
What are we doing? What are we doing right now?
We got some fish.
Oh, is that what this is? This is great.
This is
Turn
great.
this up.
Turn it up.
I want to hear how lame this is.
Yeah.
Kolsky, I get it.
I get it with Kolsky.
Yeah.
Fortball at fish?
Well, he's kind of a duck. I love Fortenbaugh, but he is.
Wow.
The last guy I think of when I think of like current and up to date, accurate.
Fadenball?
Yeah.
Joe Fadenball? We
Oh,
love
my
you,
God.
Joe. We love you, Joe. We
He
do.
does have a chin for television.
We love you, Joe. He's looking good, man.
I know.
Dude, one time I texted him.
Chiseled.
I texted him, was watching the Daily Wager, and he's looking dapper. And it's like, oh, look at him. He's got the blazer on, the little, pocket square.
Yeah, his
and whatnot.
wardrobe investment is definitely there.
So I was like, damn, Joe, you got to get some J's like everybody else. He goes, yeah, everybody wears those, so I just go Gucci. I swear to God. Y'all thought I was big-headed. I said, okay.
I'll take people behind the scenes. I love Joe Fortenbaugh, but when I was coming up, I would talk to him like, hey, what do I need to do? And this is how he would be. I'd be like texting him or whatever, waiting to call. He'd be like, I have 14 seconds between 7:01 and 7:02 on a Thursday at night. If you can't call me right then and there, I don't have time.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. Get out of here. Who do you think you are?
I love
You're not
Joe,
my
man.
doctor or my dentist.
I love Joe. By the
Love
way,
that dude, though.
By the way, Josh Rosen signed to the Minnesota Vikings practice squad.
Can you do me a favor? I don't care about that. I want you, because I'm doing a bit a little later, and I'm going to play it for you, and I think you're going to like it. I want you into the microphone, because I'm teasing you about it, but it's because I love you. I want you to say, with a stern conviction, you can even laugh if you want, I'm the king of Bay Area media.
I can't do that.
I'm the king of sports talk. Say that.
I'm not.
Say it.
I'm not the king of
Say
sports
it.
talk. I'm not. That's Gary Ravitch.
I know, but I want you to say it.
That's Ralph Barbieri. All right, you want me to say it right now?
Just do it. With your most obnoxious self.
What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk.
I love that. Save that. We're going to use that later.
Yeah,
I love that. I think that'll work. No, that's perfect.
Are you sure?
If you want to add more ad-libs, Young Jeezy, do it.
Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think invented you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports.
I love that. Can you open your gift that I got for you? Because I want to see your face on YouTube here. All right? Now, I did all the rapping. Michelle hates the way I rap.
Yeah, you rap terrible. This is awful. Look at this.
The fact that I rapped
Look at all the Scotch tape. How many packs of Scotch tape did you use? Jesus Christ.
Do you rap your own gifts?
I guess we know that Shasky rapped this one. That's definitely not a Michelle job.
No, that is not a Michelle job.
No, it's not a Michelle
and
job.
I brought him today because I'm telling you guys, I got a family party Wednesday night, and I'm not going to be thinking about it. And then Thursday I got Pebble, so I'm getting my gifts out of the way.
I thought Friday
now.
was Pebble.
Friday is Pebble. We leave Thursday.
Oh, you guys are going
And
to
I'm
stay
telling you
overnight
right now,
down there.
I'm canceling Crosstalk Thursday.
Oh, yeah. Dude, so you guys are overnight
Me
down
and
there?
JP Money are hopping in the Volvo, and we're smashing down. I was going to ride with my brother. We have made an executive decision. We're not going to do that.
So you're going to spend the night down there at Pebble?
Oh, yeah.
And so just Deli Boy and your dad's going to roll down together.
Yeah. It's too much Shaskies in one car, so we have to divvy it up.
Damn, I feel like I ruined that.
Yeah.
I feel like when I spoke it, you guys thought about it, I was like, yeah, that's accurate.
Oh, yeah.
Let me get a pen.
All right, hurry up and open that thing, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah,
so it's a gold package that I got from. Now, look, I try to be very thoughtful with my gift giving. I want something that is unique, that you can use over and over and over again, that, is something special to you, something that means something to you.
Right,
I'm not just going to throw you a Starbucks gift card. All right, he's opening up. By the way, I've got so many Amazon. I know if you're looking for boxes, come to my house. My wife has had Amazon packages showing up for 15 weeks in a row. It's driving me insane.
All right, so we got the wrapping. Now we got more tape.
Yeah.
And we got a big box.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
We got big box.
Careful, don't ruin what's inside of it. We're struggling with that. It's a good thing you did the arms yesterday.
Damn. All this tape.
It's nothing but, like my family says on YouTube, it's just socks, B. Got your socks and underwear.
All right.
It's our new sponsor, Tommy John. No, I'm just teasing.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Oh, he's opening it up. Rip that thing out.
Here we go.
God, I made that thing indestructible.
Yeah, no, this is crazy.
Uh-oh, here we go. Unfoil it.
Here we go.
Unfurl it.
Oh.
What do you think?
Charlie Ward, Florida State.
What do you think?
Oh man, this is next level right here.
Does it fit?
A number one.
Wow,
Florida
that
State.
is sick.
That is pretty sick.
What do you think? Come on, Jake.
That is pretty sick.
What do you think?
That is pretty sick.
I know that you have a throwback jersey.
Charlie Ward.
Football. I wanted to get you something that you could wear when you go to Europe again and you're sitting in the middle of the Mediterranean Ocean.
That Europe trip ain't happening for about 5 years. I'm still hurting.
Hey, that thing fits. Lovely. Should I have gotten a one size smaller?
Nah, this is good.
That is, come on, is that a sick gift?
After the Christmas holidays, this may not be fitting.
This
fits perfect.
It's a throwback too.
It's a throwback. It's
it's
OG,
clean, isn't it?
Very clean.
It's a white
Florida State
basketball jersey.
I'll wear this in a football game.
I knew you would.
You know I would.
Especially in the swampy Florida.
I need to go to the swamp. This is pretty sick.
You like that?
This is sick.
It's a good gift, right?
This is a great gift. Great gift.
I'm happy that you like
gift.
it.
I love it.
Awesome.
I love it. Thank you, Shasky. Merry Christmas. And then
I love you.
Speaking of the Shaskys, Deli Boy's on the line.
No,
Deli Boy's on the line.
Yeah. What's this dude driving down with JP Money all by yourselves? This is the first time hearing about it. I hear it over the radio. You can't call or text. We're on this text line. All we've been talking about is trying to get a caddy for Pebble Beach.
Oh, yeah.
No, and its gigantic ego head says, I don't need a caddy. I know that course like the back of my hand.
I've played the video game 10,000 times.
You have not walked that course. You walked it 4 times.
He's really mad.
He is mad.
You all of a sudden somehow know the course. Yeah, I know that course on 2K23 too. I shot at 59. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Hey,
if you want to drive down with JP Money and hold hands all together, go ahead.
Hey, Deli Boy, how infuriating is this? Not only, because I knew what was going to happen. You were going to drive. JP Money was going to bump his gums all trip long. Shasky was going to interject. And then your dad was going to be backseat driving. Well, at least it's just you and Pops now, right?
Well, yeah, that's still going to be a good time. I mean, me and my Pops, we always have a good time. Because we know what it's like. We go out there to have a good time. We're not trying to
cheat.
Compete with each other. Of course, there's a little competition, but we have a good time.
And JP Money and Shasky, all they do is compete. I deal with it every day on the Morning Roast.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know how you put up with it, Bonte.
Deli Boy, I feel bad for you. That's a punk move by your brother. To find out on the air while you're going to work to go earn an honest dollar. I feel your pain, Deli. Feel your pain.
What's your lowest moment in Bay Area sports history? Was it right now when you found out I wasn't driving down with you to Pebble?
He was hot. He was hot.
He is hot.
Did he really just find out
I
out there?
think he did. I was hoping he wasn't listening. I got to deal with that. I love you, Pat.
I got to deal with that.
I can't be in the car with my dad for 3 hours. He drives me nuts. Because he's going to be telling my brother how to drive the entire way.
What, slow down?
Oh, faster, turn left, get over, get around this car, double honk. He's the ultimate backseat driver.
Double honk. Double honk.
Somewhere there's Covey listening to this. Me, Covey, young Guido, and my dad drove down in a rainy day to Pebble for the U.S. Open. And my dad, the entire way, was insufferable. The ADD was out of control. I love him dearly. No, he's the worst side. Like if he's in the side spot or whatever, the what is it? There's the driver's seat,
passenger seat.
Passenger seat. Thank you. I was stuck on it. He's just telling you how to drive the whole entire time. And then when you get in the car with him, it's like triple anxiety. You got to strap yourself in like you're going to the moon. You're afraid you're going to get in an accident.
Deli Boy's hot. He's hot.
He knows I love him.
He's hot.
I feel like that's just all parents, though. When you're driving with them, they all become side seat drivers.
Oh, yeah. My mom, do you really need to text? Do you really need to see what tweet that is? It can't wait. And I'm like, no, it can't wait.
I take the softest left. And my mom's grabbing the handle of the car like we're rolling off the road. It's like, Mom, you need to just calm down a little bit, all right? We're fine.
Does your mom do the arm thing? My mom, when she used to drive, all women do it now. I've noticed my wife does it. They'll get like really close to someone and have to slam the brakes.
Oh, yeah.
And they stick the right arm over you like that's going to stop me from propelling through the windshield when you fly into someone.
No, she does do that, and I've asked her about it. She says it's a motherly instinct, and it's like, well, I can't really argue with that logic because
I can. It's called physics. I'm going flying through the windshield.
Dude, there would be, when you're driving on 280 North, then you could make a right on Alamany, or you go straight to 19th or Junipero, Sarah.
The black hole.
The black hole. So Anna will it'd be all these cars, it's a log jam, and all the red lights are on. And somehow she starts speeding up, and I'm like, "Yo, slow down, dude! They're stopped." I just prefer to drive. When it comes to Anna, I prefer to drive.
All right.
When it comes to my dad, I'm like, because I don't drive with my dad often, maybe once a year.
Yeah.
But when it is, I'm like, "Yo, just drive, dude. You're talking way too much. Just drive."
Well, that's why I want the caddy to be there on Friday, so he talks that guy's ear off and not mine.
He's gonna talk.
I know. There's also, God bless him. Now we're just letting everything out of the bag.
Yeah.
When I get in my wife's car, okay, the seat is so close to the steering wheel.
God.
I have to push the button all the way back. I swear to God, she drives, and it's like the steering wheel is on her chest. I don't know how she does it. Yeah. And then, conversely, my dad's the opposite. You would think he was a 6'8" giant human being. Dad, you're like 5'7", 5'8". You ain't that big. The seat doesn't need to be that far back.
Yeah, I got to drive though in any car, even it's
you're like me. I got to drive too.
Yeah, I got to drive. I just
Throw
feel
me the
more
keys.
comfortable. I just feel comfortable.
Yeah, I'm in control.
Yeah, I'm in control. We're gonna slow down. We're gonna speed a little bit.
Yeah,
we don't get to where we need to get to.
And this is my Millennium Falcon.
But yeah. Let's not do that. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We got One Take Jake. We got Sam Lutman. We got Joe Shasky the Butcher. And yours truly, Bonte Hill, the king of the bay.
So Jake says to me this morning, how long have you been on the morning? I'm like, how long have I been fooling him? A couple years. I think he was shocked.
Was he?
Yeah, there's just, how can a guy with this little talent be this, impactful? How is he getting a prime time spot?
Has it been 2 years we've been on the morning?
3. This is the start of, I guess the middle of the year, of the third year.
Oh, damn.
I know.
A long time.
Well, we had like the 1.0. It was Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Yeah.
And now we're just the Supremes.
Diana Ross left us for bigger and better things. She's now in a 215 in Philadelphia.
Can't hate on it.
Covering for Joe Levine and James Harden.
Give me Kelly Rowland's career. I'm good.
That's all. That's it. That's all. We can't be one-hit wonders.
What was the song with Nelly with the Pete Rose jersey where Larry Hughes was making an appearance?
Oh, man, I know what you're talking about.
He was wearing a green Pete Rose jersey.
And they were like in the line at the movies, and he walked by, and they saw
him. It was a banger.
It was a banger.
Nelly had bangers.
Nelly did have hits. Diana Ross and the Supremes, man. We've come a long way. Long way, man. So what is this, Morning Roast 2.0? We're still on 2.0, or is it 3.0? Because 2.0 had John Curley, has Stephen Langford. Now 3.0, we've got Spadoni. Well, who knows how long we have Spadoni.
I look
Working
at it more
on 4.0 right now with Jake.
Because you got One Take Jake.
I look at it more like a music label. That's what I feel like. We're not Motown per se.
Right.
I think we're more Death Row or No Limit. Right?
We are.
We're definitely not Young Money.
Are we Cash Money millionaires?
Bling bling. I mean, come on.
The block is hot.
Can I be BG?
No,
I want to be Juvie. I want to be Juvie.
BG was my guy.
Okay.
Cash money is Army, Benny had
so
a Navy.
So sick. Dilemma, Kelly and Nelly.
Dilemma. There
God,
it
that's
is.
such a good song.
You know the text line, Xfinity Mobile text.
It's just on fire.
You know, no doubt. Top moments of the year. Top moments. We were doing worst moments of the year. We got Baldy at 7:30. That's a lot of candidates for top moments in Bay Area sports history.
I'm going to go right
Bay
to
Area sports in 2022.
I'm going to go right to the top. I think the best moment of the year for me, and maybe the greatest, I think it's the best basketball game I've ever been to this point. It's Game 4 in Boston, TD Garden, Steph Curry, 40-plus points.
Yeah.
Is one of the greatest signature moments in sports history for a man who's going to be a top 10 player all time. And I think it's his finest moment as an NBA player, which is a statement into itself.
Yeah, that is the one. It's hard. Like, what would even come close to that moment? Would it be the Niners winning in Dallas and beating the Cowboys in a wild card game? Would it be
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Klay Thompson returning to the court?
And the first dunk when he had the headband?
Against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Sunday afternoon at Chase Center. The same afternoon.
That's an emotional feel-good.
The same afternoon in which the Niners came back from a 17-0 deficit against the LA Rams to sneak into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That happened all on the same day. So those are two top moments. Candidates for top moments. The Giants, do they have anything? I guess Carlos Correa is a good moment, right? Carlos Correa is a great moment for the Giants.
But nothing's happened yet.
Yeah.
And I still haven't seen him with a jersey at a podium. So I don't know if I could file that under.
It's supposed to happen today, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
Are you going to go?
I don't think I'll actually be able to make it. I got some other stuff going on. I wish I could, though.
But you're going to get that
Is he in San Francisco?
He is in San Francisco today.
And it's at Oracle Park.
It is going to be at Oracle Park. That is correct.
And media is invited.
Media is invited. That is correct.
Zoom?
I believe there should be a Zoom link. They haven't sent it yet.
Zoom. Might log into the Zoom.
So I'm keeping an eye out on the email.
I'm not going to ask
I'm
not going to ask any questions. So
Make sure you mute your Zoom.
Yeah, I always do. I'm not like Ryan Leong. You know Ryan Leong. Shout out to Ryan Leong. One day, Steve Kerr's holding the presser, and Ryan Leong is playing basketball with his nephew.
Oh.
His nephew dunks on a little miniature hoop, and he goes, "Yay! Wow! Slip dunk! Yay!" Steve Kerr goes, what's going on back there? I swear to God. Only Ryan Leong can get away with that.
That's like his Urban Meyer on the yacht with the naked guy in the mirror. Like the weirdest thing of all time.
It's pretty strange. It was pretty strange. Urban Meyer has done a lot of strange.
Well, was that weirder than the other Florida coach who was like spooning was it a dolphin?
Will Muschamp.
Will Muschamp. Was he spooning a dolphin completely naked?
It was a shark, yeah.
Shark.
Well, the story was, it was a guy who looked like Will Muschamp, but everyone said it was Will Muschamp. So then Will Muschamp took to Twitter to say, "Stop, it's not me," which, as you know how Twitter works, made it way, way worse.
Listen to this. Correa, Dave Johnson. Correa was a desperate moment, not a top moment. Well, you know what? We feel good about that moment. Desperation brings out the best in all of us.
Was the parade the best
saying
moment?
the pressers before the Warriors pre on NBC. We got pre at 3:30 today.
Nice.
So is the presser at 2:30 or 11? Was it early or later?
The email I saw was 11.
Will Posey be there?
With Barry Bonds?
I am not sure if Posey would be there. If he's part of the ownership group, I assume he might be in the building.
How many giggles for Farhan?
Oh my gosh. Capper's going to be there?
I really want to hear Larry Bear talk. It's good for him. Like, honestly, good for him. I really want to hear Larry Bear
Bear's
talk.
been around a lot. He was at the NBC Sports Holiday Party.
Oh, was he? Were you there?
I was not there. It was on a Monday night. You know, I got to get ready for the roast.
Yeah.
King of the Bay needs his rest.
I mean, the material coming out. You've been saving all this, right, Jake?
No, please
Thank
don't say
you.
it. I'm being obnoxious,
I love
folks.
it. I love
I'm being obnoxious.
I love it.
I'm just a guy from Waller Street who loves sports, all right? Being obnoxious.
I love it. No, I love every second of it because I got something special for you.
Well, why you got to do this to me, man?
What do you mean?
Hey, you got something special.
Just lean
Now
into
I'm worried.
it. Lean
now
into
I'm worried.
it. Lean into it.
Farhan. Is anybody going to ask Farhan about Aaron Judge?
We're
past
We're
Aaron.
on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati. Is Bill Belichick on to Cincinnati? Anybody check in on Bill Belichick?
So I looked at the Greg Hill, the morning show, WEI. Did you see the poll?
Yes, I did. I did see
the poll was, who needs to go? Mac and Bill, Mac, Patricia, and Judge. And I was just like, it was just across the board, all of them.
Jermaine Wiggins looked depressed.
I mean, I would be too if I had to work with Greg Hill.
Jermaine, well, Greg Hill was out.
Was he?
was out. It was the guy I ethered in Boston.
Oh,
the
yeah.
ball head guy.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the ball head guy
The
was coming at
sidekick.
me? Yeah, the sidekick who was coming at me. Steph Curry can't win without Kevin Durant. I said,
so
can Larry Bird win without Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, and Dennis Johnson? Did he jump brother? Well, Steve Kerr, all the politics and he's never won without talent. I said they Red Auerbach and all 35 of his Hall of Famers. Could he win without him? He was done. Remember, I shut him down.
I'll tell you this right now. Going back to the East Coast and all of the hype, the East Coast sports talk is so much better.
Right.
I walked out of there going, it is trash. Tell me I'm tripping.
Hey, there's shows.
I watched you like a proud father looking through the glass as my boy was just literally crossing them over, dunking from the free throw line on their morning show, and they were like jaw dropped.
Hey, then it was simulcast on their television station, so I was like, hey, we were in there shining.
There
We
were
were flying
like
high.
10 Jakes that were working behind the scenes, and they're all like, who is this guy? I go, he's the king of the bag.
Hey, we were flying. We were flying so hard. Frank Isola came in. We was like, Frank, just give us about 7 minutes. Just like, all right. 30 minutes later, it's like, all right, Frank, get out of here.
He was so good.
And finally, he could, you guys didn't reset enough for Frank Isola. Nobody knows who he is. Our fans watch Around the Horn. They know who Frank Isola is. PTI.
Matt, I love you. You're congregating in very small circles in Mill Valley.
Nobody knows who Anthony Slater is. Yeah, just everybody in Dub Nation, OKC, Sacramento Kings, the NBA. It's what it is.
It is.
I think we both agree the top moment Steph Curry came for.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It's not even close.
I don't think there's a close second.
No. The only other thing that I think would rival it was Debo, like just Debo Samuel in terms of like performances throughout a year.
Yeah.
Last year and what he did in the playoffs sticks out in my head so much, where he has the arm completely ripped in the Dallas game, but go to the Green Bay game, it's 3rd and 6. They hand him the ball, and they get themselves in position to kick a game-winning field goal.
Hey, you know what? That punt block in that game. I'm glad you brought up Debo because Debo deserves recognition for last year. He was
unreal.
Give me the ball, Shady. Give me the ball. And then
amazing.
He hits that little shotgun gun
sick.
run and goes to the end zone. And I even look at him. Remember I told you? He got to the 10-yard line. I started turning around talking smack to Dallas fans. I was in my bag. But then Hufanga and Jordan Willis combining on one of the greatest special teams in 49ers play history. I mean, in Green Bay, Lambeau Field in that cold.
Yep.
That was unbelievable. A lot of good moments. So I think we both agree that it's Steph Curry. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Brian Baldinger coming up at 7:30. We're having a lot of fun this week on the Morning Roast. Our last week of the roast in 2022. It's been a hell of a year. We've almost killed each other about 45 times. We almost fought about another 30.
Yeah.
But we made it.
Exactly.
We're giving each other Christmas gifts. Go figure.
We burned through producers.
We do. Love is hanging around.
My favorite Negan. I would not want to be your producer. I would hate you too.
I didn't know he said that.
Oh, he did.
The lack of prep. You guys don't want to hang around afterwards and do bits. Like, that's not how we roll.
We in and out.
I'm Lil King. I'm Lil Flip, the freestyle king.
Well, I thought the sell job I was told at the beginning of the year, but okay.
We found a sucker.
Hey,
that's all.
Sam, you could be doing Damon's show. Just remember that.
Don't do that.
For all seriousness,
Don't
I am
do that.
very,
It's easy. I
I'm
love
very
you, Damon.
happy on this show.
I know
it
you
is
are.
a great time. It totally is worth
Love
it.
Can
it.
I
Works.
offer you a Steiny and Goo?
No, I'm staying here.
What's coming up? He'd rather wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to work with us than get some sleep and work with Steiny and go to middays. What I do for that slot of kids, 1 to 3. Oh my God! What's coming up on the game?
my retirement gig.
Fremont Thankful Service Bank. Compromises.
Well, I like grass, unless it's bad grass.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net. Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got some other candidates for top moments of the year. Christian McCaffrey trade. How did we not bring that up? Christian McCaffrey getting traded to the 49ers. A huge moment for all the 49er fans, including the 49ers themselves. Clay tripping over that lady at the parade, the championship parade.
That was so good.
The top moment. The championship parade had about 5 moments.
So we're going to do like the Roasty Awards when? Thursday?
The Doobie Awards Thursday.
Okay.
Doobie Awards are happening Thursday.
Okay, so for this upcoming year, though, what we want to do is if something happens throughout the show, you got to tell us so that we can tag it, save it for next year.
No doubt. So this will be the first annual Doobie Awards, and we're going to have guest moment of the year. Loveman, get in here. You wrote it all down in the text thread.
We are cooking something up. Wait, 1 second, Loveman. Should we allow Baldy and Bonte to spoon while they do the interview so I can finish what we're working on?
No.
Well, I don't know. The way you just worded that kind of threw me off.
Yeah. Let's no.
Well, you do the interview with Baldy and then
No spooning with Baldy. You got to be part of the interview. Love it. So what's the Doobie Awards? What's our topics? Here are morning mail in today.
Here are our official categories for the first annual Doobie Awards.
All right, wait 1 second. You got to give me like a drum roll or something.
I know we need to get like an Oscars themed bed here, but
Oscars.
So
you put too much on one Jake's plate.
It's all good.
Well, he did pull a Brock Purdy and showed a lot of promise early on.
I know. Spinoni somewhere scratching his belly laughing.
God, Madsen, you look sharp as hell. What is that hat? He's wearing like a coyote hat of some sort. It's incredible.
It's one of the Copa de Diversión hats for Corpus Christi.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
I didn't get anybody else at this station a gift, but I got you one. So grab it and come onto this show and open it up at some point. All right? Maybe crossover. All right.
Maybe crossover.
All right. What are the official?
We got. Oh yeah.
See that we vamped there to give Jake some time.
Jake.
Greatest moment. Hold on. Greatest moment. Michael Hernandez. Don't tell us all of Kevin Barlow's dirt.
Oh, that was TMI.
And he just took the next day off. It's like Kevin Barlow's looking for you.
Yeah.
I forgot all
the tap dancer.
I forgot all about the Kevin Barlow.
Sorry,
mode.
KB.
That was great. Woo!
Yeah.
All right, love it. That's on you.
All right, so our categories are:
You're
we have
killing
our
this.
guest moment of the year.
Guest moment of the year.
Hey, a lot of people are going to think Xavier McDaniel.
Okay.
The double dump.
All right.
Definitely, that might be the betting favorite right now. So
Rick
these are just the
Barry's
categories.
got it.
We'll announce the nominees tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Nominees tomorrow? Okay.
Nominees tomorrow, then, of course, the awards on Thursday. So we also have guest of the year, so kind of like our regular guest, who is our top regular guest throughout the year. We have our roasters of the year,
Nice.
those who listened to us and showed us our love. We're going to show them a little love back.
Yeah.
We have our roasting moment of the year, so not involving a guest per se.
Okay.
Just what was the kind of the wackiest moment or most memorable moment of the show.
All right.
And then this we got our freestyle of the year. So take your guess, take your bets on who wins that one. But so
between
those are
Shasky, Mr. Britt, and Duke.
I didn't submit a freestyle this year.
Nominees tomorrow.
I don't think
you hit a freestyle last week.
Oh yeah, but that was more like a chorus. I don't think there was a flow.
Nah, there was a flow.
Still counts.
Yeah.
Still counts.
Yeah. Interesting. I like it. I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm super ready for this.
Wear your best suit because it is awards season.
Oh, should we wear suits Thursday?
Well, I mean, I'll be wearing my Pebble Beach golf outfit.
Maybe I'll come in wearing a suit, all three. Well, no, because I'm going to sweat right through it because the AC doesn't work.
It's too hot in here for wearing a suit.
We can roll out the red carpet going into the studio, have a little photo op.
Wow. I'm seeing some of the roasters here. I mean, some of the moments. Anna's getting a lot of love.
Oh.
Greatest moment was Bonte getting called to get the ring.
Yeah, that was a classic.
That was on my birthday. I mean, birthday got ruined.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming.
He backed away from the microphone. It's like, things went sideways after that.
I felt like Belichick with that 7-second pause.
Whistleblower was the funny segment. Oh, the fake bum rub.
Oh, that was great.
Remember the fake bum rub?
I do remember. He tried to book Latavian Milton, the kid who does hood rat things, and we found out he was in jail.
Speaking of freestyle, the fake bum rub needs to be part of that. Remember he freestyle? Right. He started singing for us?
He did. He was really good.
He was really good.
God, we were laughing our butts off.
Oh, my gosh.
That was great.
Moment of the year, Kyle Kelly said that Tyler Miller smoking fat choppers live on air during the parade. He wasn't in the back of a smoking big fat joints.
The parade was awesome. I do think it was a top moment in Bay Area history
top moment
this year.
for us.
No, just in general.
Yeah, no doubt. In general.
I thought it was a great parade because for so long we were stuck indoors.
Right.
And I think it was a beautiful day, which was like so rare in San Francisco. And it was just such a celebration of Bay Area culture.
Right.
It was such
Parade
an awesome
was up
day.
there. That was a great day.
It was a great day.
The shot at the end where like Klay Thompson turns around, you have all the Warrior fans falling down. That was like one of the coolest images I've ever seen.
That's a great call, Sam.
It was so much good vibes that day.
There was a lot of good vibes. A lot of cool moments on the road.
Great day for confetti angels.
Yeah, well, we saw you love it.
Well, I was thinking that you've got a bunch of moments, but Raj Mathai winking at you before you guys went live on television was like the minute you knew you made it. Not me, your buddy, your brother who loves you, waking up every day with Raj Mathai, who you barely know, winking at you before you're about to go live on simulcast.
Dude, we've discussed how Raj Mathai walks onto a football field.
He struts.
He struts like no other.
I know.
And I'm like, man, this guy is unbelievable. And his smile and his smoothness. And I was just like, damn, that's a professional.
I know.
What the hell am I doing here?
I know.
Like, it's good. But, like, I thought he was going to take my job on Warriors pregame live with that performance during the parade.
If I am like one of those dogs that's homeless and scruffled and you pick up at the adoption center, right? Like the shelter, then Raj would be like one of those, the dog show award-winning dogs, right? The way that they
Madison
prance
Square
and walk.
Garden. Yeah,
Yes.
no doubt.
Like, that's the way I would describe
perfect
it.
haircut and everything.
I'm more like Tramp in Lady of the Tramp, I'm like stuck outdoors.
Oh, man. Best moment. One of the best rants. I think we're going to have a best rant category. It's got to be yours from Aaron Judge Day.
Well, what
It
about
went
you?
17 straight minutes.
What about you running Shanahan out of town for 7 weeks straight?
I didn't run him out of town. I never said he was on a hot seat. I just, was on his line. I was ticked off with Trey.
The king banged his scepter and wanted him out.
I didn't want him out. I never wanted to fire. I never
made a decree.
No, Lubman, I never said fire Shanahan. I never said fire him.
You said hold him accountable.
I said hold him accountable.
Okay.
Hold him
There's
accountable.
a big difference.
Hold him accountable. I'm not going to snitch, Guru, saying that, he was going to, he needs to go. Last year, people were saying Shanahan should fire himself. I never got that crazy.
No, that's doing too much.
Yeah, that was way too much. Way too much. Shanahan, I wouldn't want any other coach.
If I were to ask you who had the biggest come up of the year, guy who came from nowhere into something, is it Brock Purdy?
Or is it Jordan Poole?
Jordan Poole's a good one. You know what? Jordan Poole's a really good one.
Purdy's knocking on the door, though. Purdy's knocking on the door.
Be everywhere I go. Brock Purdy.
Everywhere.
That's what everyone says.
Everyone. But Jordan Poole, we can't forget about his come up.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up.
What about Andrew Wiggins?
Andrew Wiggins is a very good call. Wow, that's a loaded category.
It is a loaded category.
Wow.
It's Kyle Shanahan that had the biggest come up?
But we already knew he was good. We knew he was good.
I think
I did.
He's not going to win the category, but a sneaky pick could be Dre Greenlaw.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
Or Hufanga.
Hufanga's a good one. Hufanga's definitely a good one. Wow. It's a loaded category.
It is a loaded category.
But it just goes to tell you how sports gives you new characters that you fall in love with all the time. It's it's like real life Game of Thrones.
Nope. No, it's been a lot of come-ups. Mike McDaniel, Michael Hernandez saying,
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, no doubt about that in Miami. I think Robert Saleh, even though he was a Jet coach last season, I think his come-up has been big time.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, well, there's just Bay Area. I just want to throw Dan Campbell and Jared Goff in the category.
Well, I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, I am rooting for them too. Brandon Ayuk, taper down a little bit, Brandon Ayuk, but that's because, you got all these weapons. You got a different quarterback. I do think he'll be a factor. Sam Lubman, biggest come-up, according to Ernie Chavez.
That's a good one.
Sam Lubman almost caught a home run ball during the Giants game. Remember that?
That's pretty funny. How about his question to Tom Brady?
Where's that at?
Did we save that?
Did we save that Tom Brady question?
So Tom Brady comes to Levi Stadium, and he's dressed in the weirdest, white parka. I don't even know what he was wearing, with a beanie.
Right.
He looked like Pinocchio. He's definitely seeing the same person that Michael Jackson saw.
Right.
And anyway, point being is he's fielding questions from the media.
Right.
And Sam gets in there.
The last question.
And literally Brady walks off on him in the middle of the answer. And it was just I was very proud of him.
Let me know if you got a one take, Jake. Well, no, not yet. They'll cook it up. We're just throwing them curveballs left and right. But that was what Big asked. He asked Farhan a question. What about the gap? Have you guys closed the gap between you and the Dodgers?
Yeah.
And then Beckley hopped on his bandwagon and followed up with it. And Farhan kind of stiffed him. It was like, I like Lubman's question better.
Oh.
I mean, Lubman's
Andrew Piggyback Bagley?
Dude, oh, man.
I love Bags.
Maybe Lubman should be ready for the Athletic. Well, then that means he will no longer be.
No, don't do that.
Yeah,
don't do that. He also got exclusive with Rodon and Jock Peterson.
He did.
I mean, he's doing a lot
He's
of
in
work.
that dugout.
Larry June.
Yeah, Larry June. He got the Larry June drop.
What did you ask Larry June, by the way?
I was like, Larry, can you do something for us? And Lubman was like, yeah, all right, so this is what you're going to say. Bonte Hill, morning roast.
And he was like, I'll do it from here.
Dude, Lubman. So you got Larry June.
Uh-huh.
Got his whole crew.
Yeah.
They're all wearing shades and shades. And
super dark out.
Super dark out. They're wearing shades. Larry June is, who knows what Larry June was talking about. He was doing some stuff on TV I've never seen before. But then, and you got all the weed. And you got Sam Lubman there with his little bomber jacket.
So are they smoking in the gatehouse?
No. Can't do that. But you can smell it. You can definitely smell it. And Lubman's just right there. It's a who's who in Lubman. And he walks right through everybody. And it's like, Lubman's got some heart, man. Lubman's got some heart.
He does. I got to give it to him. The guy's fearless.
He's a lone white boy who can walk on the block on 3rd Newcomb. And they're just like, it was, all right, whatever. It's just Sam Lubman.
In his Letterman jacket.
Here's Lubman's question to Tom Brady.
The final question of the presser.
Yep.
Give it to me.
What's it like going against this 49ers pass rush and the pressure they have on you today?
They were good. They got a good rush. They got great players. They got a good rush. They got great linebackers. Got a good scheme. I can see why they're the #1 defense. We obviously, we didn't do a good enough job in any area of our offensive to score enough points. And I'll go out this week and try to do a lot better job than I did today.
And then he was done. I like how he stumbled in the middle of the question, too.
No doubt. Oh, wow. The Joe Starkey retirement interview was a good
that
one.
was very good.
That was a good one. Bonte called the Niners the stinky-ass Niners. That was last season, not this season. I haven't done that this year.
Yeah.
I haven't been the stinky-ass Niners. They didn't drop to 3-5. We also got Baldy's breakdowns, moments of the year.
Yeah.
Lubman's pitch to Aaron Judge.
Oh, very emotional.
Very emotional. Very emotional. We had some emotional.
If you want to hug an Excel spreadsheet, come with me.
With that said, let's bring in Brian Baldy.
Baldy!
Hold on. Oh, get him to Jake. One take, Jake. You got to help him out, Lubman. Before we get Baldy on, we have to set the tone. It's always Shark Week when Baldy comes in here. Brian Baldinger, he's getting ready for the new year. It's Shark Week, baby. It's time to eat. And he was down at SoFi Stadium covering Titans and Chargers, shaking hands with LT. There we go. There we go. And we love Baldy, as this segment is brought to you by Boxer Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We love Brian Baldinger. He's going to be a nominee for Guest of the Year, no doubt, in our first annual Doobie Awards on the Morning Roast this Thursday. Coming up, you don't want to miss that. Will Baldy get an award? We shall see. But Baldy, good morning, my man. What's going on?
Good morning, Bonte. Joe, it's good to be with you guys. I'm here in a hotel room in downtown Los Angeles, overlooking the city of Angels. Here, I can see it's a pretty clear day, so it's a good view. Good to be with you guys here today.
No doubt, it's good to be with you too. And we haven't had a chance to catch up after the Niners beat up on the Seahawks last Thursday in Seattle. I mean, Bosa was everywhere. George Kittle had his finest hour, and then that man named Brock Purdy continued to look composed, and they took over Lumen Field, and there was no doubt. They were opening boxes with NFC West hat and T-shirts with division champs all over it. What a performance for Brock Purdy last Thursday night.
I agree. I mean, look, he's thrown 2 touchdown passes in each game so far. You know, against the Dolphins, the Bucs, and then, against Seattle on the road, handling the elements. I mean, you can – I know you guys hear the same thing, but there's a spectrum of views about Brock Purdy. Oh, he's not doing anything special. Oh, it's the system. Kyle Shanahan's calling plays. He's got the best talent. Well, you still got to go do it. You still got to go find George Kittle. You still got to step up in a pocket that might be a little dirty at times and keep your eyes up. You still got to do all these things. And, outside of maybe one throw where maybe Ryan Neal could have had an interception, and those things are going to happen, I don't know what you can't like about this kid. And you can say, well, can they win a Super Bowl with him? Well, none of us know that. I mean, everybody wants to answer that question. I don't know if they can win a Super Bowl with Jimmy. I don't know if they can win one right now with Steve Young. I'm not sure who they can win one with. You got to go do it. But, all you can do is go, I think the kid is only going to get better with every time that he gets a chance to go play. And every game presents new challenges. Washington's a really good defense. They've got a really good front. The Giants scored one touchdown against them the whole day. It took, 18 plays to go do it. But the fact is that I don't care who he's playing. The guy's been impressive. And I don't think that the 49ers knew he could play like this. I don't think anybody at Iowa State knew he could step in and play like this. And I'm anxious to watch him Saturday night on Christmas Eve.
We obsess, I admit it, I obsess with the physical traits. Oh, look how big and strong this guy is. Look how he could throw this guy. Look at the evasion in the pocket. For me, the intangibles for Brock are like popping off the television. He got a cadence jump at the end of a quarter. They didn't go for it, but that was really sharp. They've been lining up. I think they only had one delay a game, which they blew a timeout. I don't know. We could argue about that later. They threw from the 1 yard line twice when they were backed up against their own end zone. And then him sliding inbounds, in that situation while sticking the ball out. There are little things that he does really, really well. Am I too hyped up about those little things, or are those the kind of things that you're looking for from any quarterback?
No, I don't think you're too overhyped, Joe. I mean, all you can do is go by what you've seen, in the 3 games he's played. The one thing, in addition to what you just said, which was because I kind of caught me off guard too, when they're throwing, from their goal line,
right?
And he's stepping back on play action in the end zone. That's pretty good confidence, from Kyle Shanahan to do that. A lot of ways to get the ball off your goal line without doing that. But I just think, in just studying every quarterback from around the league, I just think he's got tremendous pocket awareness. He doesn't, when he sees color or he feels color, he doesn't panic. He doesn't escape the pocket just to get away from it. He's able to live in there, and that's what you got to be able to do. There's guys, I could call out Carson Wentz. I can call a lot of guys that, man, when they just panic in the pocket.
Yep.
And this guy doesn't do it. I mean, some guys panic to the point, Joe, where they sack themselves in the pocket. He doesn't do that.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, breaking down Niners and Seahawks as the Niners clinched their second NFC West Division championship in the last 2 years. And on the other side of the football, Baldy, I was fortunate enough to go to that game, and I swear to God, Bosa, it felt like he was in the backfield every single play. This guy, I thought during this 3-game stretch, if you want to win DPOY, you got to play well against Miami, Tampa Bay, and Seattle. Some primetime games, and Bosa did that much, much more. This guy, I don't have any superlatives for this guy anymore. He's got to be the leader of the clubhouse for that award.
And so a couple things. When I saw the Tampa Bay,
we're gonna reconnect with Baldy. We're gonna reconnect with Baldy real quick. We got his line here. We're gonna reconnect.
He sounds like a transformer.
Yeah, no, at Baldy, he's probably in a spaceship somewhere. He's not in the City of Angels in the hotel. He's in a spaceship with the hotel room.
Like the Redeem Team, he's on a yacht off to the side of the island.
He's in a spaceship with the hotel in it overlooking the City of Angels. I can't wait to hear his answer about Bosa because I know you love Bosa.
Come on.
But
my guy.
Shasky, seriously, every single play, I'm like, this guy is relentless. Doubles, triples, swim. It didn't matter. Didn't matter. This guy was pushing the pocket. All right, let's get Baldy back out. We got Baldy back out. Go ahead, Baldy. Let's hear that answer about Nick Bosa.
Well, I was talking to Nick on the field, brief, not for a long time, but he said, "Oh, so you think Max Crosby is the defensive player of the year?" He hears all this stuff, right?
Wow.
And I said, "Well, he plays every snap, Nick. He's on the field, doesn't comes off the field. He goes, hey, I'm getting ready for the postseason. He just had, he had a firm answer. I can't play every play. They need me for 4 games in a postseason or 3 games, whatever it is. So I thought that's a good comeback. Maybe Max gets there, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But I know Nick's thinking about Super Bowl Sunday in Glendale, Arizona. So that I thought that was a good answer. But then I did this this video, Nick, the other day, Bonte, and it bothered me that they took the sack away from him. Off the pick six, Lenore, and Nick takes him down. And it bugged me because they flagged him for something they shouldn't flag him in. He's doing everything he possibly can to not affect the quarterback in a way where you're going to draw a penalty. I mean, he hit him with the scapula, like the tiniest shoulder bone that there is. Like, he didn't hit it. And, they threw the flag. And what I did was I just wanted everybody to know how hard he plays. And so I put that play last because these sacks, he's got 15 and a half, he leads the league. These sacks are important. They're important for the awards. They're important for, number one status about the best defense. There's a lot of reasons why you want to lead the league in sacks. And it's not being greedy. He plays the run as well as anybody. He gets off blocks. It's not just sacking the quarterback. It's what happens when you sack the quarterback. And all the things they got to do, the chips, the double teams, the slides, that allow other guys to win. I showed a play where Tom Brady throws an interception to Dre Greenlaw. And the only reason why it's intercepted is because literally the running back on the play is chipping Nick Bosa, and he's not out in the flat taking Dre Greenlaw with him. Like, the effect that he has on every other part of the defense is so. And that's when you talk about defense player, all the kind of stuff. It's like sometimes they just look at numbers. You got to look at how he affects the game with how teams have to literally figure him out every play.
Baldy, on that play, so it's 21-3. He gets the sack, essentially, or forces a really bad pass. Diamond Lenore steps in. Like, that's game. Like, that's the game right there. As a fan of the NFL, as someone who played in the NFL, as someone who talks about it, and obviously you consume it, you live, eat, breathe it, they've got to fix that. Like, that is a game-ending type of a play, and it feels like we're being penalized as fans, as players. I don't know. It's not even a question. I'm frustrated because I watch the product every single week, and those types of plays drive me crazy.
It's football, man. It's football.
No. Joe, your point is so valid because, what Nick would say is, look, I did everything right. I beat my man.
Yes.
I beat the double team. I got to the quarterback, and I didn't drill him into the turf. I didn't hit his head. I didn't go low to his knee. I did everything that you're asking me to do. Okay? There's such a limit now, right? And he was completely within the limits. He didn't put his body weight on top of him. He didn't do any of that. In fact, these guys are going out of their way now. Like I'd watch like Aaron Donald roll the quarterback over the top of him, like literally put him on a pillow. But they've adjusted, and that's what all you can do is all those hits that a guy like Ronnie Lott or Troy Polamalu would make in their careers. Like, we know we can't do that anymore. Players know they can't. So they've all adjusted how they target a guy, how they hit him, all that stuff. So I don't want Nick to, and I'm all for protecting the quarterback protecting defenseless players completely. We all are.
Yeah.
When a guy does everything right, which is really limiting now, and you penalize him, I have a problem with that.
So what do you do? Is it a reviewable? Because I don't really have a lot of faith that they're going to review it properly. Like, how do they fix this? Because that's a game-changing play.
To your point, Joe, they tried to do that with pass interference, and they never got that right.
No. I mean, I still don't even know what a catch is. But, like, how can they adjudicate this, Baldy? Because that was a seminal moment in the game, and it changed the game.
Yep. No, I'm with you, Joe. I don't think they can go and review it. It's because it's very subjective.
Yeah.
You're going to slow down the hit. Like, don't do that. We see so much, like they've slowed down every replay.
Yeah.
To the point where fans are screenshotting stuff. Well, you can't screenshot pass interference. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You can't screenshot helmet to helmet stuff.
No.
This stuff is up in real time. It's super fast. It's bang bang. It's all these descriptions. I don't want to see that happen, but I just gotta just give these guys a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
If the quarterback is like what happened to Tua wasn't flagged when he got his concussion. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yes.
Like, that play was a violent play. The guy picked him up and slammed him in the turf on Cincinnati. Like, flag that. But, like, just understand. And even, like, one thing that, Joe, that you should know is all these referees, all these officials, they study the game tapes to go and review all their plays and calls, what they missed, what they got right, all that stuff. Like, just know that when you're doing a 49er game, that Nick Bosa he's literally doing everything right in his power. He's adjusted the way he plays the game. So when you watch it and officiate the game, know that Bosa he's doing it the right way. Like, give him a little bit of slack when a quarterback does hit the ground.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Couldn't agree more, Baldy, on that play. But looking ahead to the Commanders Saturday, they lose a tough one to the New York Giants. You want to talk about referees. They missed a call in the end zone. Called Terry McLaurin for lining it up wrong. No pass interference at the end of the game. But I'm looking at their offense, Baldy, because we know their defense is going to be solid under Ron Rivera. Their offense and Tyler Heineke, he's just too loose with the ball. I didn't like what I saw last Sunday against the New York Giants with this Washington offense, Baldy.
Well, he has to throw the ball with such anticipation because he doesn't have a strong arm. So that's the counter. All right. Well, you love the fact that he gets the ball out of his hands and he's throwing it to a spot, and he's trusting Terry McLaurin is going to be there, or pick a player, right?
Curtis Samuel,
Dotson is going to be there in the spot. So guys that have to throw it with anticipation, it looks loose. It looks like they're careless, but if he doesn't throw it at that time, he can't drive it the way a Josh Allen, a Mahomes can. Even Brock Purdy's got a better arm. So that's the counter. Is you love the fact that he people say, well, he's that's what all quarterbacks should do. Well, not all quarterbacks have to do it. Some quarterbacks. I play with Randall Cunningham.
Right.
Randall never threw a ball with anticipation, but he had a rocket. He waited till the guy was looking at him, and then he threw it to him. And it got there lickety split. John Madden used to say, "I hate these option routes." Because, what if the guy isn't there? What if he does slip and the ball gets intercepted? That's coming from John Madden. But, yes, that's how Taylor Heineke has to play the game, Bonte.
Well, I'm looking at this matchup. I'm going to go out there on Saturday. What do they have going up against them defensively? Because I feel like this front for Washington, if obviously Chase can get back in there, it feels formidable with or without him. It feels even better with them. What are they going up against this weekend?
That's really good. I think it's the best defensive front they've seen. I don't know. Maybe the Rams with Aaron Donald. Earlier in the season, it's as good as anybody's they played this year.
Okay.
Because Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen, whether it's run or pass, they play with such great technique. Montez Sweat, if he was as fast off the ball as Nick Bosa, he'd have Nick Bosa type of numbers. He just doesn't have a great takeoff. But he's 6'6", he's 270 pounds, and he runs like the wind. This guy is super talented. They're really good up front. Those guys, they didn't have sacks the other day, but you watch Daniel Jones throw the ball. The ball's out of his hands in 2 seconds. He's not holding it. They're not taking any deep shots in the game. And so everything is just, the ball is out of his hands before, anybody could get there. They got there. It just got there too late because the ball was out so quickly. They scored one offensive touchdown the whole day.
Right.
It took them 18 plays to score the touchdown. They're sound. They're very sound. These two safeties, Derek Forrest and Cam Curl, they're really good players. You put the ball up there in the middle of the field, they're going to hit you, and they both have good range, and they got good ball skills. The two of them do.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be a physical game at Levi Stadium. We've kind of circled this on the calendar for a few weeks now as Washington's desperate for a playoff spot. Baldy, how will you be spending your holiday weekend?
Well, it's all work, I'll be honest with you. I'm doing Saturday's game in Kansas City.
Ooh, Seahawks.
All right, so that's the early game on Christmas Eve, all right? And then there are not a lot of flight options out of Kansas City. But I can get to see my girlfriend in Miami on Saturday night, and then I got a flight on Christmas night back to L.A. because they need me in L.A. We're a little shorthanded. It's Christmas. They need Baldy out there in L.A. to kind of, man the shows. So, I'm going to be on an airplane. I'm going to have a little bit of time. My girlfriend's not going to be thrilled because all I'm going to do is watch football on Christmas Eve. So, I'll be on the couch watching football.
All right, Baldy, now I got to ask you, of all the people that you've been around in celebrity, in media, in your playing career, who is the best and who is the worst gift giver?
Eric Dickerson was really good. Eric Dickerson won the rushing title in 1988 when I was in Indianapolis. And I still have a pair of cowboy boots that he made. Now, I'm not a big cowboy boot wearer anymore. My feet grew since I got done playing, so they don't fit that great anymore. But they were the nicest pair of boots I've ever seen anybody have. He was really good. Gift giver. The word I don't want to. I can't really say the worst. Randall Cunningham's cheap. We got to the playoffs with Randall. He was cheap. Like RC. The money wasn't coming out of that wallet.
He had alligator arms, huh?
He couldn't get the coins out of his pocket.
Is that not the worst though? Like honestly, when you go out to eat and you know that someone's not going to ever reach for their wallet or whatever,
He's not swiping that credit card.
It's so annoying to me.
That is, and once you get, it's not even a reputation because it's not like they do it one time.
No,
they do it all the time.
Exactly.
Like it's who they are. Right. I have friends like growing up like on the East Coast, like you'd get ready to go through a toll booth, right?
Yeah.
It's $1.50 toll. They pretend like they went to sleep, like they're sleeping. They didn't know where the toll booth.
I used to be that guy.
Like they went to sleep on you over $1.50.
I used to be that guy. Knowing the toll's coming up 30 minutes, let me just shut up and close my eyes for a second. Hey. We can tell you got a couple bucks. Oh, what did you talk about?
We had a buddy in high school.
Back in the day, right?
Yeah.
I had like this. I had an old Camaro. My first car was a Camaro. Like none of us had any money.
Yeah.
So, you want to go to the beach, right? Okay, you need, you need 2 gallons of gas. All right, so you're like ponying up like $2 a piece. 4 of us are in the Camaro. Like, where's the $2? We're going to put $8 in the car. I'm a little short-handed. I'm a little short-handed right now. I left my wallet, at home.
You know what they call that in Menace to Society? You got snaps on the petrol?
You got snaps on the petrol, yeah.
Come on.
Snaps on the petrol.
Come on.
Oh, man. Hey, Baldy, man, happy holidays to
Merry
you
Christmas, buddy.
and your family. Merry
guys.
Christmas. Yep. We'll talk to you after the new year.
Yeah.
We're going to be off next week, so.
I mean this on not just me and B, but behalf of everybody that listens to you. Thank you for making us smile and obviously educating us. But you really make us smile. You're just your charisma seeps through the airwaves, and we just thank you.
I appreciate that, Joe. Happy holidays to everybody at the station, to yourself, and I really enjoy coming on every week. So
we love you.
We'll talk after the holidays.
Yep, after the holidays, and hopefully you get assigned out here to Levi Stadium for one of these home games for the 49ers. And we'll see you in studio. Baldy, you're the best, man. Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
All right.
God, I love that guy.
Brian Baldy, your man. He's
RC,
the best.
called
RC.
Randall Cunningham.
Randy
RC.
Cunningham, cheap. Threw a couple digs at Randall. No anticipation throwing, but he had a rocket arm. I still can't unsee that play in Buffalo as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
When he ducked under Bruce Smith in the end zone and launched it, and next thing you know, it's a 98-yard touchdown to Fred Barnett. Unbelievable.
Fred Barnett, that's a name.
That's a name, right?
Wow.
That's a name. Randall Cunningham.
Jeez, man, Fred Barnett. Certain names just trigger a bunch of other ones.
Right.
Yancey Thigpen.
Right.
Like, I think of like one name, and then I just go right down
They're all
the
those
list.
little bit, yeah.
It's hard to.
It's hard to unsee it.
I know.
It's hard to
God.
unsee it. Flipper Anderson.
I mean, come on, Flipper.
Did you ever have a football cart where you had to receive your record for the single game, 336 yards?
For some reason, if you say Flipper Anderson, I immediately pivot to 2 names: Michael Jackson, the tight end, and then Stump Mitchell. I don't know why.
Oh, Michael Jackson with the Cleveland Browns.
Yes, but I don't know why. But like in my brain, I just pivot to those 2.
Chris Berman with the highlight tool always say, Michael Jackson for the first down. Remember, he's always do that. He's always do that, man.
I
Michael
miss
Jackson.
Berman.
Webster Slaughter.
Oh,
Think
Webster
about him.
Slaughter.
He was sick.
So now, if you go Webster Slaughter, I go Eric Metcalf.
Oh,
right? Like
yeah.
These are just
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
this is my sports Tourette's.
Yeah. By the way, the Cleveland Browns went white face masks on Saturday.
I saw that. I loved it.
They need to stick with those. They popped. The helmets just looked a little better.
Yes.
The uniforms popped a little more.
Well, that's why I don't like the Viking helmet. They have black face masks now.
Yeah.
They need to go back to gray.
And they got the matte helmets.
Well, the matte's fine.
Not bad.
But they need to go to the gray face mask.
Wow, Mike Quick, San Jose Jazz fan. That's a good one. Freddie B. Mike Quick. Low moments of the show. Low moments. Somebody threw a low moment I wanted to get to. Moment of the year, replaying Guru's speech to the Warriors, propelling the Dubs to the championship.
That was very good.
Go in there and kick the Celtics' ass.
That's so good. Team on 3.
Oh, no, he said kick their ass on 3.
That was what it was.
1,
so good.
2, 3, kick their ass.
It's the best.
It's unbelievable. By the way, Willard, Guru, and Matson yesterday during cross-talk. It blew me away. It was hilarious. We're talking about fantasy football playoffs.
Okay.
And Guru's like texting Willard at like 11:30. I'm dead, y'all.
Oh, he
Or
did the
something like that.
reverse psychology.
The
on him.
reverse psychology. I did that on my boy Alex Applebaum yesterday.
Yeah.
He needed Christian Watson to score 24 points yesterday to beat me to advance in the second round. So you know how I did to your whole cheeks. Man.
Great year.
I can't believe. I was like, dude, Christian Watson's going to go off on the Reds. He goes, why are you trying to jinx me, man? And I was like, man, I had Justin Herbert. Screw him. And then watching it came, and the clock's running up like, man, tick, 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 tick. Come on, baby. Come on. And then that last drive, I was like, go ahead, get a little touchdown. It's all good. Game's over. So now I'm playing Big Dog City. However, in my Players Club League.
Okay.
So I advanced to the playoffs in 2 of the leagues.
Okay.
Darrell Wright's league.
Uh-huh.
There's 2-week playoffs.
That's ridiculous.
14 playoffs.
Ridiculous.
2 weeks each match.
Don't like
so
it.
I thought I won. I thought I was going to the championship. No, you got another week, right? And my matchups look awful next week.
Oh, that's not good.
But the one league I'm in, the number 1 seed in, the Players Club, that's been around since it actually predates the internet.
No.
My guy Jay Harris, shout out to Jay Harris out there. He's the number 8 seed with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Jefferson on his team, and James Conner.
Monte.
I know nobody cares.
No one.
But hold on. I got to get this out. I lose to him 162 to 140. If I played anybody else,
You would have won.
I advance.
Yeah.
The top 4 seeds lose. I lose because Zay Jones scores 3 touchdowns. Zay Jones.
You know what this is?
So you know what? That's my low moment of the year.
You know what this is?
What?
The world's tiniest violin playing for you.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Low moment when Bonte tried to say mob figures.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Boy thought he was out of a job.
I mean, if I did it, I'd be out of a job.
Look. You can't say that. This isn't Filmo. Time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right. We got a Niners injury update from Richard Sherman. That's right. The former Niners cornerback said on his podcast that he heard from the Niners coaching staff that Javon Kinlaw could be close to a return to action as soon as next week. Kinlaw has been out since week 6 as he recovers from his surgically repaired knee. Kyle Shanahan said Friday that Kinlaw practice window would open this week, but did not hint at which game Kinlaw might return for. Hopefully the D-line gets a boost from their former first-round pick, Javon Kinlaw. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We've got Anthony Slater. Slate's coming up. Talk some dubs here on the Morning Roast.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and provitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus XFi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Christmas is in season on the Odyssey app.
Whether you're out shopping, cooking up a Christmas feast, or just decorating the house.
The Odyssey app has the playlist for your holiday season.
Like Christmas classics,
Disney Christmas,
country-fied Christmas,
Viva Navidad,
hip-hop Christmas, and more.
It's all here on the Odyssey app.
Download the free Odyssey app today. Search for holiday stations and get into the Christmas spirit.
That's AUDACY.
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
the Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. All the UPS, FedEx drivers, longshoremen, engineers, plumbers, cops, CHP officers, checking those dudes who are driving the speed limit, teachers, students, baby mamas, baby daddies, strippers getting off work. It's cold winter out there. The stripper industry is not booming right now.
Cold World Hustlers?
It is cold world
Kids
out
from
there.
the East Coast
Yeah.
and kids from the West Coast.
You know,
basically one and the same.
It's tough out there. It's tough out there in that industry. Anyway, Slater needs a few minutes, so we'll get to Slater in a few minutes. By the way, I'm just looking at YouTube, and the Xfinity Mobile text line during the break, and of course Twitch. Low moment. Bonte didn't know who Weezer was and kept calling him Little Weezer, thinking they were a rapper. That's right. High moment for me was I'm not going to read that.
You can read it.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Great moment was when the Rose was coming at Windhorse for the Chickbook Championship. So much so that when we got back to Boston, all those ESPN employees were coming. Windhorse is a nice guy. Why were you guys coming at him? Why were you guys coming at him?
Yeah, Friedel had to stand up for us.
And cousin Nick is going to join us tomorrow on the roast.
Is he?
He's joining us tomorrow.
Nice.
He's like, I knew it when he signed on. He didn't know what he was in for. We came hard at Windhorse for that one. And I think Bob Myers and a couple people were like, yo, thank you for that. Thank you for that. So we held it down with that one. Wendy was shook. Let me see.
What do you get a man with 4 rings? Like, what does Bob Myers' wife get him for Christmas?
I don't know. He probably is like, yo, I don't need any presents. Oh, the low moment of the year is when the chat was disabled for a week. That was a low moment for everybody.
No, actually, the funniest part of the Wendy interview, and Michael Hernandez is all over, is when I asked him what he was having for lunch, and I didn't even mean to do that kind of
that was
joke.
a different interview. I think that was a different Wendy
so
interview.
Mad,
yeah.
and I wasn't even trying to, but
I know. I was like, bro.
Because he was talking about how he was sitting courtside all day, and, we're a food show, and...
yeah, that was... Well, it's fun. I forgot all about that. And then you're like, yo, we could just go to Original Joe's.
Yeah, I think he thought I meant like a heavy joke.
Yeah.
That was not my intention.
No. X-Men interviews. Everybody's talking about X-Men. The first time, you weren't here for the first X-Men interview.
No.
Poor Langford was over there, which is now his Twitter avatar, where he was like, yo, because like he dropped a little, hey, kick their ass or something. I was like, I kind of chuckled. I was like, all right. He's not. And then he started off slow and he just turned up.
Now Langford has left us and he's moved on to a real job, KCBS.
So biggest come up: Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Brock Purdy, or Stephen Langford.
Oh, that's a good one.
Nice guy.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a good one. Another good one. One of our. I don't even know if he's a nominee, but he should.
Who?
Anthony Slater.
Oh yeah.
95.7 Game Insider. The Doobie Awards are happening Thursday. Anthony Slater's been a great guest for us, but he, I heard he was on Willard and Madsen yesterday, so I won't hold that against him. Anyway, Anthony Slater joins us.
The boss is gone when you get double booked back-to-back days.
Back-to-back days. Slater's not complaining.
No, he ain't.
Checks are cashing, baby. That's how he affords tickets to cold-ass Buffalo to go watch the Dolphins and Bills on a Saturday night.
Ouch.
Slater, you thaw out yet?
Not really. I mean, I didn't go anywhere. I mean, it's 38 in New York. I guess you thaw out a little bit in 38, but yeah, that was a scene. It took about 2 hours to get out of the stadium.
Oh, wow. So give us I want to hear about this because Shaska and I want to go to Buffalo so bad for a Bills-Niners game out there at Orchard Park. I guess, what do they call it? Highmark Stadium now or some crazy stuff. Anyway, what was it like going to Buffalo, the pregame scene, the tailgating scene, and then obviously taking it 2 hours to leave? Yeah. What was it like out there in Buffalo?
It was isolated. And there was like a... it was really like, as you guys saw eventually in the fourth quarter, but even before the fourth quarter, snow came in. Like, snow had came that day. The lot was like, looked like, to me, I've gone to Tahoe snowboarding. I'm sure you guys have gone and done stuff like that. It was like if you took like a Tahoe parking lot and put it
Anthony.
outside an NFL.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Anthony.
Yeah.
I have never snowboarded.
Okay.
I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I've only seen snow like 4 times in my life. It's a big insecurity on my behalf.
Wow. All right. Well,
we didn't have money, bro.
I mean, do you think a brother from Fillmore saw the snow? We saw the snow like 8 times.
I snowboarded on PS2.
How many black people you ever see snowboard or ski? All right, maybe that took a left turn.
No, that's actually pretty accurate.
Brothers don't like the snow, man.
Cool Runnings, Bonte Hill.
Malik Yoba.
But keep going.
You'd have a real interesting time in Buffalo then. All right. So it's like a 25, 30-minute ride from downtown. Like I said, you're very isolated. It's a little, I guess, you guys have not been to Lambeau, right?
No, but I heard like Lambeau's right in the middle of a neighborhood or something like that.
Yeah, this is similar. I think Lambeau's a little bit more unique, like Wrigley style in a neighborhood. This is more like outskirts of Buffalo, but there are some houses and random bars around, but it takes a while to get in, a while to get out, but it is, there's a drunk scene. Now, what I will say is I think the table breaking is a little overrated. All I saw were these tables that were like pre-broken, essentially, and guys would just keep jumping into them and then like put them back together, jump into them. So that part I thought was a little overrated.
So, all right, did you get a chance to hang out with Stephon Diggs courtside at the Toronto game?
I didn't. I'm a working man. I can't, and he had just beat the Dolphins the night before. I mean,
Can't do that. But it was good to see Jordan Poole dap him up and score a career high 43 and playing with pace. Now that's 3 straight halves that Jordan Poole is playing well. The 21-point second half against Philadelphia, and then what he did in Toronto, which is definitely a key for the Warriors moving forward without Stephen Curry. If he plays at that pace and he's just calm, doesn't over dribble, we'll see the Jordan Poole from March and April from last season.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a little of a tough balance for him because remember his first couple of years, what were they begging him? Hey, 0.5 basketball, make decisions quick. When you go to the G League, it can't be sitting up top dancing with the ball. You have to like catch and move, catch and drive, catch and shoot, whatever. Just do it in 0.5 seconds. They were beating that into his head for a couple of years. Well, now, at least this season, the problem has been like you're almost trying to make decisions too quick. It's just get it, go, scatter, get to the rim as quick as I can. And they've tried to tell him like stop rushing, calm down a little bit. So it's been this weird balance back to you saw it the other night. I mean, even the way he's coming off like high screens, it's like kind of gliding into a jumper, reading the big man, taking the mid range if it's there. He's not rushing the three. When you see it, like he catches the ball in transition and he shoots it before he even gets like feet set. Essentially, that's when he's in a rush. When he's challenging Joel Embiid at the rim, like he did in Philadelphia a few times. Like it's just more under control, and it's weird. Like I said, because they've had to balance back, I guess his tendencies, but it's looked good. And again, you don't want the silver lining if you're the Warriors of Steph Curry missing as much time as he's going to, but this might wake up Jordan Poole and make him look like the near max player that they paid him to be.
I think a lot of fans like myself were, hey, Jordan Poole's got to play better. And I was listening to Steinmetz, and he's like, well, what about Clay and Dre? I mean, they're the two Hall of Famers. Don't they need to elevate their game? It feels like even for the one game, Dre really brought it. Not that Clay wasn't bringing it. He had a couple big shots down the stretch. But, like, those two as well need to help uplift this situation for a couple of weeks while everyone's out. I know we keep looking at JP, which is fair. But don't Clay and Dre got to also bring it on a nightly basis?
Yeah, if you're telling this team to go 500 or near 500 without Steph Curry, like, you need to check a lot of boxes. It can't just be Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
It's, like 7 players, basically. We could go down the list. But those are, 2 of your other highest paid players. And I would throw Andrew Wiggins in there. He's got to get back at some point and help out.
Well, how close is he?
It sounds like he's probably not playing in New York. Then they have, 3 days off before the Christmas game. So, I'm going to shoot around. I'm in Penn Station right now.
Sounds like construction or scaffolding.
No,
like
this guy's
Klay
going to
Thompson.
go hit up the Gucci store.
Anthony Slater don't rock Gucci, man. He don't like the material.
Well, the Vans outlet then.
Yeah.
There's Vans outlets everywhere. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see Wiggins maybe to start the homestand. We might learn more in about an hour. But,
okay.
One thing. Go ahead, Anthony.
To your point on Draymond and Clay, Draymond's not going to hit 3 threes basically to start every game or probably ever again. But that did seem to settle them into a win that they needed. That I expect them to be playing with more confidence tonight because of that win. I trust what I've seen from Draymond all season to bring it. As far as Clay, it's a little tough with him because I think during this stretch they do need a few like Clay volcano games, he randomly scores 41. I think you saw it late last season without Steph. He scored like 33, 36, 41 to end the season.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want him chasing those games. We've seen that chasing those games, like he kind of did in Philly, I think to start, is destructive. So, you on Christmas, like to beat Memphis, you just might need Klay Thompson to get really hot. But if he comes out of the game looking to get really hot, you might just basically lose because of that. So it's difficult, but you're going to need Klay to be efficient over the next month and efficient on probably a pretty high volume.
Yeah, one sign, good sign for the Golden State Warriors as we're talking to Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game, insider here on the Morning Roasters. Dante DiVincenzo stabilizing things. I know he started the last couple games, but stabilizing things for that second unit. He's starting to feel good. I know his father's been traveling on his trip with him. So Dante DiVincenzo, that's a good development. If he can hit some shots, that's a bonus. But defensively, I thought he got into Fred VanVleet really well Sunday against the Raptors.
Yeah, I think he needed a little time off the hamstring injury, and I remember even talking to him in training camp. He came back slow last season from his ankle injury, and it's difficult for role players to hey, they need time to get in rhythm. That you kind of, hey, look, you're getting 12 minutes, you got to come out and be yourself in those 12 minutes. But I just think he needed adjustment time, and you've slowly seen what the idealized version of him is, kind of like I guess your third, fourth guard. And the way he rebounds, it's not like a sexy thing to discuss, but I really think it's been a huge help because last season they were first in rebound rate for a while as a team. A lot of that was Otto Porter, Gary Payton, Steph rebounded really well. Some of those fringe guys rebounded last year. That was an underrated part of when they fell off a cliff defensively. Is they just were a bad rebounding team for about a month. And I think he had a game where it was 7 rebounds in 17 minutes. He's always flying in and ending possessions. And I just think that, along with he's hitting shots right now, which is kind of the question mark with him. It's why he probably didn't get paid this summer, was his shot. If he's hitting shots, he's going to do the other little glue stuff. And clearly he's a Steve Kerr type player.
He just makes a lot of winning plays on the court. I love watching him play. He sees the floor. He gets guys open. Like you said, he's underrated rebounder. The guy that I think a lot of people were worried about was Jonathan Kuminga. He only plays a couple of minutes, and then I guess the report came out that he's got some left knee soreness. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, he's icing his knee during the game a bit. He's had small knee problems early in his career. I mean, you guys remember, maybe you don't, but to open his rookie season, he missed 3 weeks. He wasn't even available with I think it was a little patella thing. So just I think the way he plays, the way he bursts, there are some nights where maybe the juice isn't there. And I think, to be honest, I think they just saw that early in the game the other night. I know he only played 5 minutes. He was a little bit low energy, low, whatever you want to call it, juice in those 5 minutes. And I had not heard that led them to they didn't rule him out during the game. Kerr just didn't go back to him. But the fact that he's popping up on the injury report, should play tonight, but with left knee soreness is a signal that was bothering him a bit the other day.
Be a nice little double dip for the Warriors. Maybe they could split. The Knicks, though, are hot. They've won 7 in a row, and the Brooklyn Nets they caught fire as well, winning 10 of 11. Although you look at the schedule, they're feasting on bad teams. Something the Warriors have been unable to do so far this season. So it should be fun in New York City. Anthony, we'll be looking for your reports at The Athletic.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony. Good stuff as always. Anthony Slater, one of our favorites here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. By the way, we're going to try to find this 925 Xfinity mobile text line. One of the best moments of the show this year was the tornado of terrible takes.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
I do.
Mattson created that, and it was
right.
Nick Wrong.
Yeah.
Who was it? Colin Coward.
Ferdell.
Oh, yeah, he did make that. Who else made it?
I did. Was anyone from our station on it?
Oh, I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not sure, but Lubman's looking for that. I kind of want to hear that. I forgot all. There's been a lot of moments, man. I forgot all about it. One take, Jake's looking at me like he found it. Lubman, you found it?
Terrible. Do we have it?
No, we're still searching for it, but we do have a slight bit of news. The Giants press conference for today introducing Carlos Correa has been postponed.
You got to be kidding me.
That is all the email says. So I don't have any further details beyond that.
People are sick everywhere right now. It's going around. It just is. It's going around.
I've been wearing a mask around just in case.
A lot of people have.
I mean, it's sad.
Hey, dude, my cousin went up to Tahoe. I'm very jealous because I rented an Airbnb in Tahoe and I couldn't get through Donner Pass, and then they didn't refund me. But he said it was colder in San Francisco yesterday than it was in Tahoe the last couple of days.
It was cold yesterday.
It was super cold.
It was cold. I kind of liked it, though.
I do, too.
I like that. I don't like... Anna puts the heaters
on
everywhere. How many times have you
seen snow? Because I legitimately have only seen real snow, not like going to Marine World USA and going to the snow fake snow exhibit.
Less than 15 times.
Wow, that many? Wait, more than one.
Well, because I went to Tahoe one summer, maybe a year after high school. Stayed in the cabin, maybe for 3-4 days. It was snowed in, so that was snow. We were having snowball fights.
Oh, nice.
Snow's overrated to me.
Only you would have the snow is overrated.
Snow is overrated. It's cold. It's hard. If you hit somebody,
snow.
I see somebody get hit in the face with a snowball. Got a black eye. It's dude, that's not fun. You used to look fun as a kid. It's not fun. Getting hit in the face with a snowball, it hurts, man.
Jake, I don't know if you know this. Bonte went on this long rambling rant about how he hates towel giveaways at sporting events because people get hit in the eye.
They do
at games.
They laughed at me.
Flash forward, I made fun of him for weeks. Flash forward to Game 5, I got great seats, and this little girl is in front of me, Dodger fan, and they gave out towels, and she's waving the towel and it's hitting me in the eye of Game 5 Giants-Dodgers.
Yeah, I told you.
I was miserable.
People don't know how to wave the towels. It's dangerous.
The king
All right,
has a decree.
I did say I've been to Tahoe in the summer where it's beautiful.
Of
and then
course.
Tahoe in the winter
course.
when it was snowing. Excuse me, I misspoke there. But also, when I covered the All-Star game in New York, they had the snow flurries coming
nice.
down. It was cold. I still got the picture on Instagram. It was 9 degrees.
Oh, 9.
And real feel made it feel like negative 23.
It was Dan Marley.
I like that. Dan Marley, Thunder Dad.
You like that?
Yeah, he used to coach at Grand Canyon State.
Look at you.
Former Phoenix Sun.
Look at you.
Dude, the East Coast cold,
Look at us.
it's not fun.
Jake,
It's
you're
not
from
fun.
the East Coast. What do you think about the weather out here? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. What do you think about
What do you
the
think of
weather,
the
Jake?
weather?
I mean, my hometown, we got like 100 inches of snow a year. So,
What?
we would have snow days all the time. There's like no better feeling than a snow day, especially when like you didn't do homework the night before. Oh, so great.
So are you a skater?
Yeah, I snowboard. Love snowboarding.
Oh. Interesting.
Dude, I don't know what's going on behind the glass, but like
There's a
Lubman
lot
and One
going
Take
on.
Jake was sitting next to each
I
other.
know.
What the hell is happening
I'm trying
today?
to find the Warriors' bad takes montage.
Oh, it's all good. It's not that serious.
Well, I've been working on something special, and Lubman, I got to get this out. I got to get that out. I'm like, dude, just don't worry. The boss isn't here. Just don't worry. You put all that on pause.
Yeah.
What people want to hear is entertainment this morning.
Look, reads, plug to shop.com. Plug 9570gameshop.com. Hey, 9570gameshop.com. Go shop. Go shop. Shop.
Is this the worst
9570gameshop.com.
sports week we've had in a while, even though there's bowl games?
It's just everybody's having. It's weird. Like Christmas on a Sunday.
Yeah, it sucks.
Christmas Eve on a Saturday. It feels like just another weekend to me.
Christmas and New Year's, all holidays really, they cannot be on weekends.
No,
we
they
need
can't.
to have our weekday automatic, government issued holidays.
It doesn't feel like I can't sit down and watch a Christmas story. I love to watch a Christmas story every Christmas. Ralphie, A Double Dog Dare Ya.
Really?
Yeah, I love
That's your
that
movie?
movie. I love that movie.
Really?
Oh, I love it.
I'm surprised.
I love it. It's
well,
funny.
but you are an old white man now.
I mean,
so
I
that
am.
doesn't
I'm kind of
surprise
like,
me.
look at me. I'm wearing a jersey over a long sleeve.
You look like
collar.
AT&T Park first
Dude,
5 years.
I mean, gosh. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Somebody wants to call us during this week. Jay, San Jose, what's happening?
Help save us.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, so talking about bad takes, Damon Bruce had a bad take when Thompson was having a slump. He was kind of like on him as far as he's not going to get it back and kind of alluding to like maybe it's almost time to trade. But Stephen A. Smith was on the side of, you know what, this is one of the best shooters. He's eventually going to shake it off. And Damon Bruce was just like not having it. Like he was saying that Stephen A. didn't know what he was talking about. And I get it, Stephen A.'s entertainment and all that. But I have to say Stephen A. was right on the hit the nail right on the head on this one.
Look, we talk into a microphone for 25, 30 hours a week. You're going to have a lot of opinions. People cling to the ones that
we're all wrong.
That are wrong. That's
Dude,
fine.
it's-
Like, it's not the end of the world. I've been wrong many times before. I'm married, so I'm wrong every day, constantly. I'm not. People are wrong all the time.
Dude, listen. I've been tagged to so many Shanahan clips
Mhm.
that we've had this year alone.
Yeah.
And Garoppolo, it's just it never goes away. It happens. So I told a dude, I said, "Why don't you tag me the stuff I was right about?"
Because it's
you want to think me about McCaffrey?
It's harder to find those clips.
Our high water mark. No. Hey, no, Jake's so rattled and loved it.
Yes,
So rattled.
they have no idea.
Yeah, it's not that funny. Because the McCaffrey trade, we're all popping champagne and celebrating, and it manifested on this show. Can I get tagged in those clips? Instead, I said Shanahan wasn't a guru. I get tagged in it.
Who do you think would be the host of the year at the station?
Wow. It's probably Gurus. He's a runaway. I mean,
You think?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, he's definitely in the running.
I don't think we're in the running.
Yeah, no.
No chance.
No. But if they need me to read something, I'm there.
Hey, listen, most overrated host. I'm at the top of the list.
If the check cashes.
King, what? Please. Overrated.
So the Warriors, they got to split these games, right? Like they have to win one of
Guru
these.
did fire Shetty after week 3, so I've never fired Shanahan. I could claim that. I've never fired him.
You just held him accountable.
I held him accountable. I may have
You
said,
put him on a wanted poster.
I may have slipped up and said he was overrated. I lied. I apologize. He's not overrated. Okay? Okay. Correa, Tyler Miller, YouTube. Correa has changed his mind on the Giants after being in this weather for a couple days. What if he said, "Yeah, I'm good"?
Well, that's my favorite story about Candlestick is they took him out there on an afternoon in the middle of October, and they were like, "Look how it was like the mid morning. Look how beautiful it is in October. It's like the 2 weeks of the year. It's gorgeous." And they didn't realize, in June, July, August, and September, when you're playing night games, it's going to be 42 degrees.
Oh my gosh!
With a helicopter pad of wind.
They really duped us. Top moments of the year. 888-957-9570. Low moments of the year. 888-957-9570. We're reading a lot of them on YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line as well as, and I'm seeing the Carlos Correa's news now, it's been postponed. That stinks. That really sucks.
I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah, what's going on? That really sucks. Also, Warriors.
I hope he's not getting cold feet.
Warriors and Knicks. I'm always excited when the Warriors go to Madison Square Garden.
It's always awesome.
It's always awesome. Playing Julius Randle, Draymond hitting 3 threes in the first 90 seconds of that game against Toronto.
Yeah.
And hopefully JK's okay because they need Kuminga. They need this guy. If they want to win another championship, Kuminga's going to have to play about 20 minutes a game and defend some of these top dudes like Luka.
It feels like Moody, I never know if he's going to get into a game or not. I never know what, there's no rhyme or reason to his particular minutes right now. And that kind of frustrates me.
That is.
I want to see him play over Ty Jerome. I don't get it. I don't get the Ty Jerome
I'm
thing.
with you. Ty Jerome's not an NBA player, in my opinion. Play Moody.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Let him play through his mistakes. Because when he does get he played 11 minutes the other night, didn't even take a shot.
I know.
Come on, Moody. Come on, Kerr.
Who's coaching the Knicks these days?
Thibodeau.
Is it him still?
Yeah.
He hasn't been ran out yet?
No, not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. Did you know a true story? By the way, Wally Serbiak said some things about Tyrese Halliburton. I don't know if you saw this clip.
No, Wally Serbiak. That's a name I haven't heard of.
He does Knicks pre- and post game.
Oh.
And sometimes he does the West Coast trips with
Wally's
Walt Frazier.
World, yeah.
Wally's World.
What
he basically
college?
called Miami of Ohio.
Look at you.
Went to the tournament. He went in on Tyrese Halliburton the other day.
Why?
Called him a fake all-star. Had a little wannabe fake all-star Tyrese Halliburton. Look at him trying to jack up threes from the corner.
Whoa. Zerbiak. Takes one to know one.
Damn. Talk about personal. Jeez, Wally.
I did not see that. I missed that.
Yeah, no, it was like, dude, what did Tyrese Halliburton
It feels like this NBA season, there's more chatter off air than there is on court.
So much. There's a lot of beef going on in the NBA, dude.
A lot.
The
rap world's really colliding with the NBA right now.
Yeah, well, Cameron went in on Ben Simmons.
That was great.
You got Kevin Durant going at people. Oh, one last thing. Did you see Giovanni Bernard get interviewed?
I did. I wanted to ask you about that.
Let's do that on the other side.
Yeah, I do. I want to ask
you. And then I know
that.
You got your thing cooked up.
I got to finish it. These guys are all over the place. Sam, put down everything. The only thing that's important right now is you and me. It's like a love letter.
It is. Look at Lubman, dude. He is
so locked in.
Lubman and one take check, man. What happened?
He's emailing Farhan his displeasure with canceling the press.
They knew I wasn't going to be there today. It's like, well, if Lubman's not going to be there to ask questions, well, what's the point?
Yeah. Draymond hasn't had a podcast this season. I mean, it's coming over the game sponsored by Fruitball Bake, full service baking, no compromises, and the Department of Healthcare Services in calhope.org. We'll get to Giovanni Bernard and Wally's Word on the other side and wrap up this show.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world, right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
In Larkspur, it'll be partly cloudy, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last-minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in-store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz of Steiny and Guru, 12 to 3 on 95.7 The Game. Now let's get back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky, two guys who know it all when it comes to Bay Area sports, and they'll be sure to tell you about it.
Damn right. Don't forget to tune in to Warriors Live today on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Shout out to all our YouTubers, Twitchers, and Xfinity mobile text line. You guys have been awesome all year long. 925, great moment. When I told you to play me in Madden, and your name was Get Your Ass Beat 1925, and Bonte replied, I will never play someone with a PSN like that, so he can post it on the internet and say Bonte sucks as Madden. You're damn right. When you got a name, Get Your Ass Beat 1925, I'm good. I'm good. Guru should definitely be host of the year for the speech alone. Dante Wiley, I agree. Probably is a host of the year. Guru, hands down.
No doubt.
Hands down.
If we had a mascot here at the station, it would be him.
Phil's a what?
If we had a mascot at the station, it would be him, right? Like,
yeah, I think so.
And I mean that in an endearing way. I don't mean that in a condescending way at all. I mean that sincerely.
He would.
If the comment section was a real life person, would it be Steiny? Loveman smiling.
I'll leave that one alone. Drew, there's a lot of YouTubers who's going to be roaster of the year. I mean, there's a lot of great candidates. A lot of them. That's going to be a tough award to give away.
What was your favorite part of this entire year for you? Personal, professional. Pick professional, please.
Pick professional. Honestly, it's not just one moment. It's whenever we go out and beat the roasters. It's always my favorite, either at the Gatehouse, SoFi Stadium. Remember we were in Boston, our first day there. We leave WEEI, we go to a restaurant, and this guy runs out, Joe Shasky?
That was incredible.
And he gives you a hug. He's like, Bossy, come here.
I forgot about that.
And then we sat down and ate, and the waiter gave us a free shot, just like, yo, you guys are legit. I love watching Mully. And then homie gave us a free shot of tequila.
Well, you got to take it back. We go to Prime, is it Ocean?
Prime, something like
Prime,
that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
One of the most expensive places in Boston.
Well, because you got all the money, so
well, and I walked in. We wanted timeout.
We wanted
a good meal.
Yeah.
All right, we weren't going to go to some hole in the wall shack. All right, we were going for a good meal, and then I was wearing a Chris Mullen jersey. We had giant backpacks, so we got our laptops and everything in there. And everybody's dressed to the nines back there. Everybody wears a suit in the East Coast. That's one thing I really underestimated.
Right.
They dress so prim and proper. It's like, yo, it's 85 degrees, y'all. Yep. Like, why are you wearing a suit? We walk into this 5-star restaurant, and the waiter comes over and goes, Mully's my favorite player of all time. Boom, next thing you know, double shot tequila.
Yep, no doubt.
When in Rome.
I mean, so I think for me, meeting all the roasters, whether at the parade, whether at the Gatehouse, whether at Chase Center, whether at SoFi Stadium, Jerry's World. Yo, Ponte, you doing the show tomorrow? Yeah, I got a red eye. Yeah, we're going to left. Like, that to me is my favorite part of this whole situation, is meeting all the fans who listen. They take the time out because they don't have to listen. They don't have to watch. They do it every single day, man. So that means a lot to me.
Well, I love
professionally, that means a lot.
I love when people tag stuff on the internet and they're like, look at you idiots saying X, Y, and Z.
Right.
Shanahan should be fired. Joe, you said Clay was Kyle Korver and all that. Look, man, at the end of the day, do I make you think? Do I make you laugh? Do I make you want to rip me through the radio waves and hate my guts? If it's one of those emotions, I'm doing my job.
Yeah, no doubt. So that professionally for me, you know, we've gotten good ratings, which is great. You know, we've had good interactions.
We've had great ratings. We've been very blessed, and it's because of the roasters.
Very blessed. It's because of the roasters, man. It's because of the roasters. We've had a lot of great moments, including this one, the tornado.
Oh no!
Of terrible takes. Oh, want to take Jake?
Jake was on fire. He had like a 12-game hit streak, and now he's 0 for his last 47.
He's Mike Benjamin.
He can cut some sound.
14 hits at Wrigley Field over a 3-game series, and we never heard from him ever again.
Was Mike Benjamin number 14 or number 18?
I don't remember.
I gotta look this up.
It was quick. By the way, breaking the chair. Man, that was
Mike Benjamin, number 18.
18. Wow, that's good knowledge. That's sickness. Remember that Wrigley Field? Remember that Wrigley Field series?
These Giants jerseys need to come back.
They do.
The curvy SFs. Yeah. They need to come back. They need to be in the rotation.
All right, here's the tornado.
Get rid of the city.
Tornado of terrible takes. Oh, forgot that.
That's right.
Tears on cloud.
But I don't think they're winning a title anytime soon, and that means the dynasty is over. I think AD and LeBron in L.A. for the next 3 years together, in my opinion, neutralizes Golden State from getting back to the finals.
And I also think, and I don't think this is exaggeration, the Warriors dynasty, I think it ends tonight. It lasted 5 years. You got 5 finals. You won 3 titles. This is about how long they last.
Where Colin was wrong.
Bogut's retiring. Boogie's not coming back. Katie won't play next year. Sean Livingston probably quits basketball.
Oh, wow.
A lot of size,
Still going.
a lot of length, leaving Oracle. They're going to look a lot like the Portland Trailblazers, but a better version. Dynamic coach, backcourt, 2 great guards, and then not enough size and not enough scoring in the front court.
Hell of a script he's reading.
NBA dynasties, 5 years is generally the norm. What about the Spurs? What about them? 3 titles, 5 years, Tim Duncan's prime. Then they didn't win for another 6.
Wow.
All these dynasties have an expiration date.
It's great.
Players get old, injured, and tired of each other. That's what it really is.
Wow.
The 3 tiers in the NBA that end a dynasty: age, injuries, and bickering.
Why do all
say
the
this right now, but to be honest with you, I don't see the Golden State Warriors bringing home another championship.
Y'all gonna sit on First Take. You and Dominique Foxworth
Shannon.
are going to sit on First Take and say that Steph Curry will not be in the conversation for a championship in the next 4 years.
Wiggins is a bad basketball player. He's owed $95 million over the next 3 years, starting next year. It's unspeakable they did this. Listen, people think I dislike the Warriors. There's things they've done that have irritated me. But going into this year, I said I thought they could be the 6th seed. I thought that if Clay came back at the end of the season, they could be dangerous. And that starting next year, we'll see if they can rejuvenate the old Splash Brother 15-16 team and be dangerous. It's over for them now. We will never see Steph in another NBA Finals, ever. They have no path forward. Draymond's 30. Clay's 30. Steph's about to be 32 when he takes the court again in mid-March, one would assume. They are Draymond, Wiggins, Clay, and Steph next year. $128 million for the cap. Cap's $115. They have no way to get better now.
Wow. Tears of a clown. The tornado with bad takes when it came to the Golden State Warriors.
Who did that championship hurt the most? LeBron or the media?
Oh, it hurt Nick Wright the most.
You think?
And Perk and Nick Wright.
Well, Perk's also on the post game for the Celtics. He does the equivalent of what your show is.
Some would say it hurt Steiny the most.
No, you think? He revels when everyone's happy. He loves to come in and just throw salt on.
So that's what I'm saying. The Warriors winning the championship. I was like, damn it. I'll run out of Steph takes.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know. What are you going to do?
Nick Wright.
What's Steiny doing this week? It's too cold to golf.
I don't know. You should text him. Ask him. Let him know what's Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see this after the Tampa Bay game? I guess Giovanni Bernard, there was some miscommunication on the punt.
Yeah.
I missed this. I missed most of this game.
Giovanni Bernard was still in the league.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah.
But the media came scrambling for him.
Okay.
And in the locker room, this scene happened. Check this audio out in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers locker room after they lost to Cincinnati and blown a 17-0 lead.
Gee, I'll talk to you this week.
Well, you were injured all year.
What have you done for us to talk to you about all year? I talked to you Tuesday. Don't say you're not talking because I didn't talk to you all year.
You were also injured most of the season, too.
Just relax.
Can I go to my family that I have outside? And
You
all
can.
of a sudden now?
Just don't say we didn't talk to you all year.
We just wanted to ask for your perspective on what happened
You're
there.
involved in one of the biggest plays of the game. Okay. Thank you, Jim.
I appreciate your time, we do.
We won't hold you.
We would have talked to you in the season, but also you were injured.
Just tell us what occurred on the punt.
Miscommunication, that's all it was on my part. I take complete fault for that.
Was it a fake?
I don't know. It was complete fault. My fault. That's it.
Is this something the team hasn't practiced?
It's all me. All me. That's something I did wrong, and that's all.
So you were
It was all
aware?
on me. Yep, number 25 out there. That was me. I was the one that did it.
But were you aware
it was
that
just
a
me?
fake?
Yeah, I messed up.
I understand that, but we're just asking if you knew it was.
I
We
messed
just
up.
didn't know if it was a communication.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
Thanks, dude.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
By the way, FYI, the Carlos Correa presser today to introduce him to San Francisco was postponed. The Giants and Correa are awaiting test results. Unclear if it's just a delay from yesterday's physical or if he's just sick. So that's the update on Correa. But
I'm not gonna
Giovanni
football.
Bernard
Okay, what team's he even playing for now?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay. So, couple things. Number one, they wouldn't even let him get a word out. They were peppering him over and over. To me, it was like they're assaulting the guy verbally.
Right.
Like that's what I got anxiety on his behalf.
Right.
Now, I've never been in those scrums. I know things have changed dramatically over the years. Like that is what I think of when I think of like a 1980s, 1970s moment of a guy sitting down in his locker, hunched over, being peppered with questions. To me, it felt like 3 or 4 of them were just like on top of each other coming after him. Also, it's one of the lowest points of his career. The guy's barely – I didn't even know he's in the NFL anymore.
Yeah, well, so this girl, Jenna Lane, tweeted, Bucs running back Giovanni Bernard didn't want to talk to the media about what happened on the botched fake punt. Here's her interaction. Note, as reporters, it is our job to seek clarity on what happened, especially on the most pivotal play of the game. Yet Brady threw a bunch of interceptions and accounted for 4 turnovers. Go talk to Brady. However, they insulted this guy saying, well, you know what? We didn't talk to you all year because you don't play. What? So, as a young journalist, those are the guys I always talk to.
Yeah.
Eddie Mason Ed, who I used to do the Versus podcast with back in the day, now working with ESPN, was like, go talk to this guy. So, when OKC was playing the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals, I actually talked to Prick a lot. You know what I'm saying? I talked to some of the bench warmers a lot because they would talk and give you quotes and talk. And I was like, well, for me, I know I'm not going to get the KDs and the Westbrooks, so I'm going to talk to these guys. And it would give you great content. Draymond Green was like that early in his career, where a lot of people talked to Draymond when he didn't play as much in his first couple seasons. So for them not to talk to Giovanni Bernard, I think when I think of Giovanni Bernard, I think of Hard Knocks when he was a rookie out of North Carolina.
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out with Hugh Jackson.
Right, exactly. But for them to say, well, you know what? We don't talk to you because you've been injured, and so we don't want to talk to you. Disrespectful. Well, that's terrible journalism right there.
Here's where I struggle with this whole, like, there are ways of writing the story. Like, you don't need the quote from Giovanni Bernard to be able to break this thing down.
No, and for somebody to say, what have you done to make us talk to you?
That's mean.
Who the hell is that journalist to say something like that? What have you really done to make us talk to you? What?
Didn't it feel like they were like peppering him? It felt like, I mean, I don't want to use the B word bullying because that triggers everybody, and I'm not going to say it's bullying per se. It felt like they were not allowing him to come up for air.
Yeah, no doubt. And so he just took responsibility, and he was a pro's pro. He said, I messed up. It's on me. Can I go see my family now? It was uncomfortable.
Yeah,
very uncomfortable. And some media members, which not all media do this, like Anthony Slater, great media member, right? Does a great job. I think Garrett Burke does a great job. Monty Paul does a great job. It's not about them. It's about the players. But you get journalists like that who give us all a bad name. Feeling entitled. Talk about, well, you don't deserve for us to talk to you. What? Without the players and without the fans, we have no stories. We have nothing to talk about. So that was very, 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 that made me sick. I didn't see it until yesterday.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I mean,
don't understand it. And then you get this, Jasky. Listen to this. Wally Serbiak on the Knicks postgame show discussing Tyrese Halliburton.
A one-point game and awful possession by the Pacers. And I don't know what Grimes is thinking here. You don't stop in the coffin corner unless you're planning to call a timeout. I was screaming at the TV, call a timeout, call a timeout, call a timeout. So we got 1 point game, 18 seconds left. Step back. Mr. supposed wannabe fake all-star with the big miss there, and then the rebound by Randall. And then Randall iced the game with all the free throws. Last chance down 3 for the wannabe all-star. Let me keep it that way. He's in his second year. He's a very good player. He's not going to make the all-star team. A guy like Julius Randle or Jalen Brunson will make it over Tyrese Halliburton. Tonight we saw why. Oh, it's his third year?
Third year, yeah.
Yes, you're right. Okay. But just an awesome performance. I mean, overall, the defense was stifling. The team, I mean, the Pacers played well. They made some tough shots in that third quarter. I mean, they fire up those threes, but they got some shooters, and that was just a great performance in the fourth.
I mean, they got
wannabe all-star.
There is a lack of respect for others. Like, it's one thing to do something tongue-in-cheek.
Right.
Like, I've had many different bits where I'm tongue-in-cheek going at somebody.
Right.
But, like, again, there's a twinkle in my eye, as our famous Gary Radich used to say.
Yep.
That felt very disrespectful, especially from somebody who's also an NBA player. There's a lack of, I think, human respect back and forth in general that really gives me the heebie-jeebies when it comes to some of these interactions.
Yeah, that's whatever. Some people want to do their job that way, fine. The Tampa Bay thing, I watched that yesterday. It made me very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. It's disrespectful.
Let me ask you, because I still don't get, like, the quote. Like, when I think of the great writers or the people that cover teams, it's never like the quote that they get from somebody. It's the body of work over many, many, many years. This incessant behavior that you have to get the quote from the individual.
Some of these major companies want that headline. They want that quote because they want to go viral. They want the clicks and they want the views and they want all that stuff. And so it has to be that quote. Got to hit the quote. Got to get the money question in. Some players just made it. Like, well,
I've never bought, for me, I've never bought a newspaper.
I want it for the story, for the writer.
I need to see what Kyle Williams said after the NSC championship game loss. To this day, Kyle Williams, like, and I always feel bad for him, but like, I'm pissed that he did what he did in the NSC championship game. I also thought it was so dumb that we were doing like death threats as a you're a low, sick person if that's what you're doing. Simultaneously, I do not remember any part of my body going, I need to know what he's saying.
Yeah.
I need to know what Kyle will, like, he screwed up.
By the way, Dante DiVincenzo doubtful tonight. Non-COVID illness for Dante DiVincenzo as the Warriors get ready to take on the New York Knicks. That's going to be a tough blow. Tough blow. No, see, like Bruce Jenkins before, I think Bruce Jenkins kind of went to the right a little bit, but every Saturday I look forward to his 3 Dot Lounge column.
Yes.
There's no quotes in there.
No.
It was just a bit by bit piece of information about all the sports around the world. I love that. I loved Rattle's columns at the time, even though I saved them for last because I needed a dictionary for his columns. Like, you're right, Shasky. We don't read the stuff for the quote. Now, the quotes are cool when somebody says something funny. Great, awesome. Like, you know who I am, Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's
cool and all. But
but you don't print that.
No doubt. So
it's just I find it interesting that like there's this. I've noticed in sports media from afar, and then now that I'm inside of it, there is this. I have to ask you certain questions, whether it's to go viral or whatever. And I believe this is just my not all. I'm painting with a very broad brush that may or may not be fair. I think there are a lot of people that are covering a certain sport or team or whatever that have very minimal fundamental knowledge of the sport they're watching or the team that they're covering and the history and the backdrop. And so they absolutely have to be peppering someone to get that quote because they got nothing else to break down for the rest of the game.
No doubt.
And I'm like, that's on you.
Yeah.
Mark Spears was talking about this where he was covering baseball, right? And your buddy Mark Spears, and he says, I realized I don't really know baseball.
Yeah.
But I really know basketball. I need to go cover basketball.
I need to cover hoops,
And that really hit me hard because I was like, there's so many people that I know that are writing, talking about certain sports that really don't have a great grasp on them.
It's like Gus Johnson calling soccer games, right? He's like, it was a great experience. But I'm a basketball announcer.
He didn't know what he was doing. Yes.
Right, I can't be covering soccer. What am I doing?
Me doing, water polo.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
No clue. Anyway, let's get to the stuff that you've been cooking up all day.
Why, is it done?
Is it done?
I don't even think he's finished it.
It's not done?
We were trying to work on it. These guys have been doing all kinds of other things.
This got to wait till tomorrow?
I want to bring Madsen and Willard in so I could finish it and then come back.
Love it. Tell me what's going on. What's up?
I don't know how you and Madsen working on it during the last break.
It's pretty. Well, why don't we bring Madsen in here? He'll take my spot. We'll listen to it. We'll come back. Does that sound like a deal?
Well, why don't we get to our flex moment? We can do that while we do
flex moment. Get out.
Perfect.
Get Madsen. Bring him in here.
I'll be back. Yep.
All right.
Flex
moment of the show.
It is.
I think we both agree the top moment is Steph Curry game 4.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It's not even close.
I don't think there's a close second.
No. The only other thing that I think would rival it was Debo, like just Debo Samuel in terms of like performances throughout a year.
Yeah.
Last year and what he did in the playoffs sticks out in my head so much. Where he has the arm completely ripped in the Dallas game, but go to the Green Bay game, it's 3rd and 6. They hand him the ball. And they get themselves in position to kick a game-winning field goal.
The Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Flex moment of the show. Warriors and Knicks tonight. Little top moment of the year. Top moments of the year in the Bay Area. We got the Warriors game 4. Well, Stephen Curry game 4 with the 43 points at TD Garden against the Celtics to even up the series at 2 games apiece. You got the Niners going to Dallas, Debo Samuel. You got the Giants signing Carlos Correa. What about Brock Purdy? Is that a top moment of the show? Lutman, get in here.
Well, I'm going to throw in Game 6 against the Grizzlies. I was at that game. That was a lot of fun. You had a Game 6 Clay. You had Loon going off. Steph dropped 29, and now, again, that's the third biggest thing of the night. And that was just such an epic night. That was the night that, for me, I realized, yeah, they have no issues with the home crowd advantage here at Chase Center. And also memorable, that was the night I got COVID. So very memorable Game 6. And, yeah, that's one of my high points.
Probably hanging around me there, how you got COVID. That Game 6 against the Memphis Grizzlies. All right, the Warriors grabbed 70 rebounds in that game. 70 rebounds. And that's when they went back to the starting lineup with Looney, Draymond, Wiggins, Clay, and Steph. And they said, the hell with the small ball lineup. Kevon Looney became a grown-ass man in that game. 22 rebounds, 11 offensive rebounds, 11 defensive rebounds, 22 overall rebounds, 4 points in that game. Andrew Wiggins was huge. 18 points, 11 rebounds, lockdown defense. He had a monster fourth quarter. Klay Thompson, as you mentioned, Lubman, 30 points, 8 rebounds in that one. Draymond Green, 15 rebounds, 8 assists. Steph with the 29. He really went off in the fourth quarter. That was monumental. Game 2 against the Mavericks, I think. Moses Moody coming off the bench. Kevon Looney with a monster third quarter, 13 points in that third quarter. I thought that was huge. So a lot of big moments there. Aaron Judge. Top moment was when we thought Aaron Judge was on the Giants for 5 minutes. That's UC Steve. That could have been a top moment. That became a low moment. It's probably the lowest moment of the year. Aaron Judge not signing with the Giants. Lowest moments, SoFi Stadium losing the NFC Championship game to the Rams. That was brutal. Jock Peterson getting the soul slapped out of him by Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham. The Warriors, and somebody want to take Jake Minson, Draymond Green, Jordan Poole. We're not going to bring that up. That was a very low moment. Trey Lance getting hurt, low moment. The pick 8 in Denver, low moment. So we've had a ton of low moments. But then the high moment with Stephen Curry in Game 4, that was pretty damn cool as the Nets introduced Justin Verlander at Citi Field. It was really awesome, shutting down the Grizzlies, shutting down the Mavericks, and then beating the Celtics. Awesome moments. I think for sure the Steph Curry is a top moment of the year here as Dante DiVincenzo is doubtful tonight against the New York Knicks. Let's bring in Matson, top moment of the year as we get Matson and Willard in here, having a lot of fun on a Tuesday morning here on the Roast. Matson, top moment of the year for you in the Bay Area.
Man, that's tough. Top moment of the year.
Steph Curry Game 4?
Easy for me, yes. It's Steph Curry Game 4, and it's not even for me on a personal end. It's not just the game and the performance. It's the fact that I took my 2 boys to the Chase Center experience on that one, where that game was in Boston. So I've never done something like that before.
Oh, going to the watch party.
I went to the watch party. I took my boys to the watch party at Chase Center. It's a very unique experience, right? It's not like being at a game, but it's different. It's different when you're watching that on the big screen and you have other Warrior fans around you and you are in that sort of environment of being in an arena. Down goes the keyboard. You okay over there? But yeah, that's the first thing. That's the first thing that pops out because of the angst that was involved in that game. Like he was otherworldly, and he had to be, and it was in doubt the whole time. And you just sort of felt like this is it. Like they're either in this thing or they're not. And for me, that's when you asked that question, that's the first thing that popped in my mind.
Yeah, and it was the moment, and the reason I'm right there with you. I was not at the experience, or the Chase Center experience, but it was that moment because I'm like everybody. I love Steph Curry. Like he might be my favorite athlete of all time. But there was the detractors that would come at him, and his rings don't count, and Kevin Durant, and this and that. That Game 4 was not only where the series flipped, but where the narrative on Steph flipped. He went for 43 in a finals game, dragging this team that had no business winning that game. Back from the depths of a 3-1 deficit to tie the series at 2. And it was Steph. It was all Steph. So that was, that and it's not close. Like more than Game 6. Because I was just watching Game 6 highlights in the other room. That was such a blowout that the suspense was gone mid-third quarter.
Yeah, Boston, remember in Game 6, they went up 14-2.
Yes.
And it was like, whatever. And I remember Mully and D. Wright, they're like, Warriors got this. And they go on a crazy run. I forget the run.
I think it was 27-0.
27-0. Was it really 27? 21 something crazy.
Man.
And Jordan Poole baked the 3 at the end of the first quarter. You're like, they've got this. And Draymond Green actually hit a big shot over Time Lord Robert Williams in the fourth quarter to kind of stabilize things and say, hey, you're not coming back. This is our championship. We're winning ring number 4. We're going to pop champagne all night long and then have a great parade. Here on YouTube, a lot of people believe the parade was the best moment.
That was so
Parade was pretty great.
You got a late rush
great.
here. You got a late rush. A lot of people were talking about Brock Purdy.
Well, I'll tell you what, don't forget that sometimes when we go, okay, best moment of the year, we sort of think of the 2022 49ers season. I'll give you my second place finisher, which is the Hufanga, the block punt in Green Bay.
That's a good one.
That's in 2022.
Yep.
And
That's a
that
good
was
one.
that was that game was so incredibly memorable. We had spent the day at Discovery Kingdom in Vallejo for my son's birthday. We get home right at kickoff. We're watching that thing, and the 49ers just cannot score. They cannot score. But defense is keeping them in it, right? We all remember the game. And it's just another fun sort of family moment on this one because I looked at my boys right as they're lining up. It's fourth quarter, and I go, they got to block this punt.
They got to block it.
They got to block this punt. And then they blocked the punt, and it was, like if you got
and then
kids,
the scoop and score.
when you get dad points like that because they're looking at me, they're like, they did it. They blocked the punt. And so that one, and then Jimmy gets the field goal drive. Debo was great. That was one for me too.
We're gonna have the Doobie Awards on Thursday here on the Morning Roast. The first annual Doobie Awards.
Light them up.
Yeah,
light them up.
Light them up. Got a lot
up.
of the underrated moment of the year, maybe in that same game, but at the end of the first half when Aaron Jones went off. What was it? A screenplay? And who was that? Jaquaski Tart chasing down Jones. Because then at the end of the first half, what happens? They block a field goal to keep the game at 7-3. That gets lost in the shuffle during that entire playoff run.
I hate for Tart.
Mostly because
so many really good moments as a 49er, and he was a week away from his most memorable moment being the opposite style. But
the week 18 was in January 22 as well.
Mm-hmm.
That week 18 comeback.
That was
Sean
an unbelievable
McVay
game.
Celebrating in the end zone with his team.
Same
he was
day.
in the end zone.
Dude, think about that day in the Bay Area.
There?
Think about that day in the Bay Area.
Second quarter.
He's in the end zone, high five, and Niners come back and rally from a 17-0 deficit. And that same day, Klay Thompson makes his return to the NBA at Chase Center against the Cavaliers.
That's right.
And has that dunk at Chase Center.
Yep.
That was a crazy day in the Bay Area. Crazy day.
Yep.
As Shasky
Absolutely.
returns
I stole your
here.
seat, Shasky.
Yeah, he stole the sheet. As you are listening to
You gotta turn your mic
95.7
on.
The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1, San Francisco. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game, but be sure to like and subscribe to the channel where you're there. You guys on Crosstalk yesterday had me dying.
Oh my gosh! Well,
Guru was on one.
Guru's quitting, and I didn't even see. I'm sure the Green Bay defense did enough to knock him out last night. So Guru, apparently that was the last fantasy football game of Guru's life, and I get it. But I'm the opposite. I'm here for it. I've watched football with people who come into the home and they're like, what on earth is happening in here right now? And I'm not talking about 49er games. I lock in for the 49er games. In fact, that actually causes a little bit of a fight in my house because I'm like, look, red zone goes away. There's a Niner game. And they're like, well, then you need to pull the second TV in here because we're watching red zone. And so we get in this argument. But my point is when the Niners aren't playing, and this is just the way my brain works, I've got enough compartmentalization.
Bandwidth?
Thank you. Very good. I've got enough bandwidth to do the 17 things that are happening at once.
That's not bad.
And it's really good. It's really good. I'm going to use that next year. My fantasy season's over, but I'm going to use it next year. That's really good.
He didn't need to look behind the glass. All he had to do was high-five Kyle to validate that joke.
I looked at Kyle and I was like, yeah, that's a hitter.
That's a hitter. That's a one.
That's like when Jay-Z walked out after he recorded the Blueprint in 3 days.
Yeah,
He's like, I knew that's a banger.
This is done.
Wait till you hear the banger we created.
But listen, the red zone this week, fantasy playoffs.
Dude.
I was 4 for 4 and going to the playoffs. But the one league I was the 1 seed in, I got knocked out.
Yep.
And I was going against Zay Jones and Patrick Mahomes.
Zay Jones, same thing. I texted a buddy. I go, I just lost. My fantasy's over because of someone named Zay. What the hell are we doing?
And I ripped Zay Jones all the time when he was on the Raiders. My best friend, Big Dog City's a Raider fan. I'm like, Zay Jones, this can't be your number 3 receiver. And in a 20-second span on red zone, they go to Jacksonville, Zay Jones throw a touchdown. Then they go back to Houston, Patrick Mahomes throw a touchdown pass. And I'm like, damn it.
It's over.
I'd play anybody else, and I advance to the second round.
The 1 seed means nothing when you get to this week. But I get it. Your brain is almost rooting against itself constantly. I even did this stupid, and this is the classic thing in fantasy. I was in 2 playoffs last week. I'm going against Justin Herbert in one of them. Herbert's playing for me in the other one, but I'm here for that. Like I get how that makes people go like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's
like,
why.
What the hell are we doing right now?
I do the best I can, even if it's overdrafting. I try to, because I have 2 teams. I went down to family and friends. That's it. Those are the only 2 leagues.
Yeah.
And I did everything I could to try to draft the same
players.
team.
Yep, same here.
Because I'm sick of it.
See, but I do the opposite because
I
then
know.
if it's a bad year, then all your leagues stink.
Yeah, I went all in. I went all in on Josh Allen. I bought the stock. I drafted Josh Allen in the second round.
That works.
And it worked out for me. I got 1 team still alive. I got 2 teams still
Guru
alive.
drafted him 2nd overall.
I'm not mad at that.
Honestly, the quarterbacks,
Crazy person.
The quarterbacks with like rushing upside, it's not crazy to take those guys.
No, it's
early.
Justin Fields ended up being a great pick.
Right.
Yeah.
If you took him, 14th round or
if
whatever.
you're able to hang in there. Yeah.
All right, I got something special for Bonte. I got everybody gifts and stuff. Mark, I would have got you a gift, but the host makes too much money.
Yeah.
So
you don't know what I make.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you're doing Fox Sports
I know you
National,
work for
right?
Odyssey, so you can't be making too
You don't
much.
know what I make there either.
No.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I apologize.
I still do a
I
Fox
didn't mean it
Sports
like that,
National
Mark.
Radio. A little bit of Pac-12. Mark's dipping in sauce.
There's also a reason I need 12 jobs. But anyway, go ahead.
Preaching to the choir.
Kids and a bunch of problems.
So, Bonte is now the king, right, of Bay Area sports media. I don't know if you know this.
It's not even close.
Now, I've noticed that he works with one of my favorite guys of all time, Chris Mullen. And, Run TMC was something. And I saw Sleepy Floyd, who does a lot of graphics for us, and he's freaking brilliant. He put out like a Run DMC. Is that what it was?
Run FBC.
FBC.
Festus Bonte Chris.
So, in honor of Bonte now being named the king of sports media, I put out something special for him. Another gift on top of the Florida State jersey I got him. What do you guys think of this? Okay, guys, this is the instrumental and not the main thing. We're having lots of technical issues today.
So,
well, I gotta say, good beat. I can dance to it, but I only give it a 3. I was hoping for more.
I do it from scratch. Me and Aerosmith.
Listen.
Does it ever work the first time?
One take, Jake. Who's the Detroit Tiger who hit like? Listen, who's the Detroit Tiger like?
Omar
10,
Infante?
15 years ago. He led the league in like homers for the first month of the season, and we never
Niglio
ever heard
Ordonez.
from him. No, it was
Brandon.
I just wanted to just throw that out.
Brandon or some dude. He went off, or like Brady Anderson having 1 year, with 50 home runs and never heard from him again.
Oh, now we have
One take Jake's like Mike Benjamin during that 3-game series at Wrigley Field where he had like 14 hits, came out on fire. Right, we never heard from him again. Well, one take Jake, our guy for the Pac-12 Network. First hour was on fire, drops, everything. We thought Dan Spadoni may be out of a job.
Yeah, since then
we'll never need Craig back again. Now it's like, hey, Spadoni.
He hit the tree like Sonny Bono.
Spadoni, we need you back January.
At minimum, we need to change his name to Two-Take Jake.
Yeah.
Here's our mulligan.
Let's try again. Here's our mulligan.
Our Chris Mulligan.
Here we go, Jake. We got you. We got you back.
The king of sports talk, there is none higher. Sucker whack host should call him sire. To burn his kingdom, you must use fire. He won't stop yapping till he retires. Now he rocks the roast, so come correct. Dial 957 if you want to vent. Doing dub pre and post on your TV set. Rappers hit the gatehouse to pay respect.
What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk. Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think invented you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports. What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk. Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think invented you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports.
It's not over. The roast ratings killer, there's no one chiller. Interviewing David Stern and Will the Thriller. He's one sharp fella, I know we can hang. Leader of the trademark and the Jimmy G Gucci gang. Roll to the rock to the roll. Waller Street, Monte Hill, Filmo. You can see him on TV for show. And you can catch him 957 morning radio. Come on, man.
That's kind of hot.
What do you think, Willard? The king of Bay Area.
That's the song of the day?
I'm letting it play all the way to the end. I want to experience this all the way through. It's hot. It's hot.
I mean, who put this thing together? The Scarface in the middle was just chef's kiss.
How long did you work on that?
Well, you went
in the other room for like 10 seconds.
I did it over and over. I wrote it in like, I don't know, a minute.
Somebody said we needed Duke versus Shasky versus.
How was that, Bonte? Come on.
I mean,
he's impressed and embarrassed
for Run DMC.
Yeah,
he's impressed and embarrassed.
I'm impressed, embarrassed.
Guru's gonna be so jealous.
You. I mean, it was. I'm speechless. I feel like D-Lo up there, ESPN 1320, when Kenny Caraway drops Drake bars. That's what I feel like. I feel like Drake bars. It was unbelievable, and I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless.
That's like your theme song now.
Like, I mean,
you want to be down with the king, man.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it. That's all you want. You want to be down with the king.
I know exactly what you're feeling right now. There's a level of admiration for your friend for putting that together. It's very impressive. But it's like when people are singing "Happy Birthday" to you, and you have to sit there and just wear it.
I hate it.
But that was like 2.5 minutes, not that 30-second little.
Yeah,
I feel you. No, it's. I got you.
And when they do like, are you one? No. Are you two? No. Even that's only like 40 seconds.
Right.
So combined with the birthday song and that song, got about 70 seconds. That was like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And
did it have a Run DMC feel to it?
It did.
Yeah, that was what the whole point was.
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable.
What is the text line roasting me?
So now we have the Doobie Awards on Thursday. We have the Freestyle of the Year. And Shasky's desperately trying to steal that award. He wants to steal it from Duke and Mr. Britt. He does.
Late entry?
It's a late entry.
I can hear Danny Freisinger, our old assistant program director, now. Rap music? Really?
You guys did rap music for 10 minutes.
I mean, I like rap on the side every now and then.
It's like that one.
But I don't know if our audience does.
It's like that one program director. It's like that one program director we had for 2 months in 95.7 a game back in 2018 who said, do not play any hip-hop for rejoins. Do not play any hip-hop. It will lose our audience. And we literally had to take hip-hop off the station for like a month. It was insane.
That's wild.
How'd that go?
That's where Matt Nahiga came in.
Right.
And took over the station.
And we've
been, we haven't looked back. We haven't looked back.
The greatest hits of Young Thug.
Man,
so you're worried about this Giants thing?
You're like befuddled right now. You're like lost.
Well, I'm just. It's funny.
Never heard Willer speechless.
No, it's funny because after I just sat here and talked about how well I compartmentalized during fantasy football, I'm distracted.
Why?
Something's going on with the Giants and Carlos Correa.
Uh-oh.
People's behavior right now is not normal. The press conference was scheduled for 11 a.m. today to introduce Carlos Correa.
Are you saying he's getting cold feet?
No, we're past that. But the only thing we've got in terms of a report is from Susan Slusser, who says she is told they are awaiting test results. I don't know what kind of test we're talking about. Are we talking about a COVID exam, or are we talking about a test on his elbow or his knee? I don't know what's going on.
Back injury?
Like, the big fear. Did this guy just fail his physical?
Oh my God.
I didn't even think of that.
Oh my God.
I'm hoping.
And if that happened, I mean, you want to talk about a lump of coal in your stocking.
There's a sentence I didn't think I'd hear 2 years ago. I'm hoping it's COVID.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not hoping.
Right?
Like, I'm not like
no,
fingers
I'm with you though.
Here's why I'm a little worried.
Oh man.
Here's why I have no info on that whatsoever. But the reason I'm worried is the Giants' email that just got sent to the media is very odd. This is not their norm. It was one line. Today's press conference has been canceled. Send.
That's it?
That's it. That is not communicative. That sounds terse. It sounds quick, like someone just pounded it out and send. It feels like they're nervous or something. That's not normal behavior. 3 hours before a press conference to send, if you're the Giants, this is not, and even Eno Sarris is a national guy. He goes, this is not the way the Giants usually communicate. That's not normal. They just, one line, it's canceled. It sounds like someone went, go email right now. Just say it's canceled. Send.
So then what are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating anything other than this.
Fearful of?
Like I said,
scared me.
The biggest.
I know. I didn't even.
The biggest.
Are you saying he's hurt?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying
I'm with Mark Graves. If this deal gets voided for Correa, I don't even want to go. I don't even want to. Damn. Can we play the rap again? I want to laugh again.
That would be worse than T.O. T.O. not filing his paperwork properly.
Correa had some media availability with certain outlets that was set.
Was it canceled?
Canceled.
PEDs? Start off with an 80-game suspension? That wouldn't be so bad,
listen,
right?
I'm not trying to.
You got another 12 years.
I'm not trying to sound alarms. I'm just being authentic me. I'm nervous. This is super unsettling. This is unsettling. Until we get answers, I'm unsettled.
You want to have not to get there. Hey, one take, Jake. Let's end this show to strong note. Give me the rap again. Give me the rap. I love it. Look, Shasky, I love you, man. Shasky, I really do love you, man. You're a jewel, dude. You're a diamond in the rough.
Only I can pull this one out of my butt.
Nobody else can pull this off. Jake, hit
they
the
call
rap.
me Prison
We
Joe.
need to bring this up.
There is no higher. Sucker whack host should call him sire. To burn his kingdom, you must use fire. He won't stop yapping till he retires. Now he rocks the roast, so come correct. Dial 957 if you want to vet. Doing dub pre and post on your TV set. Rappers hit the gatehouse and pay respect.
I know he loved that line.
What are you talking about, Shasky?
Hit
I'm
the
the king
gatehouse.
of Bay Area sports
So
talk.
good.
Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy.
Who do you think is better than you, Shasky?
I'm the king of Bay Area sports. Doggy. What are you talking about, Shasky? I'm the king of Bay Area sports talk. Come on, Shasky, doggy. Come on, doggy. I'm the king of Bay Area sports.
Come on, Shasky, dog.
It ain't over.
It ain't over. It's got one more.
Roast ratings killer. There's no one chiller. Interviewing David Stern and Will the Thriller. He's one shot fella. I know we can hang. Leader of the trademark and the Jimmy G Gucci gang. Roll to the rock to the roll. Wall of the street, but they hill Fillmore. You can see him on TV for show. And you can catch him 957 morning radio.
He's so happy. I knew this would make him smile. It's only 3 hours late.
Maybe the presser was canceled because Carlos Correa is just listening to this.
Because that was too good. They're like, we can't beat that. We're gonna have to.
They're gonna play.
We have to wait for a new day to own Bay Area media because that was too big.
I swear to God, we need the Guru Shasky duet. The album cover, which Guru has the Ray-Bans on with the chain, and he's mean bugging. And
ready.
you got Shasky.
I'm ready.
And you got a bridge over like, you got 510 Union City. You know, the like city limit
41510. San Quentin, keep the sneak.
You know, you have San Francisco population. You got Union City population in the background.
Yeah, I like that.
And then you get like 8 songs, right? And you got 3 features with Duke.
Oh, I like that.
You got 3 features with Duke. And then you got Mr. Britt with an interlude or whatnot.
Yeah.
We need to get that together.
I'm thinking also me and him in the middle, and instead of Bloods and Crips, where we're like uniting the two bandanas.
The
Cowboys Niners.
No, you can't do that because
I was thinking Lakers Warriors.
I didn't say that, Goo.
Pirates Giants, maybe.
He's going to be jealous of that song, though. I'm for sure.
Man,
Mr. Fat would definitely
the
jump on
Guru
that.
Shasky collaboration neneeds to happen.
Is the text line saying that's good, or am I getting crushed?
No, it's the text
No.
line wasn't.
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
Oh, good.
Yeah, both.
No,
that's the key.
No, but the ones who are crushing it are.
Listen, you know the YouTubers. You got your haters. You got your players.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Lean into laugh.
If one person on YouTube likes it,
is
you're
a
good.
hater.
Yeah.
You get Tyler Miller and Michael Hernandez and the company and the rest. Dante, what? They're the players.
Let's go.
Ernie Chavez got you, dog.
Ernie Chavez got your back.
United players, right
So
here.
you get E40 with the interlude. You get E40 with the intro.
I need Bosco.
Oh.
We're going real deep.
Yeah, we're going way too
when
deep.
you come and swoop me.
I'm now scared of our 12 days of Bay Area Christmas that Kyle and I are working on for Friday.
Oh,
this I don't think anything's.
guys are
working Friday?
Oh yeah, bro.
Smart man.
Taking this all the way.
No days off, dog.
Who's coming in Friday for the morning
Taking
roast?
this to the limit.
I thought I was working Friday. I think we're off. I kind of want that
It's going to
Friday
be
off.
one take, Jake.
Am I off?
I'm off.
Am I off?
I'm
I
team
don't
off.
think I'm off.
8 o'clock in the morning, Pebble Beach.
Yeah.
I just hit someone I know
really?
that works for the Giants.
Atta babe.
I know.
And I said, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
And I got all caps. I want to know too. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know what?
I
I gotta get out of here.
I don't like the vibe.
I gotta get out of here because I don't like Willard's vibe with this. I'm just gonna wait and see. I'm gonna listen to Willard.
Wait, before he
That's good luck.
Wait up, wait.
Oh,
Matt's
open your present real
I
quick.
got you. No,
Open your
wait,
present.
I want to. Do not be disrespected by the size. It's the only one they had available. Because if it's too big, no.
Wait a minute. That's the phrase we need at 957thegame.shop.com. Do not be offended by the size.
Hey, look, I don't know. And so I tried, and I figured the medium's too small. So this is the next closest thing. So
Okay.
I just hope it's not too big. If you can return it, it's got a gift receipt and everything.
Okay,
But Mattson,
great.
you've helped us on this show. You filled in. You've worked behind the scenes. So, the hosts, we always try to get good gifts for everybody. Bonte got a
is
Florida
so
State
nice.
jersey.
This
You
is
like that
already
one,
nice.
Mark?
Thank you.
Number one.
Did I do a good job on that?
No, I want to let you know
that's
that I
brand
feel
new?
obligated
That's
to
strong.
get you some.
That looks good.
Isn't that clean?
Yeah, no, open
I
this.
wrapped it too.
So at first, you did a
I
great
love
job.
wrapping gifts, by the
At
way.
first I
I
thought you did
man,
collar under jersey like on purpose.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh no,
Oh,
Bonte.
yeah. No, Bonte's turned 60 overnight.
I was like, oh no.
He's turned 60
He's like a
overnight.
werewolf.
By the way, I told the story yesterday
Full
about
Mike
the bottle of
Francesa.
wine I got you, Mattson, where you didn't pick it up for like 7 months.
Bro, I couldn't.
But was the wine good?
It was great.
Oh, thank you.
It was very good.
Shared it with the whole neighborhood.
No, I shared it with my mother-in-law and my mom, who are not, I don't want to call them wine snobs, but they love their wine. and they both
The
love it.
connoisseurs.
Yeah, connoisseurs.
I
Thank
love
you.
Mama Mattson. Mama Mattson's hella cool. Remember she came by Hilton Hotel?
She's a P1.
I wanted to do a
P1.
segment called the Sports Sommelier, where we bring someone in who's like a tastemaker.
Sports
and
sommelier.
I couldn't flesh out the idea. Oh, dude, I might know my packages.
here
I'm
we go.
sorry.
Here we go.
The Amazon
Oh, gosh.
boxes
Yeah.
just
I'm
come
sorry.
down.
This is
Let's tape.
Sorry.
This is
Let's
a
tape.
lot. This is a lot.
Apologies.
There's a lot. There we go.
All right.
Ooh, we
There's
got
a gift
lids.
receipt. Don't lose it.
Does this say lids?
Oh, it's a gift
Yeah.
card.
No, it's not a gift card.
Oh my God, I already love it.
Oh, that's strong right there. Is
Oh
that it?
my God.
That's an A's?
Yeah, Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Oh,
That's sick right there.
wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Is that cool?
That's so
That's
good.
sick as hell.
That's
I hope
nice.
it fits.
good.
I
That's a
love
great
it.
gift.
I've got a couple of the
Gotta fit.
pullover ones, and the smaller sizes just don't fit at all.
You can wear
dude,
that to
yes.
this new stadium in Vegas in a couple years.
dude.
That'll be.
That was
I'm
I'm gonna wear it when I go watch Brandon Crawford play shortstop
Such a
this
good
year.
joke.
Bonte Hill loves
Do you have
A's
that
fans.
already?
I don't. Thank
good.
you. I've been eyeing it
didn't
for
know.
I've been on their
years.
backside
Literally
for 5
years.
years, Mark.
But I never made
Those
it happen.
just took
Thank
the
you.
throne.
There's
You
no
just took the throne.
No, there's no getting off their bad side. An A's fan will never understand. It's not about the fans. It's about their owner. It's about their owner.
There's a gift receipt.
Shasky said he grew up with no money. Well, we know he's swimming in money now. Look at these
Yeah,
gifts.
seriously, dude.
Look,
Two
guys,
houses,
guys, we work together every day.
5 trees.
Oh,
5 Christmas trees. Living on a golf course. He's going to Pebble tomorrow.
Song of the year.
Pebble song of the year. Rap
No,
of the year.
Friday.
He may have stole
My
freestyle
dad's
of the
paying
year.
for it. It's my 40th birthday. My dad's paying for it. I've walked the course multiple times. U.S. Open, Pro-Ams. I've never played it. So, have you?
Yes, one time. It's playable.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Like,
okay.
Here, my one thing, my
Yeah.
one suggestion.
Layers.
Don't let intimidation take over the first 9 holes.
Okay.
It took me 15 holes.
To
The
ease in.
presence of
Yeah.
the course was over. I'm like, it's not that hard. It's playable.
Did you
No,
go
it's
one
playable.
iron,
You know
one
what?
iron into
No,
that green
no,
like
no,
Jack?
no.
This is a conversation for tomorrow. I'm getting out of here.
Okay.
Mark Willard's got me shook. He's got me shook. You guys have a
Dude.
good day. Willard and Madsen coming up next. These guys are great. Listen up, and they'll tell you what they got coming up until noon.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And Madsen obviously is in for Dibs. And look at you. You got a brand spanking new A's jersey.
I'm really excited. I might wear
And
it tomorrow.
I hope that everybody's brand new San Francisco Giants jersey doesn't have to get sent back to the store. Look, we're going to. I'm not trying to be an alarmist at all.
Right.
I want to make sure everyone understands. I don't know anything. This is not from any insight, but when you have a friend, a family member, a coworker, someone you're around a lot, for the last few years, I consider myself having been around the Giants quite a bit. And this is, when someone's acting funny, right?
Right.
Someone is like, something going on.
Yeah.
Something is not right. I'll even show this here. I'm going to show this to the YouTube audience, okay? I want you to look at this email,
You're
okay? Yeah, well, that's the YouTube. Yeah, okay. There, I mean, you got to zoom in. But, like, do you see this email? Look at that email.
there's not even a like for more information contact so and so.
Right.
That's usually what goes down on those on the emails from the PR staff. There'll be like a line.
Right, and there's all
and then
the
a bunch of
Giants
stuff
logo
after.
is there, and then okay, we're doing this, and at the bottom, my name's Matt Chisholm, whatever. Giants PR staff, phone numbers, information. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words. Today's Giants press conference has been postponed. Period. Send. And Correa's media availability canceled. He had a physical yesterday. Susan Slusser said, I'm told they're awaiting test results. I don't know what kind of test.
Oh, man.
But this is like, I'm not trying to be an alarmist. This is not coming from any sort of information. This is coming from, dude, you okay? You're acting funny. That's where this is coming from.
So and I don't even want to dive into what could it be.
Well,
because we don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the range of things, is it, he's sick and they're testing for COVID and waiting to bring him out in front of a whole bunch of people?
Honestly, right now, that's the hope. I don't want to
which
say
sounds
that.
insane.
Like, I know,
right.
like I'm not, who says, I hope you have COVID. But
hopefully he doesn't, and they're just awaiting test results.
That say he doesn't.
Is it, something where this deal's going to fall through, or is it a PED thing where he's just going to be suspended for 80 games? This is... Man,
it's
and you're shooketh.
Yeah, totally. Like I'm not mincing words here. Like this does not feel
this is weird.
Right.
It's weird.
And so if they come out and yes, whatever, it's a COVID test or who knows what kind of test results they're waiting for and everything's fine, then we move on. And then the next thing I would do, because again, when you know someone well and you're acting funny, like my first question would no longer be about Carlos Correa. It would be like, why'd you send the email that way? Like, why are you acting this way? This is not what we're used to.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Honestly, that's how I feel right now. Giants, you good? You send those texts to people? You
Bark
good?
twice if you're in Milwaukee.
Are you all right? You know what I mean? Like you see, in fact, like I just sent this to someone close to me about an hour ago who I was texting with, and the texts were coming in just fewer words than normal.
Yes.
I'm like, you sound short. Are you okay? Is everything good? Right? And the response was, yeah, everything's fine. Lots going on. Okay, get it. So you're distracted. There's a lot going on. Got you. But that's kind of what I want to say to the Giants right now. Like, why are you being so short? You know what I mean? Because here's my next, if I'm going to let fear go ahead and take over for a second. You got the one-line email, and now you've got speculation. And they hear that everyone's like, what the hell's going on? If it was nothing, wouldn't you come out and say, oh, by the way, it's not an avalanche. It's just a snowball fight. Hang out for a second. We needed to,
unless it's a health thing and they can't elaborate.
This is a big deal. This is a massive press conference for the biggest contract signed in the history of the organization. And 3 hours before it happened, they're like, we're not coming. And he's not talking. And we're not talking.
Nobody's talking.
And I'm supposed to just be like, oh, I'm sure it's fine. This is a you don't make a move like this. Oh, just move it.
So,
like if I came to you and been like, let's do Christmas on the 26th this year, wouldn't you be like, well, that's a pretty big change to the schedule.
And when I said why, you responded with, okay.
Can't talk now.
Okay. So,
all right. Here we go.
This is just a mix-up of words, but your email from the San Francisco Giants says it's canceled.
The exact email is
because
today's Giants press conference has been postponed.
Okay, postponed.
Postponed.
That's much different than canceled.
Media availability canceled.
Sure. Well, right.
Well,
that would
they're
be
going to have a press conference at some point. It's just a matter of whether or not Carlos is going to be there.
His radio interviews were also canceled.
That's what I'm saying. Right. All of his media availability that had been scheduled. Right. Yeah.
Right.
So
anyway. That's all been canceled. They might reschedule that. The press conference has been postponed.
All sponsored by ChooseChange.org. More on that. Plus, Robert Saleh said something massively significant for 49er fans yesterday that we're going to get to next. Good morning. 888-957-9570 is the number. Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch, YouTube. Chat there, comment there. Glad you're here. Let's do this on 95.7 The Game.
Stimulant use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at choosechangeca.org.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Christmas time is here with greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road or fastenersinc.net.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/20. 2023. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Jake. This is exactly what I needed to hear right now. This is exactly what three little birds are sitting on Carlos Correa's doorstep, and everything is going to be all right. Don't worry about a thing. It's going to be all right. I hope. So, if you're just joining us, Giants canceled the Carlos Correa press conference.
Postponed.
Postponed press conference, cancel all the media availability, and then go silent. So, all right, we'll find out what's going on, I'm sure. And if there's anything popping, I think our guy Alex Pavlovich, maybe in about an hour and a half or so, we're kind of fluid with him in the flow, feeling the flow, positive in, negative out. He's going to hop on, and we'll talk through this a little bit later on in the show. Also on the show today, Matty Barrows on the 49ers here in about 25 minutes. And John Jastrzemski in New York. Not only are the Warriors about to do the two-step MSG and Brooklyn tonight and tomorrow, but Aaron Judge, Carlos Rodon, all going to the Yankees. So we'll get in with Jastrzemski, no relation to Jastrzemski. We'll talk to him about New York.
Neither Carl nor Mike.
Exactly. Is that even true? 5 shopping days left? We have 5? Wait, Tuesday,
20,
Wednesday,
21,
Thursday,
22.
Friday. Yeah, I guess so. All right, so if you count today, 5 days left. Gifts for yourself and for the sports fan in your life. 95.7 The Game Shop.com. Get your relevant Brock Purdy t-shirts now.
Do that and don't try to go shopping on December 24th. There's football on all day.
It's a great point.
B, have you been outside on December 24th? It's insane.
I used to love it. I used to do it on purpose. I'm crazy like that. I used to put a Santa because I like a challenge. I like to zig when people are zagging. Like even driving around.
Zigging.
No,
everybody's out.
No.
You're just going with the zig.
No. When I encounter a parking lot in, Union Square on Saturday, December 22nd, that doesn't intimidate me. I'm like, I got you. And I like the hustle and the bustle. Like, I like being in it. I want to be in it. I want to have a Santa hat on. It's 50 degrees. Like, that's the spirit to me. It's kind of like why I got all upset when Dibs talking about a fake tree. That's just completely so counterintuitive to me. The spirit of this whole thing is to dive in, don't be scared, and go do the darn thing. There is a gift out there for the person that you love. You just got to go find it. I understand that's a little weird for some people. It doesn't bother me. I'll park in the back of the parking lot and walk. I'm okay with that. I'm not going to be that person that sits there with their blinker on in the middle of the parking lot for about an hour while everyone waits behind it. Like, I'm not doing that.
I was out.
Go to the back and just walk. Get some exercise for crying out loud.
I was out last weekend.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get to Target. And same deal. So I come down the side and then I go up one way in the parking lot. And it's the first row, and I'm picking the first spot. If somebody's backing out, there's cars everywhere. I'm not going to stop and go, okay, blinker, I'm waiting. Because now traffic's backed up, and then there's people trying to walk.
It's okay if they're already backing out. I'm talking about the people that are waiting for someone to just show up.
Yeah, no, that's not
sit
okay.
Here,
that's not okay.
Go to the back. Find a spot. Come on.
There's
Make it a game. Have fun with it.
There's a Starbucks in the same parking lot across from the Target I go to. I park at Starbucks. I get my coffee. I walk across the Target. It's the move. Yeah. Easy in, easy out.
Yeah, just come on. Like, be resourceful. Find a way. Where's your spirit? That's what Christmas is all about. And Hanukkah and Kwanzaa, all of it. Like, just go. Come on. It's okay. Accept this. Acceptance is a big part of the deal here. It's not all going to go your way, but you're going to make it. Sunday's going to be here, and all the stuff's going to be under the tree. It's okay. The other person that you're mad at, they're in a hurry too. They got a family too. They've got people they need to shut. It's okay. Just be here for it.
So that's the case with a lot of places I go, except Target.
Okay.
Something happens on December 18.
Yeah.
That when people cross the threshold into Target, they lock into a zone they don't normally lock into.
I hear you. I know the Target zone.
Usually June 7th, we're walking through, and it's just like, yeah, bopping through Target. I'm going to go through every aisle. I might walk out of here with $90 worth of stuff, and I need one can of
black beans.
Thank
Who
you.
knows?
Right, yeah, whatever.
Right.
I was going to say aerosol spray.
I don't know why you'd end up at Target if all you need is black beans, but you can get it there.
Right,
They've done a great job with their grocery section.
Coffee creamer.
Perfect.
I buy that at Target
Perfect.
usually. So, and then I walk out, and at Christmas, people lock in, it's zombies.
Because they're stressed.
Everybody's there for a specific thing,
right?
And they're gonna go, and everybody's in that back corner where all the Christmas crap is. And there's no wrapping paper left. There's no boxes. You're late. Go elsewhere. Don't walk around looking in the same spot 6 times.
I guess the point is, though, that it's okay. I've been to about 7 places this week looking for bows. I just want a bag of bows. Nobody's got bows left. Guess what? The gifts don't have bows on them this year. It's okay. Just put the name on the gift. They're going to love what's in it. It's okay. That's the way we're going to handle this whole thing.
You should print out photos of like Bo Jackson, Bo Bichette, Navarro Bowman.
Only you would think of it.
And just cut it and just like, here, there's a bow on your package. I got you.
You don't know Diddley. That's all that. Bo Diddley, a little Bo Diddley. That was the greatest commercial. Bo Diddley, Bo
Dan's
Jackson's
brother.
Oh, man. So good. No, not that. Not Diddley. Diddley. D-I-D. Anyway. Okay. Can I throw this at you? Because I was thinking about Trey Lance last night. You look over on the sideline, and Brock Purdy mania is taking over. Haven't you spent a minute or two just thinking about Trey Lance's mentals? Haven't you? Does he actually like this? Is he? You see him on the sideline, they're hugging, he's smiling. They're teammates. I get the way professional athletes think, but go deep into the soul of Trey Lance. Is he excited about what he's watched take place this year with Brock Purdy? And here we are, even yesterday, having conversations about what he needs to do to be the presumptive starter next year. And if that takes place, Trey Lance actually spent a sum total of 2 games as the presumptive starter for the San Francisco 49ers. And he will be in his 3rd year after being drafted 3rd overall, and a mountain of assets going the other way in order to get him. That's weird. Do you think he's enjoying this?
Enjoying's the wrong word.
Okay.
He's not like, hell yeah, I love being in the NFL and watching other people be better at my job. Like that, like winning at the job that I think deep down, there's part of him that's not rooting for Brock Purdy to fail, but wouldn't mind if he hit a wall here.
Huh. It's interesting.
But again,
I don't think he wants that. I think he wants maybe to do well and then just beat him in the offseason next year anyway.
Totally. But I don't think if the Niners lose out and they lose in the first round of the playoffs, that Lance is going to be devastated in the way that, like, there's going to be part of him that's like, okay, that makes my job easier.
Right. I mean,
this offseason.
yeah, big inhale. Like, okay, let's go. We're going to do this next year.
Right. But I think you see him hugging Purdy in the locker room. He's the first guy next to him on the bench with the Microsoft Surface. He's doing all the right things.
He seems like a good dude. He
Yes.
seems like a good teammate, and we've heard nothing to the opposite, right? So, but I was thinking about him last night, especially when I read this from Robert Saleh, head coach of the Jets, former defensive coordinator for the 49ers, of course. And like one thing I've really tried to do with this whole Brock Purdy mania is not allow it to turn into a negative narrative toward Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, it's not.
Like, I'd much rather be like, this is pretty amazing. Like, look at what this kid is doing.
Yeah.
And yes, we can talk about the little things that Brock does differently than Jimmy. Yeah, he moves better so he can prolong plays. All of that stuff is true, but you're never going to take away that Jimmy Garoppolo was a very successful quarterback and left on a 5-game win streak. And if he is done here, that's how I'm going to remember him. You remember him how you want, that's fine. But I'm not going to turn Brock playing well into, see, Jimmy stinks, and actually Trey never even got out of the starting gates. Listen to what Saleh said yesterday. They're talking about Zach Wilson, who got thrown back into duty because Mike White got hurt as the quarterback of the Jets. And last week they went down to the wire with the Lions and they lost 20-17. And the Jets have fallen to 7-7 after a good start. And this conversation came out of asking Saleh, hey, who's your starting quarterback next week? Well, we're not committed yet to either of them. We got to see about Mike's health, and we thought Zach did some good things. We'll see who's going to be the starting quarterback this week. But Saleh goes on to say, quote, and this is about Wilson, the frustrating thing is that this kid is going to be a good quarterback, but the NFL and this new instant coffee world that we're in just doesn't want to give people time. So we look at him, and he's nitpicked with a fine-tooth comb. Let's focus in on the instant coffee world we're in. Robert Saleh is telling you it is way too soon to assess Zach Wilson. You've got to give him time in order to grow, show what he can do, all of that. Now, you can either agree or disagree, but for comparison's sake, the guy who Robert Saleh says needs way more time for you to assess him. He has already played in 21 NFL games. And so far, he has attempted well over 600 passes, 607 passes to be exact, for Zach Wilson. How do you think that compares to Trey Lance? Trey has played in 8 total games. And we know that some of those were just like that game in Detroit where they're like, yeah, just come in and throw the ball in the end zone and touchdown and move on. He has started 4 games. He has attempted 102 total passes.
I was going to say 100.
1/6 of what Zach Wilson has thrown. Yet Saleh is telling us way too early to assess Zach Wilson. And he has literally played 6 times as much as Trey Lance. Yet I hear people all the time right now starting to move the ball down the field in terms of assessing Trey Lance and thinking, yep, I saw it. It didn't work. That's crazy.
It is.
That's crazy.
It is. But, like, you understand why, though. Like,
because there's what feels like a different, better option in the moment.
Yeah.
And if the Jets had that, there would be pressure for them to do it too. And they don't really have that. Mike White's been fine.
And I just think the bar got set so high for Lance, right? Like, they made this move because they wanted to get one of those quarterbacks that, hey, you don't need a top 3 defense to win with this quarterback or top 5 defense to win with this quarterback. You can make some mistakes elsewhere on your roster, in the post-Fred Warner era and post-Nick Bosa era where you might have to mix and match and piece together a defense, but your offense is still going to be awesome because you have one of these 5 game-changing guys. The Herberts, Allens, Mahomes, whoever. And I think the expectation was that Trey would be that, like, right away. And he obviously wasn't. Like, that was never going to be the case. That's why they wanted him to start all these games, because he could grow and they could figure it out while he's starting and they could continue winning And by postseason time, hey, it's really starting to set in and click for him because he's played a ton of football. So there was an expectation, though, that out the gate, hey, he's going to be great. And he wasn't. And it's like, oh, pull the plug. He's just not. It's just not working.
I guess
that was the case before he got hurt and Brock Purdy came in.
I guess the part of this, so if I were going to be critical about what the 49ers have done here, it's not about who Trey Lance is or can be as a player. It's about the concept. It's about, let's go back and let's ask, was this a realistic approach to draft a young quarterback and inject him into a Super Bowl-ready roster and expect him to be able to play well right away? Does Trevor Lawrence look like he's playing good football now?
Yes.
Yeah, he is. It's his 31st game, and he's finally starting to play. And you can say, well, that was Urban Meyer first year, and you'd have some points. But there are plenty of quarterbacks who click in year 2, year 3. Josh Allen, year 3, before it was like, oh, elite.
Sure. And
you weren't elite. You were like interesting, and then it was like, pow, to the moon.
And that's the comp that people pull from. It's like Josh, but even Trevor Lawrence, Trevor Lawrence was awesome from his freshman year at Clemson and played all that football.
All the football.
Goes number 1 overall. He's with a disaster team in the Jags. But there were reasons to go like, hey, he was really good in college. There's all this stuff he can pull from. Urban Meyer stinks. With Trey, and I don't agree with this, but this is where the thought process comes from. He played 17 games at the FCS level. He has Kyle Shanahan, and oh, look at that. He wasn't great in a monsoon in week 1 or in week 5 of his rookie year. He was better in week 17, but it still didn't look great, so he's done. I've seen everything I need to see. And I think it's silly, but that's kind of just where it's at.
I guess
I guess I'm agreeing with Robert Saleh.
Well, here's the problem, though, for Trey Lance. The problem for Trey Lance, and you actually said it a second ago when you said, look, there's this thought because you've got Shanahan and you've got all these people around you. And look, I know you haven't played a lot of football, but you drafted 3rd overall, and with that comes some expectation.
Mm-hmm.
The thought was, if you remember back to the beginning of this year, can he come in and just bang, do this right away? And technically, it's not even right away. He's already had his rookie year. He played a little bit, had some injuries, but he played. Like, he got to dip his toe in the water. So the thought was, dude, come out, and you've got everything you need around you, and let's see it. And you just detailed, whether fair or not, monsoon in Chicago, early injury week 2, whether fair or not, it was like it didn't look great. Like, it wasn't right away.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened was Brock Purdy came in and looked great right away.
Looks good.
No, great. I really, I mean, he looks great.
Very much. You can tell he's played a ton of football.
So there's no ramp up.
Right.
Now, yes, it's been 3 games. He could hit a wall. This could go sideways. I acknowledge all of that. But what we wanted Trey to do, he didn't do. And maybe it was unfair to even ask him to do it. But before we could settle with the idea that it was unfair for us to ask him to do it, someone else came in and did it.
Right.
Without any hope, without any expectation, without any draft stock.
Right.
So that's the problem. But there are still so many ways for this to go. And it just really, it hit me when Robert Saleh's sitting there going, you can't do this to this kid yet. And I'm like, man, if you can't do that to him yet, then how are we doing this to Trey Lance, who hasn't thrown 1/6 of the passes this other guy has thrown?
I don't want to be a hypocrite here, but I think you can do it with Zach Wilson. You cannot judge what Trey Lance is or is not yet.
I actually agree with that.
Zach Wilson stinks. I've seen enough.
It would appear so.
He had like 8 completions of 20 or more yards last week. Did you see some of those?
Well,
did you see the one where he float just a duck into the middle of the field and his running back having to run under it?
The bigger issue is that there's a buzz or the opposite of it coming out of Jets camp. In terms of, like, there's always a whisper, right? When a guy just doesn't look right, players are going to start going. I mean, look, they benched him for Mike White. He was healthy.
Yeah,
they benched him for Mike White.
Well, and they drafted him because of what he could do, like outside of structure and off-platform throws.
And they wouldn't have done that if they were 4-10, but they're 7-7, and they've got something on the line, and therefore you owe it to a locker room to put your best guy out there. And apparently that is Mike White. So if that's the case in year 2, I guess if you look at the arc of these QBs, and maybe it is actually now that we can start to go, okay, yes, this is about to pop, or no, it's not. The 5 QBs, Mac Jones, I think we get it. You're actually exactly what we thought you'd be.
It's almost funny how exact,
you can sort of hold some things together. Very limited, though. Never going to be great. And so,
not going to be the rising tide that lifts all boats. And that's why there was such a frustration out here with the idea that they traded up for Mac Jones.
Right.
It's like, dude, just rock with Jimmy if you're going to do that.
Exactly. Exactly. Don't get a cheaper version of someone you hope might be Jimmy Garoppolo at a certain point. But look at the other ones. Who suddenly popped 6 weeks ago? Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, both of them. And I don't know about Fields still as a traditional quarterback, but my gosh, he's elite running the ball in
his touchdown run the other day was asinine.
Lamar plus sort of talent in terms of running the football out of the quarterback position. Oh, I believe so.
He's bigger.
He's Lamar with muscles.
Right. Yeah.
He's Lamar with muscles. He can break tackles. Yeah. He's almost as fast. I mean, I think
Lamar's a better passer, though, so I'm interested to see how that he is. I think he is. I think he is. Lamar won an MVP in year 2. And Justin Fields is just now figuring out how to run in the NFL.
But whatever he's going to be, it suddenly looks like something. Sure. And Zach Wilson is the opposite. And Trey is the one where we're like, we still haven't seen it. He hasn't played football.
And here's why, people go, if you could redraft, and if you want to, with the benefit of hindsight, go, yeah, they should have not traded up and just picked the best player at 12, or traded up a little bit and gotten Micah Parsons or whoever. Fine, but if you're redrafting quarterbacks, they took a swing on the guy they thought had the highest ceiling, which I think I'm still doing that. I'm not pulling the plug and going, well, I would rather have Justin Fields because he's gotten to play more. He's gotten to play because the Bears stink.
I agree with that. However, also now on the table is the whole thing just being completely derailed by the last pick in the draft this year. I mean, it absolutely could. Trey may not play football for the 49ers. If Brock starts next year, then you get into extension talks with Trey Lance, and what is it exactly that you say? So
here's the backups,
right?
And that's why I said
$8 million a year for the next 4 years.
Well, and that's why I said yesterday in Crosstalk, I think they're going to give him every opportunity to compete because they invested because they believe in his ceiling.
Right. All right, Matty Barrows gets into this conversation coming up next, and what's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Kyle's in for dibs, chatting 49er football, the Warriors at MSG tonight, and TikTok, we're waiting on news from the Giants who have postponed their Carlos Correa press conference right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
'Twas almost the holidays and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, Nate. He was panicked in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Cash Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On January 22nd, don't miss the multi-talented actress and singer Tsai Chin. Then be there on January 28th when the legends of Motown take the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers. It's good news for all Americans who owe back taxes to the IRS or state and struggling to pay them back. The IRS is now making it easier to settle delinquent tax problems through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative. Due to the financial hardship many are facing in this current economic downturn, qualifying for this program will settle your delinquent tax problem, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes by up to 99%. For this free information and to see if you qualify, call the hotline at the Tax Hardship Center by dialing 800-411-6406. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes and cannot afford to pay them, there's no need to worry. You may now qualify to settle your delinquent tax problem and save thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-411-6406. 800-411-6406. That's 800-411-6406.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From Easy Breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on? Kyle is in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. The holiday week is upon us. 95.7thegameshop.com. Glad you're with us. Matty Barrows in just a second, but I want to read to you Just a little blurb, and then we're going to keep following it. What Susan Slusser has said in the Chronicle after the Giants postponed their scheduled news conference today with Carlos Correa. She writes, Carlos Correa had his physical on Monday, so there could just be a delay in processing information from that, especially during Christmas week. Or perhaps Correa has come down with an illness and had a COVID test, though those results are typically quick. Players seldom fail physicals, but it has been known to happen. One reason clubs are hesitant to release information about signings before physicals are complete. Correa has had some back issues in the past, but there have been no indications there were any major concerns that might crop up, and he's a well-conditioned 28-year-old athlete. So that's what Susan has said about it right now. Alex Pavlovich going to jump on, I think, in about an hour, unless something breaks to the otherwise. But we'll keep following that for you. And in the meantime, let's hang out with Matty Barrows on the 49ers. Happy holidays, Matt. What's going on?
Well, what's going on with you? Yeah, you guys are going from well-conditioned 28-year-old athlete to something on the other side of the spectrum.
Moderately conditioned veteran reporter. That's what I would call you.
That's right. I'm not failing my reporter physical. That's for sure.
Well, I will. Yeah, I'll say something for you here, Matt. And by the way, I'd say this about the people in this room as well. Like, we're not comparing ourselves to professional athletes. If you look around press rooms, I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, you know what? Probably the Bay Area press corps from top to bottom probably ranks pretty well among nationwide press corps. I would say.
True. That's probably
I'll do
really
that
true.
on Bart. I'll sit there and Bart, and I'm like, I'm a better athlete than that guy.
Totally.
That guy could beat me in one-on-one for sure.
That's right. Absolutely.
I do like the idea of market media fitness rankings. I do like that, and I think we should dive in.
Well, I got to say, my counterpart up in Seattle who covers the Seahawks, the Seahawks do basically a media combine where media members do all the combine drills. And my counterpart, Michael Sean Dugar, ran something crazy like a 4.5640.
No.
Sign him up.
I would be lucky to run a 5.5640 if we did that. So I don't want the 49ers to start doing that, catch wind of what Pete Carroll is doing up in Seattle.
Matty Barrows officially does not want any of that smoke. Okay, no. Noted. All right. What about this? We were just talking about this. Robert Saleh with an interesting quote yesterday. Matt, he's talking about Zach Wilson, and he said, we're living in this NFL instant coffee world where nobody is allowed time to get any better. And he's talking about Zach Wilson, who's played in 21 games. He's thrown over 600 passes. And my mind went to Trey Lance, who's only started 4 games and has only thrown 102 passes. Yet this Brock Purdy experience has led to a lot of people making up their mind about Trey Lance. What do you think the future right now holds for him?
Well, I mean, it's always been a long play for him. That was the sentiment from the get-go, that this is going to be sort of a long evolution for him, but at the end of the day, we are going to have a really special quarterback. And I'm glad you brought up that Saleh quote, because there are guys on the 49ers who are like that. A year ago at this time, you would have said that Aaron Banks and Diamador Lenore, a couple of rookies, were total busts. Those guys couldn't get on the field. And now they're every game starters, and they're doing really well, and this, that, and the other. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the difference between Purdy and Lance right now is that Purdy had all sorts of college experience, and Lance didn't. And so there's a comfort level, with Purdy over Lance doing certain things. But I still believe that the long-term thought on Lance is good. Now it's got to change though, because I think that Shanahan and those coaches thought, okay, the way that we're going to sort of ease him into the NFL is to run him a lot, and that's going to keep offenses off balance, and it's going to open things up in the run and the passing game for him, et cetera, et cetera. The run game stuff has been disastrous for him so far because of the injury. So I think that needs to be rethought. But I think that's a really great take. a really nice comparison that it takes time with these guys. And, boy, there's a long list of players who were quote-unquote trash early on in their career who somehow became really good a few years down the line.
That's the path I'm hoping to take. Trash early in my career, but developing down the line for sure. I think there was a thought going into this season or over the last few weeks that the 49ers next year would have Trey Lance as a quarterback option, and then they would bring in a veteran to maybe compete for that job with him, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo or somebody else. Is Brock Purdy playing well enough in your eyes to maybe make it so the 49ers don't need to add a viable veteran starter and it can be Lance v. Purdy in training camp?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I mean, obviously, this next month and a half, 2 months, I don't know how long the season is going to last, but I think that's going to answer a lot of the questions. But, I mean, even going back to August, Shanahan seemed to be comfortable enough with Purdy that he was ready to have Purdy be the number two, and that was before we saw him do anything in a real game or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the lessons from this season is that it's hard to have enough quarterbacks. So I would wonder about who the third guy would be. You would have Lance, you would have Purdy. Probably Garoppolo has priced himself out of the situation at that point. I'm assuming that he gets a lot more attention in free agency in March than he did on the trade market at that time last year. So you're talking sort of, maybe Josh Johnson is the answer there. Certainly he could be somebody that they keep around. They like to have four quarterbacks in the spring. So I would say it's less than Andy Dalton type of guy. That would be the third guy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very viable plan, especially when you're now considering, a deal for Nick Bosa and a possible deal for Brandon Ayuk and a possible deal for Mike McGlinchey and Robbie Gould. And really, nobody wants to hear this, but as full as the defensive line is, there's only a handful of guys at that position who are signed for next year. So they've got to do a lot of work there as well. My point being, they've got a lot of money to spend in the off season. Most of it is filling holes, but it's money nonetheless.
Matty Barrows on the 49ers joining us here, 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibbs with Kyle in for Dibbs this week. Matty, is there anything Brock can do this year? And I mean, I get it. He could win the Super Bowl, but what does the rest of the year have to look like for Brock Purdy to actually surpass Trey Lance for next year and be the presumptive starter in the offseason?
I mean, do what he's doing. I'm almost straining to find faults in him because you think, wow, this is too good to be true. What's the catch here? But so far so good. And I keep going back to that sequence when they were pinned up against their own 1 yard line in Seattle. And it wasn't a great drive. They had to punt after 6 plays, but just what he was able to do down there, I mean, which has been a house of horrors. I mean, that field itself has been terrible, but those situations where the Seahawks and their fans can really get on top of you, and he was unfazed. I mean, he looked great, made great decisions. I mean, I think that's it. The nutshell. Shanahan wants to see that decision making that we've seen so far carry through and probably get a little bit better. He's gotten lucky. A couple of easy pick balls have just been dropped by defenses. So that's really it for Shanahan. He wants to see a good marriage between aggressiveness and smarts. He wants the guy to be aggressive, but in the right spot. I know it sounds elementary, but it's a tough balance for a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of young quarterbacks to pull off. But so far, Purdy's instincts have been pretty good.
Turn my mic on. Are there any more boxes that Brock Purdy needs to check for you in the regular season? Because for me, it's like he's got to go to the postseason. He's got to go on the road in the postseason and see how he plays in those environments. But for me personally, I don't see anything else he needs to do in the regular season to kind of prove himself outside of, just continuing to play well. Am I missing anything?
Well, I mean, there was a definite lack of zip on his passes in Seattle, and I think Shanahan kind of schemed around that. It was a brilliant play calling game for Shanahan. I would assume that has a lot to do with the oblique issue, the rib issue that Purdy was dealing with. It seemed like the previous two games had more. So that's always going to be a question mark with a smallish quarterback like him. He did push the ball deep down the field against the Buccaneers, but those were wide open passes. So I mean, again, it's like we're straining to find. We're really nitpicking his game at this point, but I would say the deep ball, can he hit Ayuk on a true 9 route? In the future, can he hit Danny Gray on those types of things? We saw Trey Lance do that really well in the summer. That would be my question with Purdy moving forward.
Matt, what do you think the 49ers do with these last 3 games? I know Kyle has said that sure, they're going to play. They're going to go for the 2 seed, if you will. But nagging injuries, do they err on the side of caution and keep people out? What's the philosophy with these last 3, knowing that nothing worse than the 3 seed's already wrapped up?
Yeah, I think they go full bore because that 2 seed could mean the difference between an extra game at Levi's Stadium in the postseason and going on the road to Dallas or Minnesota or something like that. So you want to avoid that scenario if possible. I think that last game against the Cardinals, is everything decided by then? And if so, I think that could be a true bye week, or at least sort of like a preseason week where you have your starters, go into the third quarter, but then you look on the field and Nick Bosa's not out there and Eric Armstead's not out there. I think that would be really smart. You kind of keep them, going, but you also give them basically a mini bye heading into that first week of the playoffs.
Do you think we'll see Deebo Samuel again in the regular season?
Yeah, I think that's another, where are they in going into that Week 18 game against the Cardinals? If everything's wrapped up, I'd say no for sure. It was funny. Kyle Shanahan said 3.5 weeks was the prognosis he got for him, and that was with 4 games left. So it'll be a decision going into that last week for sure. He's a guy, frankly, who when he's not playing, he tends to put on weight. So I don't know whether that kind of factors into it. Just his conditioning and wanting to get him at kind of peak Deebo heading into that first week of the postseason.
Maddie, great stuff. Happy holidays. Christmas Eve at Levi's, huh?
Yeah, Christmas Eve at Levi's. That'll be. I guess we had that a couple of years ago, but that's a pretty good way to kind of begin the Christmas weekend, I think.
Yeah, perfect.
Christmas Eve-ize.
Yeah. Yes, Captain Pun, Kyle Madsen has struck again. It's Christmas Eve-ize coming up Saturday. Commanders, 49ers. Maddie, thank you so much, man. Happy holidays.
All right, to you guys too.
All right,
thanks, Matt.
Okay, there goes Maddie Barrows. We'll keep it on the 49ers, but social media is such a dangerous place. Somebody just got me. Somebody did a screenshot of Carlos Correa's Twitter feed, and the background photo that you can have, the big kind of like stripe photo that's above your whole feed, your header. Thank you for the official word. He had changed that header last week to be a bird's eye view of Oracle Park, and somebody screenshotted and said, "What the heck is going on?" And it showed Carlos with a new header being at Dodger Stadium, but that has been superimposed. I went to Carlos's actual feed. Carlos still thinks he's on the Giants, if that helps anything. Carlos's feed has not been scrubbed of San Francisco Giants logos. So
is he still following them on Instagram? We've got to get to the bottom.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. It's just, I think it's
going to be fine. I think it's going to be fine.
I do too. I think it's going to be fine. I would like somebody who matters to sort of say that. You know what I mean? Like, well,
it's the silence that comes with the news. It's the 1-2 punch there.
You matter.
Thanks,
I didn't mean to say that, but you don't matter in terms of what's happening here.
Okay, so here's what I hope. I hope everything's fine, and they get everything ironed out. And okay, he's a shortstop on opening day, and he's healthy.
I just want to point out, Carlos Correa is still following the Giants on Instagram.
Okay, that's big time. That's big time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go.
So thank you for looking that up, Sam. So I'm hoping everything's fine, but
and he does not follow the Dodgers.
I hope it's some. I hope
you still follow the Twins.
I hope at some point. I hope at some point we get an answer about that email. I need
he
to
does still follow the Twins.
I need to know.
Oh gosh, it's going to the Twins.
Time to panic.
I need to go. Joe Panic. I need to go. I need to know, like, oh yeah, somebody just didn't have access to the official Giants email, and it was coming up on the presser where people were going to be like leaving their homes to get there, and they needed to let everybody know, so they fired it off from this email that was just set up, or what?
I don't know that we're ever going to get that answer because I don't think the Giants. I don't think they did anything out of character. They're just like, we're postponing it's one line. It was very effective. But to your point, Sam, yeah, it's the silence. It's the sort of abnormal way of going about this, and even watching all of the beat writers sort of grasp for answers right now, and they're clearly not really getting them. The only thing that anyone's gotten with any sort of an official tone to it is Susan Slusser received word per sources that they're awaiting test results. We don't know what a test on what. A test on his health, a test on his body. Like I have no idea. Did he take a math test? It was finals last week for a lot of people before the holiday break. I don't know what kind of test he took, but they don't have the results. And for $350 million, I thought they could get expedited shipping. Do you know what I mean?
Well, no, now they can't. They've used their budget.
Jeez.
Like expedited shipping's $24. Can't do it. Carlos, will you take $24 less? Right. It is weird, though. It is weird, though. And I get where your concern comes in, because typically when something like this happens, the fan base goes, this is weird. And then they go to the beat writers who are in contact with people, and the beat writers are like, hey, this is weird, but here's the thing. When the beat writers are also like, this is weird.
I mean, Pavlovich literally tweeted out the little shrug emoji.
It's can I say disconcerting?
Sure. Yeah, I think that works.
Disorienting? Disconcerting.
I'm still standing up straight.
You're oriented still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm not disoriented.
Okay.
I was last night.
You were not concerted presently.
Started to fall to the left right in the middle of cooking food. I don't know. Just got dizzy.
Oh.
But it was fine. I was disoriented for a moment. I'm not dizzy right now, but I am disconcerted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know once you're concerted again.
Okay. We'll look for that. You know what else is disconcerting is the Warriors lineup for tonight. So we're going to hang with a guy by the name of John Jastrzemski, who covers all things New York. And so the Warriors at MSG tonight, Rodon, Judge, we can go to all of that stuff with him as well. But adding in for the Warriors, we already know that there's no Steph Curry and that there's no Andrew Wiggins. I assume there's Klay Thompson, first night of a back-to-back. But Dante DiVincenzo with a non-COVID illness is out. And then our own guy, Anthony Slater, thrown out there recently. It appears that JaMychal Green, also ill and also unlikely to play tonight. So we're getting real close to that favorite team that we get to see about 6-7 times a year. We call them the Baby Dubs. It's going to be Baby Dubs game. Like, for those of you...
Wiseman's going to have to play.
Wiseman's playing tonight. Like, for those of you who've been waiting for this... come hell or high water, Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga, the guys the other night were like, where are their minutes? What's going on? Well, they're going to be forced into action tonight against a red-hot Knicks team inside the arena that is the center of the basketball planet. So their assignment right now, it feels kind of overwhelming. I have to admit that right now. Like, they're a game under 500. They've got no Steph for a month. little things like this keep coming up. We asked Kevon Looney yesterday. He's like, the urgency's now. We can't keep playing the whole, well, we're the Warriors. We'll worry about it in April thing. April's not going to be fun if this keeps looking like this. So, yeah, these are like this. This is a little bit more disconcerting than it normally would be on December 20th.
Yeah, especially when they haven't turned the corner yet, but you're starting to see the signs of like, okay, these guys are learning how to play together. They're learning the offense. They're communicating defensively. They're looking, still not amazing, but a little bit more like the Warriors than they did early in the year. And now no DiVincenzo, no JaMychal Green, like two guys who are like key rotation players. And maybe this will ultimately be good. Maybe it means more Moses Moody, and maybe it'll be good for James Wiseman. I still don't think he's going to be like a super impactful player tonight, but maybe the additional minutes help in some way.
It'd be a lot cooler if he was. You know what I mean? Like one of these days, and Jordan Poole's going to have to keep being the guy that we saw the other night. It's going to start with that.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like he's got to be the leading scorer. It would be great for Klay Thompson to go on a 2-day bender right now. I mentioned this yesterday. I think today and tomorrow are as good of time as we're ever going to get, at least in the near term, for Klay Thompson to give a shot at back-to-back games. If the doctors are still saying no, I'm not a doctor, it's an obvious no. Mm-hmm. The Warriors know what they're doing here, and so does Klay, and I understand all the background. But if he's ever going to play back-to-back games, they're compromised. They've coming off of a day off.
Yeah.
They're shorthanded, and they have 3 days off after this back-to-back, and tomorrow's KD. So, like, if there's ever a scenario where Klay would play back-to-back, this is it.
And like we talked about yesterday, even can I get 18 minutes? Especially if DiVincenzo's out, they need guard help. I don't know. I do think we need the one thing I need from Klay, more than to play on a back-to-back, I need a garden game from Klay. His career high at MSG is 34, and that was in 2016. And he had a nice game, but not a nuclear Klay game, and they blew out the Knicks. This is a Knicks team that's won 7 straight. The Warriors are super shorthanded, and Klay hasn't had that 10 threes, 47 points type of game in the Garden that like every great player seems to have. I need a big Klay game tonight.
That'd be fantastic.
It'd be really, really nice.
It would be fantastic. It would solidify a whole lot. Like when we talked to Anthony Slater yesterday, so many eyes are on Jordan Poole because of the struggles that he's had. But, and this is even to the point that Steiny made last week when he's like, look, Steph's out. Like, go to your other standard-bearing future Hall of Fame players and what can they do? And Draymond immediately came out and had a very different impact, even scoring the ball right away. Klay Thompson, same thing. Like, maybe even a little bit more eyes dedicated to him in this game. And if he does play on any level tomorrow, that would be well timed. Because if not, they're coming home with one win on this road trip. And it's understandable with everything that's happened. These two teams are both very hot. They're going to have to play very, very well to beat either one of them. So, John Jastrzemski, who is on The Ringer, host of New York on The Ringer, SNY. He is New York through and through. Aaron Judge, Arson Judge, Carlos Rodon, and Warriors at MSG, all on the table with John, and he joins us next. And that's what's up next on The Game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also sponsored by calhope.org. That's Kyle Madsen in for Dibs today. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
From the creators of Kentucky Fried Chicken comes the Taste Good holiday event of the year, KFC's $5 Famous Bowl, starring crispy chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and everyone's favorite, melty cheese.
I'm in love with you, Famous Bowl.
Treat yourself to the bowl critics are calling a whole lot of food that even a Scrooge couldn't resist.
A humbug, that's tasty.
Gift yourself a KFC Famous Bowl for just $5. Now on the app and at a Kentucky Fried Chicken near you. For a limited time, prices and participation may vary.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Two of my kids were just in New York last weekend. They were out there. Yeah. I got to do a little Empire State of Mind. Went to the NBA headquarters, and they came back very happy. Thought they had a great time. So John Jastrzemski, host of New York on The Ringer, the podcast, I'd like to thank you for the hospitality. Can we start out that way?
Guys, my pleasure. I'm glad you enjoyed the 5 boroughs. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. The weather's miserable here. I haven't touched the golf club in a few weeks, but aside from that, everything's all right.
All right. Well, I'm going to play 9 holes later, so nah. But I feel like I want to say that because I also want to let you gloat if that's what you want to do. We out here in the Bay Area felt a drum beat for about 6 weeks, maybe even longer. We're getting Aaron Judge. And every New York person I talked to was like, you guys are adorable. You think you're getting Aaron Judge. And you sunned us. Like, you guys were all completely right. Like, we were adorable for thinking that we were going to get Aaron Judge.
You know, that's the way I felt, full disclosure. But when the Heyman tweet, Arson Judge to Giants, came out, there was a stunned look of disbelief in my face saying, wow, he's actually leaving the Yankees. The Yankees are allowing their face of the franchise to go to his hometown San Francisco Giants. But then when the Giants didn't close the deal that night, and it's still kind of open-ended going into the next morning, I kind of had a feeling the Yankees would up the ante. And listen, I don't think it's necessarily an anti-Giants thing. He just has so much cooking in New York, guys. He's the face of the franchise. He's got the record now for home runs. He's going to end up in Monument Park when it's all said and done. And they took care of him. That's really, really tough to walk away from. And I'll ask you guys this. Who is the guy that's been this, like, marquee, star player, face of the franchise type of dude that's left the Yankees? It just does not happen. So that's why I think the Yankee fan was confident. That's why most New Yorkers were confident. And, hey, your team pivots, Carlos Correa, and away you go.
Well, and the former Giant, the Yankees did sign, Carlos Rodon. I was kind of surprised he got the length and the size of the deal that he got. What were your thoughts on that?
See, I loved it, and I understand the concerns about his durability, and he doesn't go deep into games. You guys saw last year in San Francisco. That guy has filthy, nasty type of stuff. He misses bats. The Yankees had to try to improve upon the team that got smoked against the Houston Astros a year ago. That's kind of a creative way to do it. Yankees got a hit against the Astros, but now you look at their rotation. Cole, Rodon, Cortez, who I love. He's got all the funk. He's got all the flair. He's the real deal. Severino, and if that stiff Montez can give him anything. I mean, the Yankees got to stop dealing with the Oakland A's, because anytime they get an Oakland pitcher, it's a total disaster. But if he can give him anything, I mean, you're talking about the best rotation in all of baseball. So, hefty contract, but the Yankees acting like the Yankees again. Refreshing.
Yeah, but John, is like, and this is where I've worked myself. I know that there's so much tradition to what you're talking about, but out here, I think we knew all along Rodon was going to end up elsewhere. And if you told me that the executive branch of my favorite baseball team wrote in Sharpie right now, we will never sign another starting pitcher for a 5+ year deal ever again, I think I'd support it. I understand it. It makes sense.
No, I totally understand that. And the history of these contracts now tells us that they normally don't work out. But I think the way baseball operates, and maybe this is the Steve Cohen effect, that he came to the Mets, he's spending money like a drunken sailor, and now you've seen all these teams kind of follow suit, whether it's your team giving Correa 13 years, or it's the Phillies, or it's the Padres, or the Yankees going 9 years at 31 years old for Aaron Judge. It's kind of the way you got to do business. And I think for a lot of these owners, what's going to end up happening is year 6, year 7, year 8, you're going to have to take the L on these deals. You're going to have to pivot. And guys, I got to be honest, I don't feel the least bit sorry for these owners. They make $1 gazillion. They can figure it out. You think I'm crying about Hal Steinbrenner having to eat a year or two on Carlos Rodon? So be it. If he helps the Yankees go and win a World Series, which is something they have not done in 13 years, I'm not going to be that concerned. I'm really not. About Rodon, about Judge. You think the Mets are going to feel bad about giving Justin Verlander $42 million a year if he pitches them the World Series this year? That's the way you got to behave now in Major League Baseball. That's just the cost of doing business.
No doubt. The other way the Bay Area and New York are kind of tied right now is the Warriors are in New York. They're going to play the Knicks tonight. They got the Nets tomorrow. The Knicks got off to a little bit of a slow start. They've won 7 in a row, including 4 of those on the road. What the hell got into the Knicks, man?
Well, guys, if you would have told me at the start of this year that the Knicks would be 4.5-point home favorites against the Golden State Warriors, I would have given you like 100-1 odds. So that's number one, and I understand why. The great Curry, the future Hall of Famer, not going to play on Tuesday night. The Knicks, they are what they are. Like, they weren't as bad as they were earlier in the year, where they were losing some games they shouldn't have won. They couldn't figure out how to end late-game execution. Their 3 best players are playing really good ball. Listen, Jalen Brunson's contract seemed excessive. He's a really good player. I mean, the basketball IQ is off the charts. The guy is you want the ball in his hands at the end of these games because you know he's going to make a smart basketball decision. And maybe, fellas, this is due to the fact that the Knicks haven't had a point guard in my life for like 25, 30-plus years, whether it's Derek Harper or before my time with Mark Jackson or whatnot. They have been craving a point guard. So to have that finally is so refreshing. Randall has been much better. He was a disaster last year. He's closer to what he was 2 years ago. And Barrett's kind of come on. Thibodeau's figured out the rotation. They've beaten some teams they should beat within the Eastern Conference. And look, I'll be real with you. They have no hope of winning a championship. They would be lucky to win it. If they won a first-round series, there's going to be a parade down the Canyon of Heroes as far as with the Knickerbockers. So, you know, they'll probably make the playoffs. They compete. They play hard. They're going to win in the 40s. That's what they are as a team. So they'll be spunky.
New York, the podcast on The Ringer. John Jastrzemski is our guest here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs with Kyle in for Dibbs today. What about the opponent they're playing tomorrow night, John? I really hesitate to buy into this win streak. The Nets are starting to actually look like a talented team instead of the real basketball players of New York, which is the show that they've been running for the last 2 years since KD and Kyrie arrived. Has it finally settled? Are we buying into this now, or is this just temporary?
Well, for me, I still need to see more, but I have to admit, it got so toxic and so chaotic early in the year with Kyrie Irving and his ridiculous shenanigans, and then the firing of Steve Nash, where I kind of wondered, are they just going to blow this bad boy up? Are they going to send Kyrie to L.A.? Are they going to let Kevin Durant go where he wants to go, and is he going to end up getting traded to Phoenix or wherever? And then kind of under the radar, they fire Nash, they bring in Jacques Vaughn, and they've kind of figured it out. Listen, Durant and Irving are insane talents. You guys know that. You saw Kevin Durant come to the Bay Area and win a couple of championships. He's playing Kevin Durant-like basketball. Kyrie is the guy who's making the big shot at the end of these games. But I still need to see more because you know with this team, they could go off the rails within a week or two. They are talent-wise within that top 4 in the Eastern Conference. Are they better than Boston? No, I don't think they're as well-rounded. Are they better than Milwaukee? No, I don't think they're as deep. I don't think they're as good. But you could easily sell me on Brooklyn being the 3rd best team in the Eastern Conference. So you keep Durant happy and healthy. You keep Kyrie on the floor and he's engaged and motivated. You can have a successful season. Now, how do you measure that success? That's for you to determine. Like, to me, the Nets, they didn't bring this team together to go and get to the second round of the playoffs. The idea was, hey, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving are going to win a championship. And if you're asking me, do I think they get that done in their tenure? I'm still putting my money on no.
It's a few weeks away still, but the Niners are currently in line to play the Giants, to host the Giants in the first round of the playoffs. Can the Giants make noise when they get there? Because when I look at the teams that the Niners could play, the Giants are like at the top of the list if I'm the 49ers of teams that I would want to play.
Can the Giants make noise? Absolutely not. But, fellas, the fact that the Giants this year, with the talent that is on their roster, they have the worst pairing group of wide receivers in the NFL, and that includes the Houston Texans. Worst group of receivers in the NFL. They got all sorts of injuries in their secondary. They basically set this up to be a rebuilding year with the new GM and with Brian Dable in his first year. The fact that they're going to make the playoffs is absurd. To me, there is no conversation and debate with Coach of the Year in the NFL. I don't want to hear about Sirianni. I don't want to hear about O'Connell. I'm a Dolphins fan, and I love the dude. I don't want to hear about Mike McDaniel. Brian Dable, with that roster, to get them in the playoffs, give him Coach of the Year tomorrow. That all being said, if I'm the Niners, and guys, by the way, I may be invested in the Niners to win the Super Bowl for the beginning of the year, so there is a little bit of a vested interest here. I'm just throwing that out there. That said, I think the Niners would obliterate the Giants. I don't know how the Giants would block them. The Giants would have no answer for all the speed they can throw out there. I mean, let's be real. Who is the team in the first round that would scare you at all from a Niner perspective? The Commanders who they're playing this week? Please. You know what I actually think would be the toughest matchup for them? Detroit.
The Lions, yeah, of course. Yeah, we said it yesterday. There's no doubt, John.
Detroit would be that team. But listen, house money for the Giants. They're going to make the playoffs. That was a great win for them on Sunday. As far as them making noise, no, not at all.
All right, John, I love everything you said except for one thing. I understand why you said it and why you feel that way based on talent, and the talent disparity between the two teams is great. But Coach of the Year goes to whoever is still a favorite when they're on their third quarterback. That's who gets Coach of the Year.
Well, listen, your guy's great, man. I love him. You know, I get the comparison. You guys can tell Shanahan this. I look like him a little bit. I get that a lot when I wear like the tall, skinny guys.
Yeah. Do you wear trucker hats, John? Do you do that?
No, I'm not into the trucker hats.
Okay.
For him, I'll do. I don't do the trucker hat.
All right. I'm wearing one right now. So's Kyle, by the way.
Hey, whatever works, man.
Oh, no, yours is, yeah. Anyway, yeah, you do. I see it. I see the look.
A little bit. But your team is loaded, come on. To me, when you got a team that stinks and you squeeze every last ounce out of them, that to me is what I'm looking for in the Coach of the Year. Hey, your team, just go win a Super Bowl. Forget about individual accolades and awards.
I mean,
time now for the Niners. Go get to and win a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Dable has been very impressive.
That's the plan,
sure.
but you're not wrong about the roster. It's loaded, but Mr. Irrelevant is playing quarterback, and normally in the NFL, that's a deal breaker. You know what I mean?
What's going to be interesting with you guys, he wins a game or two in the playoffs. Garoppolo can come back maybe for that championship game. You talk about a tough decision for Shanahan.
Easy one. Easy decision. You
stick with the kid? What do? You stick with the kid?
Absolutely. Can you imagine if this kid drives them all the way to the NFC title game, and then they inject someone else?
Now, here's the caveat to that, though. You're playing the Eagles. It's a 10-0 game, and Purdy throws 2 interceptions. Then maybe you think about Garoppolo for the second half of that game. But we are eons away from that.
Yeah, we sure are. We sure are. Hey, John, a lot of fun to talk to you, man. Thanks for doing it.
Guys, anytime. Happy holidays to you guys, all right?
All right,
Thanks,
you
John.
too. There it is. John Jastrzemski, New York podcast on The Ringer. And we went around the world with him. We went coast to coast, not just because he's in New York and we're here, but we went Giants 49ers. We went Arson Judge and Carlos Rodon with a little bit of Knicks and Nets and Dubs in the middle.
When I want to talk New York sports to somebody, that's what I want them to sound like.
It's a great point. You're not allowed to go do media out there unless you're going to talk like this and call people a fool or whatever. Right? Worst wide receiver core. And that's what I need.
When people ask me about the 49ers, I'm like, kind of, He's like, the Giants stink.
You're like, hang on. I need to unscrew this cork.
Right.
And we'll pour a little Pinot Noir, and we'll discuss Eric Armstead.
Right. Yeah. Let's talk about this.
Who, by the way, did
I'm
not have the rookies pay $300,000 for dinner the other night. Some of you don't even know what that's about. If you follow stories on social media, this got ridiculous. What was the story now? Drake Jackson sent out a picture of they went to the rookie dinner.
Yeah, he did a video on his Instagram story showing the receipt from their rookie dinner. And he gets to the bottom of the receipt, and it's like $355,000 or something like that. And there was this outrage from the part of the 49er social media community, like, you can't do that to the rookies. That's messed up. That's irresponsible. Da-da-da-da. Turns out it was a prank by the veterans that they got with the waitress to say, like, hey, just run up this insane bill and give it to him. It was actually it was still expensive.
Armstead actually, yes, but here's the actual details. Armstead went to Twitter last night and wrote, "Y'all are silly if you thought a dinner can cost $300,000." That's the other side to it. I'll read the rest in a second.
Sounds like a challenge,
right? I mean, Brewster's Millions before your time, but it was literally the concept of the movie, which was in order to get millions and millions of dollars, there was a certain amount that you had to spend, like by midnight or by the next day. And it was not as easy as it sounds. Like, what dinner is $300,000? What the hell would you be ordering? I know they eat a lot, but where are you going? Michael Mina plus. You could go to French Laundry and you're not racking up $300K. It's impossible.
I went for my honeymoon. I went to a very nice restaurant in DC. And it was I would have to go there like every day for a lot of years to spend $300,000.
$300,000. Thank you, Craig, by the way, who just whispered the concept for Brewster's Millions was $30 million in 30 days. And if he spent it, what did he get? What did he get, Craig? He got $300 million. If you can spend $30 million in 30 days.
Go buy a house in San Francisco.
Well, right, but there were stipulations. Yeah, no assets. You cannot acquire assets.
Oh, I see.
And you can't just hand it away either.
Okay.
Like it was, there were rules. And they were hard to follow. Come on, they got 2 hours out of it. So there were rules. They thought of all that stuff. You can't just go buy.
The movie's 4 minutes long.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, well,
I'll take that house.
I bought a home in Moraga and scene. All right, what do you think of my movie?
And roll credits.
Anyway, so here's the rest of Armstead's tweet. Y'all silly if you thought a dinner can cost $300,000. It was a prank. The waitress went overboard. The dinner was $7,500. Me and 2 other vets gave $1,000 toward it. The rookies split $4,500. And how many rookies were there? Do you know, Kyle? How many rookies?
I don't.
Were there? Okay.
7?
Okay. So
maybe?
7. So they each spent $500, $600. Yeah. All right.
Which is like a lot. Like, don't get it twisted.
That's
if you hand me a
That's
$600 dinner bill, I'm like, who's got Venmo?
That is a big dinner bill, but they make big salaries, and this is part of the deal. This is part of the tradition. He writes, we had a great time, too. I had good vets as a young player when I went through this, and I would never do a rookie like that.
Right.
From Eric Armstead.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, isn't Eric like always nominated for like Man of the Year stuff?
Yeah, Walter
like
Payton Man of the Year.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Top down.
300. But that just actually, the fact that there was so much outrage about that, and had I seen it, I definitely would have reacted. I wouldn't have been mad, but it would have been like, wow, that's crazy. That just goes to show, like, I don't have a concept of like rich people things. Because in my mind, I'm like, $300,000. Oh, that's just what rich people dinner costs.
Right. Like, they had bottle
like, wow,
service.
that's crazy.
So that's awesome. I mean, yeah. Like, do you not know? There are a couple, they're sort of like friends of friends in some cases, but like there are people who are living a different life.
Yeah.
Who I know.
Yes.
And so they can just pow. Like, yeah, they vacation different.
There's people that when we go to dinner together, I'm like, we'll split it. Or sometimes I'll pick up the tab. There's other people I know who, when we go to dinner, I'm like, you got it.
You should never do that, though.
Oh, no, I'll do the reach.
Yeah,
but when they go, I got it, I'll go, wow, thank you. That's so... I'm not going to push it.
I think it's always important.
What do you want?
It's always important. Like, there was actually, I got taken to, and thank you, Dennis and Tammy, if they're listening, because they do, got taken to a really, really nice dinner a couple of weeks ago. But when he reached out about it, he was very pointed with his words. We would like to take you and Christy to XYZ, because when the restaurant came up, I'm like, oh, dog, I got Christmas presents to buy. I need you to tap the brakes. But he was like, we would like to take you there. So it was I didn't even have to do the fake reach for the wallet thing. I'm just like, this is what we're doing here. You're taking us, and we'll get you on the next one, and it will not be as expensive of a place.
XYZ sounds like the name of a really chic, nice restaurant, too.
Let's open it up. Let's open it up.
I'm going. We'll have the $5 signs on Google.
Hey, this is really fun.
So Trader Joe's meals.
I don't know if you saw this, but I want to ask you how you would answer it, and then I'll tell you how Steve Kerr answered it. I think Alex Pavlovich is going to join us, I think, in about 10, 15 minutes. We'll try to get some answers on this Giants thing, the Carlos Correa press conference postponed. But Steve Kerr was asked, Steph, Clay, and Dre, what do you think their retirement will look like? What do you think he said? Or how would you answer that question? What do you think Draymond Green's retirement looks like?
Draymond Green's going to be on television.
TNT.
I was going to say TNT. Maybe not in, I think the question was 20 years. So maybe not in 20 years, but Draymond Green will be on TV.
Okay. And what do you think Steph's post-career looks like?
I think a lot of, he might dabble in some TV maybe, but I think he's just going to go be a dad.
Okay. And what do you think Klay Thompson's retirement is going to look like?
He disappears. We'll never hear. He'll come back for like a jersey retirement, and then he's getting on his boat and he's gone to the sunset.
Your answers are really good. So here's what Steve Kerr said, quote, Draymond will be coaching in the NBA. He's going to get away from playing, retired. He'll go into TV for a while and be wildly successful, and then he's going to get bored because he's going to miss the competition. So he's going to go coach.
Did Steve Kerr just describe what Steve Kerr
himself
did? Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Very good. All right.
Which might be why they clash heads sometimes, because maybe there is some similarity
Do you
there.
think Draymond would have the patience to be,
Oh, sign me up for Draymond coaching. I want to see those foot slams into the ground. I want to see him just
he would lead the league in texts.
Unload on the refs. Absolutely great. All right. One sentence from Steve Kerr on Steph Curry's retirement. Quote, Steph will be on the senior tour playing golf.
Yeah, that's it.
Period.
So when I said he's going to go be a dad, that will include much golf.
Yeah, okay.
Many golfs.
Klay Thompson.
And he's going to hawk a lot of stuff.
Quote, Klay will be sailing around the world and nobody will be able to find him.
Oh, all right.
Exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. He will come back when they retire number 11.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm here for the
I
retirement.
don't know, guys. I'm in Budapest. I can't.
I want to thank you. Who does this? And then that's it. That's the speech.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm out.
It's pretty great.
Wow. Holy cannoli.
It's pretty great. Yeah. Like, have you ever heard? Does anyone know where Tim Duncan is? Have you ever? Right? It's fun sometimes to go through
Isn't
your
he
list.
an assistant with the Spurs? Wasn't he an assistant with the
Is he?
Spurs?
I feel like there was a cup of coffee there, but I don't think he's over there now. Like, right? It's Greg and it's, right? Becky Hammond. No, I don't.
Becky Hammond's with the Las Vegas
now
Aces?
but I mean, it was for a little while, and now she's got her gig. And no, I don't. Is he there? I don't think he's there. Maybe I'm wrong. Has anyone heard from Tim Duncan? I love looking at the athletes who just gone. Tim Lincecum is a famous one.
Yeah,
it's
somebody, Dave Johnson on the, SFA drummer.
Yeah, you're never going to hear from Tim. Like, it is pulling teeth to get him to come back for anything. Never going to hear from him again. That's right. Gone.
You know who I bet is living just like, who lives a great retirement life? Chad Ochocinco.
Okay,
Chad Ochocinco
what's he doing?
Hangs out. He eats McDonald's. He races Tyreek Hill. He does some stuff for Madden, like Madden rankings or something. He's just randomly on the sidelines at NFL games.
But he's around.
Plays a lot of FIFA.
But he's around.
Yes, but
he's not on an island.
No. You know who I bet? Like Shane Battier. I bet Shane Battier just bought an island somewhere.
Yeah, see, and
is chilling.
Wouldn't you have thought, right, when you got that Duke background, I thought coach or broadcast for Battier for sure.
I've not heard word one from him.
Nope. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, it's all sponsored by Pfizer. It's Willard and Dibs. That's Kyle, everybody. He's in for Dibs all week. We're going to take you right up to the damn holiday. Coming up next, it was a one-line email that caught many, many, many off guard. It came from the Giants media services earlier today at 8:15 in the morning. Today's Giants press conference has been postponed. All of Carlos Correa's media availability after the fact canceled. So what's going on? Nobody really seems to know. So we're going to try to get some answers and talk it out with Alex Pavlovich right around the corner. We'll keep taking your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
Here's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs. 95.7 The Game.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbet is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get tickets at bayareapanthers.com.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
For whatever Christmas vibe you're feeling, the free Odyssey app has the music you're looking for.
Do they know it's Christmas time?
Celebrate the season with Odyssey, with pop Christmas classics.
Women of Christmas, Alterna Christmas, R&B Christmas, Santa songs, and more.
Christmas is on the Odyssey app. Download it now, search for holiday stations, and celebrate the season with Odyssey.
That's AUDACY. Odyssey.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe. The daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, These factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I said it right off the top of the show, Kyle. I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but I'm uncomfortable.
You're disconcerted.
I don't like the tone. The tone is weird. It's not that I think something's wrong. It's that someone who I think I know moderately well is not acting like him or herself. And when that happens, you feel uncomfortable and you want to reach out. Are you okay? Mm-hmm. You're not acting like yourself. The Giants aren't acting like themselves right now. One-line email, press conference has been postponed. Well, what happened? Silence.
It's a weird vibe.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. This is a little out of character, right? Like, am I wrong for thinking, what's going on here?
It is unusual. I think, a lot of this is not unusual in terms of like the silence and things like that. I mean, they haven't even announced yet that Correa was the one technically who was going to be introduced today, So I think that part is not unusual, but certainly it is unusual. This is the first time I can remember in my time covering the team that, 3 hours before a press conference, they have to postpone it. So we don't know a whole lot right now, but yeah, it's not ideal.
What's weirder, the late cancellation or the late postponement, I should say, or the fact that this email came just so, like Mark was saying, it's one line, there's no Giants letterhead on it. It feels very, very thrown together.
I'm not weirded out by the second part. I mean, this is an organization that, they like their silence. I think they like things to be kept in-house. They prefer... in their ideal world, they would, they're trying to be like the Braves a little bit, and that you get that press release, and all of a sudden, that's when they announce that they signed somebody. Obviously, as reporters, we try our best to beat them to it and get information out there. But I think in an ideal world, they probably wouldn't have had this out there for the last week that they had signed him. So that part doesn't weird me out. I think, just going back to the fact that it was postponed, I mean, that they were planning to have a big press conference today at 11 a.m. And so that the fact that 3 hours beforehand they had to push everything back is probably the more concerning part.
Yeah, so Alex Pavlovich with us. Is there any rational reason for a Giants fan to think something large in a negative sense has taken place?
I mean, they're doing it on Twitter, so
right.
they're gonna do it anyway. I mean, you just don't know with something like this. I think the weird thing too is like it's your first thought is probably COVID, right? Like the last few years with the way everything's gone, like you go, oh yeah, something being out of the norm is not out of the norm anymore. So that I think is that's probably not the best case scenario, but I think that would be easier for a lot of people. It's more understandable. I think the concern probably most people have right now is that he took his physical yesterday. And this is a guy who has at times missed time in his career. And so there's probably, I think there's a good reason if people are concerned from that aspect of it, because he has missed time in his career. Now, I'll say he's played a lot the last 3 years. And even if you go back to the shortened season, he played 58 games. He's played 148 and 136. Since then. I mean, I know there's been some injury concern with him, but nothing too major. But again, when a guy takes a physical and when it's for $350 million, it's going to be the most intense physical you can ever take. like, yeah, there's probably some people who were holding their breath yesterday as he did that.
So, Alex, you speak of what people are already doing on Twitter. I wanted to ask you this as well. Let's go back to when the news broke that Carlos Correa was coming, because everything I'm sure that you would get on a daily basis was all about negativity. You missed out on Judge. They're cheapskates. And then poof, then there's this deal. How did that change your social media interactions with Giants fans?
I read more of my mentions, I guess, because it wasn't as bad as it was in November and early December. I think people are generally excited. And, it's not Aaron Judge. It's not Bryce Harper. It's not Shohei Ohtani, but it's a big deal. And he is somebody who would be the face of the franchise here. And, I think it's going to be a different kind of experience. I think it's not as, kind of visceral as just watching a guy hit 62 home runs. But he is somebody who I think, any Giants fans who are not just over the moon about this last week, I think would buy in pretty quickly once the season started, and just once they watch him play shortstop and watch the way he goes through at bats and all that. But yeah, people I think are generally happy. And for me, the biggest thing is, it would have been as much as I like a lot of the other additions they make, it would have been a really, really disappointing offseason if there was no centerpiece for it. So the fact that now Haniger is like the second bat and that, the pitching is in addition to Carlos Correa, I think that made it a lot easier for people.
Do you think that's also why there wasn't such a negative? It felt like through the whole offseason, every player that signed elsewhere, there was this big negative reaction from Giants fans. But then Carlos Rodon signs with the Yankees, and there wasn't really a peep. Do you think that had to do with the length of that deal, or because they had signed Correa, it was like, okay, they did what they needed to do this offseason?
Oh, I saw some peeps. But I think people understood that, look, this is the way they've built their pitching staff. And that is, I'm a big fan of Carlos on the field. And I think, for the Yankees, that's a great move. Because for them, it's not, they kind of splash money a little bit more. But I think when people look at the contract, most people are just like, yeah, those things generally do not work out. I mean, you have Max Scherzer, you have maybe Zach Wheeler, a few other examples. But in general, when you're talking long-term deals for starting pitchers, they don't work out. And I do think the one thing that this front office has done and its coaching staff has done is that as much as maybe there is some disappointment or some grumbling about, platoons and the lack of stars and the lack of spending at times until this offseason, I think they've shown that they're as good as anybody at going and getting pitchers and figuring out the rotation. And they have a good track record of that. And for me, they've earned that trust. And so that is, I know it's disappointing when a Gosman leaves town or a Rodon leaves town, and the kind of thinking is always, well, you helped him reach new heights. Now let him stay. But they have a really good track record of moving on quickly. And ultimately these contracts aren't going to hurt too much.
Alex, I know there's no major moves left. Are there any moves left? Is there an A.J. Pollock? Is there an Eric Hosmer? What do you think is still on the table for the Giants?
Yeah, for me, I mean, I generally think they're set at first base. If you kind of look at who they have, and assuming Correa gets figured out, and you do move Crawford, and I think you're totally fine there at first base between Flores and J.D. Davis, David VR, Lamont Wade Jr. will probably play some first base as well. But for me, I look at center field, and they've even said this going back to the winter meetings and going back to after they lost out on Judge. Mike Yastrzemski can play center field. It's a nice luxury for them. At worst case, they can move him over there and feel like he'll be fine in center field. They would really like if they can move him to right field. And I think in a perfect offseason, the rest of this offseason, they would go get somebody who can really go get it in center field and really improve that defense up the middle and move Yastrzemski back to right field where he's, a Gold Glove caliber right fielder. You have Mitch Haniger in left where he should be very good. And then, that would kind of make everything else fit better. But, you look at the free agent market, there's not a lot there. So that would have to be a trade.
Alex, is Brandon Crawford just going to be the everyday third baseman now?
I would be surprised if that's the case. I mean, we know what they do with platoons. And for me, and everything I've heard, they haven't really kind of finalized what this is going to look like other than that Correa will be a shortstop. I actually think if it was something he was up for and it was something that he wanted to do, if you could have him go back and forth between between second, third, and even short, because there's going to be 40, 50 starts there probably, at least 30 or 40, no matter what Correa does. If you could have him play all three of those positions, and having watched him for a decade, there's no reason to me why he couldn't pretty easily pick up all three of the other two positions. Like, it kind of makes everything work, because you have a right-handed hitter at second base in Estrada. You have two right-handers right now at third base in Davis and DR, and if Crawford can go back and forth, like, that's kind of a perfect swing piece, and he can play almost every day somewhere, but I don't think they've gotten that far down the line yet.
Alex, you mentioned the free agency options in center field are not good. So when are you breaking the Brian Reynolds trade news?
That'd be one way to make some news today if they don't do it with Correa. I think there's interest there. The price is extremely high, and it's something they could probably get done. And it does become interesting when you have somebody like Correa, because your top prospect is a shortstop. There's a little bit less value for you as an organization when that guy's a shortstop, because you probably have to move him. But another organization can look at him and go, he could be our shortstop, although I don't know in Pittsburgh if that would be the case given what they have. But, I think there's interest there. I just think everything I've heard is the price currently is very, very, very high.
Alex, thanks for jumping in. I know it's was supposed to be a newsy day, and now we're all just sitting here. So thanks for filling in your 11 o'clock time slot with us instead.
Yeah, we would be 13 minutes into a Carlos Correa press conference right now.
Let's be honest, you'd actually still be waiting for him to show up.
God, I hope not.
I know.
Pretty well.
Alex, thanks, man. Happy holidays,
Alex.
buddy.
Take it easy.
All right, there he goes. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. Gosh. Like, it's fine until it's not fine. And so Alex and nobody knows anything. And so you can look at this one of two ways. And you can go, look, it's dumb to speculate, and that's true. Mm-hmm. But aren't both of our conclusions speculation? So when you say that, don't speculate. That makes it, don't speculate that something terrible has happened. Well, you're also speculating that something not terrible happened. It's all speculation.
We've been saying the word weird a lot. The strange thing to do would be to go, cancel the presser. Okay. No, that's cool. That happens all the time.
And they haven't rescheduled it either.
I keep saying canceled. They postponed it.
They postponed it.
Which indicates it will be done at a later date.
Right. And I know that, our minds go to places, and there's no way to avoid that. So it could be anything from, my gosh, he failed the physical, and this is disastrous, to he's got the sniffles or sore throat, and we're waiting on a COVID test. Seems quite odd that you wouldn't be able to have a COVID test fast enough for a $350 million athlete.
I do mine in 15 minutes at home.
Right? And I don't even know if those work really well, but whatever. Like, you can do these things and hold your press conference without setting an entire fan base on fire the way that they have. So something in between is probably the case, but Susan Slusser says they're awaiting tests. Tests on what? Tests on what? Tests on what?
Like a Wonderlic test?
And the fact that question hasn't been answered, because if it were a COVID test or something along those lines, I don't know. Like, if I were the Giants, I'd say that.
Well, but
I'd just say that out loud.
Unless Carlos is like, hey, don't tell anyone. Like, that could also, again, now we get into speculation. When we're talking, why wouldn't the Giants just say that's what it is? Because he has rights. And he can tell them, like,
that's true.
I don't want this out here. I have plans with people, and I'm planning to go see those people.
You're 100% right. And that's been something that a lot of us, you know what I mean? Like, over the last 2 years, 3 years now, 2.5 years, each individual, it's kind of evolved how you handle all of the COVID stuff. Mm-hmm. Yes, there are plenty of people out there, and I totally get it, who's, this is a privacy issue, and my gosh, if you've got a sore throat, you need to stay home in the back room until you know exactly what's going on. And there are other people who have completely gone back to normalcy, if you will, with the way that they're going to handle something like that. And I totally understand that. So you're right. In theory, a couple of years ago, if something like this would happen, it's a major privacy deal. I don't know that it is that anymore. The Warriors have 2 players who are going to miss tonight because of illness, and it gets listed as non-COVID illness.
Right.
But we've seen plenty of people be like, yeah, that guy went on a COVID list, and it's not, but yeah, the Giants like to handle things privately. So I'm trying. I'm trying my best to not let my mind wander, but because of 2 things. Either it's just the way the Giants handle stuff, or something significant has taken place.
So here's the thing.
It's going to make your mind wander.
It would have to be, in my mind, something catastrophic to make the deal fall through. Like Carlos Correa, I think, barring suspension for PEDs or something strange, he's gonna, I think, be the opening day shortstop for the Giants. Like, I don't think that there's something that could happen outside of, like I said, something crazy off the board. Could have never seen this coming, but I don't. It feels like if it was something like that, it would be reported on by them.
I don't know. Yeah, the silence is deadly right now. It is absolutely deadly and totally uncomfortable. So, Willard and Dibbs, Kyle in for Dibbs. Lots going on, talking through the 49ers situation, the whole lay of the land in the NFC. I know a lot of people got their eyebrows raised with the Jalen Hurts injury yesterday. Does that bring the 1 seed back into play? I don't think the Eagles are going to be missing him for the full 3 weeks. I also don't think that even if they had to go with Gardner Minshew for 3 weeks, they're automatically going to lose 3 games in a row. That's a really good football team. I think that they are big underdogs now this week.
I kind of like them +6 right now.
Right? Well, I don't know. Dallas.
Their defense is still good.
Right, but Dallas just got punched in the face, and they're going to be, right, they're going to be pretty intense on this one.
Are we sure? It is a Mike McCarthy team.
Are we sure that they just got punched in the face?
No,
yeah,
are we
totally
sure? No. That they did. That's right.
Yeah.
Are we sure they're going to come back and bounce back and be like, yeah?
No,
I'm not.
Not sure. Not sure at all. Not sure at all. The only thing I'm sure of this weekend is that the 49ers are going to beat the Commanders. That's it. It's the only thing I'm sure of.
I think that's, and we'll talk about this later in the week, but you talk about a team that got punched in the face and is going to come back angry with an interior defensive line that's really good against the Niners' interior offensive line that's been good, better than I expected, but up and down at times. That's where I get.
It's good defense. It's good defense. And you know what question we haven't asked, and we'll ask Dr. Feely this tomorrow, like this Brock Purdy thing where we heard oh gosh, yeah, he didn't have zip on his throws, and Kyle Shanahan didn't think he was going to be able to make it through the game. It's almost like we've just assumed, well, now that he's had a week and a half off, it'll be fine.
Well, Shanahan,
is it?
Shanahan did say on Friday, he was like, he actually feels better today, Friday, than he did during the week. So with the extra days off, the assumption is he's going to be
I hope
fine.
so. So we can get to all of that. Also, Philmo Mike on the line here with Willard and Kyle. Hey, Philmo, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm chilling. I'm barbecuing right now, admiring how good Madsen sounds. He sounds like a professional. The Hegan needs to put him on full time. Anyway, though.
He is a professional. He doesn't sound like a professional. He is a professional, Philmo Mike.
Oh, man, my bag. I'm sorry. My bag, Madsen.
Okay.
Give me Kyle.
Okay.
Mike, you're the best.
No, I was just going to say, I was going to comment real quick on what y'all was talking about yesterday, load management. I'm kind of getting sick of load management because we have to make the playoffs this year with a 5, 4, or 3 seed. I don't think we get the 1 or 2. If we do, we do. But I'm kind of sick of load management. I understand you're trying to prolong the career, but hey, nothing's guaranteed. I say thank God for another day for a reason. I may not be here in 4 years. I want to see what the Warriors going to do this year. That's just my take. I'm sick of load management. Y'all keep having a great show.
Philmo, thank you,
Mike.
man. I think what Philmo is saying right here is how almost all of us feel. I'm sick of it. I hate it. And the worst thing about it, this is the worst kind of problem in life. There's no solution. There's literally,
Sure.
I feel
Not
like
a viable one.
there is not a viable solution. The only thing you'll hear people say, fewer games, not happening. Stretch them out, already did.
Yeah.
Force them to play. They'll make up injuries.
And right, you're going to charge guys for having injuries?
There's no good answer.
No.
There is literally, the only thing that's happening here is time. It's evolution. It is analytics. They feel like they have figured out that they can be better in the playoffs. If they take time out, how are you going to tell the NBA? We already know who's going to be in the playoffs at the end of the year. It's the best players. Like, wow, look at that. You mean Giannis is going to be a part of the Final Four this year? Never saw that coming. So why would they play every game other than we want them to? So I understand it. It stinks.
So yes, but the Warriors aren't load managing tonight. Steph Curry's hurt.
Steph's hurt.
Clay's going to play.
Dante DiVincenzo is sick.
And JaMychal Green is...
And Wiggins is hurt, and Green is sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, of course, unless that's what they're just telling us, and they're load managing. I doubt that.
It would be wild to load manage JaMychal Green after a couple days off. Like, yeah, he's sick.
Yeah, man. Listen, I've done this for a lot of years, so we talk out a lot of different sports controversies.
Right.
And I've never gotten to one like this. Like, there are controversies that never ended up with an answer. The Colin Kaepernick one comes to mind. Like, I remember those conversations 5 years ago when people were like, his career's over. And I'm like, no way. Like, somebody's going to step up and do this at some point.
Right.
They were right.
Yeah.
His freaking career's over, which is nuts. And it's awful. And so there was never, I don't even want to call it a solution. There was just never enough of an awakening. There was never enough courage. By an owner, by a team, by a league. There never was enough, and that's crazy, and some people still haven't given up on it. I know he's not that old now, but my gosh, like, it's clear now that it's not going to happen. But this one's different. This is just like a nuts and bolts, X's and O's, like day in and day out sports thing, and there's no solution.
Well, and because the Spurs started this, and Spurs and Greg Popovich started this, and when they started it, my memory of the conversation is probably 10, 11, 12 years ago. It was like, classic Pop, figuring out the edge.
Yep.
And then everyone started doing it. It was like, whoa, wait, this sucks. I don't like this.
Yeah, it was like Pop was like, I'm light years ahead.
Yeah.
And then he was, and we're like, oh, let's go backward.
Right. One team doing it is smart. Every team doing it is a detriment.
It's terrible for your product.
Yes.
Absolutely terrible for your product.
Well, and I think, and this is why they're trying to like integrate a mid-season tournament, because they're trying to make, the fact of the matter is teams load manage because the regular season does not matter. I know they want it to matter, and it used to matter, but I don't watch the NBA as intently in the regular season as I do during the playoffs.
Why would you?
Like, I'm not watching Bulls Pacers in the regular season, but hey, that's a playoff series. Yeah, I'm tuning in. I'm watching all however many games.
You are a massive Warrior fan, and you work for the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors, and you had no idea that they were playing at 3 o'clock on Sunday.
Had 4:30 tip in my brain.
In the middle of an NFL playoff implication weekend, because the regular season in the NFL matters every single week. Now, you can't mimic that. No other sport mimics that.
16-game NBA season?
Some people think college basketball starts in March, for crying out loud, and baseball, don't even get me started, right? About the urgency, the impact of one particular game. So you're never going to mimic the NFL on that. But I don't know. I mean, the solutions they're coming up with this midseason tournament, everybody understands the obvious pitfalls there, right?
Yes.
The first time someone who matters gets hurt in this ridiculous sideshow,
pull the plug.
We're going to go nuts.
Yes.
You're going to go nuts when Giannis breaks his leg in the midseason tournament.
I have a friend who played college basketball at Notre Dame, had a cup of coffee in the NBA, now plays in Japan. And they do a midseason tournament thing there, and I said, "Hey, does it matter to you guys?" And he's like, "No. Nobody it's just kind of there."
We're already to idea 12 because there's no good solution.
No,
there's just no good solution.
Because the discourse and the conversation revolves so much around rings. How many titles have you won? What do you do in the playoffs? That's all that matters.
What's up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. The Jalen Hurts injury. How does that trickle down to the rest of the NFC? We'll get to that next. We'll take your calls at 888-957-9570. Madsen is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
Here's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. on the home of the champs. 95.7 The Game.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight pad.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus Xfi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you have certain chronic conditions such as heart disease, asthma, diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older, 52, 36, 42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
This week at Target, wrap up your holiday shopping with last-minute deals. There's still time to save big on top toys, cool tech, trending beauty, and so much more. And finish your list fast by using free drive-up, free order pickup, and same-day delivery when you order at Target.com or use the Target app. So put a bow on your holiday shopping with last-minute deals at Target. Deals so good, you can holiday your way. Only at Target. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Moses, 32 minutes for you tonight.
Buckle up.
Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. It's just Madison Square Garden and a Knicks team that's won 7 in a row. Do the darn thing, okay? Speaking of the darn thing, and we're going to get to some Peter King sound here in a second from yesterday's Damon and Ratto show about the future of the 49ers that you absolutely must hear. We'll have that in a second, but first. 7 minutes ago, the New York Yankees, as a franchise, sent out a tweet. They're about to have their press conference, and they have not postponed it. Their press conference announcing the re-signing of one Aaron Judge. However, they have decided to use this tweet, take the opportunity to troll John Heyman and the San Francisco Giants organization. Instead of simply saying that Aaron Judge has signed a bajillion-dollar deal and we're having a press conference, the Yankees Twitter feed wrote, "We're fired up," with a little wink emoji, followed by tagging at the Judge 44 with a fire emoji. Do you get it? We're fired up, fire emoji. And then a graphic down below with a picture of Aaron Judge and the words, "He's back," and everything, including him and the words "He's back." All of them have flames shooting out in every direction. Everything about the tweet is all about fire. Do you get it?
Oh, because he plays in the summer when it's hot.
No.
Because he's from the Central Valley where it gets hot.
No.
Because they want to warm up chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That would be good, but no, I firmly believe in every way, shape, or form.
I'm trying, man.
They are making fun of Arson Judge. It is all about fire. And they're making fun of John Heyman. They're making fun of the process that we all went through for 9 minutes. It's more a shot at John Heyman than it is at the Giants. Right. But it feels like rubbing it in. It feels like rubbing it in.
It feels that way for sure. I don't think that was a pot shot at the Giants.
No, it's a pot shot at John Heyman.
Right. Yeah.
But we were the ones who went on the John Heyman ride and got excited. Really, really, really excited.
Well, yeah, it's John Heyman.
How many minutes was that, by the way, between the Arson Judge tweet and the time that it was retracted?
For some reason, I have 9 in my head.
Yeah,
but it might have just been because you said 9.
9, 13, something, 17, something like that. That period of time, didn't you feel like, and even after the tweet came out, retracting the first one,
it was like he jumped the gun on reporting the correct.
Even those of us who were skeptical all along, at that point, you're like, oh, it's real. And so he retracted it. But for a couple hours, I'm like, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time now. Like, oh, he reported it, but he jumped the gun. They still need to sign something. They still need to talk something out, but they're in the final talk, right?
Well, and then Slusser jumps in.
And Slusser,
the buzz in here.
We got a buzz in the hotel.
Yeah.
And then once about 5 hours went by, I'm like,
the longer it went, the worse it got.
This isn't feeling good, right? Yeah. Then it turned into the Bush-Gore election. It's like, ooh, we're going to overtime. And then 13 days later, you're like, this is just annoying. This is actually can you just, end this, hanging chads? Can we please just move on? So anyway, that's the way the Yankees decided to announced that Aaron Judge will continue to play for the New York Yankees.
Who gets to claim the arson Judge bit? I feel like Giants fans do. Because the thing was they were getting arson Judge. The Yankees got Aaron. They got the...
That's right. Arson Judge plays for us.
Right. They do not get to have that.
No, I mean, if I'm in the Giants marketing department, and I know a few folks over there, fine folks, I mean, I would do something with fire this year.
Yes.
I would do something with that. Like, let's go. Just lean into
Game
this.
up, hashtag fired up. There we go.
Let's work on it. Let's put that up on the board.
Write it down. No bad ideas.
We're going to keep. We'll have a brainstorm, and it'll be great. Okay. Kyle Madsen in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Take a listen to this. Peter King, how has Brock Purdy changed the future of the 49ers?
Could Brady actually play in December at Levi's and then be back there as the quarterback the following September, 9 months later or 10 months later? And now I say, I mean, it just sounds crazy, the words to come out of your mouth. Why would anybody not want to give Brock Purdy a real chance?
I'm telling you, I agree with him completely. Like, I don't know where Brock's going. I don't know what this means for Trey Lance. For me in this moment, here's what I will say. It takes Brady and Rodgers and even Garoppolo. It takes those things off the board, spend that money somewhere else.
So that's what I think is. So Peter King also said in that interview, it'll be interesting to see if Shanahan opens up a Trey Lance, Brock Purdy competition. For me, barring Brock Purdy falling off a cliff over these next 3 weeks and the playoffs, barring that, I think there's a competition. I don't think Shanahan's going to go in. We saw what he did with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. He didn't even name Jimmy Garoppolo the starter. He just kind of said, like, he's the starter and we'll see how camp goes.
Right.
I think that's how it's going to go. The interesting thing to me, remember what Mike Silver told us? He said what they can't do is go in with Trey Lance and nothing else next
Absolutely. Year. You need another viable option as a plan B, if not a plan A.
That's what makes the Brock Purdy thing interesting.
Yes.
Because now Brock Purdy looks like that viable plan B / possible plan A. Now they don't need to go get Matt Ryan. Like you said, off the tape,
well,
Aaron, you going
anybody needs to go get Matt Ryan.
Good point.
Yeah,
he should probably retire at this point. But he's made like $300 million. What are you doing? What, blowing 33-0 leads?
So is Tom Brady.
You're not helping.
I mean, so you know what I mean? Like, right. there's a screw loose.
So right, but like Tom Brady's free agent. He's been tied to the Bay Area for 5 years now. Like it's been around. I think that goes off the table. Now, Matt Barrows earlier said Josh Johnson might be the third, and that's the kind of third quarterback I think we're talking about. So that's the fascinating part to me, is over these next 3 weeks, I don't think is Brock Purdy, and we've talked about, can he play his way into the presumed QB1? Like, conceivably, yes. But I think more realistically, we wind up looking at next season and going, all right, this is a Lance Purdy QB battle, and we'll see how it goes.
I think that the second playoff game, and we're assuming it's going to happen, but I this is the way that I would predict it right now. The second playoff game, assuming it happens, is going to be the telltale for Brock Purdy and what sets up next year. Because we already know there's a home playoff game on January 14th or 15th. So these next 3 games, it'd be great if you can roll through them and finish 13-4. That'd be incredible. And looking at the opponents, they should. But stuff happens. We'll see. They may sit everybody out in Arizona if everything's all taken care of. Who knows what's going to go on there? Point being is, let's say you end up 13-4, 12-5. Those are, I think, the 2 likely scenarios. You end up there. Now you've got your home playoff game against a New York Giants or a Commanders or whatever. You're going to win that football game. That next one, that's the one. Now where are you going? Are you home? Is Dallas coming? Are you going to Minnesota? And if you win that game, and if you win it impressively, now we're going into rare air. No matter what happens next, now we're going into the space that we used for Garoppolo for so many years. Right. He's been to 2 of the last 3 NFC title games. If Brock Purdy goes to the NFC title game, that's where I think you're hard-pressed to not get to OTAs going like, we probably should, kind of go down this Brock road for a little bit. And hell, if it goes further than that, if he ends up playing in Glendale, now we got a whole separate thing.
Sure.
But if that big-time game 2 in the playoffs if it doesn't happen or if he looks bad in it, now you go back to what feels almost like 50-50.
And so what does it look like when the wheels come off? Like what is it if he wins that second playoff game at home or in Minnesota or wherever it is, but it looks like the Green Bay game last year where their touchdown came on a blocked punt. If it looks like that, then I don't think. And if he face plants in the NFC title game, then okay, then we're doing something different. But if he continues to play like he has, and they just kind of continue winning, then I'm with you. If he winds up in Glendale, then shoot, man. But even then, I think there's a competition.
He's relevant, kind of like the T-shirts on 957thegameshop.com, right? 957thegameshop.com. Only 5 shopping days left. Get there. Get your stuff. Get your gear. Get your hoodies, your T-shirts. Get your relevant T-shirts. Brock Purdy's 13. Baked right in. Coming up next, we'll get to that Jalen Hurts conversation. Plus, let's see, Guru and Larry, right? Guru and Larry? Okay, here we go. They're going to jump on in here.
Larry.
And, Larry Krueger. We didn't get to talk to him yesterday, and now we do. And he is full of all kinds of wonderful rumors. So we've got that coming up around the bend as well.
Can't wait.
On 95.7 The Game.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
There's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for
2022.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
In Walnut Creek, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs near 53.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater August 10th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win and get in the running for the grand prize, 2023 Shoreline Lawn Pass. Head to 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But Kyle is in for Dibs, y'all. Guru and Larry will be in here in just a sec as well. We'll get to the odd day for the San Francisco Giants. The Warriors about to have a couple of games in New York. We'll talk that out. No DiVincenzo. And there will not be any Jermichael Green either tonight for the Warriors. But there's still Poole. There's still Clay. There's still Draymond. Warriors will try to get after it against a red-hot Knicks team. And then we've been talking about 49er football. I don't know. I'll say this about the Jalen Hurts thing. I think for a lot of people, they immediately went, ooh, the Niners could still get the 1 seed.
That's what I did.
No, they can't. No, they can't. The Eagles are not going 0-3 the rest of the way.
They would need to lose out. The Niners would need to win out, and the Vikings would need to lose one.
Right. So, the Vikings losing one almost seems like a definite just because they dance with it every single week. But I don't think the Eagles are going to lose 3 games in a row. So that's going to take that off the table. However, it does not mean that the Jalen Hurts situation is insignificant. Look, he's a quarterback, and this is his shoulder. All right? This is
his throwing shoulder.
Hello, 49er fans. Can anybody remember a shoulder injury for a quarterback in the playoffs? Jimmy went through this last year. Oh. And it affected him. I'm sorry. I know you were raising your hand. I called on a different student. I called on myself.
Sure.
So I don't know how serious this is. It doesn't sound like something that's going to keep him out for multiple weeks. But if this is something that's nagging him as you move into the playoffs, weather's cold, fierce defenses are coming at you. Like, does he play Dallas? Does he play the 49ers? Yeah, there are 2 things that happened yesterday. I think the Eagles' chances to go to the Super Bowl got knocked down 1 small peg, and I think Patrick Mahomes won the MVP award.
Yeah. I saw some Eagles people arguing like, this doesn't affect Jalen Hurts, but like it does.
Of course it does.
It absolutely does.
If you only miss 1 game, maybe not.
Sure.
If you miss 3 games, it's going to affect it.
And if they so they clinch the 1 seed if they beat Dallas, or if the Niners and Vikings both lose. They clinch the 1 seed.
Right.
At that point, why would you bring him back? Like, we're talking about that with Debo, right? Like, week 18, if he can go and they need it, yeah, maybe we'll discuss that down the line. We'll see what it looks like. But if you're the Eagles, I mean, I know you don't want him sitting for that many weeks, but if there's chance of re-injury or anything like that, I don't know why you'd push it.
Yeah, I think you want to play going in, but you're right. I mean, they're going to have a bye also. So it's like if you have 2 games and then a bye, you don't want the guy sitting for a month, but you also do not want to put him at all in harm's way. The whole thing falls apart, and it's the worst. Just ask a Raider fan. You know, Derek Carr, it's broke. Like, it's the absolute worst thing. You get all the way there, and then your quarterback's unavailable, and it's like you're out. You're out. You're not gonna win. I mean,
unless you're the Eagles in 2017.
Unless you're this exact same team, exactly. Or if you're the 49ers. I mean, when Jimmy went out and they changed that injury designation from an ankle to a foot right in the second quarter of that football game, I went, oh gosh, because what can happen to a foot? Oh, like I sprained it? I'm like, I think he broke his foot. I think the guy broke his darn foot. And didn't you go through the emotion in that moment of, man, we got all the way to this point, and
season's over.
That's it. That's how it's going to end. And then here comes this kid who's just reignited the whole process. But that's the thought. There's nothing worse than building this whole thing that takes weeks and weeks and weeks and so much hard work, and then you get to the very end and lose your most important player.
So I think that's why the Brock Purdy thing has been so much fun for me. And I think a lot of people. It's kind of a house money thing.
Totally.
If he falls off a cliff and they lose in the first round, it's like, well, they were starting Mr. Irrelevant quarterback. What do you want? But on the other hand, I was with you because all we saw from Brock Purdy was like 9 throws against the Chiefs, and it didn't look great. And so it's like, man, okay, he comes in against the Dolphins. Okay, they're probably going to lose this game. What does that look like? Okay, then they win that one. Okay. And then you're waiting for him to fall off against the Bucs. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, but now he has to go on the road on a short week, and he's banged up. And he goes and plays well.
Yep.
Now it's like, dude, that's I think why I've had not an aversion to, but I've tried to push off the future conversation. Because, like, I'm having so much fun watching the 49ers play football right now.
Yeah, it feels like something got saved.
Yeah, yes.
It really did. Something that was lost came back. You know what I mean? And that's what he has represented through this whole thing. And I think then what's furthered the conversation is there would be 2 types of saving it, because never forget the first conversation we all had the day after he beats the Dolphins. The number one question everyone was asking, can the 49ers still win the division? Remember the whole, are you still expecting them to make the playoffs?
Right.
Can they still win the division? Well, the truth of the matter is the Seahawks have not won a game since he came in. The 49ers have not lost a game. The 49ers have been dominant. And I mean, it's not just hold it together. They race to the finish line, win the division as quickly as possible, dominating teams on both sides of the ball. And so we're not we've completely abandoned this whole, can they hold it together, to where now, I mean, I know a lot of 49er fans who think they've got a better shot in the playoffs now than they felt 3 weeks ago.
And I'm not going to tell, I'm pulling back on that because the playoffs are just a different animal. Every player could respond differently in the postseason. Who knows? But 3 weeks ago, I'd have been like, stop.
Of course.
Now I'm like, sure.
You would have sounded ridiculous.
Why not?
I told Steiny and Goo that very next day after the Dolphin game, I'm like, I don't want to hear the word Super Bowl out of anybody's mouth.
Right.
Because it's not relevant right now.
Right.
Can they win the division? Can this, what has taken place here? And then it's 28-0 at halftime of the Bucs game, and you're like, well, now this is shaking my senses from every single angle. And then everything that's happened since then, and it does feel it's not even just him, it's what's happened around him. Jalen Hurts is now injured. The Minnesota Vikings look oddly ridiculous, yet keep winning. But all of these things that are happening around him have suddenly re-entered the word expectation into the building. There's no doubt.
His performance in Seattle flipped the script for me. when you look at short week, really tough environment, he's hurt, didn't practice at all in the short week until like throwing in a ballroom during walkthrough that morning. They cut his warm-up short because he was hurt and they didn't want him to throw his, and then he goes and plays as well as he did, even though it got a little wobbly like late in the first half. It got, but then he comes back and he makes a couple of big plays. The 3rd and 1 bootleg, goes and gets the first down, that awareness to know where the marker was. There were just things that happened in that game where I was like, this checks boxes for me that I did not think he was going to check.
No doubt.
And now it's just a postseason. Like, what's it look like?
Right. And so the injury designation also significant for those of you fans out there. The 49ers, because they play on Saturday, the practice window is opening up today. Brock Purdy is going to practice, but in a limited fashion. But I think it's a very good sign that he's practicing at all this early in the week for the Saturday game. If there were concerns about his injury, they'd probably at least hold him out a day. They're not. And then the other big news, Javon Kinlaw's practice window has been opened. The 49ers are stating they have every belief that it's not only going to be open, that he is going to be activated and play this weekend. And Kyle Shanahan has said he has sort of passed every behind-the-scenes test in terms of doing this for a while and not having it go south. Can he do it this weekend? Yes. Can he sustain it without it flaring up? It's time to find out.
TBD.
It's time to find out.
They need him in the middle.
Yeah.
They've been rolling with like Kerry Hyder at defensive tackle.
Right. And with Ridgeway out, the defensive line needs a little injection, and they'll get it. They'll get it with Javon Kinlaw. And so onward we go to Christmas Eve against the Commanders, and onward we go to Steiny and Larry. And hello, gentlemen. Welcome in. And
Steiny's
listen, I know you're.
Steiny doesn't look like Steiny.
Did I say? Well,
it's a little darker.
I'm looking on his tan. Well, look, you know what tripped me up is y'all change seats. Like, I know you're. Why do we do this? Just like whoever the driver of the show is,
which I don't care about at all.
You're not going to come over and hit sound.
No, but
you're not going to come over and hit sound. Why don't
need
you sit in your normal chair?
Because you need most to communicate with the guys behind the glass. He doesn't want to sit here like this.
True secret, though?
Yeah.
That seat makes you look, dude, you don't need to worry about this. Slimmer. I'm like, I need that as my permanent chair. Yeah. I saw some video of myself. I said, boy.
Yeah, this camera sheds 5 pounds. That's unlike any other camera in the world. But anyway, sorry. Yeah. Guru and Larry, hello.
I got so much to get to.
What's up? Big morning, huh?
Well, it's a super big morning, Larry, because I don't know if you caught the rap. And the Shasky rap this morning.
The rap is. I got it right here. I thought
about
it's a freestyle?
My brothers.
Not
it was
freestyle at all.
Shasky will tell you it's a freestyle, but he really wrote it.
He wrote it.
I saw
it. And we're going to do something.
It was mixed.
But was it a want to get away moment for you, Kyle, and Bonte while he performed it? Because I was just
no.
Want to get away?
No, let me lay on the grenade. This was completely.
I love you, Shasky.
This is totally my fault. This is totally my fault because Shasky debuts this thing and he's dancing all over the room.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Bonte's embarrassed.
He must have been.
I think Kyle's into it.
But Kyle was I picked up in Parrot. You want to get away?
And like Shasky gets to the end of it and Shasky looks at me and goes, "What do you think?" And if I were being totally honest in that moment,
good job, Eminem.
Come full circle.
If I'd been totally honest in that moment, I'd have looked at him and said the truth, which
Bonte was speechless.
I wasn't paying attention at all.
You can tell. I knew you weren't.
Because
the silence was deafening.
All of this Correa stuff was
Mark was shook.
It was percolating.
Let's get there.
I was getting text messages from people, and not to say I don't want this misunderstood. The text messages were not saying, "Oh gosh, something really bad has happened with Correa," but the text messages were very along the lines of, like, "I don't know, and this is weird, and here's the timing of his physical," and all that was going on. So the rap started, and I dove into my phone.
So that's where you were at. I was like,
I lifted up my head, and he goes, "What do you think?" And I didn't know what to say.
Man.
How was it? I mean, how was super vanilla ice?
I think we got some sound. We can play it during the show.
My thing was Bonte, because he's who matters, right? The song is for him.
Yeah.
And you could tell he had that awkward, like, everybody just saying happy birthday thing.
Right, never.
Right. So that was where my awkward. It was not the song. It was Bonte's reaction
I'm
And his
thinking Willer's
inability
like,
to
hey,
react.
let me get this straight. I work at Pac-12 Network. I done been around the globe and we're rapping now.
I just know.
Let go hear it.
You ever on a date?
What'd you think?
You ever on a date and
No.
you're watching the game over her shoulder?
No.
And then she,
Yes.
and she gives the whole childhood story, and then you look back at her eyes and she's like, so what would you do if you were me?
Wow.
Like that's what it felt like.
That's when you got to
I'm
go
like,
with a generic answer.
I'm
Baby,
like,
I'd
Larry,
pray.
We got
I'd
to play
pray.
it during our show.
Baby, I'd pray.
I got to pray
That's
just
he was
to make
flowing
it
today.
Now,
Stay generic.
all right.
I call my.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
95.7 the game.
That
I
is-
know what I'd do.
That's wild. Or you can do what radio people don't know what to say do. Go, nice.
That's hilarious.
Nice.
Hey, great question.
I tell you
Nice.
what, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Follow your gut. What would you do? You're listening to 95.7 the game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. Go ahead.
You
Go ahead.
guys know this about me, Larry. You don't. I've told you I'm a sports romantic, and I'm the dude that gets off on the prestige that comes with a ceremony or press conference when you bring somebody to your team, draftee, free agent. So I asked these guys last week, when's the presser for Correa? Some are like, oh, they may not have one. I'm like, nah, they're going to have one. So the Giants were throwing a party to me, and it got called off after reportedly he had a physical yesterday. So Willard, you guys are right to be concerned. Why would the party be called off?
I don't know. You guys have speculated. Everybody's speculating.
There's 1,000 reasons.
His
right?
wife is pregnant with their second child. That
Awesome.
I read.
Okay.
So maybe she's wherever.
wouldn't he put that out
maybe
there?
they travel together. I don't know. Maybe there's that.
But maybe he doesn't want it out there.
Right.
Like at the core of this, whatever's going on, if Carlos doesn't want it out there, then it's not out there. Plus, the Giants are super private about. Like they tried. Alex Pavlovich said something interesting to us an hour ago. He goes, if the Giants could have had their way, y'all wouldn't even know yet that Carlos Correa had been signed, because it's not official till it's official. There's too many reporters. There's too much money. There's too much smoke.
Right.
But if they had their druthers, they would just show up at the press conference and go, "Look, we signed Carlos Correa," and break the news there. But
What's your gut telling you? Like, what do you feel?
My gut's telling me that they're everything's fine. They're figuring they're figuring
Nothing to see here.
They're figuring something out. They're figuring something out, but it's uncomfortable.
Oh, great word.
It's uncomfortable.
There's so many things. It could be it could be they're waiting on a COVID test result. They could be my buddy reached out and was like, It could be, one of my friends, I do have friends, reached out and said it could be they found something in the physical. He didn't fail the physical, but now they're redoing some of the verbiage in the contract that puts incentives in for like games played or innings played or something like that. So there could be.
What if the Giants are just getting cold feet on the number?
No
chance.
Stop.
What if they're just getting cold feet?
Stop.
Dog ripped it. Dog ripped it. Said it's the worst move.
No chance.
The franchise farm's like, oh man. This is going to look really bad in the
Gosh,
back end.
the more dog screams about it, the more comfortable I get. He's literally the only human being on the entire planet that has said what he said. And I saw the start of his show. I went home and I was folding laundry yesterday. And I was just surfing around and it ended up on MLB Network and watching the start of his show. Blah, 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 blah.
You ain't a
I'm
fan,
like,
Willard?
Not Job. Stop. It's such clickbait. It's such crappy.
That's the world now, though, Willard. I'm not condoning it. Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. It's just bad television. I couldn't find my remote fast enough.
What would the Giants do if this deal blew up? Crawford back to shortstop.
Fetal position.
There is no more Dansby Swanson. All the shortstops are gone. The
Chad Pinder available.
Do they have anything to trade?
Yeah, you'd have to go get Brian Reynolds, or they may
even
need
know.
to do that anyway. I don't know. No, that would be really, 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 really
What
bad.
a weird vibe that would be for Crawford this year if the deal broke up and he was the shortstop
We
again.
always thought you were our shortstop. I hate that stuff.
Carlos was going to play second.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you do have to put the toothpaste back in the tube. Kevin Durant's back with the Brooklyn Nets. That was dead.
How they looking?
That was good.
Yeah.
That was dead for 3 months.
I
Remember?
liked your guys' New York segment. That guy
He was good.
really hit every topic.
Yeah, John Jastrzemski. Yeah, he was good. He was good.
I was telling Larry what's funny about the Warriors tonight is last year on their trip to the Mecca, Steph was embarking on the record, broke it. This year, not even around. Well, he's around.
But not playing. Yeah.
With a couple other guys. I think Dante DiVincenzo is out.
No Green either. No Jermichael.
Yeah. They're very shorthanded.
Joe Michael.
Yeah, that's tough. I hate when games at like the Garden, like, because it always feels a little bit special, right? But this just now feels like meh. Like, I'm still watching. I'm still locked in because I said Clay has not had like a signature Garden game yet. And if he was ever going to go for 50 on 10 of 17 from 3, it would be on a night like tonight. Yeah. So that's what I'm crossing my fingers for.
Speaking of which, Larry, we had Willard and Larry. We had Fitz on yesterday, and I don't know if you've noticed. If you want to see the perfect form for a jump shot, it used to be Klay Thompson, the catch and shoot. I mean, perfect. Steph doesn't get off the ground. Klay does. It's incredible. But here, maybe since last year, have you noticed the one-legger, the Dirks, or the kind of off-balance shots? And I'm wondering what's that stemming from.
Oh, I have no idea. I just think that there's I do think there's more openness in today's, and this goes all across sports. I think there's just more openness for different ways, right? There's more than one ways to eat a Reese's, if you will. Like, you go back in baseball, the old if you ever watched Chicago White Sox baseball when Frank Thomas was playing and Walt Riniak was their hitting coach, it was like, and I think all of us when we were in Little League, this is the way you do it. This is the way you follow through, right? And this is the way you finish and elbow up and all these stupid things that used to get told to us. I don't know. Aaron Rodgers comes out and plays quarterback on his front foot.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, like so if you're in the NBA now with the way defenders have to sort of get off of you, I don't know. There's room for doing it however you're comfortable. And Steph is a big part of that. He's broken down all kinds of rules about what you're not supposed to do with a shot. So, I don't know.
Should be good tonight. Knicks always play hard. Knicks are playing well.
7 in a row.
Good team.
Good team.
Yeah.
But the Warriors, the Warriors are in that spot now, and I hate this about it, but it's like they just need to they need to find a handful of victories each week. If you've got 3 games.
I kind of counted Toronto. Not cheating them. I was like, that was one you could get.
You got to win. You got to find a way to win a game and a half a week until Steph gets back and just
and Wiggins.
Be close to 500. And so these 2 games are scary because both these teams are hot.
I heard Peter Keegan with the Damon and Rattle yesterday, and I don't want to fast forward for you guys the rest of the football season, but from what I've seen thus far, give me Niners at Eagles for the NFC Championship game. We know the beautiful thing about sports is upset city, things can happen. But from my vantage point right now, if I could hit stop on the NFL season, that game would give me the 2 best teams in the NFC. Inject my veins.
And you say that while wearing a Cowboy jersey, so I respect that.
Jacket.
Whatever it is, jersey, jacket, you got it on every day. How many items do you have, by the way? No, seriously, how many Cowboy items do you have in the closet?
Hey,
come on.
Once they lose in the offs, I don't come in with it.
Is it north of 30?
No, it's under 30.
Is it north of 20?
Under 25. Yeah, we're about right somewhere there.
Well, we're under 24 and a half.
I got a question for you, Larry.
Jerseys.
I got a question for you, Larry, because you were, and stop me if I'm putting characteristics on your name that aren't true, but you, over the last couple of years, you certainly were no huge fan of Garoppolo long-term as the future for the 49ers.
Right.
Accurate?
Right.
Okay, so then they make the move for Trey Lance. But you became the first big voice behind Brock Purdy. Like, it almost sounded, and you think you know this, it sounded weird when you were saying it because it was almost like it's irrelevant. Why are you so excited about Brock Purdy? He's not playing this year. He's probably never going to play. And then we end up with this story, and so you were for Trey Lance, but excited by Purdy, and we end up in this spot. Who do you right now want to be the quarterback of the 49ers for the future?
Brock Purdy. Yeah, Brock Purdy. I mean, I like Trey Lance, and I think Trey Lance is going to get there, but it may take 3 years. And I can't envision the 49ers or the Niner fans or the Niner front office or the rest of the guys in the locker room giving Trey the ramp-up period that he actually needs to be successful as the number 1 guy. So Purdy's doing it. He's doing it right now. He's accurate. I threw out somebody threw out on Twitter the stat about his deep ball accuracy. He's throwing the ball pretty well deep down the field. He sees it. He throws with anticipation. He throws with timing. He throws with accuracy. What really dawned on me, guys, was when they lost Jimmy after the Miami game and Purdy came in, that whole week, talking to the players face to face, it was like, you would have thought third string quarterback that their season was kind of done, or at least sort of done. They're like bouncing around the room like they had their starter, everything was going according to plan. So the players believe in this guy, and they believe in him because they see what I saw in minicamp and training camp and in practice, which is the guy has total command of the huddle, the line of scrimmage, what he sees pre-snap, where he's going. His footwork in the short and intermediate is just on point, so he can get the ball out on time. He's gonna throw picks. That ball last week was a dud.
Everybody's
going to have some bad moments.
Mahomes and Allen lead the league in picks. It's fine.
This is
Allen too.
This guy's refined, and he's got that. Then I got a chance to meet him. So when I did 2 or 3 interviews with him this summer, I got a chance to realize that this guy holds himself to this crazy high standard, and his family holds him to a really high standard, and he's insanely competitive. And you mix in accurate, competitive, hardworking, smart, tough. You got the traits. It's like time to turn off the machine and turn off the projector and get on to the next guy.
You know what's wild is there's a scenario, and this is going way too far into the future, but I think we all acknowledge the scenario exists. The scenario exists that Trey Lance never gets his shot with the 49ers. And I don't know if that ever happened before. A quarterback is drafted.
Brett Favre in Atlanta.
No, but drafted top 5.
Oh, no.
Like you are drafted as a top 5 quarterback, massive.
I have to say
Steve Young
massive
in Tampa.
resources, right? But that was supplemental. It's a little different, I guess. And he,
Testaverde bombed in Tampa. He got a shot, though.
But they got their shot. Yeah. He hasn't gotten his shot.
But the politics involved, Larry, which mean what they used to draft him should supersede the infatuation with Brock. Like, it's got to at least be a competition next year. So, just piggybacking off where you're going.
I don't think so.
Trey Lance is because where he was drafted, he's got to get an opportunity to get that gig.
I kind of agree. Unless Brock Purdy goes and wins the Super Bowl.
What if he wins the bowl?
Well, then
right. Okay, so that changes things. That changes things. Are you going to bet on the 49ers to win the Super Bowl right now?
I think they're one of about 4 teams that have a legit shot.
I agree. But if they're
if you just had to bet,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are more scenarios where they don't win it than where they do.
True for all teams.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that said, if they win the Super Bowl, it changes the conversation. But I think no matter what, the Niners are going to give Trey every shot because they got him to raise their ceiling. And maybe Brock Purdy does that. We haven't seen. But they got him to raise their ceiling so they can afford to not have a top 3 or 5 defense and still have a chance to win. So I think they're still going to give Trey every chance to do that.
It's interesting. It's a really interesting question because it's like totally unprecedented that they would trade him.
Yeah.
But if Purdy, forget the Super Bowl because, they could lose to an awesome Kansas City team or an awesome Buffalo team. If they go into Philly and beat Philly with Brock Purdy and he plays well, he's got to be the guy.
Yeah.
I think. But I look at it like this, like, if Brady still wants to come here, would you entertain that? If Garoppolo wants to be back here, would you entertain that as far as a quarterback to have in there with Brock? If that were the case and you had 2 quarterbacks, I think I would be interested in trading Trey, and I'd be interested in see what Indy has a top 10 pick. Indy doesn't have a quarterback.
About it that
you
way.
might be able to get a top 10 pick. To me, the dream, and this is just crazy me, but look at their weapons. And that Notre Dame tight end, Michael Mayer, is just monster. And he's going to have a 10-year career as being an awesome tight end. He's going to go 15. If you could get a top 10 pick for Trey Lance and get Michael Mayer in the draft, and you could show up next year with a Tom Brady and a Garoppolo, or Tom Brady or Garoppolo and Purdy at quarterback, and you got Kittle and Mayer and Ayuk and Debo and a killer defense, I think you're setting yourself up for to maybe run the table, not run the table, but be a major Super Bowl contender for the next 3 to 5 years.
Here's the odd thing with that idea. It's a fun idea, but if Purdy does well enough that you're comfortable to trade Trey Lance, why would you go get someone with the gravitas of Tom Brady? Like
I'm just saying, if Tom wanted to be here,
but as a backup, like if Purdy does that well, if Purdy does that well, then I want Purdy to start.
I know. I kind of feel the same way. But
Tom ain't watching.
Man, it would be hard to look away from a year of Purdy and Brady working together.
I don't know. I mean,
if you believe that these guys learn as they go, I mean, that would be something. But you're right. Purdy could get to a point where he may just take the thing outright. I mean, I don't see him taking any steps back
for sure.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
the thing he's done for me is just like raise the floor of what I thought he would be. Like his worst game now, I think they could probably still win.
And am I a hater to wonder what Trey Lance would have did in those 3 games, the 11 quarters that we've seen Brock play? Now that the addition of McCaffrey, like could Trey do what Brock's done? I don't know. I know Jimmy can.
I mean,
he's done it before he got hurt. But I watched the games like everything is so mansion-like. No shade at Trey. Like everything's perfect around you. You know what I mean? I can't. You're still balling, Brock. But you think Trey can do it?
Trey as a prospect, but it's clear from watching him this year that there's a lot of development there in his motion and throwing spirals and what he sees pre-snap. I mean, just unless we just believe that Kyle Shanahan. I mean, I believe Kyle Shanahan puts these guys in the position to succeed. Some people think the opposite. If you think the opposite, that's fine. But I just think that they used Trey the way they felt like it was best to use him. That, to me, sent me a loud message that he's not as refined as he's someday going to be.
That's an interesting point for this reason. We all talk about, and I'll never forget this, when these 5 guys were about to be drafted, and it was an unnamed GM, but the GM was asked, which of the 5 quarterbacks do you like? And his answer was, whichever one Kyle Shanahan picks.
Wow.
And so the reason that's relevant with what you just said, Larry, is we should allow all of these quarterbacks ramp-up time. Robert Saleh's been talking about that this week with, like, give Zach Wilson a chance. Well, Zach has thrown over 600 passes. Trey's only thrown 100. So if Zach Wilson still needs ramp-up, shouldn't we give a lot more to Trey? However, here's the other side. When Trevor Lawrence came in, he was given Urban Meyer and a pile of coal. Okay? He had to work through that. Now he has. Zach Wilson's on the Jets. I mean, just an organization that needed belief and a rebuild and skill position players. Justin Fields, who is his receiver? Trey Lance, his ramp-up time was surrounded by the best of the best everywhere. So in theory, even though he had the least college time, his ramp-up should be quicker. Because he didn't go to one of these junky organizations that put nothing around him. Yeah. So I'm still saying he hasn't had nearly enough time, but that's a red flag.
They drafted Trey.
That's a red flag.
I think they drafted Trey on traits and feel and not on film.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean?
100%.
And I still, to this day, love Trey. I love his traits.
You can't
love his family.
You can't love him if you say Brock gets the job.
No, I do love him as a prospect, Goo. I just don't think it's going to happen in the timeline that the Niners or their organization or their fans or anybody
Which
really
was
wants it
always
to
the
happen.
question. That was always the question at the start of this year.
It wasn't a great marriage.
Like a Jimmy fan, and I, asked the question at the beginning of the year, going, "Wait a minute, we're supposed to wait? You've got
it's ready to go.
Trent Williams and Kittle and Warner and Debo and."
Peter King predicted he'd be out of the gig in 7 weeks.
Right, because we're supposed to wait? Why would you hand that roster to someone who needs 2 years to get ready? That was always the question.
Yeah.
It still is.
Yeah. And
it totally is.
We don't know who's going to be good at these quarterbacks yet. I mean, we only have
Lights are starting to come on, though, Larry. Fields, Lawrence.
Lawrence is good.
Yeah. Small bit of Carlos Correa news from the AP. The San Francisco Giants postponed a news conference Tuesday after a medical concern arose during the All-Star shortstop's physical, according to 2 people with direct knowledge of the situation.
So does that mean that's a back injury?
That's not good, no doubt.
That's really
for
bad.
You to cancel the gig?
That is literally precisely what I was worried about.
I was more worried, not that they canceled the presser, because the presser could be anything. When they canceled the phoner radio hit that he was going to do this morning, it's like, what?
What's his background with injuries?
Because he could do the phoner from anywhere.
He could, but if the deal's not official, then he can't.
Right. Well, I mean, if it's not going to be official.
The deal's not official.
Whoa.
It's not signed until you pass your physical.
I mean, this would be just the worst of all worlds for the Giants. Because there's no pivot.
That's the fallout, but they wouldn't be at fault, right? Because you didn't know until you did this.
No, they wouldn't be at fault. They wouldn't be at fault. But it would still be,
Baseball
what do you
required-
do?
Oh, man.
What do you do?
You couldn't do anything, Larry. We just talked about he's your best player by far. Yeah, well, man.
And you don't
What
have
could it
anything
be?
to trade,
Kyle
and
is-
Luciano's not ready, and
Oh,
you know
man.
it's.
Oh boy.
Okay,
It
now
stressed Mark
I'm
out
looking
again.
at this article. It's by a guy named Ronald Blum of the AP. How the heck did he get information that Susan Slusser and Alex Pavlovich? How's Ronald Blum got
RB?
information?
Oh, RB's connected.
Stop
Dude,
it.
he's dialed.
Stop it. Awaiting results of testing. A second person said that a medical issue was flagged during Correa's physical.
To cancel the presser. So
Well, I
this-
mean, it is a $350 million decision. These guys do their due diligence for 19 hours on who's going to be DFA'd. So, I mean, I just think, I would say it's alarming, but I wouldn't go as far as the whole deal's going to blow up.
Well,
but if
it would
did
But you got
blow
to
up-
think about it, Larry. I mean, I'm
yeah,
with
but
you.
I mean, I think this I don't know. I don't know. If this would be a disaster if that actually happened.
A disaster.
Disaster.
And I know, Goo, your question, I don't know, my mind doesn't go to fault on
Right,
this
yeah,
one.
because I
who
can.
knows?
I won't if it's
It
the
just-
worst case scenario.
But it just goes to, this would be a disaster.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This would be a disaster.
And he's been relatively healthy, right? No.
Relatively. There's been some back stuff. He's missed some time, but sometimes I think we look at deals like this and go, oh, he's got an injury history. Who doesn't? Last 3 years.
Javon Kinlaw.
I mean, he's played. He has largely played. He's coming off of a healthy year. He played very, very well. He's 28. He's been largely healthy.
So when should this be wrapped up to where the public knows, okay, it's a yay or nay? Because
God.
you know what I mean?
You would
like,
think,
you know
would
what you're
think-
looking at, Larry.
You would think in a day or two, but I mean, if all of a sudden there's a sighting of Andrelton Simmons at SFO, that won't be.
Look at
that
you.
won't be. That won't
Elvis
be a good
Andrus.
sign.
Elvis Andrus is now his name is on the scoreboard out in center field.
There's a gigantic. There's a gigantic Crawford.
my God.
There's a gigantic Crawford poster on the side of the stadium.
Man, oh,
Forever
man.
Giant.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen. I don't know. A medical issue was flagged.
That's strong.
And again,
right?
that could just mean they're
it's-
redoing the deal to add incentives or something.
Maybe. I mean, the article does go on to say it is not clear if the sides had discussed renegotiating the deal.
How many games did he play this year?
Let me get that up.
Wow.
Let me give me 1 sec.
148, I think.
And Larry, you're
He
giving
played
them
a
Eddie
lot
Murphy
of games.
48 hours. I feel like we need to.
Great movie.
You need to know something now. Like, hey, Doc, look at this. We get said, look at this. Like it's the Giants pulling
Yeah.
away. Like we're concerned to give you all this
They're the
chicken.
ones throwing the money
I
at
think
it.
it's the-
136.
136.
He was
He played a
136
full
games.
season. He played an absolute
Man.
full season.
148 the year before that.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
he's-
pandemic season, 58 of the
He's
60.
good.
It was 2019 that was he played very, very well, but he only played in 75 games. And then in 2018, he played in 110, and that was when he didn't play very well, not up to his standards at least. But outside of that, he's been an 800 to 900 plus OPS player every single year of his career and has played north of 100 games every year. He played 153 back in 2016. Yes, he's had some injuries, but
Right.
not like back-breaking, debilitating.
I think Kyle might have pegged it. Is that they're probably something flagged on the maybe the MRI or in the testing, and maybe because it's been flagged, they want to put in a provision or two, which has to be then run by Boris and his whole internal staff. Who knows? I mean, it's all speculation, but that is the kind of thing I can't imagine. I would be shocked if this just upset the entire deal.
Well, right.
Off. He's a free agent. He's not
Same.
coming here.
But, yeah.
I think it's because these are two sides that have been slowly moving towards it. It wasn't
the whole time. And remember the due diligence that is done prior to that. It's not like you offer someone $350 million and then go,
That's a ring.
Are you
Yeah.
healthy? like these questions have already. That's why physicals almost always get passed.
And the Twins offer was a lot less than the Giants offer.
Yeah, but that was for a lot fewer years.
Right.
It was a lot fewer years.
But I mean, the total get for Carlos is so significantly more here that I got to think Boris would try to put this thing together. Even,
hopefully you're right, Larry. That's the positive, right? That's the glass half full right there. Look at it.
We're talking about it as a disaster for the Giants and their fans. This would be a disaster for Carlos, too. Like if Carlos goes out, back out on the market, and the word was you failed a physical?
Oh, man.
Well, I'll say this, too. I don't want to overreact to your guys' interview with Pavlovich, but I'll say it's a disaster for the Giants of what he's told you guys might be the case, which is you asked him if they're done. If they're done and this is it for the offseason, and this is assuming Carlos is healthy and they're not a playoff team. They're a third-place team in this division at best. Wow. Diamondbacks, you can make an argument Diamondbacks are better than the Giants.
We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I do think there's another tweak or two needed to be made, but
Who's playing first? Who's playing center?
Center is the tweak that they still need to do.
That's a major one.
First is going to be a grab bag. There's still going to be grab bags. It's still going to be grab bags.
Grab bags?
There's going to be grab bags.
I never like grab bags.
J.D. Davis is
together. We're grab bags.
Exactly.
Grab bags.
Here come Guru and Larry.
At Outdoor Supply Hardware, to give is to receive. December 6th through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 gift card with every $50 gift card purchased. Limit 4 per household. Osh gift cards never expire. Great gifts are in the cards at all 14 Osh stores.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
Here's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Seven Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for
2022.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Parents, are you tired of helping put your kids' shoes on? They're squirming, watching cartoons, anything but helping. Luckily, it's Skechers to the rescue. Introducing new hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you can just get your kids to step into and their shoes are on. You don't need to bend over. You don't need to sit on the floor and try to wrangle them on. Actually, you don't even have to touch them. With Skechers slip-ins, they just step in and go. Plus, they're so easy, they could be the first shoes your kids can put on by themselves. And Skechers slip-ins are great for older kids too. They're quick, easy, and fun. The secret is a unique comfort pillow in the heel that helps your child's foot slide securely into place and cradle it in comfort. Plus, they're available in all types of Skechers styles with and without laces. And most are machine washable, so you can keep them looking newer longer. Get Skechers slip-ins, the where have you been all my life shoes, for your kids or for mom and dad today. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bay Area? No Steiny. He's enjoying his Christmas vacation. We got Larry Kruger in, and Larry, I'm fired up. We got a lot to get to.
Yep.
We'll be joined by John Dickinson at 2 p.m. He'll be in for you Thursday and Friday.
Nice.
So we'll get down, and he'll also the next 2 days have post-game for the Warriors as they embark on their continue their road game trip in New York, the Mecca. Tonight they got the Knicks. Tomorrow, Kevin Durant. And that's all brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. But Larry, I'm going to get started with this.
What
I
are we
love my
starting with?
daddy,
What are we starting
Norman
with today?
Johnson, 82 years old, Union City, California, Navy man. Took him to his appointment yesterday after our show, and he goes, "Damn it, son, you were stepping on Larry left and right, like he knew you, like you were his kid." So I said, "Okay, Pops, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to slow down. Red light, like your shirt, and I'm going to slow down and enjoy you." But I just get excited talking sports. We got the Warriors in New York. And, Larry, you tell me if I'm being negative. We want to hear from you guys. 888-957-9570. I'll see you on Twitch. I'll see you on YouTube. The Xfinity Mobile text line. It's kind of symbolic. Last year when the Warriors made this trip, Steph was embarking on breaking the three-point record. It was incredible. He did so. I know it was later on. But now they go back. Steph's not there. He's dealing with this injury issue. But, Larry, I'm going to go picnic on you. I just feel like not just Steph Curry, but the Warrior players are dropping like flies. We got some issues today where not only will Wiggins not play, Curry's out. DiVincenzo, who we've been throwing daisies at his feet because he's earned them. Now JaMychal Green, non-COVID illness. Kuminga probable. I'm like, damn, when does it stop?
I mean, is it load management on the down low, or is it legitimate injuries and illnesses?
I'm going to say this. When you're the 11 seed, 15 and 16, ain't no load management on the down low. That's just me. It's you're hemorrhaging right now. You got to fix that record.
Well, I mean, to me, it's the NBA regular season, and I would rather the Warriors go this route and be extra careful and just take extra precautions and only play guys when they're healthy. And sit guys when they're sick or ill, or, if they're ill or if they're hurt, sit them out. Why? Because nothing matters in the NBA at all until May and June. It really. I mean, what do you
sound like my friend Frank.
You got all of December, you got all of January, you got all of February, all of March, April. I mean, this is all kind of like a warm-up act for the games that really matter in the playoffs. If you thought they weren't going to make the playoffs, it'd be one thing, but I think we all know that they're going to make the playoffs.
Right now, they're not in.
They're not in right now, but
4.5 back from the number 1 seed. But okay,
I mean, do you think they're what are the odds on the Warriors to make the playoffs right now?
99.9. But if you tell me, Larry, Wiggins' injury could keep going and we don't know when Curry's going to be back, if there's a delay or something like a Correa to where it's delayed, then I think we're talking about something else. And I'm totally with you on the facade that is the NBA regular season, but I think you toy around with the load management when things are kind of good and you got everything at your disposal. We don't even know who's going to start now. Is it going to be Moody? Is it going to be Kuminga? Because, guys aren't available. So I kind of get your thesis, but when you're, one game under 500 and you're defending champs, and I keep going back to our interview with Fitch yesterday, and you're trying to find out who your 7th, 8th, and 9th guys are, I don't feel like you could play that load, man. You're like in no position to do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
because it stunts growth.
I hear you, but here's my thing. If we're on tomorrow talking about this game, was last night against the Knicks a great was it a positive? Well, I mean, part of it is did they win, did they lose, right? But the other part is, how did Kuminga look? How did Wiseman look? How many minutes do these guys get? Are they developing the young guys in their roster? I think that's important. So if all these guys being out means that James Wiseman gets a little bit more run,
I'm all in.
I'm all in too.
Okay.
I mean, because I want to see James Wiseman in that rotation come playoff time. There's a long time between now and then, but no time like the present to start introducing these guys. So they're deep. They've got an incredibly deep roster, even with
now, Larry,
all the injuries.
I'm just asking you now. Can you clarify deep?
I mean, they got a bunch of guys on the team. Well, I mean, I'm not a Ty Jerome fan. I'm not an Anthony Lamb fan. I don't like what I've seen so far out of Jermichael Green.
All right,
but it is a roster that has depth. There are talented guys on their bench. It's just a matter of, I mean, at the beginning of the year, we were talking about what did you call it? Not strength in numbers, but something else.
Stress in numbers.
Stress in numbers. But
I appreciate you remember that, Larry.
But the numbers are the numbers, right?
Yeah.
You said that because the Warriors do have a bunch of players.
Yeah, and they're unknowns. And what I thought the title of the motto for the Warriors this season was, we'll take some lumps, kind of like where they're at now, but the 3 guys, the young big 3, will get, they'll get seasoned. So by the time the playoffs come, which we'll get in, seeding doesn't matter, they will have gone through their basketball puberty. Now we're watching them still not bringing home standing-wise in regard to the record, but you're doing it with DNPs. And I don't know where that's going. Like, that's going to bite you in the ass at some point to me. Or, on the flip side, Larry, one of those 3 may be moved. I don't see how you can move Kuminga. To me, that's just totally – he's a guy you wouldn't even think about. I don't know Wiseman. I don't think his value is high at all right now. And if that's something they want to do. So I'm hoping with the positive in this injury situation is we see Wiseman. We see more Moody. And again, I don't know why Kuminga only played 5 minutes in Toronto on Sunday.
What's the truth? Are they not considering moving Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, or are they? There's other reports out there that they absolutely are considering moving those guys. Well, as you just said, Wiseman's value is not very high.
You could
Moody's
get a
value is
starburst
not
right
very
now.
high.
Yeah. See, I think Moody's is higher, but go ahead, Larry.
Okay, but Kuminga's at least giving you snapshots
no doubt,
of
no
greatness.
doubt, and other teams.
So his value is greater.
Yeah.
How about tonight if you lost to the Knicks, but somehow James Wiseman gave you a snapshot of greatness and put together 15 and 12 and 3 blocks?
Right.
And then suddenly now 3 weeks from now, you're taking offers for him. People are going to remember that game at the Garden. People are going to remember that one game where he had 15 and 12 and 3 blocks. So personally, I think even if they don't win, they can win if they just somehow show that their young guys are progressing, because that either increases their likelihood of being in the Warrior rotation, which we all want to see, or increases what they're going to get back in return for those guys if indeed they decide they're going to trade him in February.
And I'll tell you what, I can speak. I don't want to speak for you. You let me know. But last year, one of the best parts of this Warrior season was seeing what Jordan Poole did, the growth that he had
down the
in
stretch.
The lab.
Yeah.
To go to Santa Cruz and just be a walking bucket. And you weren't with me, but I told Steiny a couple weeks ago, Kerr, when Jordan was struggling, he kind of said, he was being defended by better defenders. And I was like, no, if you can hit the baseball, you can hit it off the best pitchers. Because to me, what I've been watching, I never once said, oh, Jordan's doing that against, low-tier talent. He can get a bucket in the league. But that kind of stuck with me. And then we saw Jordan continue to struggle. Fitz was with us yesterday. The pace, he was going too fast. But he dropped 43 in last game in Toronto. I was juiced. But I want you to hear Kevon Looney. He was on with Willard and Kyle yesterday, and you tell me what you think about his role while Curry's out.
He kind of knows what time it is. We just gotta. We all talk amongst each other about everybody has to step up. Steph has big shoes to fill, so he can't. Well, no one guy can just fill his spot. So we all got to do a group effort. But he kind of knows when Steph is out that he kind of got to take more lead, got to control the game more, and be more poised. And I think he's been doing a great job at the last few games.
43, Larry.
I think Jordan is a rhythm player, and just some nights he's out of rhythm. It's not easy to step into a team that has this many veterans with this many guys who need the ball, need shots, and then feel the total freedom to do anything you want to do on the floor. I loved him in the San Antonio game a few weeks ago when he just absolutely was attacking the rim. And I love Jordan Poole when he's in attack mode.
Man.
But I just think that he's a guy that, he has to get into a rhythm. And and that could be from the perimeter, or that could be either going to the hole or from the perimeter. And I just think that at times he has a difficult time around these veterans settling into the rhythm that's comfortable for him, that lets him really get going. And he's in rhythm now. And then when Steph was out at the end of last year, he got extended run in April?
Man.
Or was it March and April?
He went berserk.
And he had, a 25-game stretch where he just, was absolutely dominant because he had more freedom. He's a little bit constricted with those other guys. So I think that's normal for a young player, right? A veteran player can probably adapt easier. He's a young player still.
Yeah, Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 The Game. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Walnut Creek, Larry, and welcome Miley to the program. What's up, Miley?
What's up? Long-time listener. Love you, Larry, from way back.
Appreciate you.
I had to bring up some stuff on the Brock Purdy and Trey Lance thing. I'm fully with Kyle that both are going to get a look. They win the Super Bowl. That's one thing. Okay, put that aside. I want to throw a little context to you, Larry, on Brock. He looked great in camp. He looks great now.
Right.
But we're week, 16, 17? You don't think by now, had Trey not got hurt, that he would have expanded that playbook to the point, maybe not as good and as sharp as Brock, maybe more effective on the ground. Who knows? But it would be week 15, 16 with Trey, not week 3. So I'm thinking his playbook expands by now.
Oh, first of all, there's no doubt you're right. No doubt. He would have developed, and he wouldn't have been the same player. And he works really, really hard, and they coach him up really hard, and the surrounding cast is really talented. The arrow is pointing up and was pointing up on Trey Lance. I'm just saying, what you're seeing with Brock Purdy is pretty special. The ball's coming out on time. He's deadly accurate. And to ignore that, and as he's winning these games and just say, well, you're going to go back to a quarterback that really needs a ton of development, I don't know. I think you might lose the room if you did that. And Trey's very popular in the room, but you got to be about the W. You got to be about winning this week, or you lose the guys.
Well, didn't you already do that when you went from Jimmy to Trey? When people knew there was no possible way
and you may have
this
lost
unknown
the guys.
commodity is going to have, you know what I mean? This guy
and
just
you
took
would
it,
have
Jimmy
lost the
took it.
locker room, Goo. I don't think there's any question. You couldn't just stay with that. That was going to have a shelf life. They were going to have to win games, and they were going to have to see development.
Stoney said that. Like, Kyle might have went up to the veterans like, hey, if this thing ain't right in 6-7 weeks, we'll kind of pull the plug. But at that point, you didn't know you had Jimmy to fall back on. You know what I mean?
I think Trey's going to be a really good quarterback. I just think it's going to take some time. He didn't play.
This ain't the spot thing because this team is ready to cash in.
I know.
And they've been to a Super Bowl. They almost got back to a Super Bowl. You ain't got that 2 to 3 years window. And again, it just goes back to, damn, what was Kyle thinking? If you thought it was going to take time. I'm on the other side of the fence. I think he thought, Kyle, with his ego, rightfully so, I can get this dude up and running ASAP.
Who was he choosing, though? Because Trevor Lawrence was gone. Zach Wilson was gone. He was taking
Justin Fields as a Niner quarterback right now, Larry.
And Lance and Jones.
Okay.
Right? And he chose Lance.
Okay.
I would have chosen Lance out of that trio as well.
But I'll tell you what, to the people in the back, Larry, and I'm emotional about this. The play calling that I saw the first couple of games, a game and a quarter, look nothing like what Brock Purdy's doing. And only Kyle can answer that. And Larry, you can look at me like, nah, Goo, it's the same plays. Dude's just looking down the field. But I think about stuff like that.
It's not the same plays.
Okay, but then that's almost like, then why didn't you set my boy up for success then? Why did you, and people yesterday on Twitter said my references are a bit older. So when I say, why did you treat him like Walter Payton? Give me a new running back. Give me somebody young. Jordan Mason. Yeah, why did you treat him like Jordan Mason?
Well, I mean,
that is you got him hurt.
We have to assume that Kyle was doing right by all of his guys, right? So this idea of, well, you had one play call for this guy, one play call for that guy. Kyle, you got to give him that he's doing what he thinks was going to work, right? He did that for a reason. He called those plays for Trey for a reason. He obviously felt that Trey could do those things and maybe couldn't do some of these other things. So that's why he did it. Now, I didn't like the usage either. I don't
think there's not a person walking around that did.
Well, look at Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts just got bounced on by Travis Gibson, who weighs about 270.
It still could be a separated shoulder.
I think it looked like a separated shoulder.
Boy.
And how did he get it? He got it on a scramble, getting buried by a defensive end, driven into frozen turf, and he may or may not be the same guy the rest of the way.
You know what, Larry,
year.
to that point, what about the people that say, hey, now you're being the injury police? Because, it's easy for you to say that now, but for 13 weeks, this dude's just compiled the MVP-type season. Talking about hurt, so anybody can – it can happen to anybody.
I hear you, but I just think that it's risk-reward when it comes to your quarterback. I mean – if you run your how many running backs have the Niners gone through? They had Elijah Mitchell.
It's incredible.
I mean, and the running back takes and why do running backs don't go very high in the draft usually? Why? Because the NFL looks at that second contract and says they're not going to last very long. Well, if your running backs are not going to last very long, then why use your quarterback like a running back?
Okay, with that said, I always, and Bonte can attest to this, Larry, we've always discussed why Kyle Shanahan looked at Mahomes and couldn't fall in love with him like Andy Reid did. Why he looked, and this is a bad comp now, but Deshaun Watson, what he did, and like, how did that not attract you? But then on the flip side, I'm like, it's your prerogative, Kyle. Okay, maybe you do like the prototypical Kirk Cousins type, can move, but running's not their, forte. But then my question to you is, what changed? Or what workout? I wish we could watch the workout that Trey used for Kyle to fall in love with. Like that doesn't match what we've known you to like in your quarterbacks.
Well, I mean, Kyle.
Then when you run him out there, he's a runner.
Kyle would claim that he likes all kinds of different traits in his quarterbacks. I'm sure that there's not one particular style that he likes, and he wouldn't want to be pigeonholed. As far as Mahomes and Deshaun, I don't think they even really got serious about the evaluation. I think they were it was the beginning of their regime. They were looking at the quarterback landscape, and I think they had their eyes on Kirk Cousins, and I don't even think they really I don't want to say they didn't evaluate at all, but I think they did a half-hearted evaluation on the quarterbacks in that class because they decided they didn't want to go down that road. So personally, I mean, clearly they missed on Mahomes and Watson. They took Solomon Thomas third, but other teams missed on those guys as well. But I'm not even 100% convinced just from what I hear Kyle asked about it through the years. You get the sense that they weren't really in QB evaluation mode in that particular draft.
Wow.
I mean, obviously, it's been a huge mistake, right? Mahomes is the best thing going.
He's a Steph Curry of quarterbacks. I'll just say that's when I watch him do his position and play, Larry, I'm like, man, that's what it looks like. And yesterday, I told you and the listeners I was on an apology tour for Kyle because I know what he does and brings to the table. But I was on his helmet about the play calling and getting Trey Lance injured. Now people, he didn't get him injured, but you ran him. You kept playing with fire. With that said, I had to catch myself. I was driving home yesterday, and I said, you know what? Kyle can do it with anybody. But, Larry, you know what? He couldn't do it with C.J. Beathard that 2020 season when they could have made the playoffs and they were playing their home games in Arizona. You know, you win a game or two, which were close. You just couldn't get it done.
Couldn't do it with Hoyer.
And C.J. Beathard. So it's almost kudos again back to Brock. But I'm looking at you like, and I know today is not to cut Dave Ford, but – it has to be Trey Lance given another, even if we weren't in the Bay and this situation happened in Houston and we were on the radio in Houston, you just, no matter where this season ends up and Brock's success, you don't just say bye-bye to Trey Lance. I can't wait to watch the game after the game when this season culminates, when it's done.
Well, I mean, first of all, Trey has a say in his own career. What if Brock wins the NFC Championship game?
Which could very well happen.
Okay, what if Brock wins the NFC Championship game? What if Trey says, where do I fit in this mix? And they say, well, we're not going to give you the starting job, but you can compete next summer in camp with Brock for the starting job. Who's to say Trey, through his agent, doesn't come back to the Niners and say, you know what, trade me. I don't want to compete with Brock next summer. I was the third pick in the draft. I want to go somewhere where I can be the whole show is surrounding me. I mean, Indianapolis is going to pick in the top 10. They need a quarterback. I'm just saying that, yeah, you got two rookie quarterbacks, right? And you could obviously, that's a good situation on your cap. And I definitely think that Trey and Brock would be a great quarterback room because, you know, Trey does things that Brock can't do.
That, though, Larry.
Brock does some things that Trey can't do. And if they started to watch film together and the nuances that Brock's got down as a 4-year college starter, if Trey started to pick up on those nuances, I think the sky could be the limit for him. So I like the combo of those two. I'm just looking at this from the Niners' perspective. If you have Brock Purdy and he's your starting quarterback and you really believe he's your starting quarterback, Trey Lance is too good and too valuable to just sit on the bench as, well, just in case Brock gets hurt. In that situation, there is a team that would give you a first-round pick for Trey Lance. I really believe that.
Wow.
Bryce Young is supposedly going to go in the first pick in the draft. Bryce Young's like 5'10", 5'11". C.J. Stroud, they say, is going to go top 5. Will Levis out of Kentucky, they say, is going to go top 10.
Right.
There's a lot of teams in the first round. The next quarterback's not slated to go until, like, you know, maybe the middle of the second round. Now, a lot of evaluation has to happen between now and draft day. I'm just saying there are going to be teams that are going to look at Trey Lance and say, hell yes, I'll give you a mid to late first round pick for Trey Lance.
Yeah. And he's a winner too, Larry, so he probably, like you said, he ain't sitting. He wants to be.
He wants to play.
Yeah, no doubt.
First of all, Trey needs to play at this point. I mean, it's not even about wants
he
to
was
play.
before he got hurt.
He needs to play.
He was before he got hurt.
It's not in his best interest, Kuda, to sit behind anybody anymore.
Larry, you got a Q-tip?
Not on me.
Okay, well, the 530 needs one on the Xfinity mobile text line because it's saying, Guru, you were calling for Trey every day. WTF are you talking about? I was calling for Trey in what he represented, a strong arm, fast feet, everything Jimmy couldn't do, pass routes outside the hashes, all that down the field. So, yeah, I thought when you drafted Trey Lance, he was going to get the scholarship to go out there and be our number one quarterback. And the reason I say that, Larry, is because Kyle, the Jedi, the genius that I dubbed him, he would never have brought you to town and said, you know what, we've gotten close with Jimmy, but I'm going to yank this cord out the socket and we're going with something else because I think something else is more dynamic. I stand by that. Then, lo and behold, we get to see Trey Lance. He looks raw. He looks, you know, the rookie-like. But my whole thing was, hey, son, talking to Trey, that wasn't your fault. I'm looking at these plays and this portfolio you've been given, and it does not look like a coach has confidence in his quarterback. So that's why I kind of changed that up. And we'll get to more of it on the other side, Larry, but he got me hot saying like I was going against that, and we'll call it audible. I want to get back to Carlos Correa, dude, because I'm starting to think the more and more of they got their big fish. Today is something's up, and let's go Perry Mason a little bit, if you may. Right here on 95.7 The Game. You're listening to Larry Krueger and Dale the Guru Johnson, all brought to you by What's Next on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and we're sponsored by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
There's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper?
And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, Larry in today for Steiny. We take you up until 3 p.m. on a beautiful Tuesday, but now the Giant fans got to be frantic, Larry. We talked about the Giants not landing the big fish a couple weeks ago in Aaron Judge, but let me tell you who they did get. One Carlos Correa, 13 years, $350 million deal, and today I've been asking, Larry, I think I'm the only one. Hey, Damon. Hey, Ratto. Anybody that listen? Bonte Jasky, when's the presser? Willard, when's the presser? Oh, we'll tell you they'll have it sometime. And today was the day, and all of a sudden we find out that's put on hold, canceled, like some dinner reservations. Postponed. Larry, what's going through your dome? Tell us, because to me, I thought PEDs, that was my first initial one, and hopefully it's nothing. But now the AP is reporting that it's a medical condition, and the Giants are concerned. So, again, I don't. Oh, you're Mr. What do they call me? The panic guy.
The sky's falling.
Thank you, Larry. You might have heard it.
No, I mean seriously.
But man,
it's $350 million. If you're not going to be sure on this, you're not responsible. I mean, this is a sizable amount of money. You want, if anything was flagged in a routine checkup, I don't care if it was minor. It's $350 million. They're bidding as much on Carlos Correa as they did on the entire franchise.
But what did they find, Larry? That's where I'm going. You're right. You're saying due diligence. It's all part of the process. But if I'm a Giant fan, I'm panicking like, what could have flagged them to the, and it could be a litany of things, but to the point to cancel this presser. And now you just have to think about, as a Giant fan, do we have Correa or do we not? And the ramifications on if you do not.
You know, during the Giants Fan Fest through the years, I've had a chance to interview guys like Dr. Ken Akazuki and Dr. Robert Murray, and these are guys that are Giants doctors on their staff.
Okay.
And I remember talking to them about their job and what their role is. And he's like, they're like, it's actually the biggest part of our job is the due diligence that we do on prospective free agents, on prospective free agent buys, because the investment's so large. And, Sabian at the time, or now in this case, Farhan, they need answers, and they need you to stand behind it medically. And there's shared information among teams, and then there's information that's not shared. So these guys do a lot of reconnaissance, if you will, on each player before they even enter into a contract negotiation. Now, in this case, they agreed to a deal before he actually took the physical. Then they do the physical.
Yeah.
Well, if you're investing $350 million and you see a bulging disc in a back, let's just say, and I'm just speculating, I have no idea what the physical may have shown, that's going to make you pause. And you'd rather wait a day and get another MRI or have them send them to another specialist or take another closer look than just say, you know what, it'll all just work out. It'll all just work out. You might do if it was a 2-year, $8 million deal. For a 13-year, $350 million. I mean, come on. I mean, you're that kind of a contract, that kind of an investment, you're going to be absolutely sure, or you're going to lose your job as one of the doctors for the Giants. So they take their role very seriously. They probably saw something,
See, that's where I'm at. What?
I would think it would be back related, just because the back is always kind of a mysterious thing. But you never know. Could be COVID related. It could be related.
And we're not playing around with COVID, but that would be the easy avenue, because, it's nothing physical. It's nothing that can keep you from being a Giant or making me not want to spend money, because we've told our fans, and today was going to be, the party. We were about to, turn up and introduce our new Giant, who arguably, Larry, it's not even close, was going to be their best player. So I'm up here like, what could it be? And I know we'll never know, but again, you're sharing your thoughts. I'm sharing mine. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Are you worried or no big deal? But I'll go Bonte on you. Where's your panic meter on this?
I'm not.
Is it at a 10?
No, it's not.
I'm at an 8, Larry.
But as far as I'm thinking the panic is not there, because the Giants are still this iconic franchise. They're going to remain an iconic franchise. They own their own ballpark. They have wealth beyond the means of almost every team in the big leagues.
They're losing fans by the minute.
They're losing fans by the minute. It doesn't help them in this offseason.
Okay, they're boring.
Not only they're bad this year, they were irrelevant and boring. So they need some juice. But then the prospects they have, the Marco Lucianos, the Hunter Bishops, the Luis Matoses, the Elliot Ramoses, none of these guys are ready to break through. So they can't lean on their farm system and say, well, we'll just call up our star shortstop. Your star shortstop is probably 2 full seasons away, and he may not even be a shortstop by the time he gets there. A lot of speculation with Luciano that he has back problems and that he might not play shortstop or third base and may wind up as a left fielder or a DH. So I think there's a very good chance they move Luciano at some point and cash that chip in for something that can help him this year. But the question is, what do you do if this whole deal blows up?
Oh, on the field, it hurts you. You become impotent when it comes to your lineup. This dude is going to add some pop, and I'm again in dream world about, hey, you won 107 with no names, and if you could tap into that and get some of that dust and put it on, a better version of that team, who knows? You can compete, but I got to be honest, when we were doing the changeover, we talked about his availability last year. You and I signed off on it, Kyle and Willard, he was relatively healthy. And my first question, Larry, is this new? And again, the ramifications. Is it something that can be fixed? But when you talk about these physicals and there's a concern, a lot of times, and take sports off the table, if you see something, it's going to be there until you kind of remedy it if you can.
And the question I would have is, let's just say the Giants flagged him on something on the physical. Would every team flag him? Would there be some teams that would be willing to pay him what they offered, in his current physical condition and buy him like a car as is? There may be. The Giants were bidding against the Twins. The Cubs had some interest. But they've gone for. Where did Swanson?
I forget where Swanson ended up.
Cubs,
you're right.
Yeah,
Chicago.
Swanson went to the Cubs. So, the Cubs are probably out. So does he go back to the Twins? And I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. All I'll say is this: if this deal gets nixed, where do the Giants go? I mean, they could probably go back to Crawford at shortstop, but where do they go as far as trying to find that kind of central figure who's going to kind of be the guy that people
gravitate
toward, buy tickets because he's on the team, and they were looking to make
what does
a
this
big
do to the
splash.
offseason if this, again, not Dr. Negative, but this is on the table until we find out otherwise. What would this then do? I gave them a B for their offseason, and 99% of the B was getting Correa. Like, what if he was off the table? What if he was not a Giant? I mean, then you go down to D plus for the offseason and forget grades. It's the product you're going to run out there on the field next April, because if he's not available, Larry, there is no shortstop Walmart. You can't, what do you need? I need a shortstop.
I know. Who would
my goodness. It's like the party's over.
Right. I don't even know. Who would you pivot to? Ooh. Andrelton Simmons or Didi Gregorius?
Oh.
I mean, the drop-off is so dramatic that you'd probably just go back to Crawford. But then who's your anchor of your lineup? I mean, I think I saw a lineup on MLB Network where they had Correa penciled in the 2-hole as your 2-hole hitter. That's probably where I would hit him. I mean, that's a major factor in your lineup, and they need to get better offensively.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hello?
come on.
Yeah.
This is a bad baseball team that I don't even think with Correa they're a playoff team.
Well,
I really don't.
I'll fight you on that, but I'm not mad, and I kind of get that. But that's the uphill battle they face when you got the Dodgers and Padres in your own division. And I'm with you. People laugh at the Diamondbacks. You could take it to the tail of the tape in regard to, do they have more talent or young players you could get behind than the Giants?
Here's the question I would have too: if the Giants were dead set on pivoting to a big time player, if Correa wasn't healthy enough, how about Fernando Tatis? The Padres just signed Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah, but
obviously and Tatis has got his own physical issues. But there's been all kinds of talk this winter. The Padres are willing to move
But
Tatis.
you think Farhan would do that right now with the stain that's on Tatis? And if I'm the Padres, I'm fixing that. Hey, you go to the outfield. Because, Larry, I never got when you get something, and then it's like, man, you got a surplus. You got studs everywhere. But then you throw one away like the Padres would be doing. Now, I know he broke hearts. Players are mad because he affected their season not being available and taking the PEDs, not knowingly, allegedly. But, Larry, I just don't get how a club would say bye-bye to him, because I'm thinking they're going to wrap everybody up. And you're looking at me now like, it ain't monopoly money, son.
No, it's not that. It's that he's got chronic shoulder problems. I mean, he's had the same shoulder injury like 3 different times, right? So I'd be really concerned about...
Stay off the dirt bikes.
I'd be concerned about Tatis's, not just the PEDs, I'd be concerned about just the shoulder and the long-term health of the shoulder. But
2 years ago, we were talking about him being the face of Major League Baseball.
Oh, I know, and he's an awesome talent. The question, though, is where would the Giants go? Because they would need to do something significant, you would think, to kind of shake their fans up and get them excited. Correa,
this is it.
Correa, got people excited. I don't know that there is a move out there. I mean, the thing about the Giants too is they would have to be a trade. And, what do they have to trade?
But I'm not saying they're going to do it that way. I don't think much, but it would be panic. It would be like, you know what? They're operating after, this. We just got buzzard luck. We just signed this dude, announced it to the world. We're proud. He's worthy. And my next question to you and the listeners is, how often do you see this too, Larry? Now, I see when there's a change of mind or but for a guy, something to come up and you cancel it and then it's just done, that's heavy.
Well, and we don't know if there's an injury or if it's just something that they saw that they didn't like.
Concern.
But, I mean, if you're signing a guy to a monster contract and you're already fearful about how it may play on the back end, and then you see something that's flagged on a random physical that you then makes you more concerned about the back end, you might just pull the plug just because, you know what? There's no real injury. I mean, there's nothing really significant here, but we're just not wanting to get into that long of a deal for those kinds of dollars with a player that has this medical, not history, but medical, prognosis. You pay your doctors a lot of money. What if their doctor said, you know what? We think this guy's, 5 years, great investment, but anything after that is really dubious with this kind of injury. And they're looking at 8 years potentially of huge money to a player who your doctors just said, he's going to last 5-6 years, and you gave him a 13-year deal. That could make you hedge.
Yeah,
that could make you pull out of the deal.
No doubt. And let me throw this to you. Do you think both sides could be looking at these results differently? Like, does the union get involved if Correa's saying this is no big deal, and the Giants are like, oh, it's a big deal, and they're like, no, we want our money. No, you know what I mean? Like that's the part of this story that we don't know. And the wannabe doctors on the Xfinity mobile text line, and again, everybody claims they have sources. Some saying it's been reported it's not a back issue, but
not a back issue,
allegedly. But we'll find out moving forward. But I just wonder if two sides are looking at something that Correa and his camp are like, oh, this is, it's normal, it's no big deal. And the Giants are like, oh, hell nah, we don't feel comfortable giving you $350 million over 13 years because of whatever.
You never know in these physicals what's going to pop up. Do you remember Garrison Hurst, who played for the Niners? They did a physical of Garrison Hurst, I believe, when he was a free agent, discovered he had no ligament in his knee. I mean, had torn it away at a young age and had played his entire Georgia career without a ligament in one of his knees. But he still had a really good NFL career. But I mean, that came up after he was a pro, that he'd had some injury as an adolescent that, impacted the structure of his knee. It's hard to say.
Like Susan Slusser reported that it's not a back issue.
Not a back issue. Well, that's great news. That's great news.
But then is it really then what else could it be so heavy to where you canceled the get up today?
It could be anything. It could be a birth defect. You could have one leg that's longer than another. You could have any number of things that just never showed up on another team's medical report that show up on yours. Right. Or it also could just be that your doctors are saying, hey, you know what? We're looking at this and we're thinking a 5 to 6 year, term is the only thing we would really sign off on. And they're signed off to go for 13. And then they're looking at next year where there's probably going to be the same kind of thing you saw this year for Judge. You're going to have next year for Shohei. And maybe they want to be in that next year. And maybe this Correa deal, maybe this Correa deal is the kind of deal that would preclude them from getting in that mix. And maybe they really feel that they need not just a player, but they need a draw. And Judge is a draw, and Shohei's a draw, but Carlos is not.
Yeah, but there's nothing you're doing today, Larry. We got a special caller coming up. There's nothing you're doing today, I don't care what you do, to make you get closer to Ohtani. They were in on their big fish, which was Carlos Correa. The fans went crazy. I get it, excited. The baseball world was like, okay, Farhan, you did it. And now we need to find out, and we will, hopefully, some point today or here in the near future about, and as Susan's correct in her reporting, it's not a back issue. It's something. And the something to me has the Giants so concerned, Larry, that they're putting pause on it right now.
Buyer's remorse.
Look at you.
Hey, how many people, we all know these kinds of people. They buy something on Tuesday. They buy something on Tuesday, and on Wednesday they're returning it.
I got my hands up. I do it all the time. And then I make it. Well, let me stop you. I'll do everything right at time. Larry, we got a special guest. We have an orthopedic surgeon, claims he's an orthopedic surgeon at a Half Moon Bay, Paul, who wants to talk about the Carlos Correa situation. What's up, Doc?
Yeah, hi. I'm really fascinated by what just happened. I finished surgery, and I hear that the Correa deal's maybe gone under. And it's interesting to how we need to appreciate the orthopedic surgeons and sports medicine doctors that take care of these teams, both for the players as for the ownership. And I think it's something that people don't realize how integrating the doctors are with the team. As I actually worked with a Major League Baseball and NFL team for a year, and you see the stress on these doctors, especially doing the physicals, because of all the money that's involved.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I mean, this has become, these doctors are there not just to look at the players on the team, but they're really there to kind of evaluate the risk factor in these multi-million-dollar free agent investments.
I think, appreciate the call. Larry, I get all that, but again, that doesn't take away from what's causing, and I'm not saying you're doing it, but you're like, dude, you find out something's going on, it's not a back. It's fair to say that's what we know. It's not a back. But to me, it's something that's weighing on their mind so much to where they canceled today. And they probably just got the news the wee hours of last night or this morning, and you just kind of wonder, what could it be to where you get back to it's nothing? Hey, Carlos, here goes the 13 for $350. Because and I'm a fan, but Giant fans, to me, that's all that matters. Not how we got here, what happens now that we're here. Whatever's ailing them, is it nothing? And who is that up to? Because like you said, it's the doctors telling the powers to be over on 3rd and King, he'll be fine.
Or it could be something that was spotted, and they just want to have a little, like Kyle was referencing, they just want to have a little bit more protection on the deal in some capacity with some little addendum to it that gives them some financial relief. Or it could be anything. It could be something that, with the insurance. I mean, a lot of times these deals, they go insure these deals, and players will insure themselves. I believe the clubs sometimes will insure, these contracts, these massive contracts, so they're not just totally left out. But it could be it could be any number of things, but it could just be that they want to change the terms and that they don't want to have a presser make everything official until everything was buttoned up, especially when you're talking about this size of an investment.
$350. Hey, I cut Paul off. He's back. Paul, sorry about that. You have one more point to make.
No, I'm sorry. With the half they dropped, but just talking about what injury could be for Correa might have. I mean, the common baseball injuries are obviously shoulder, wrist, elbow, and the back. And I've seen some major league players play with really horrible back MRIs, but they're not talking about signing a big contract like this guy's about to do. But the real question is, what would cause a doctor to hold up the deal? And it's got to be either like a rotator cuff tear, a labral tear, a wrist tear, or significant arthritis in the back. Those are the only things that I could think of that would hold up a deal like this. And there's a privacy issue with the player of what you can disclose. So we might not ever hear really anything.
Well, and I mean, I know some football players who got MRIs on their shoulders, and they didn't necessarily have shoulder pain, but there was all kinds of buildup because they had done so much lifting with their shoulders, and so there was the MRI showed all kinds of calcification buildup on the top of their shoulder. And they, some guys that brings them a lot of pain, other guys that brings them no pain at all. So it's. There's that factor as well. It's like not only what does the MRI show, what does the X-ray show if there's any kind of a X-ray involved, but how does the athlete actually feel? Can he play with this pain? So I mean, it's also it could be anything from the standpoint of there's stipulations where they want to give themselves protections. Maybe there's very little protection for the club in this deal, and after looking at the medicals, they want to add some protections. Okay, and to me. Here I go. That sounds like a simple conversation, especially if you're Correa and it's your body, and they're telling you this is what's holding up the deal. You got to feel like, okay, fine, where do I sign? But Larry, you would be blown away. I'm on YouTube, the Xfinity mobile text line, the amount of people, fans, saying if this deal falls through, they're done with the Giants. My question is, how can you take that stance if you want to dance and you don't find out until doing your due diligence that the person that you want on your team to be the face of the franchise has an issue? What am I missing? Because you couldn't have got that info any other time before he took the physical, right? Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. I mean, I've talked to baseball.
Fan is short for fanatic if you're taking that stand. Come on.
I think that's a little harsh on the Giants, to be honest.
It's bad luck.
I mean, first of all, I've talked to executives in the past who have said...
Where's that bloop?
I've talked to executives in the past who have basically said, this is the danger of dancing in the free agent waters.
But how many times do you get bit?
You don't know what you're getting. You don't know what you're getting body type. You don't know what you're getting personality-wise. The Giants made a big move years ago under Sabian and Ned Colletti where they traded Joe Nathan and Boof Bonser and Francisco Liriano to the Twins.
Okay.
Right? And they got back A.J. Pierzynski. Well, Pierzynski didn't get along at all with their pitchers, with their staff.
A lot of people, but go ahead. Yeah.
He rubbed a lot of people wrong.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to Brian and talking to Ned later that year after they DFA'd him the next offseason. And they just said, you know what, go away, basically. And they just handed him into the free agency. The White Sox signed him. He won the World Series the very next year with the White Sox as their catcher. but they didn't know what he was. They didn't know didn't know what he was personality wise. They didn't know what he was work ethic wise. They didn't have that knowledge. And then they said to me, every time you jump in on a free agent or a trade for a player that you don't know, that didn't come up through your system, you're gambling. You're gambling on, is this person a PED user?
Yeah.
Is this person, a clean liver off the field? Yeah. Does this person abide by the law?
It's the cost of doing business, Larry.
You don't know who you're getting in bed with.
Yeah.
So it's just, a lot of times that's the danger of free agency, is that you're investing huge dollars in guys that you don't know that well.
No, and Larry, the lines are packed. We got Steve, John, Christina, Mary, all on hold. We'll get to you on the other side. But I also want to just tap into
you can't blame the Giants,
your urgency meter, though, because I'm I need to know now. Don't you want? Where are you at on your urgency meter?
Oh, this is their off season. Willard was just talking to Pavlovich, and Kyle and Willard talking to Pavlovich. Pavlovich made it sound like this may be like it for the off season. So if this was it, and now this isn't going down, obviously that's a huge blow to their offseason.
Yeah, we're going to get to the calls and Larry's thoughts on the other side. All sponsored by Lucky California.
This holiday season, Lucky California helps you save. On sale this week, select Pepsi, 7-Up, Coke, and Polar 12-packs or Rockstar Energy 4-packs are buy 2, get 3 free of equal or lesser value. Eat, drink, and save at Lucky California.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
There's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Bay Current, a KCBS Radio original podcast.
I started it and made just a terrible, terrible, loud noise.
That's the telltale sign that you're another victim in the Bay Area's latest crime epidemic, catalytic converter theft. On the latest episode of Bay Current, we examine why thefts are up 185% since 2018.
You start to get into more organized crime.
Subscribe to Bay Current on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
The final days of Winterfest are here at Lowe's. Save now before they're gone. Need a few last-minute gifts that are perfect for the DIYers on your list? And maybe even a few for yourself? Get up to 50% off select tools, accessories, and smart home products from the top brands you love. Shop these savings and more during Winterfest only at Lowe's. Valid through 12/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-543-3399. That's 800-543-3399. 800-543-3399.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Larry and Daryl the Guru Johnson until 3 p.m. We got JD joining us, Larry, at 2 p.m. He'll be doing the post game for tonight's Warrior game in New York. I'll get your thoughts. I'm excited. It is the Mecca of basketball. Steiny gets mad. He's from Pennsylvania. No, it's not. It is. New York and Madison Square Garden.
It is.
What did you do at the Garden?
They haven't been, they haven't been relevant in a long time.
They won 7 in a row.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as relevant for a title, I mean, I was probably not even in kindergarten the last time the Knicks were really relevant. Actually, they went to the finals against the Rockets, and they lost in the mid-'90s.
Yeah, wasn't that the O.J. Chase?
Yeah,
that was
the white Bronco. Yes.
Where you going, though, if you're innocent? But I'll leave that there. We got a lot to get to. And, again, we're not pushing panic about this Correa story. We'll get into the Warriors, Larry. I got a gripe. I got to get off my chest. I'll do it before we get out of here. But, again, the people that want to talk and are concerned, rightfully so, about the unknown surrounding Carlos Correa and this
we do have
this relationship.
We do have some information. A buddy of mine who lives in Arizona.
Hold on, Larry. We got to wait for the drop. I love it.
Says that his orthopedic surgeon is the guy that is the Giants' doctor.
Oh, come on!
And his name's
get him on.
Edward J. Doring.
Could you get him on, Larry?
And he's an MD, Spine Institute of Arizona.
Could you get him on?
I asked him. I said, get your doctor on here. He says, this is my doctor and the doctor who reviews all the Giants' spines. So
we're going Tyson spinal.
So for Susan Slusser said it was not a back injury, right?
Yeah.
So
spinal is back.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if this is indeed the doctor that's looking at it, he specializes in spinal evaluations. Spinal.
Still one of the greatest interviews. On YouTube, Never Go Full Jeff says Carlos is a 6'4" shortstop. I'd be more worried if it were a hip issue. But if he had hip issues in the past, that would be on his Carfax report if it costed him games. This dude's been relatively healthy.
Well, and here's the other thing too. I mean, partially, if you had a partially torn labrum, you didn't know about it.
No,
what if you had a partially torn rotator cuff, you didn't know about it? That all these things are possible. I mean, we're recklessly speculating at this point. But
but what can you do? Two guys on the radio, but this is real.
Yeah.
They canceled the presser.
But I would say this: the number of people that are, I'm seeing on Twitter that are just roasting the Giants.
So you did see. It's not just me.
I don't think that's
fair. And what
fair.
would you roast them for?
I mean, I love roasting the Giants. I live to roast the
Giants. You went in a couple weeks ago.
I mean, I'll roast them left and right if it's
this
fair,
ain't the time,
but
Larry.
I just don't think this is fair to roast them on this. Now, tomorrow, if they sign the $350 million deal and they announce tomorrow, oh, by the way, Carlos Correa's got a torn rotator cuff and he's not going to play this year, then roast away.
Oh, good Lord.
Then it's like it's all comers, right?
What did you pay for?
Yeah, I mean, then you bought, you just threw out $350 million.
You got a lemon.
Yeah, exactly. You just got damaged goods.
But if he can't go, Larry, I still won't fault them because today or whenever they did the physical, that was Judgment Day. That was when they were going to find out everything's A-OK.
Right.
So that's why now fans short for fanatic. I know about it, but how can you come down Farhan anybody's road if somehow, and again, this is negative street, if somehow this relationship is not consummated?
I don't have any problem being critical of them, but at the same time, I'm not going to pile on just because something negative happened to them. I look at this as bad luck. If indeed there is something that is going to cancel this deal because of a physical, then that's just bad luck. I don't view that as Farhan didn't do his due diligence enough or the Giants went after. No, it's not Giants related. It's circumstantial and it's bad luck.
Right.
And I won't sit there and, the Giants blew it and the Giants this and the Giants that. No, that's, to me, I try to be about fairness. I know you are the same way. I mean,
I was raised that way.
Be critical, but be fair. At the end of the day, you have to be fair to people. And if you're going to bash the Giants because Carlos Correa had something that came up on a physical that made them scared of investing for 13 years at $350 million, that's just smart business.
Right. No doubt. But the rat on the table and all this, Larry, and we'll get to the phones here shortly, is you're not the Giants. Excuse me, you're not the Padres. You're not the Dodgers. You're the storied Giants, but you become, and we talked about it, boring. You become somewhat stale. You don't have that new face of the franchise. And although you went after Judge, I loved it. You didn't get him. You got Carlos Correa. He comes in, may not be Judge, but Larry, he was your best player. He is your new franchise, your face of the franchise.
Yes.
So it's not one of those things to where, again, if it's a no-go at all and he's not a Giant, it's not as simple as we avoided disaster, but we were almost bottom lemon. It's about, okay, we're still stale, we're still stagnant, we're still losing fans. So that's the side of the street I don't like this because you can ill afford not for him to be the guy that you envisioned him to be because you don't have other stars like those other teams I just mentioned.
What's your pivot? What do you do? I mean, do you sit there and call up Perry Manasian, the GM of the Angels, and say, we'll give you Luciano and Kyle Harrison
Webb,
and Luis Matos.
We'll give you anything for Ohtani.
And Reggie Crawford.
Anything you want.
Yeah. You make your own deal, send over Ohtani. I don't know. I don't know what he doesn't solve your issue in the middle of the diamond. I mean, Farhan at the beginning of the offseason said we want to get athletic, more dynamic in the middle of the diamond. They haven't done that if they don't get Correa. So and obviously Ohtani wouldn't make them more athletic or more dynamic in the middle of the diamond either. So I don't know what their pivot is.
Yeah, again, people on the YouTube talking about he had back issues multiple times in 2019, leg issues in 20, finger issues in COVID in 22 as well. But again, I looked at GP, not Gary Payton, games played, and we kind of both signed off earlier on what he did just last year. Nobody's going to play 162, but I mean, man, Larry, again, when something comes up, when you're looking inside the body on a physical, it's heavy when something's spotted. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Like, it ain't just, you got arthritis. It ain't that. It's something heavy. And that's why, again, I'm hoping, like Bob, that, this isn't something they can get past.
the Twins got him for 1 year at big money.
I appreciate it.
But now the Giants are not. I mean, what if he was going to miss this year? You know, I mean, that would be a huge. I mean, if anything came up on the medicals that told you, hey, this player's not going to be ready until June.
Right.
Normally, you might be, especially if you're going long term, you might be like, you know what, we're in it for the long term anyway. We're okay with it. But I don't know that the Giants. I think that there'd be an awful lot of criticism on the Giants tomorrow if it came out that he's not going to play till June because of some procedure that he had to get done.
Oh, that's not how this was. Yeah, it was supposed to go.
People are going to rain down
good Lord,
a ton of hate on the Giants.
Would you do it if you found out that's when you can get them? But then you would have to know what's holding them up. Is something going to flare? Is this going to be an ongoing issue?
Right, and it always makes you nervous because last year the Twins went big money for 1 year or 2 years and a 1 year opt-out, and now the Giants are going to go long-term, the longest deal they've ever signed with any player by far. And you want to make sure that player is right physically, at least at the beginning of the deal.
Yeah, and you and I are both fathers, so we've had young kids, and there's nothing worse, and I'm not, fan base, don't get mad, but I'm comparing you to children. There's nothing worse than telling your kids you're getting something or you're going somewhere and you don't do it. You know, it's like, once you come back and double back, and then you got to remember, I'm the parent, but they're hurting mad because you told me. What happens, and I'm thinking about our own Shasky, and I love you, dog, but that video and passion, and if he found out that, and he ain't the only one, John, you're in there with Dante, I mean, I would have to call and do a welfare check on, you thought you were getting something, and he's not coming.
I'm not worried about Cray, I'm worried about Shasky.
No doubt, man.
Well,
the fan base is going to be. I'm watching it. I'm reading.
You ever done sales in your life?
I thought you knew me. I sold Kirby's. I sold mortgages. I sold education. Yeah, I know.
So the key in sales is under promise and over deliver.
Hello.
If the Giants go big on Judge, get left at the altar, go big on Correa, and have this deal blow up, they have absolutely teased their fan base 2 times. And essentially kind of overpromised
and underdelivered. Does the second one really qualify as a tease if you did it? And health is wealth is the reason it went down the drain. See, that there's some form of a pass involved in, hey, we wanted him. We knew what we knew of him. We thought he was ready to go. We put our money where our mouth is, and his body failed him because now. So this ain't
they're not to blame.
We're both salesmen. The bait and switch. Remember that? Not that I ever did it, but you know what I'm saying, Larry. That's different.
It's not. They're not to blame, but they still have gotten into a thing where they've overpromised and underdelivered.
Even if this falls through because of health.
Because it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not their fault. Like, it's not their fault.
Okay,
if this falls through, it's not their fault. But it's still their problem.
Now that
right?
Yeah, that's
not their fault.
I like that.
But it's still they still have done a horrible job of sales because
I like that.
The expectation they've created is big. And what they're going to deliver is really, by comparison, very small because they can't pivot to Dansby Swanson. They can't go get Xander Bogaerts. If Correa and this deal blows up,
I'm hoping Larry. I hope we're overreacting, but how can you not until you get, hey, everything's good? Let's go out to your hometown, San Francisco, where we are, and welcome Steve to the program. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man?
Talk to us.
What's up, Steve?
Taking my call. Hey, you know what, man? You say you want to know what the panic level or the urgency level is. It's very high for me. I'm worried because if something happens that kills this deal, then what do we have, to start the season that we could be excited about? It's going to be the same thing maybe as last year. I mean, I'm a Giants fan till I die, but I'd love to see some winning again.
Yeah,
appreciate the phone call.
If you're all geared up for 2023, this is a kill shot.
Oh,
right. I mean,
there's no doubt.
I personally think even if they had Correa, nobody's going to pick them to beat the Dodgers or the Padres.
Right. Even with him, You want to put it right on the table. Even with Judge, it was going to be holy hell to try to get past. It ain't just one guy. It ain't the NBA. You know, you still we're going to have everything go perfect to me to overtake the Padres and Dodgers. But damn, how do I stay positive?
Well, what happened to the? You know, they're not just stopping with Judge. They're going to go get more guys besides that. Okay, so they got Haniger. And then they didn't get Judge. Now they got Correa, but now the Correa signing.
They got Stripling.
What's that?
Stripling, the pitcher.
Ross Stripling. I mean, for $25 million for 2 years for a guy who's a 5-starter swingman.
Manaya.
Manaya, who had didn't have a good year last year. I like Stripling. I like Manaya. Don't get me wrong, but I mean nobody's running to buy $2,000 worth of tickets this summer to see Stripling or Manaya.
So give us the Larry Krueger meter in regard to, you gave me the panic one, wasn't that high, lower than mine, in regard to this sorting itself out. When we talk tomorrow, or when I talk to you tonight before the Warrior game is over, where do you see this thing going? And the Giants are how did this get out? Well, obviously, you had a
they had a presser and they canceled it.
But they could have said, you know what, we're going to do it. He couldn't get here, wife pregnant. They could have hid behind that, but that's lying.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm condoning that.
It seems like it's coming out that there's something medically that made them cancel today's proceedings. So that obviously
second
is a
and
concern.
third opinion. Do you think that's going on?
The question is, I mean, the same way that they're kind of out of luck, Correa's not out of luck completely, but there's not as many bidders.
Oh, no doubt.
Right? So now the Cubs have their guy, but there still are.
But his issues may be this. Let's hope it's not in regard to Correa and the fallout of, musical chairs, they're all taken. You don't have a team. Like, if this is a serious issue, baseball is probably the last thing on his mind.
I mean, the Giants are in this damned if they do, damned if they don't kind of a spot here. What if they back out and he goes and signs with the Dodgers and has phenomenal? Well, he's not going to go to the Dodgers because the Dodgers hate him because he, banged the drum or whatever, cheated with the garbage can. But let's say you went to a big time. Let's say the Yankees, who still need a shortstop. What if they decided, hey, you know what, we want to get in on Correa, and our doctors will pass him on the deal, and then he goes and plays 10, 12 years for them and is injury free. Then people are going to say, well, what happened? Did the Giants just get cold feet, or what happened? On the other hand, if the Giants sign him and then have to announce to tomorrow,
June or July,
oh, you know what? Carlos is going to be here long term, and he's our face of our franchise, but he's not going to play until July.
That would be hurt. That would hurt.
There would be an avalanche of
Fans
negativity.
Would be hurt. You tell me what you think of this from the Xfinity mobile text line. Guru, how soon until Giant fans are going to ask for refunds for season tickets if this were to go all the way bad and he wasn't a Giant? Could you see some grabbing the phone like, hey,
absolutely,
y'all told me we had this dude?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're going to
argued with the wife to get season tickets.
We're going to Morton's. We're going to go get filet mignon. Oh, you know what? We're not. We're still going to Morton's, and you're going to pay filet mignon prices, but you're getting flank. Are you cool? No, I'm not cool. Right. I'm not cool with that.
I love Morton's,
you know what I mean?
too. Yeah,
I love Morton's, but you know what I'm saying. You wouldn't pay filet mignon prices for flank,
right?
And if the Giants can only offer flank, and they're charging filet mignon because they had a filet mignon player in Carlos Correa, there's going to be some pushback, especially after the year they just had.
And, one of the dynamics of this show, Larry, when Steiny's in, is I'm the guy, I like the highlights, the sizzle, the pizzazz. I'm not ashamed of that and the uniforms and all that stuff. I like style, neon Dion. And
you're about the show.
Yeah, I'm about the show, but I'm about winning. But I like the fact that the Giants were in on Judge. And Steiny was like, they're doing it for the wrong reasons if they get him. Okay, to you, Steiny, it's the wrong reasons. But to me, part of this job is making a buzz around your product so people will come see what you've put on the field. And the Giants, everybody knows, has had a problem where attendance is dwindling. So you want to do something. So again, you're going to get the boost from the baseball, but doing it from the purposes of having your business be popular, like people go out to see Steph. I'll never apologize for that. So with all that said, to me, again, if this goes bad, the worst part of this is not just on the field. It's the Giant fans don't have that, can I call them a B+ B type of star and face of the franchise that they've already announced. and got kudos for. So I'd hate for this to be off the table and then not have that player.
It's back to sales. It's about managing expectations of your client. Your client has certain expectations. In this case, the baseball fans are your client, and they have certain expectations. Now, they have higher expectations because of this Judge pursuit, and they have even higher expectations because of this Correa pursuit. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to say, well, we didn't get Judge. Oh, Correa's MRI showed this, so we jumped out, and we pivoted to Didi Gregorius. And the fans are going to say, I'm going to pivot to watching it on TV.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to pivot to never going again. Thanks. You just can't do that. So they're in a bad situation sales-wise with their fan base. They've talked big for a couple years now. Now they've delivered, but now they're on the doorstep, and it may blow up. Now,
let's hope we're wrong, man.
Yeah, maybe we're wrong.
Okay,
maybe we're wrong.
Well, you mentioned Morton's. I love Morton's, and you know what they got in Morton's, Larry?
What's that?
Menu. And you talk about if somehow this goes bad and there's no Correa in SF. I just feel like the menu in the market for what they need is kind of dwindled. Like, it ain't like you could just go to the baseball Walmart. Oh, we need this and that. Like, that's the part of this. Like, the ultimate buzzard luck is free agency is damn near over. You know what I mean? You can't go fix this to me,
right? And what, even if you were going to pivot, there's not what would the pivot have been? If you found out a week ago, maybe your pivot is to re-signing Carlos Rodon and trying to build up your pitching staff. But now Rodon's a Yankee; he's moved on.
I hate that he's gone.
Who's the best free agent out there right now? It's
right.
A lot of the top free agents are gone. So and there are no more shortstops. So you'd probably have to go back to Crawford at short. Which is not a disaster, but you then have to find a middle of the order bat.
Well, you need an outfielder too, Larry. And I'm just speaking about this acquisition of Correa. If I talked to you when Game 162 was over for the Giants, I'm being honest. I know Crawford's older, but I never once said, "Oh, they need a new shortstop." Like, I'm just still waiting on the day of the new bopper in the outfield. I don't care, homegrown. That's going to take forever. But go get it in the free agency or trade. I'm still waiting for them to get a bopper, and that's what I thought they needed was some outfield power. So that guy's not just walking around anywhere, but they got Correa. I was on board like, okay, he's a name. He can play. He's exciting. Crawford will go to third. You talk about the left side of the infield. Oh, watch out when you play the Giants. It's about pitching, timely hitting. I'm all good. But now if this is not done, signed, sealed, and delivered, I got to believe if I'm a Giant fan, I'd be hurt, Larry.
Well, I mean, and you're selling in sports, you sell hope. You're selling hope. And you're also, I think if the Giants had one, I mean, your team is your 1 through 8 guys. Now, your pitching's your pitching, and you need pitching to win. There's no question. But the team, when people say, hey, I want to go watch this team, they're thinking of the guys who play every day. They don't, I mean, who's that guy for the Giants? Joey Bart? I'm not really, I mean, Belt's older. You got
they don't have him, Larry.
Second,
they tried to manufacture, and this no shade. Yes, remember he for a little while he was a story. He was like Brock Purdy. Where'd he come from? How come he didn't blossom?
He's hit 200 the last 2 years.
And you know what? The Giants got probably the best out of him while he was here early on. But
so who's the guy? I mean, who is
Larry,
the guy?
They don't have a guy.
Yeah, and if it was Marco Luciano and he was ready, then it would be one thing. Okay, maybe go young. But they don't have you have to have players ready to graduate from the minors to the majors to go young, and they don't have that right now either. So, they're in a tough spot, but they're in a better spot today than they would be tomorrow if they signed him because they haven't committed the $350 yet.
Okay. Right.
So they still have their money to spend. They could go after Otani.
Yeah.
They could go after somebody else. They could trade for Brian Reynolds.
But by 8, that ain't going to pop up. Well, Reynolds, I don't know what the Pirates are doing. That's just another.
They're going to don't think you're going to get a bargain in the trade market.
Giant, Reynolds.
Yeah, but imagine whatever the ask is for the best trade candidates out there yesterday. Imagine when Farhan went back to them tonight after this story breaks or this deal falls apart. Imagine what the ask is going to be then. Assuredly, it's going to be higher. So you don't want to get taken in a trade either.
Yeah. And what if you're Brandon Crawford and he's talking to his wife or his family, his parents, just his best friends or even teammates like, I wonder where he's at on, okay, I thought I was going to third. No telling what he knows, but, he's part of the team. But this is going to affect what he already got his Mentos ready for him going to third base. And again, I'm being extra, but if this were to jump off to where Correa's not coming, then, and he'll get over it, and probably gladly so. He wouldn't tell anybody, but he'd be back at shortstop.
Yeah, and then of course there would be this constant comparison between Correa's going to play somewhere, right? Somebody is going to sign him for some amount of money. Who knows? I mean, if this deal falls apart altogether, that would be a bad sign.
And I keep harping on that. That's the worst scenario.
Yeah, that's the worst scenario. But maybe, I got to think that with a deal of this magnitude, that the Giants probably saw something that wants to make them add some provision to the contract that may protect them in future years from this particular injury. If there is if he has a current injury, or if they see something that doesn't look good that they think is about future injury. Maybe it's just about protection in the future. Maybe they'll come together.
Yeah, and we'll talk about it more on the other side. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and we are sponsored by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52, 36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Get fast, reliable speeds at home and on the go with internet and mobile from Xfinity. Now through December 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gig internet plus X-Fi Complete with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Plus, get $200 back. Go online, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dell Technologies' Days of Deals for Business start now with fresh, limited quantity deals on tech to drive productivity. Save on select performance laptops and desktops powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything, and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Steiny. Larry holding it down for Steiny this week. And right now, we got our guy John Dickinson on the phone to look forward to tonight's Warrior game in New York, who have the post-game coverage for you tonight and tomorrow. JD, I know you do it all. You'll be in here for Larry Thursday and Friday with me. But before we get to hoops, I mean, we got breaking news kind of all day with the Carlos Correa the presser getting canceled. I know you think differently than I. Can you share with us your initial thoughts when you got that news?
Yeah, I think, look, this is the position first and foremost that I think that the Giants put themselves in when they come off as so desperate to just sign the biggest possible name free agent that they can. And so, when anything doesn't 100% go smoothly, or it sounds like maybe there's something that's popped up on a medical, or they're waiting for a confirmation of something in terms of his physical to get this thing, completely finalized. Everybody wants to panic because, let's be honest, the only thing worse than the Giants getting turned down by Carlos Correa after they ended up getting played on Aaron Judge and now other free agents, including Dansby Swanson, have been signed. The only thing worse than Correa saying, you know what, I want to go elsewhere, would be actually thinking you have Carlos Correa signed and then either him backing out of the deal because you don't like something on the medical, or you getting cold feet because there's something that worries you on the medical, and then he winds up not being a Giant. That could be just a catastrophic scenario for the Giants and for Farhan Zaidi. But all that being said, I think we do need to let cooler heads prevail here, and it is a bit unusual when a press conference is announced and and everybody, because Carlos Correa not officially signed, so his name wasn't officially in the release for the press conference, and it's like, well, why don't you just wait and get the job done? And I think that the Giants guys were hoping that it would be all finalized, or would have been by this morning, and then it just wasn't. So then things get delayed, and I know there's the report about waiting for test results. There's also a part of that said something got flagged. So we wait and see. But would anything surprise you guys at this point if this thing somehow got botched or didn't happen? I think it probably will end up okay, but would it really surprise you if it didn't at this point?
Well, and now they've kind of alerted everybody to be on the lookout for this. I didn't realize Carlos Correa has been on the injured list, JD, 7 times during his 8-year career. He's never played, or he's played at least 150 games in a season only one time because of various injuries. Now, I don't know that he's ever had anything major, but would you rather be in the position of, looking bad because you called off a press conference, or would you rather be in the position of paying a guy and maybe getting bad news like, hey, he might not be able to play until June or something like that because of some off-season procedure that he now may need to have?
Yeah, it's better to be cautious. It is. It's better, and that was sort of my point on the original release of, hey, we're going to have a press conference tomorrow at 11, and it's Giants executives. And look, everybody knew it was for Correa, but Correa, again, his name was not mentioned in that release. And so to me, it's, you know what, why don't you cross all the T's and dot all the I's and make sure all the medicals are in? And we've all known for a week that this thing has been verbally agreed to, although nothing official until pen put to paper and the medicals are all gone through and agreed upon. Like, my frustration, if anything, is just give it a breath. Like, there's no like, you could have the press conference, Larry, on February 10th, if you really wanted to, right before spring training, and know that everything's good to go then. Now, obviously, people there was no, I feel, pressure to get it out there and have it today. I guess, what would have been next week or a few more days to make sure everything was 100% correct. And that being said, this all could wind up being much ado about nothing. Maybe there's a little tweak in some of the language. Maybe there's a couple mil moved around here or there. Maybe that's the kind of thing we're talking about. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, it's smarter to just wait and see and make sure everything's right than it is to rush into saying that something's official. Because again, the Giants have put themselves in this position where they're desperate, right? Like it feels like a major loss if anything goes wrong. But again, that's what the Giants have asked for this. So if it ends up kind of blowing up in their face, then that's on them in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to my Warrior question, JD, because I know you got the post game tonight. I listened to you and Whitey on Saturdays. You do a great job. And I was just telling Larry, I'm no doctor, and I know you two aren't either, but when something pops up on like a scan or a physical, you know what I mean? To me, it's not just nothing. And I hope I'm wrong. But, man, I was telling Larry, and Steiny was coming at me about, they're in it for the wrong reasons, but still that's part of business. And if you're telling me now, JD, you announced to the fan base that you got this player who's going to be your best player, now he's not coming, I mean, there's just no win in that. But I wouldn't fault the Giants, but you are right. They're desperate. They're desperate for a star personality. And, man, I'm just waiting, and I'm going to ask you real quick here, do you think we find out the public what's going on by the end of tonight or tomorrow, or how long does this thing drag?
Yeah, I would imagine at some point in the next 24 hours. I mean, I think it could happen even as soon as while we're talking here, or maybe it wouldn't surprise me if whatever the issue was got cleared up, and all of a sudden maybe they're trying to put together that press conference again tomorrow, or they're going to try to put that press conference together on Thursday, one way or the other. I do think we'll know in the next day or so what the issue is, or what maybe put this thing on hold, or what required more testing, or what ultimately calls it off if that winds up happening. I think those things tend to move quickly, or maybe a grander renegotiation need to be done. But no, I think we'd have answers at least by the end of tomorrow, I would imagine.
It is interesting, though, because, I mean, it's the 4th largest guarantee in the history of baseball behind Trout, Betts, and Aaron Judge. So it's a huge, huge amount of money. It's unprecedented that the Giants have ever spent this amount of money. And also, interestingly, there was no opt-outs in this deal. Maybe the Giants, after looking at the medicals, went to Boris and said, hey, we'd like a 3-year opt-out, club opt-out. because we're concerned about the long-term, ramifications of what the medicals are telling us. And maybe that could be a deal breaker. Who knows? Or maybe that's something that they're in negotiations with Boris on. So you just don't know. There's any number of things, but it's almost impossible for us to speculate a timeline on this because there really is no, as JD kind of pointed out, no urgency, right? Spring training doesn't start till the middle of February. The season doesn't start till the end of March.
But what about the fan base? And they're all excited and they're buying tickets, or do we buy tickets? But now that's on hold.
Yeah, I mean, that is a factor, Goo, but I mean, would that make you enter into a $350 million arrangement that you were a little worried about? I know you're right, though. They want to sell tickets and they want to sell them right now. And they want the dialogue at the holidays at the table to be a positive one about the Giants, not, oh man, woe is them and they lost on Judge and this Correa thing. They want it to be a positive story.
No doubt, and I think what the Giants don't want is to have this become something where Boris, they go to Boris and and Boris says, well, the deal's off then, or if this is the way that we're going to do it, or I've got another team like the Mets that is waiting. If this thing's not going to be official, hey, he'll go take this or that from another team. So you don't want to see it get to that point where it gets ugly, but I do think there could be some kind of potential renegotiation in play if the medical concern was significant enough. But yeah, as far as the timeline pressure, I mean the Giants just need to make sure that he's playing for them on opening day when they go at it at Yankee Stadium. That's ultimately the most important thing. And if he's not for any reason, I think there's going to be a view, aside from maybe there being an injury that would keep him out at the beginning of next season, which I guess we shouldn't assume that that's not in play at this point. But other than there's hard to find a scenario where the Giants aren't viewed in this as bungling it, almost regardless of what happens, other than, hey, nothing to see here. Deal's now agreed to.
Yeah, you should see the text
for
line,
some more
JD.
tests. Everything's good.
Yeah, they're already they're coming, and the YouTubers and everything. They're upset, but maybe, like you said, there's nothing to be upset about. But if it gets to that, he's not going to be a Giant. The bungle, that's not Cincinnati Bengal, but bungle. That would be the word, Jay. Jay, let me ask you a quick. Not even quick. Let's just talk about the Warriors. They're in New York. You got the post game tonight. They're the 11th seed. They're 3-14 on the road. But, Jay, I can look at the standings and say, you know what? They're only 5 games out of the number 1 seed. But tonight in the Mecca, there'll be no Dante, no Green, no Wiggins, no Curry. What are you made of the Warriors and the follow-up from Jordan Poole? Because I got to be honest, 43 in Toronto Sunday, I didn't see it coming. I'm kind of seeing if he's slowing down and if the lights kind of click. What are you expecting tonight from the Dubs in New York?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect. It is going to be tough without Dante DiVincenzo. He's been playing really well, moving the ball and defending and putting pressure on the ball. Like he's proved himself to be, I think, pretty valuable, in the time that he came back after missing he played the first, I think, 2.5 games, and then he got injured in the third game. He missed really the entire 3-7 start up until that third game. And through the 10th game and beyond, and he's really helped, I think, in a lot of ways. And he was brought in to be a bridge to, I think, the championship core veteran players and the young players that are trying to still find their way and earn rotation minutes. So I think not having him is big. JaMychal Green has been down, I think, to this point, disappointment, but did play well in Toronto. So you're kind of, the inability to get any semblance of momentum. Like, you're not going to have Curry for a stretch of time, but then you didn't also have Draymond on Friday going back to Philadelphia, and now you don't know when Wiggins is coming back. And then you think you're getting healthier because Klay Thompson's able to play through it, and Draymond goes in Toronto. And I think Draymond being, saying, damn it, I'm playing in Toronto and playing and coming out and hitting threes and setting a tone. I think that's something that's really valuable. But now you're down a couple other guys, and I think we already know tomorrow that Klay Thompson's not going to play second of a back-to-back. So the constant ins and outs stunting the ability for this team, even without Steph, to get some semblance of momentum. I think that's the biggest concern, because it has felt over these last 2.5 games like the Warriors are figuring out a way that they have to play. And part of that is Jordan Poole being the lead dog and being the number one offensive option and playing the Steph Curry role within the Warriors offense, which I think is, a big part of the reason why the Warriors paid him the way that they did. It was, yes, they wanted him to be a dominant sixth man, but it was also there are going to be a number of games where Steph can't play. He's not an 82-game player anymore and probably won't be for the remainder of his career. And Klay Thompson, for all intents and purposes, is not playing the second of back-to-back. So those are penciled-in starts, whether it's 15 to 25 starts a year for Jordan Poole, where I think the Warriors believe that he can be a 25 to 30-point-a-game scorer, and you pay him because you think if you have everybody else along with him, maybe except Curry or Klay Thompson on those given nights, you can be competitive and still have chances to win. And I think the way that he played in Toronto is the perfect example of that. Look, this team's not, can they be a 500 team in those? Maybe not, but they shouldn't be a team that can't beat anybody. And so I think that's where they're trying to find this middle ground here over the next couple of weeks. But Poole's going to have opportunities to go out and get 30 a night and be a big-time scorer. And I think Toronto was just the beginning of that, guys.
They don't beat anybody on the road. It's a weird thing. I mean, they're 3-14 on the road straight up. They're only 4-13 against the number on the road. So they're really bad on the road. I don't know what you think of John Hollinger. I always liked John Hollinger. I always thought he was really smart. Last year, he wrote a piece saying the Warriors are going to win 39 games. So obviously they won a lot more than that. But he's writing an article today saying that Steph's shoulder injury should motivate Bob Myers in the Warrior front office to make a deal at the trade deadline, and throws out Wiseman and Kuminga. What do you think? I mean, how does the Steph injury impact what Golden State may or may not try to get done at the trade deadline?
See, I tend to look at it the opposite of the way Hollinger did. Like, to me, it rather than make a move to try and save it, or make a move to try and, fortify this team without Steph, to me the Warriors would be more inclined to see how good they can be without him and see if they can be good enough to stay close enough to the race to where then you go out and do something. Like, I don't think they view it as, oh, God, we got to go do something because we don't have Steph. I think they view it as, hey, by the time Steph comes back, if we don't play well enough without him, then we're going to be out of it. And then at that point, maybe you're looking to shed maybe some veteran-type players as opposed to adding to the list. So I think that's probably what you won't see the Warriors do is something kind of out of desperation to salvage being a 500 team. I think they would lean more in line with the player development component to this thing than that. Now, if Steph comes back and they're about 500, maybe a little under, but they still feel like they're within 4 or 5 games of having a shot at, say, the 6th seed still, then I think it does become a lot more interesting as far as what they decide to do and would they look to move somebody, because at that point I think they could convince themselves that they're as good as anybody when they're healthy and can make a run, and the West is really wide open, and nobody's going to want to face them in a playoff. But I still think they may be one rotation player short, somebody, whether it's a wing that can step in and maybe play a little more consistently than Kuminga to spell Wiggins, a 3-4 type of a guy. If you could find that veteran player that you could trust for 20 minutes a night every night, I'd be looking at maybe making a move there. But I just don't see the Warriors doing that unless they play well enough without Steph to where they think it's worth it.
It's Larry and Guru on 95.7 The Game. We're joined by John Dickinson, who have post-game coverage tonight of the Knicks and Golden State Warriors. JD, I want to talk Klay Thompson, because Steiny and I go back and forth about where he's going, what's he going to be, and where he'll end up. And we all know, hey, he may never be, nobody is what they used to be. But the goal for me, for Klay, is how close can he be to, his prime. And right now he's shooting 38% from three on the season, 39% from the field. But I noticed this the other day, and I want to run it by you, and it was the Sixer game. I've never seen him take more one-legged shots, off-balance type of shots, and before injury, that Klay Thompson was picture-perfect form, off 2 feet jumper. He's still hitting them, but the balance is not there. What do you make of that?
Yeah, no, it's not there as consistently. I think some of that's injury. I think some of that is just frustration maybe and lack of focus. But I think a lot of it is just the inability physically to consistently repeat. It's like a pitcher repeating their delivery. Like if you have physical issues with it, then you can't repeat it, and then you get wild, or you get wild in the strike zone, and you get hit around a little bit. I think as Clay gets older, it's just he's less apt to be able to repeat that motion to the extent that we're used to. I also think he tends to get a little, put a little too much pressure on himself to have to do more. I think that was in play in that Philadelphia game. It was that first full game without Steph, and it feels like he's chasing it at times a little bit too much. I thought he played a more relaxed game in Toronto. I give him credit for getting out there and playing. That's the one thing. I mean, they need, if the Warriors are going to survive this stretch without Steph, they need him on the floor. And that's the one thing I will give him above everything else is he wants to be out on the floor, good, bad, or indifferent, and probably wants to even be playing in these back-to-backs that he hasn't been able to play in. They need the championship core players, guys, to set a tone for the rest that this season isn't going to get away from them, that they are going to be a 500 team or around that by the time Steph comes back, and that there isn't going to be any, hey, this thing's over, time to start tanking. Like, to me, Draymond sets that tone by being on the floor like he was in Toronto. Clay sets that tone by saying, hey, I got a little knee soreness coming off the injuries, but I'm still going to push through and I'm going to play at least in all of the games that aren't back-to-backs. And I thought it was just a much calmer Clay in Toronto. That's the Clay that they need, the Clay that's comfortable taking his 6 for 12 and not necessarily chasing it into a 4 for 17 or 18.
JD, I mean, I think we all want the same thing. We want to see the Warriors develop their young guys, but we also want to see them win another title with this group. Let's just say the bottom line, because, I mean, we know that this is probably the case. The bottom line is their goal this year is to win a title, and I think they can win it. I really do. I don't see any team out of the West that can beat them in a series. That in my mind would beat them in a series. There's many that could, but I don't think there's many that would. But what's more important to winning a title this season? Is it developing their 3 second-year players, or is it piling up regular season wins? Is it more important that they get, would you rather be a 2 seed or a 4 seed and Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody not in the rotation? Would you rather be like a 6 seed, but those guys are in the rotation and are developing?
I'd rather have the higher seed. And I think right now the regular season wins are more important. Because if this thing, especially with down without Curry, and I think if anything, that's the miscalculation that the Warriors had coming into this year. I think they thought they could play the young players enough to develop them at a greater rate than they have to this point, and that they'd still be able to win, and that they'd still be able to be a top 4 seed or near the top. And I think very early they realized this is going to be a lot more difficult to do both. And I think that's where we've seen Steve Kerr pull back on the playing time for a lot of the young players. Wiseman all of a sudden's in the G League. Moody's all of a sudden not playing. Kuminga's out of the rotation, then he's in, then he's out, then he's back in, and he's out again, he's back in. Like I think they've realized early on that they were in a little bit of a danger zone, even in a wide open West, and it is wide open. To me, it's wide open, which gives you an opportunity not to play around with it, but to get into the top 4. And if you get into the top 4, I almost feel like you were saying, Larry, like the Warriors become the favorite at that point if they're in the top 4. So to me, it's about working to get in that position, because at the end of the day, Steve Kerr's going to go away from the young players if he doesn't fully trust them in the playoffs anyway. So to me, it's more about finding the winning rotation with the veteran players as much as you can, because that's how they've been able to win a lot here, really. With the exception of Kuminga lately, it's been Steve Kerr going away from the young players that led to the stretch after they were 3-7. So I lean wins over development, but you can't completely let go of the development along those lines.
JD, we know you're busy. We'll be listening to you after the game. JD will be on 95.7 The Game doing the post game, and hopefully it'll be a Warrior win. And then we'll also see you in here Thursday and Friday, my man. Thanks for the time.
Yep, looking forward to it, guys.
All right.
Thanks, JD.
Yeah. So what are I'm being nosy. I'm nosy by nature. Are you going home, getting ready for the game? You got errands to run, or because it's a 4:30 start? I get you. I feel like I play, Larry, as a fan. Is that bad? Like when I watch the Giants and they got the batter's box and the chalk is down the first. Like I feel like I'm the pitch. I used to throw, but I feel like I'm the pitcher and leadoff hitter. That's sad.
So what do I got today? I'm probably gonna go. I might do a little live stream later tonight on my YouTube channel.
I've been checking in on you. All right.
Yeah, I do a little 49er live stream before the Warrior game. I also got I got my wife, giving me texts about, Christmas presents that there's 2 days left or whatever. I got to go buy this or buy that. And,
I got you.
So I'm going to be doing a little bit of that.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot to get to on the other side. We'll get into the Niners and Peter King, Michael Irvin joined Damon and Rattle yesterday. Also Baldy joining the guys in the morning. Talking about Brock Purdy. We'll get into a little bit of Brock Purdy on the other side. And that's all sponsored by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
There's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Coming to Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series streaming December 22nd, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
In Walnut Creek, partly cloudy this afternoon, highs near 53.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late and pick up curbside or in store. Plus, spend your Macy's money on anything. No merchandise exclusions.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Bay Area. No Steiny, Larry K holding it down. And to all the little young punks and teenagers out there, Larry, I got to vent. I'm a vent right now, okay?
Go for it.
You know, I'm the dad that has teenagers, 17, 19.
How many kids you got?
I got 3.
You got 3. Okay,
Yeah.
I got 4.
All right.
You're not quite as prolific.
You know what? Have you done a gripe with me before? Have you had the Guru gripe experience?
No.
Let's do it now. Go ahead. You guys hit it back there.
Guru's gripes. Fire away, Guru.
I will, Deb.
I'm as mad as...
Here we go. So my 3 kids are at the end of their teenage years, so I become the police. I used to come in, plop on the bed,
right.
Have movie night. Now it's like I'm the feds when I'm around. You know, they ain't pushing dope, but, you know, it's like, what are you doing in here? And they don't talk to me. The movies, you know,
You're
I'm
the
going with my friend.
You're
Dude,
the
it
establishment.
really hurts, right? But I'm driving in today, and my 18-year-old calls. He's like, what time you going to pick me up? In this kind of like, I'm Uber. What time you going to pick me up? What you mean, what time I'm going to pick you up? I'm watching the Warrior game after I get off the show with Larry. In my mind, right, was going to even try to shock her, get a workout in because my kid and the missus don't confer with me to see what my schedule is. They just assume. So I knew nothing about my son's rendezvous today. So he calls me, and I knew it was odd when he called, like he needed some money or something. He goes, oh, what time you, with an attitude like, kid with attitude, KWA. What time you going to be there? And I just got mad like, no, dude, That ain't how this works. You should have called me yesterday to ask, hey, Pop, can you be there for me? Do you have something going on? But to call with that, that morning attitude, plus I already know you don't like me like you used to. I'm feeling some type of way. I bucked back, Larry. I went in. But for all the teenagers out there, call and ask your parents. Quit assuming that they don't have anything to do, man. And I'm fed up with it. And today I canceled. I was like, I'm not available. Yeah. I had to get it out.
I did. Last night I was standing there at the in the kitchen,
I feel
and
better.
I got 3 boys, so there's never enough food, right? They're just eating constantly, and it's 10 o'clock. I'm loading the dishwasher. I loaded all these dishes, and my kid's sitting there at the counter in the kitchen. He's eating something. He walks over to the sink and just drops the
I was that kid.
I'm like, you can't put it in the dishwasher? What do you think? I'm the full-time dishwasher here?
Wow.
Come on.
Wow, Larry, you know what I'm going through. But yeah, I was like, no, man, you're taking your pop for granted. I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. Well, I really didn't say no. The place he was going after I said, yeah, I'll pick you up, got canceled. So I'm off. So that's how I got out of it.
Now you're going to go work out. What are you going to do?
I'm going to go to Subway and get number 2. So that was my workout. So yeah, we'll get it in
But when
tomorrow.
you do work out, what do? You throw the weights
press,
around?
245s each side. So I call it 250.
225.
225. Put my feet on the bench in the air. So I do 3 sets of 10.
There you go.
I'll do my
if you
little
can still
shoulders.
do 225, you're still doing it.
All good. And Larry, I try to throw that around when I play hoop, like I'm physical. It's just I ain't chasing you on a 3-point line. I'm gonna let you see if you can make it. That's where I'm at.
But 225, that's good. That's solid.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
my shoulders are my strongest part of my body.
Okay, you go some deadlifts
all day long.
You go dumbbells.
75.
Look at you.
Yeah. No, for real. I know you're like, yeah, okay.
Look at you.
But I feel like
you got weights in the house? Or you go to
no
the
weights
gym?
in the house. 24-hour fitness.
All right.
Yeah.
Any weights in the house? No
I gotta get
dumbbells
out.
or nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
But the thing that you use your hand with, that I tried to get my kid.
I got one right here.
What's the name for that?
I don't know. It's like a
squeeze it.
What would you call that? It's like a hand exerciser.
It's what Willie McGinnis must have been using. Did you see that video?
Oh my goodness,
Willie, I love you.
Willie
You've been
McGinnis.
a role model from long.
Willie McGinnis just
tell me that wasn't him in the
his,
video.
NFL Network career.
He
went after a guy in West Hollywood in a restaurant. Go to TMZ,
with
check out the video.
Dudes.
Not only that, he punched him pretty hard, and then he took out a bottle. If you punch the guy, it's
We're
one
not
thing.
snitching.
But
It's
when
out there. It's a story.
You take
Willie.
out the bottle, and now you got
Willie,
a deadly
what did he
weapon,
do?
and he hit the guy with the bottle.
Yeah.
Then he threw the bottle on the couch, and he walked out of the restaurant. But I mean, he didn't even look like he was that mad, but he went in there with
The dude
5
had to
other
do
guys.
something, but the optics looked like whatever he did, Willie, that's not how you handle it. Right. I'm a Willie McGinnis fan, but that shocked me. Hopefully we'll get the backdrop. Now, outside of Correa, the story is not the Warriors yet. It's Brock Purdy.
Right.
How he's no matter what you think of him, you think about the future. But a guy that I care about what he says, join Damon and Rattle. And I'm going to play this for you.
Yeah.
And you tell me what you think, Larry, because this was Peter King on the future of the 49ers quarterback.
Could Brady actually play in December at Levi's and then be back there as the quarterback the following September, 9 months later or 10 months later? And now I say, I mean, it just sounds crazy, the words to come out of your mouth. Why would anybody not want to give Brock Purdy a real chance?
Hey,
yeah. No, I mean, it's well said. Purdy. Who knows? I mean, Tom Brady definitely is regressing. He's 46. How could he not be regressing? He looked great against the Niners.
Kyle had his chance to get Brady the year that he went to Tampa and got that Super Bowl. That technically could have been a year. So forget that. I just, especially now with Purdy mania.
Okay, but, what if Brady was willing to finish here for not $20 million? What if he was willing to finish here for 12? I might be interested. Because here's
why would Kyle be interested 2 years later is my question to you and the people. If it's ego or control, Brady'd be like, I ain't running that. I'm just like, why would Kyle be open to it now when he wasn't open to it, when he should have been open to it 2 or 3 years ago? You could have had a younger Tom Brady.
Well, I mean, at the time, though, when you say younger, yeah, but he was still 42.
Right, okay.
So I think we're in just kind of new territory as far as age. I think they looked at him and looked at 29-year-old Jimmy Garoppolo and said, you know what? We probably get more of a future with Garoppolo than Brady, and they hedged, and they were wrong. I mean, Brady's played really good football. He's won a Super Bowl since that point. I thought he looked really good against the 49ers a couple weeks ago. But Purdy has the run of the room. He's got the belief in the room. The guys believe in him. I've talked to Ayuk.
Now, what does that mean, Larry? Like, can you elaborate when the guy, like you, because I could, hey, everybody here believes it, but do you believe? Were you saying that before he was even on the field? And I ain't taking it away from you if you hadn't, but
I
Willard gave you credit for saying
Willard.
You said something about Purdy in the preseason. Was that you?
Yeah, I mean, I believed in him in minicamp because to me in minicamp he's throwing strikes. Now I didn't go overboard about it in minicamp because it's minicamp. But when they put the pads on in July and I saw him do it then, I'm like, this is real. Then I said, I'm still not going to say anything until I see it in the preseason. When I saw it in the preseason, I'm like, this is for sure real. And I guarantee you that Kyle Shanahan saw exactly what I saw. Because there was, I actually bet a beat writer. There was a beat writer that bet me $1 that the Niners were cut Purdy for Sudfeld. And at the time, that was the prevailing wisdom because the Niners had guaranteed $3 million to Sudfeld.
Okay.
It was like, well, they wouldn't do that if he wasn't going to be on the team. Okay, but you're reading tea leaves. I'm looking at players. And Purdy's a player. And I don't know. I guarantee you, Kyle knows enough about football to see. He saw exactly what I saw. The ball came out on time. The moment wasn't too big for him. He's on an NFL field with athletes for the first time. The speed of the whole thing's not overwhelming. He was easily their most accurate quarterback. Then he was their best quarterback in the preseason. Now he's got him playing, and now Kyle's saying he's the most poised rookie he's ever seen. And he basically said that Purdy allows him to call the game the way he wants to call it. So, as to suggest that Jimmy and Trey weren't the kind of quarterbacks where he could call the game as he wanted to call it, like he called it a certain way because of them. Now with Purdy, he made it seem like the entire arsenal, the entire offense, everything's available to him. So if I'm reading that the right way, there's no way he's going away from Brock. But as far as the future of Brady, what Peter's saying, I mean, I like the idea. Maybe I'm romantic. I like the idea of Brady finishing with his hometown team. But yeah, if Brock Purdy keeps getting better, and obviously Brady keeps getting older, maybe Purdy's the better option going forward.
So you're
cheaper,
no doubt. You're familiar with Romo, Bill Romanowski. Yeah. He joined the Zach Gelb show on our sister station in Philadelphia. He had this to say about Brock Purdy.
I have to admit, I'm pretty blown away. He's got some Joe Montana in him. It's not too big for him. He's got crazy confidence, and he's calm. And like I said, the moment is not too big for him. He's executing. He's smart. I mean, how this guy was the last person taken in the draft, I don't get it because I see a phenomenal player.
Wow. Montana, we had Michael Irvin. We're going to play him in a minute.
That is a wow.
But I don't care what you do, people. Whatever you try and accomplish in this life, Larry, and I tell my kids this till the sun goes down, is you got to be confident. And from that first time I saw him in the Miami game, he was cocky, but it was good cocky. Like, that's arrogance. That's coming from a place like Romo just said, the moment's not too big. I don't know where this thing is going, but it's a thing. And I'll say this for the people in the back, and Stoney and I went 15 rounds on this, because he was kind of fixated on the order coming out of camp. And why was Trey ahead of Brock if Brock? I was like, nah, I ain't saying you're wrong and you can't have those thoughts, but right now, you would be a hater to bring him up, because right now the talk of the town is this new Kyle Shanahan production named Brock Purdy. And if Kyle and Brock somehow get this done, and let's just say the 2 weeks, I believe it's still 2 weeks for the Super Bowl. If they get to the Super Bowl, this would be the #1 story. But if Kyle was ultimately to get his ring that saluted him with Mr. Irrelevant, the Trey Lance, if you want to call it debacle, or we never see him again in a Niner uniform, would be mute to what heights this story and Kyle conquered winning it with Brock Purdy. Like, that's on the table.
It's amazing. First of all, Romo, before you sit there and discount Romo played with Joe Montana. He played defense practice against Joe Montana.
Yeah, go ahead,
he played with him.
Yeah.
He knows, right? So if he says he reminds him of Joe Montana, I mean, why would we not listen to Romo? And I understand exactly what he's saying. Why? Because Joe had escapability. Was he incredibly fast? No, but he had escapability. What does Brock have? He has escapability. Joe had kind of an underwhelming physical set, right?
No, yeah.
Skill set.
Yeah.
Didn't have the home run arm. Brock, you could probably say the same thing. Deadly accurate, totally competitive.
Gets rid of the
tough,
ball,
smart,
quick.
Yeah, I mean
that's everything to me.
To me, there's one word to describe Joe Montana, where he had a feel, and that's what Brock Purdy has. He has a feel, and it can't be taught. So it's like the Niners were going to be incredibly ripped. Shanahan, Lynch for missing on Trey. But now if they get Purdy in the last round and Purdy becomes a franchise quarterback, that will mitigate the people, all the negative stuff about Trey Lance. So I really believe in Trey Lance. I really do. I believe in Trey Lance.
I feel like no shade. I feel like you can't say that if you say in the changeover, Larry, that this is Brock Purdy's show. Like, when you say that now, I know you believe it, but it's like, really, you don't, because you're saying Purdy is so greater that it's not even a competition, no matter what Brock does.
Brock Purdy's like a graduate student, and Trey Lance is like a seventh grader as far as development, as far as quarterback nuances and all those things. But it doesn't mean that they're still both prospects, right? And I really believe in Trey, the prospect, but I just don't believe in your timeline. Like the timeline, they need someone to play Sunday, right? And then they need someone to lead them in the playoffs this year.
Okay.
Trey's not ready for that, and I don't think he's ready for this year in the playoffs. But I do believe in Trey. I just don't believe in Trey on a timeline that's going to have him ready.
Because they got a window right now,
next
Larry.
year.
To me, the Niners.
Yeah.
And I know as long as you got Bosa, now you got a window. I can make an argument they could have went to their second Super Bowl last year. But, the Niners have been in the Super Bowl with Bosa. Could have got back last year. And for the people that are like, oh, that's Romanowski for whatever reason throwing some love towards Brock Purdy's way, we heard Peter King. But my guy, my favorite receiver of all time, sorry, Jerry, if you're listening, the playmaker joined Damon and Ratto a couple weeks ago, and he said he brought up Brady. And he wasn't comparing Purdy to Brady, but people in the streets went crazy with it. But he kind of since joined them guys again and clarified what he meant when he compared Purdy to Brady.
And I told you when he came in the game, I had those Tom Brady vibes. Somebody asked me, what do you mean by that? I said, when a guy walks in a game in that kind of environment, you can even see on his face like he's saying, oh, my God, I can't believe I'm in this. Or he's saying, oh, my God, I can't believe they gave me this chance. I'll never let this go. And that's the kind of vibe I got with that kid, and he's done an incredible job.
Wow. Michael Irvin joining Damon and Ratto, and that's just a vibe Mike got, but he said, I'll never let it go. And Brady didn't, but could you imagine if that's popping off right here?
I absolutely can. I mean, it's just he's got enough. Like when I saw him in college, I thought this guy doesn't have enough to be an NFL quarterback. He can't make all the throws. Now I'm really convinced that he can make all the throws, and I think he's going to get nothing but better. I mean,
he looks for it, Larry. He looks downfield.
Look at Matt Ryan from year one in this offense to year two. In year two, he won the MVP. I mean, this is
Collins' coordinator,
right? This is a complicated offense, and so more time in the offense is going to help Purdy. I think physically he's going to develop his body the same way Brady did. I think you're going to see greater arm strength and more suddenness. It's really important to him. I think that was the thing that kind of really struck me was when Garoppolo was asked about Purdy. He's like, he's really serious about football.
Okay.
Well, he is really serious about football, and he's really driven to succeed, and he's kind of his own worst enemy in that he holds himself to these really, really high standards, and his parents hold him to high standards. I asked him about the drive that he had at the end of the Kansas City game. If you remember, he led the Niners that day all the way down the field against the Chiefs defense, hit Willie Snead in the end zone. Willie Snead just dropped it. It was right in his hands. And I asked Brock about it. He mentioned something like, like his family was like, hey, it's not good enough. You didn't get it done. It's like the receiver dropped the ball. It was really on the receiver. Brock was fantastic on that drive. But that just was a glimpse into the standards that his family has. They're achievers. They're high achievers. This kid's got it. He's got feel. He's got command of the huddle. He does have a look on his face and a look like, I ain't looking back from here. Like, this is my gig going forward. He does some things better than Garoppolo. Obviously, many things better than Trey. I just have a hard time even picturing Trey getting to where Purdy's at right now without a whole year
I can't wait. Yeah.
two of development.
No doubt. I know we're up against it, Larry. Let's go out and clean up the calls here. We got Rob in San Francisco. Larry, who wants to push back on me? Something with Purdy. What's up, Rob?
Yeah, hey, you're my man, but I'm going to be Steiny's advocate right here. And I think that the noise amplifies if Purdy does well about Lance and giving up the draft capital. And why did he start? And all of a sudden, Kyle can now do more things. I mean, Larry, you just said he does more things far better than Trey at this point. So why was he the starter? Because you took him? Because you gave up the pick, so you had to insert him, even though he wasn't the best quarterback? So now you're playing politics and making it look like you have to take a guy that you drafted that high instead of letting him sit.
Hey, no, listen. Hey, Rob, those are all valid. My point was, if somehow they get this done and they go win the Super Bowl, Kyle would gladly take any fan to lunch and say, hey, you can be as mad at me, or question my decision coming out of camp over a dinner while you look at my ring. And the ring that he got with Brock Purdy will supersede any of the questioning, which would be valid, but it wouldn't supersede the height of taking Mr. Irrelevant and delivering the Niners their next Super Bowl.
And also, that's
my whole point.
And I think that's a valid point. I think that we also have to understand that even though it's a competition, we all know that there's a leader in the clubhouse. When you invested all the draft capital in making the trade to get Trey Lance, that put him the leader in the clubhouse. That you can say
he didn't even start year one, which I thought he was going to. I think he wasn't ready. Now that I look at everything, go ahead, Larry.
But I mean, I'm saying, just because you had Purdy there, one, Kyle saw the same things I saw, but he needed to see more of it. And how many rookie quarterbacks really are ready? So if he had every reason in the world to doubt Purdy coming out this year. And also all the reasons in the world to try to, it's only human nature if you're part of a decision-making process to invest so much capital to get one player that you're going to give that player a good look-see at trying to win the job. I think that's what they did in camp with Trey.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, man, I got my popcorn and I just look at this Niner team. Again, with the shade that I threw Shanahan's way, but it wasn't just natural shade. It was shade after putting them on a pedestal. My point being is with this McCaffrey addition, Larry, what quarterback wouldn't want to play and go out on the field on that offense? Now Kittle's getting the ball. Okay, the O-line could be a tad bit better, but they're clicking right now. And I'm watching my Dallas. I'm watching Philly. Now Hurts has what we deem could be a possible separated shoulder. Shh. But, I mean, man, this thing is set up for them to go handle business. And I will not take anything away from Brock. But if he gets this done, Larry, forget Jeff Hostetler when he filled in and Nick Foles. That was a great story filling in. But you were saying, this is Mr. Irrelevant. And
this
to
is
me,
the biggest
go
story.
Start casting, filming the movie, man.
Oh, I mean, not only that. Think about it. Fast forward this thing. Let's just say the Niners did wind up in Glendale in the Super Bowl. The kid is a high school star from Arizona. And
I didn't know that.
He's one of the great players in the history of the state of Arizona. He was a big-time high school star.
Like
won the state
that's
championship.
something to me. Now I feel like this why stuff is going. They'll win that game now.
I mean, he could potentially win the Super Bowl in his backyard as the last pick in the draft. I mean, that right there, this would go down as one of the great stories in NFL history if he does. If somehow the Niners pull off a Super Bowl victory with a last pick in the draft and their third-string quarterback at the beginning of the season, that's one of the biggest stories in the history of the game.
And I'll say this, Larry, we only got a couple seconds. I don't know how you finesse these next 3 games for the Niners, because obviously you want to get 2, but they're so dominant, they could be 5. But I just wonder what we're going to see, and again, how hard we judge this youngster and Brock Purdy, because it's been amazing. Larry, we had a blast.
Yeah, man.
It's Damon and Ratto. They'll be double dipping, abbreviated show, and then they'll also be on Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game.
Today, the Dubs have an early tip-off against the New York Knicks.
There's Poole driving in, goes up and scores, accelerated to the rim, and he has his first career 40-point game.
Our pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 on the home of the champs, 95.7 The Game.
Your Bay Area Panthers are back. Coach Arbed is back. Pro indoor football at the SAP Center in San Jose. Get your family season tickets now and enjoy no online fees. Bay Area Panthers are presented by Mary West Credit Union. Get ticks at bayareapanthers.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Christmas time is here, and so are all the greatest deals on power tools at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. Enjoy 12 days of deals on all your favorite brands starting December 12th. Grab free batteries with tons of Makita products and more of this year's greatest deals. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear handle circular saw and take home 2 free batteries to top it off. Stop by Fasteners Inc. at 2897 Monterey Road, December 12th through the 24th, or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehawk, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/ProLoad to terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
When you need to know what's happening, it's time to get in the huddle.
You're fraudulent. You're not in the business of winning football games. You're in the business of trying to prove your own asinine decisions correct. We can talk about the Irsay thing. Do I think the Saturday thing is the biggest joke in the history of the NFL? I do. But at least he was willing to say, this ain't working for me. I don't care that I just gave him extensions.
Listen to In the Huddle, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
'Twas almost the holidays, and all over the state, not a creature was stirring, except for, well, Nate. He was panicked, in need of a really good gift. Nate's a procrastinator, if you catch my drift. So off he dashed to the closest store, and there found holiday scratchers galore. Now Nate won't get a lump of coal, unless he burns the holiday casserole. Yes, scratchers from the California Lottery are great, especially for Mr. Procrastinate. So when it's time to get your gift shopping out of the way, try scratchers. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm happy to announce that the show has officially been medically cleared to broadcast. However, we are on a minutes restriction today. For the next 26 minutes, Ray and I will dazzle you with a near NASCAR, funny car, sprint car pace over the next few minutes before we get to Warriors Live tonight. Warriors in New York at Madison Square Garden taking on the red hot Knickerbockers, believe it or not. So we have quite a bit to get to in just a little amount of time to do it all. Ray, it is good to see you. I've already blown you kisses on the Zoom meeting. Hello, darling. Hello.
Why would you do that?
Because it's always good to see you. You're so cuddly.
Yeah,
I know.
Just, I mean, seriously.
What is going on with Carlos Correa? Go.
Something screwy in his physical. And it must be serious enough for them to want to get other opinions to find out whether this is $360 million well spent or $360 million well kept.
I mean, it's a big number, right? You got to get this right. We're only talking about $100 million less dollars than Joe Lacob spent on the Golden State Warriors a few years ago. It's a massive, massive investment for a player who, played 70-something games only 2 years ago due to injuries. Susan Slusser has gone on to say it's not a back problem. The back problem was sort of the one thing that we kind of knew about. So something else is pretty much what everybody is sort of asking today. We'll just go right to the first person to sort of put a little bit of clarity on a subject that, look, I'll give the San Francisco Giants this much. They absolutely went out of their way to let speculation run wild this morning. The silence kind of deafening on the canceled introductory press conference. And, before anyone gets really angry at the Giants, I will give them this. Ray, there is absolutely nothing the Giants have said that even is in the neighborhood of signing Carlos Correa. Nothing publicly. He is not on their Twitter timeline. He has not appeared. They have officially welcomed Sean Manaea and Ross Stripling and Haniger, and there is zero, introductory press conference for any of those guys. So this is something that the Giants have not said they've even done. The media says that they have signed Carlos Correa.
But what the media has said is they've agreed to terms on a contract. And apparently they have. The problem is that he's still got to pass physical, and the other three guys seemingly did. So I think that's where we're at. I don't think there's anything particularly nefarious or weird about it. It's we announce when they agree to terms. They announce when the contract is finalized by the league. And they haven't sent all the paperwork into the league yet because they want to know if he can play.
I mean, what in terms of any contractual language can they dicker with if they sort of want to renegotiate this thing? I mean, to me, there's really nothing to negotiate in a baseball contract other than years and dollars because it's all guaranteed. And I can't imagine that, the union would go out of its way to make the Giants have some sort of insurance policy that would lend to not paying the player, the 100% of the deal that you agree to. So it's not like, hey, if he only plays 90 games, we get X amount of dollars back or anything like that. I mean, I've never seen that cooked in to a major league contract. They forbid it.
No, but what's cooked into it is you have to pass the physical for the signing to be official. That's boilerplate language in every contract. If he doesn't pass the physical, they can walk on the deal. They're not stuck for any money at all. But once they pass him on the physical, then they're on the hook for all of it. So until that gets done, he's not yet a Giant.
There is an awful lot of bad faith that will ripple through Giants fans who have, I'm sure, already ordered, for Christmas, their Carlos Correa jerseys. I mean, I don't even know if we've got a number attached to him yet, but I'm sure a lot of people have gone out of their way to think, all right, this is 100% happening. If it doesn't now, let me tell you, the Giants have absolutely weighted themselves out of any real move that could be considered in the neighborhood of impactful that Carlos Correa is being billed as being. And whether he is or not, remains to be seen. There's a part of me that thinks if the Giants don't get this done, it's really, really embarrassing. That it's become so public. If the Giants do get out of it, though, there's a part of me that thinks it might be a little bit of a tiny blessing in disguise. I mean, I don't know, man. Carlos Correa, when you hear the amount of money and 13 years committed to that guy, you want to see a much gaudier baseball reference page than he actually has. He is the least amount of star power available in that star-powered class, and they paid more than, what the Cubs just got Dansby Swanson for, which, I mean, the difference between, would you rather have Dansby Swanson on that contract in Chicago or Carlos Correa on the presumed 13-year, $350 million right here? The answer is Dansby Swanson. The Giants would tell you that they'd rather have Dansby Swanson at that price.
Yeah, maybe, but this is what they've sort of mentally committed to. They liked Correa more than they liked Swanson. If they liked Swanson more, they would have gotten that deal done because they probably would have paid more than the Cubs did.
Hey, they liked Aaron Judge more than anybody, right? But that still wasn't enough to pry him away. I mean, maybe there is something to what Farhan said. Players don't want to come here. Maybe Dansby Swanson told the Giants, no thanks, ain't interested.
Maybe.
We've seen that happen quite a bit in free agency.
But we never heard Swanson's name connected to the Giants.
No, we never really did.
So if you take that as proof of anything, and I don't, because the Giants are better at keeping secrets than they used to be. I think they chose Correa as their guy, and because there were other teams involved with Correa, they had to pay top dollar plus. Now, with his physical in question, maybe they do get out of this, and they live another year with Brandon Crawford. Which is not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, you're right. The shopping, Black Friday's over. All the sales are done. And, that's the deal.
You said they paid, big contract plus, to use a scouting term. This is a plus contract, the amount of money and the year. I mean, here's the thing. The amount of money is completely irrelevant to me. There is no cap in this sport, and the Giants can afford 5 times that price if they really wanted to pay it for that player. It's the years. I mean, a 13-year contract in sports is the walking embodiment of a stupid contract. It's just all there is to it. I mean, 13 years, it's insane.
But here's the thing. You get to amortize the luxury tax cost. That's why all of a sudden, teams like long-term contracts. The Padres wanted to go 14 years with Aaron Judge, and all indications were that Major League Baseball was going to refuse to accept the contract because there were too many years on it. The NHL tried to do this before with Ilya Kovalchuk. I want to say it was the Devils wanted to sign into a 17-year deal, and it was mostly to save money on luxury taxes.
So wait a minute. And 14 years is a bridge too far, but 13 years is fine?
It would seem to be. I mean, nobody. Then again, maybe Major League Baseball would have said, no, 13 years is too long too, but they haven't gotten their hands on the contract yet because it hasn't been finalized on the Giants' end because Carlos Correa's physical got wonky. It's all procedural, but essentially the Giants have said, we want Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa said, I want the Giants. They've agreed on a number, but the number's not official until he passes his physical and Major League Baseball signs off on the deal.
And let's face it, the Giants doctors are basically a line of defense on this. The first person to sort of attach any clarity to this story, Ronald Blum of the Associated Press, wrote, the San Francisco Giants postponed the introduction of Carlos Correa after a medical concern arose during the All-Star shortstop's physical, according to two people with direct knowledge of the situation. The people spoke to the AP on the condition of anonymity.
You got it.
It's the one word I just simply cannot say.
Anonymity.
Thank you. Because the Giants have not announced publicly any details regarding Carlos Correa's $350 million 13-year agreement, not even that Tuesday's availability was to introduce the prized free agent. But one person, I guess, did off the record confirm that, yes, indeed, this was supposed to be the day where Carlos Correa was going to go ahead and say, hi, San Francisco. It's good to be here. Second person said that the medical issue was flagged during Correa's physical. And look, this could be as serious as something structurally in his body. This could be something as, I don't know, less serious as, he has RSV or COVID and isn't, it's the wrong time to have him around anyone or anyone around him. So who the hell knows what is going on? But this is certainly not the start that we've ever seen attached to a high-profile free agent signing where something was called off so either late last night or early this morning. And then when pressed on what exactly are we talking here, it was total radio silence from the San Francisco Giants. We ended yesterday's show, Ray, with me just throwing a few names at you in terms of who is actually left on the market. And I was thinking maybe one of these guys could maybe be fit in after the Correa deal is such a monster. Look at it this way. You could afford all these guys for a fraction of the Correa deal. Jurickson Profar is someone that if I were the Giants, I'd take a look at. He knows the West very well. He's versatile. He can play anywhere in the field except catcher. Adam Duvall, 38 years, 38 home runs. He's a season removed from that. He's 34, 113 RBI, led the NL just 2 years ago. He was hurt last year, but that would be power in the lineup, a lineup that could use it. Will Myers, by the way, is an unsexy yet slightly younger version of Brandon Belt that maybe the Giants, again, he knows the National League West like the back of his hand too. So you could be leaning on a little bit of experience there. I saw that Matt Carpenter got signed by the Padres today. He was having sort of a little bit of a resurgent year with the Yankees last year until would he break his foot or his ankle or something? Yeah. Lower body injury for Matt Carpenter. So that took him out of the Yankees playoff aspirations last year. And then, you brought this up saying he might be cooked. He might not be who he used to be. Who among us are? Giants still need bullpen help. And Craig Kimbrell, I think, could be an upgrade that could, it screams the Giants could maybe fix that guy for what he's got left in him. He had 22 saves and an ERA, about 3.75 last year. And him setting up Camilo Duvall, I think, would turn an awful lot of ball games into 7-inning games if he were to get right. So just 4 names to throw, and you could have all of them for less than $200 million combined, I would think.
Yeah, but they have to be useful players. And that's why I hesitate on Kimbrel, because there's no sign that he's getting better, and plenty of evidence that he might be getting worse. So I think I'd pass on him. Just, he's a name, but he's a name from the past. Profar is kind of interesting because if they don't have Correa, then they've got to do another year of manic platooning and moving guys to different positions, which is, it might have worked last year in 2021, but it's not really a long-term solution in any way. I think Duvall is, he's not going to hit 38 homers with this team. You can just bank on that.
Okay, so if he hit 18, it would be an absolutely studly feat in the Giants uniform if you look at the last since Barry Bonds left, right? I mean, I'm not asking for even 38 home runs. Well, give me 20, and you're probably leading the club.
If he gets 20. I mean, that's the thing. His big home run years have come in 2 great hitting parks in Cincinnati and Atlanta. San Francisco is the direct opposite, and I could see him hitting 10. At 10, he doesn't really do anything in the field for you, and he's a high strikeout guy, and he's got a ton of years on him. So, I guess you could,
but this
find
is where
a place
we are.
for him.
I guess
I guess
left.
maybe, but he's not a guy I'd be terribly keen on. Just you don't sign guys just to sign guys. I mean, because nobody's going to get excited about Jerks and Profar or Adam Duvall or Craig Kim. I mean, none of those guys are going to excite anybody, and I don't know how much they help.
They're major leaguers on a team that needs major league at-bats. I mean, they're officially in the odd lot portion of the shopping plaza. I mean, you're going to have to strike gold in the bargain basement at this point in time. So, beggars cannot be choosers, whatever cliche you want to attach to it. We'll see what ends up happening here. But what looked like a major league offseason that was about to be wrapped up in terms of what the San Francisco Giants were looking at from a free agency standpoint, the whole thing goes off kilter if Carlos Correa is put back on the rack and not going to make that purchase after all. Coming up next on the game, by the way, Ray, we are more than halfway through the show. How do you think we're doing today?
We're not close enough to halfway to the show to make me happy. Let's get to halfway through the show, and then we can announce that we're halfway through the show.
Halfway through our portion of the show, the Golden State Warriors and Warriors Live are coming up next. So brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Warriors Live, by the way, is brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. So 12 of the 15 NFL games in Week 15 were decided by one score, tied for the most in a single week in NFL history. And then, as they usually do, the Packers ruin everything. They won by 12 last night, Ray, which was a going-away celebration of football excellence in a chilly night of Green Bay. So we didn't quite get the history that you probably didn't even want, but I thought it would have been cool to say, wow, look how tight every single game was. 13 of 16 wouldn't have been too bad, but Packers blow it as usual. A lot of people are saying maybe they're back now in some sort of a playoff conversation. I think they're in Miami next. I would bet you that the Miami Dolphins are going to finally come home off this brutal road trip and just whoop some ass. So I think that the return of the Green Bay Packers won't be lasting very, very long. But hey, Aaron Rodgers, he's pretty good.
Yeah, the truth is Miami is not the Miami of 3 weeks ago. So
no, but they just got their teeth kicked in for 3 weeks.
Which I get, yeah. But maybe that's a sign that that's who they are. The Packers, though, do not look to me as any kind of playoff team.
No.
So I think we might see a game in which both teams fail. I mean, I'm more interested in the fact that New Orleans and Cleveland play on Sunday. The over-under on that number is 31.5, which is the lowest number for any NFL game in 14 years.
Wow.
So they're telling us this is the worst game of the year. And that's history, too. It's literally, it's a neon sign that says, don't watch this. And I like that as a viewer's guide. Just, maybe the poor slob who does Red Zone has to talk about it, but we don't have to participate. And I like the heads up.
Or maybe it's just a sucker's play, and Vegas is just setting up the proletariat to make the wrong bet on that one. We'll figure it all out.
Neither of those teams will score 31. I guarantee you. So 31 seems like the right number, as amazing as that is for both.
Well, a 31-0 shutout would be very impressive all the way around.
It would be, but I don't know how either team's going to get 31.
No, at that point, you just need, someone to have 20. I don't want to do the math with you anyway. We don't have enough time.
We have plenty of time.
No, we don't, Ray. Neither one of the team has to score 31 for the 31 over to hit. It's a combined total. You know how that works?
You don't have to walk me through this. I just like the fact that Vegas says, don't watch this.
Thank you, Las Vegas. I mean, that's advice.
They do you favors.
I didn't need Las Vegas to tell me that. I wasn't going to watch that one anyways. By the way, for those of you who are planning on 49ers Commanders, remember that game is coming up on Saturday. We will have more on that tomorrow. We will have more on that on Thursday. And then we'll really get into it on Friday. Even though Ray will be off, I believe Alan Stiles is slipping on in for Ray. So the show's going to get a little stylish coming up on Friday. Robert Saleh was talking about an instant coffee world today. I thought that was a kind of interesting thing, but we're going to need more time to talk about that than we actually have right here. I love the phrase, instant coffee world, and there is no doubt that if Robert Saleh was looking to make the point that people are impatient, he's certainly right about that. But I also don't think that the you're impatient world is the biggest problem that Robert Saleh has with Zach Wilson. It's not an impatient world that is not impressed with Zach Wilson. It's Robert Saleh himself. He benched him. He didn't just bench him. He deactivated him. He healthy scratched him 2 weeks in a row. So, if Robert, if you're feeling like the world is coming down your quarterback's lane, it's because you tied him to the train tracks.
And let's face it, he wouldn't have played if Mike White could have. So he has to say this. It's all performative nonsense. What I'm fascinated by is his notion that anybody still has instant coffee. The closest thing you get to instant coffee now is a Keurig, which is actual coffee in a plastic cup. But nobody, gets a jar of Sanka and boils water and then spoons whatever it is Sanka's supposed to be. Instant coffee doesn't even exist anymore. It's like a dial-up phone.
The love of Sanka in my grandparents' home was they loved it. God, they drank Sanka every single night. Look it up, kids. One last story to get into, and it actually is a nice transition story as we slip on into Warriors Live coming up in just a little bit. Apparently, the Phoenix Suns are about to be sold for $4 billion. You get the Phoenix Mercury of the WNBA along as well, but it's, according to Woj, about to be sold to billionaire mortgage lender Matt Ashiba. And he is finalizing this purchase of the Phoenix Suns, and it will probably be finished next week, and we'll never have to hear about Rob Sarver again. Yesterday, Ray, there was a trickle of information that even though Rob Sarver is, NBA Satan in terms of how he treats people, it was more than just Sarver that was the problem. It trickled down to other managers, and people were just picking up what he was putting down. Basically, everyone involved with the Phoenix Suns has been a massive douchebag, is what the story was yesterday.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though, because it sounded to me as the story was breaking that they were complaining that nobody else stood up to Sarver. And Sarver, by all accounts, was an unhinged tyrant. So what you had was a bunch of people afraid for their jobs, and nobody was willing to just stand up on principle and say, I don't care if I get fired. And that's a standard that, frankly, we wish more people would carry. But I get how if you're willing to work for a guy who scares you, you're going to stay scared of him. And it's just good that the women who were affected didn't say, okay, I guess I have to take it too. I mean, it's It's disappointing that other people wouldn't intercede on their behalf, so they had to do it themselves. But that's usually how these stories go. It's that the victims have to, not only endure the indignity, but then they have to, screw up their courage and go, you know what? I'm not taking it anymore, and I'm doing this on behalf of all the other women who shouldn't be taking it anymore. You admire their courage. You wish they didn't have to be the only ones who did it, though.
Quick recap. Joe Tsai bought the Brooklyn Nets, which is, Brooklyn, attached to a pretty big market, if you will, for an NBA record $2.35 billion. That was back in 2019. Prior to that sale, Tillman Fertitta bought the Rockets for $2.2 billion back in 2017. Obviously, Steve Ballmer buying the Clippers for $2 billion in 2014. That's chump change if the Phoenix Suns are going for $4 billion. And look, Phoenix is absolutely a growing media market. It is not, there aren't tumbleweeds blowing through Phoenix, but there isn't a single local news person in Phoenix who isn't dreaming of moving to a bigger market. The fact that the Phoenix Suns would be worth $4 billion is extraordinary. And that brings us to Joe Lacob. And that's kind of where we're going to start Warriors Live, because Joe Lacob, I think now, because life is timing and his timing buying into the NBA, I think Joe Lacob is the single greatest sporting investor in the history of the concept of investing in sports. And he has probably made one of the single greatest purchases in the history of the planet, if you're associating it with good vibes, huge profits, and all that goes with that. So we're going to start Warriors Live on that note in just a moment. In the meantime, I hope you've enjoyed a workhorse level of Damon and Ratto. Ray, are you okay? We're at the halfway point now, officially, of your
My heart's
workday.
beating like a rabbit.
It should. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're coming back with Warriors Live next. We are brought to you by Bed Bath & Beyond.
Hey, here's a holiday gift from Bed Bath & Beyond. Between now and Christmas, get 25% off your entire purchase by texting JOY to 239663. That's 239663. New offers every day at Bed Bath & Beyond. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
Have you been naughty or nice this year? Cash don't care. At Jackson Hewitt, you could still get up to $4,500 for the holidays. Some bucks now, more bucks in January. So be naughty. Snap up all the ginger snaps. Wear a pretty sweater to an ugly sweater holiday party. You could still get up to $4,500 when you go to Jackson Hewitt today. Details at jacksonhewitt.com. Eligible clients can get up to $1,000 in December and up to $3,500 in January. Loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Finance charge may apply.
Tomorrow we'll see sunshine. Rain returns Thursday through the weekend.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Hi there. I'm Andrew McCollum, the CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite live and on-demand TV for just $25 a month. We created Philo because we saw a chance to make TV better. We got rid of everything you hate about cable. Contracts, hidden fees, pricing that changes without notice, and terrible customer service. We replaced it with an unlimited DVR that lets you save as much as you want for a whole year, an easy-to-use app on all of your devices wherever you are, and 24/7 customer service that connects you right away with a real person. Did you know that in the 4 years we've been around, we've never once raised the bill on any of our subscribers? That's how we do things at Philo, because we really care about our community and are always trying to figure out how to deliver more for them. Signing up takes seconds, and once you do, hopefully you'll see what I mean. Get a 7-day free trial at philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew. Let me know what you think.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, that's crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Damon and Ratto with you, getting you ready for a little Warriors at the Knicks tonight. The 6-game road trip finally saw the win column. 0-3 start with losses in Milwaukee, Indianapolis, and Philadelphia, but the Warriors found a win Sunday in Toronto, and given the circumstances, Ray, I think it's their best win of the entire season. Efficient, defensively focused throughout the game. They were up comfortably going into the fourth quarter, and it was a two-way success story. The offense was efficient, the defense was efficient, and anytime you do that without Steph Curry or Andrew Wiggins in the lineup, it's got to make Steve Kerr awfully happy with what he saw, and it's about as complete a game as they have played all year, and Jordan Poole dropped a career high in the game. Turn your mic on, Ray. God almighty.
Damn it. I was talking to some people in Toronto today who also saw the game, but they saw it through a Raptors prism and said the Raptors are so bad right now that they can't beat a team that doesn't have their two best players. And so maybe it's a little bit of both, but the thing that was most encouraging, I think, if you're a Warrior fan, is that they didn't settle for the kind of offensive possessions that they have most of the year. It's that they were willing to go inside the arc and play a more balanced offensive game. They only took 39 threes, which is 11 low or 10 lower than their normal. And that's that when you can do that, you end up looking better than if you do what they were doing as of 2 weeks ago, which is jacking up shots like crazy.
We'll get into Jordan Poole's career-high 43-point performance, and he had a very interesting labeling of himself as the Warriors' middle child. He'll explain what all that means in just a second here. Some sound from Steve Kerr, Draymond Green too. But before we get to any of that here on Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet, better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. I want to get back today, Ray, to the business of the NBA, because I think it affects the business that the Golden State Warriors do. I think their value increased today by maybe even $500 million. Joe Tsai bought the Brooklyn Nets for an NBA record $2.35 billion back in 2019. Before that, Tillman Fertitta in 2017 spent $2.2 billion on the Houston Rockets. And then before that, Steve Ballmer in 2014 spent $2 billion on the LA Clippers. Now, laugh at the Clippers all you want. He bought an NBA team in Los Angeles. The Houston Rockets, look, they were, in my lifetime growing up, a massive NBA entity who had success in championships. Like, no one ever laughed at anyone for wanting to own the Houston Rockets. And the Nets, even though laughable as a franchise, them moving to Brooklyn for a moment there upped their sexiness level. And they're out of New Jersey, which was the laughable part. In Brooklyn, of course, they're worth much, much more. I don't think any single one of those purchases was followed by a whole bunch of people saying, "What the hell are you doing? That is ridiculous." When Joe Lacob bought the Golden State Warriors, people did say, "What the hell are you doing? The $450 million purchase price, Joe, that's ridiculous. The Warriors are in the back of the classroom, drooling, wearing a dunce cap. What the hell are you throwing your money away? That's the dumbest purchase price I've ever seen anyone throw at a professional entity." Well, I think when you look at it now, Ray, if the Phoenix Suns just sold for $4 billion, Joe Lacob made the greatest sports deal in the history of sports that no one saw coming. I want to use a little caveat there because, when Steinbrenner bought the Yankees for $10 million in 1973, needless to say, that worked out pretty well. But again, it was the New York Yankees. No one was saying that's a ridiculous price to pay or a stupid team to have. Jerry Jones buys the Dallas Cowboys in '89 for $150 million. But it's not like he discovered the Dallas Cowboys. Everyone knew that was a really big deal team, America's team, established, blah, 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 all the hype that was ever attached to them. Nobody laughed at Jerry Jones. They might have had a little sticker shock at the time, but nobody laughed at him. People laughed at Joe Lacob. The Warriors were worth $7 billion this morning. And Ray, as far as I'm concerned, the minute that Suns deal officially closes, they're worth $8. There is no world that could ever exist where the Warriors wouldn't be worth twice the price of the Phoenix Suns under the current conditions of the NBA.
But sales prices of one team really don't affect the sales price of the other. The two things that affect the sales price are real estate values and media deals. And the Suns going for $4 billion is simply a matter of the next NBA media contract is going to be much higher than the current one is. And that's what they're buying. Joe Lacob's net worth, or not his net worth, but the value of the franchise is basically what it is, which is it's always going up. I mean, when you talked about Tillman Fertitta, spending $2 billion on the Rockets, that was the going price 5 years ago. And, 8 years ago, $2 billion was the going price for the LA Clippers, and it wasn't considered outlandish. In fact, when Lacob bought the team, I don't know how many people laughed at him as much as they laughed at Chris Cohan for not taking the highest bid, which was actually Larry Ellison's. But Chris Cohan was angry at Larry Ellison for making fun of him. So he said, I'm going to sell to anybody but him, and I'm going to use him as a stalking horse.
Well, and Lacob also closed with cash in hand. I mean,
Well-
that's I think that had a little bit to do with it as well.
Well, they all, at this point now, go cash. You have to come with all the cash up front. And he had to come with partners. So it's not like he did this alone. In fact, he's still a minority owner, if you want to talk about, investment made. He got the team at a price that maybe some people thought was a little high, but he had the advantage of knowing that he was going to try to build an arena in San Francisco, and once he did that, that's when the value skyrocketed. It rose sort of steadily when they were winning championships. Once they opened the new building, that's when it went from 4.5 to 7, because valuations really are about media deals and real estate. The Warriors now control their own real estate, which they didn't when they were in Oakland.
Well, the fact that they won a championship last year is the year where their value increased 25% year over year. So winning matters an awful lot. And I do believe that, you're right about real estate and media deals, Ray, but a rising tide lifts all boats in the harbor. If on any given day the Warriors are worth $20 more today than they were yesterday, they're worth $100 more today with the sale of the Phoenix Suns. I really do believe that. It is it's one of the great investments in the history of sports. Joe Lacob coming in for $450 million. If he put a for sale sign today on top of Chase Center, they sell for $8. I know they're listed at 10. They sell for $8. I guarantee, or they're listed at 7. They would sell for $8. I really believe that.
Well, if you throw the arena in, absolutely.
Well,
if you're just selling the team, it's less than that.
Oh,
but
of course.
Largely the Phoenix Suns are worth what they are because there were several bidders. And when Lacob bought, there was really only one other bidder, and Chris Cohan was determined not to sell to him. So in some ways, he got a bargain there. And once he built the building, once he pledged the building, which was in 2018, that's when it started to skyrocket, and it leveled off after that only because of COVID. But once COVID was done and the building was open all the time without restriction, that's when you saw that valuation spike. And it's going to spike again when the new media deal is signed, because I don't think he's building a new building anytime soon.
Here's a question I don't think I've ever been able to ask you before, Ray. Are you ready for the red-hot New York Knicks? I think I've asked you if you're ready for the Knicks, but the red-hot New York Knicks? I've never asked you that. I don't think there have been a red-hot New York Knicks. And I don't even know if this qualifies as red-hot, but they have won 7 in a row, and they got to be thrilled with the Warriors team, or I should say lack thereof, coming into Madison Square Garden tonight. Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett have been playing really good basketball. They're above their season averages in all their important categories, and they've been driving this Knicks team into the win column on their evenings alone, almost. The Knicks have found some consistency. The Warriors, look, they did play well in Toronto, as you said, against a bad Toronto team. But good, bad, and different, one thing we haven't seen the Warriors do is put 2-3 good games together at any point in time this year. As a matter of fact, the next 4-game winning streak for the Golden State Warriors will be their first of the entire season so far. And it's hard to imagine that happening with Steph Curry on the shelf. Meanwhile, this is another just concerning stat here. The Warriors have only one lineup without Curry that has played more than 50 minutes this season without a negative differential. In 59 minutes, the lineup of Poole, Klay Thompson, Dante DiVincenzo, Anthony Lamb, and Draymond Green has a +7 differential. So it's hardly impressive, but it's not a minus. Oh, except for tonight, you can subtract Dante DiVincenzo. He is not playing with a non-COVID related illness. So things are not going to get easier with Dante DiVincenzo, who has played himself into, a glue guy, Ray. I mean, I don't know if that's even the right way to bill what he's been, but he's been
gritty.
He's a key piece for them coming up. Or has been for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh no, yeah, he is the second guy from the backup unit to emerge as a useful piece. That and Kuminga, but
that wavers by the moment.
Well, it does because again, Steve Kerr says, "Do what we ask you to do, and you'll get more minutes." And he was getting those minutes, and then the other night he didn't get them. In part because, all games are different and rotations change on the fly. But the other thing was he sort of let a little bit of the nuanced stuff slip. And because he's, still, can't buy liquor legally in most states, he's going to have nights like that. So I'm not ready to sort of say, well, he's clearly past his sell-by date. But it is, this is kind of an interesting game for them just as a unit, because the one thing that the Knicks have done in the 7-game winning streak is play defense the way Tom Thibodeau wants defense played. They've held 4 teams under 100, and 6 of the 7 wins, they haven't gotten over 106. And that's an extraordinarily low number in the modern NBA. So for at least the time being, the Knicks are buying into Thibodeau's defensive principles again. And that's how they win.
Sorry, didn't mean to step on you there.
No,
before we get into what we're about to see, what it might look like tonight in New York, one quick look in the rearview mirror to talk about what is just the 3rd win in 17 road games so far this year for the Golden State Warriors. They led 102-80 going into the 4th quarter in Toronto and win going away behind a career-high 43 points from Jordan Poole. Now, Twitterati of all Warrior fans, Sam Esfandiari, pointed out that, 6 of the 7 times that Poole has gone 25 or more this year have involved him starting and Clay or Steph sitting. It would be great to see Jordan Poole be able to explode off the bench with these performances. It would certainly make life easier on the Golden State Warriors. Their record would be a lot better, but in the starting lineup, Poole was absolutely cooking. 43 the other night, and Steve Kerr was asked if that's maybe the best game he's played in a Warriors uniform.
He's played a lot of great games for us. So if it's not the best, it's definitely one of the few best because he was great at both ends. His defense was excellent. I thought he was patient offensively, got us into our offense well. He just set the tone. He just carried us.
Jordan Poole talked about dropping a career high 43.
Yeah, it feels good. We were talking about that a little bit on the bench. A couple of the older guys had a lot of 39 games, 8 assists or 7 assists. It was cool today to kind of get over the 40, and a lot of older guys they were kind of like giving me some crap about it. But more importantly, it's just really good to get a road win. We haven't been particularly the best on the road so far, and hopefully this gives us a push to keep it going.
This is Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. I told you that Jordan Poole labeled himself as a middle child. I'll let him explain, because he was basically asked how he is sort of a go-between with the veterans and the younger guys.
Just being similar in age and being here for the last 4 years and being under the organization and with these guys, I'm just an outlet if anybody wants to ask questions, and I just try to give them any input or insight that I can if I've been through it. But at the same time, I'm also still asking these older guys questions. So I kind of use the term the middle child, playing both ways, going to talk to a lot of the older guys, but also trying to rally up the young guys and put us in a situation so that we can be successful in the future. So I'm just an outlet whenever they want to talk or ask questions.
A Take It to the Bank prediction, Ray, brought to you by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names. Let's be completely honest here. Jordan Poole needs another monster tonight. And I think Draymond needs to be north of a dozen points scored for this team to win tonight. And I think we got to get at least 20 minutes out of Kuminga. And look, Kerr is down 4 players, 2 starters. The big Ragu isn't playing tonight. So the amount of what Steve wants to do in this game opposed to what Steve has to do in this game is going to maybe force some minutes in otherwise spots he'd rather not see those minutes.
No, I mean, he's working with a thin roster again. And there's no, he's going to have to do this by the seat of his pants, as he has often this year. And it won't be optimal conditions. If the Knicks decide they want to play defense as they have for the last 7 games, they're going to have a very difficult time. But I don't think this is a game where you go, aha, I just saw something that I haven't seen before, and that's an indication of the future. I think for the right now, they're just trying to get one foot in front of the other and try to survive that way until they can get home and play on Christmas Day, because they don't have enough warm bodies to be able to dictate how they want to play. They just have to counterpunch.
Speaking of warm bodies, time for the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Obviously, Steph Curry's shoulder has him out tonight. Andrew Wiggins still unavailable with his right abductor strain. Dante DiVincenzo is under the weather. It's not COVID. He is not playing tonight. And JaMychal Green also has a non-COVID illness this evening, and he was coming off maybe his best game in a Warriors uniform up in Toronto. Obi Toppin is out tonight, so there will be some stopping Obi Toppin. He is not out there this evening. Projected starting lineups, it is Jalen Brunson, Quentin Grimes, R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson for the Knicks, with Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson, Moses Moody in the starting lineup tonight with Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. So that's the way it looks as it sits right now. Again, the Warriors just won. They haven't won back-to-back games on the road yet this year. New York is actually enjoying a 7-game winning streak. Their defense, as Ray said, has climbed into the top 10 over that stretch in terms of defensive production. You got Julius Randle dropping 27, 11, and 4 since this win streak started. All those numbers are higher than his full season averages. R.J. Barrett is 22-6 on 44.6% field goal percentage. Again, all better than his season stats so far. And New York is kind of like having an opposite season of the Warriors. And this is what's really weird, Ray. And they've absolutely feasted on some bad teams on the road. They're only 7-7 at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah,
they got the second best road record in the NBA.
Yeah, they're one of the worst playoff teams. I'm talking about like top 10 in each conference at home. And I don't know that that's dispositive of anything, but it's an indication that, defense is constant. And the fact that they're 7-7 and 10-8 on the road is kind of an indication that, this is who they are. And if they can be consistently good defensively, they'll be able to stay in the top 6.
We'll see how much love or run James Wiseman gets tonight. In 150 minutes, James Wiseman is one of the worst players in the NBA from an impact perspective. He's a minus 27.2 differential, which is in the 0th percentile. I've never even said that before. The 0th percentile. Ty Jerome is also producing in the 0th percentile. There's an investment in James Wiseman that means keep on trying. Let's try Ryan Rollins. Ty Jerome, you just can't be worse of an NBA player than he is. And he's getting way too many minutes. So there you go. One last note as we wrap up here. Congratulations to Oakland's own Damian Lillard. Ray, last night he surpassed Clyde Drexler as the Trailblazers' all-time leading scorer.
And is probably the most devoted Trailblazer of them all, because he's the one who's had chances to leave and just hasn't. I mean, that's where Portland is where he's planting his flag, and good on him for that.
Thank you so much for tuning in. Tim Roy coming up next from Madison Square Garden, getting you ready for Ray. I'm Damon. Lucas and Grandy, thank you both very much back in the studio. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Investing is confusing.
Dawn Raids, Triple Witching Hour, Candlesticks, Crown Jewels, Bears Bowls, Bear Hugs, Blue Chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Congratulations to Steph Curry, Sports Illustrated's Sports Person of the Year.
He's a 4-time NBA champion, a 2-time league MVP, a member of our 75th anniversary team, and for the first time ever, he's an NBA Finals MVP. The 2022 Bill Russell NBA Finals MVP award goes to Stephen Curry.
What does it mean to you to finally get this Finals MVP?
I mean, I hear all the conversations, I hear all the chatter, we hear all the chatter. At the end of the day, it's about what we do on the floor. Ain't gotta talk about it, just gotta go do it, and that's what this is about.
Brought to you by Celebrity Cruises. Journey wonderful with Celebrity's biggest offer of the year. Sail on the world's best ships to the world's best places, like the Caribbean, Europe, Mexican Riviera, and Alaska. Hurry, Celebrity Cruises semi-annual sale ends soon. Contact your travel advisor or visit Celebrity.com.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Tomorrow we'll see sunshine. Rain returns Thursday through the weekend.
Weather brought to you by Macy's. It's Macy's last minute gift sale with great presents and gift cards. Shop early and late.